Might be a little bit hot. Welcome to StarCon 2026 out of San Diego. We'll try to adjust things as we're able. Starting off, we're going to have Artosis going up against Yaqoob. I do not have stream chat live as of yet. We'll try to get that working for you as we go, but right now we're going to hop into game number one. Alright, starting at the 12 o'clock location, we've got Artosis starting as the yellow Terran, bottom right hand corner. We got Yaqoob starting as the magenta Protoss, or pink Protoss if you prefer, for the alliteration. If you guys are unfamiliar with Yaqoob, he's actually a very solid Protoss player. He's definitely in that range that tends to create problems for Artosis. And we are on Sylphid, however, which is a very, very comfortable map for Artosis. Before we get too deep into this, I want to thank Artosis for giving us access to the stream. I want to give thanks to Zen, who organized this, / Vulcan, who's organized this entire thing. And special thanks to Chippa Walrus, who gave us this absolutely fantastic overlay up here, which I'm extremely excited about. We've had a number of technical difficulties, and hopefully everything will smooth out as we move forward. And I want to say, one of the things I wanted to say opening up into this is that the games might be a little bit rough at the start, and then you'll see kind of improvement as things proceed. But honestly, we've got an extremely solid field this season. A fewer players than previous StarCons, but every single one of these guys is absolutely top-notch. And it's also one of those fields where, outside of maybe one player or two, I think every single player in the field could take a game off one of their opponents if they play their best. So if you deduct one or two guys at the very, very bottom, and even they would be able to hit. So how do I put this? You got people at the very top. If you deduct the bottom two players, practically everybody in the field could take a game off them. This is best of 3, by the way, all the way through. So should be exciting. Looks like we've got a gateway assimilator opening from Yaqoob. Neither player opting to scout as of yet. Artosis setting up a barracks near the front entrance, not opting for the seal overall. Artosis, I think, feeling a little bit more confident in his, ironically, in his versus Protoss play. One of the challenges for this tournament for him is going to be trying to beat StRyKeR. I would say that Artosis is one of the favorites. I think Artosis, Nesh, StRyKeR, and maybe Aether, the players to look for, and potentially the final 4. Yaqoob, in the meantime, starting to scout towards the 12 o'clock location. Artosis just going to go Rax Marine into Command Center. There is going to be a slight opportunity for Yaqoob to go ahead and harass the SCV at the natural expansion. At the very least, going to get first scout. Full information. We do have a safety zealot making its way out. Let's see if he decides to apply forward pressure. The Marine holding back. Do we have a second Marine queued up? We do have a second Marine queued up. No gas as of yet. Just hacking on that gas. Probe waiting alongside, going to team up with his buddy and maybe push some aggression. No third Marine queued up. The barracks just starting, so there is going to be a timing opportunity. It looks like the probe is going to go ahead and push back. Now the third Marine queued up. And an SC, keep in mind, Artosis still is not scouted, starting to make his way out on the map. The Zealot's going to see the scout as it's making its way across, but at the same time, that's going to pull the Zealot back away from the main. In the meantime, we've gone gateway into Nexus as a response from Yaqoob. That will put him slightly behind Artosis. Zealot diving in a bit late, eating a face full of bullets on the front. In the meantime, Yaqoob has a cybernetic score up, has not yet queued range. Now queued it up right as Artosis is viewing. Artosis getting first scout as well. Factory on the way. In the midst of it. And I know this is one of those maps that I feel like Artosis is very comfortable on. Interestingly enough, Sylphid is one of those maps that has very, very little low to high ground. The 3 o'clock location and the equivalent ramp locations, that's about it. Yaqoob having a little bit of trouble getting that scout out of his space. It looks like he is going to open up one gate into robotics. I think he's just going to play this safe with the observatory and try to go for a faster third. Second factory on the way for Artosis. And an instant machine shop. Looks like that SEV did get taken out by the Dragoons on the corner. And we'll see if Yaqoob opts to apply early pressure. He is getting that second gateway down. At the moment, Artosis opting to not build the initial vulture and get it on the field, so playing very, very shelled. And I'm wondering if he's going to try to transition this into a more upgrade Terran style. It looks like he is dropping that second machine shop. Maybe to go more tank heavy in the mid game. We do have observatory and that third gateway, so Yaqoob actually playing this really, really safe. And Artosis honestly kind of gifting him some map position here with the Dragoons in decent numbers, should be able to start filtering towards the front. We have a machine shop upgrade, engineering bay on the way. And we'll see if this is going to be our, I presume we're going to see siege tank first, and no vultures. Yaqoob poking away at the front. Artosis already had 2 SCVs nearby and waiting. Yaqoob in the meantime has a zealot stage out at the 3 o'clock location, maybe a little bit confused that there was no mine or vultures to harass it, but it looks like Artosis, the way he's staging up, wants to just play this as a flat macro race. Siege tank on the front, doing a little bit of damage. The probe wandering out to go ahead and potentially grab a quick third off of this. And yeah, Yaquub's playing this a little bit more defensively than he needs to. He's staging these Dragoons back right this moment. Perhaps concerned about the vulture pressure, but this is the first vulture. I'm assuming this is going to be the speed upgrade underneath. And he might be able to pull a quick one here on Yaqoob by basically delaying the vultures. What he can do is he can siege a little bit forward, push the Dragoons back, and maybe slip some speed vultures along the side. Yaqoob, in the meantime, will have 3 bases. He's already got the startings of a pylon wall in the bottom left-hand corner, but as you can see, he's being lulled into a small degree of false sense of security, and he's staging a lot of these Dragoons to the front. The siege tank getting some damage. That's pushing the Dragoons back, and there the vultures go. Going to sneak out of the corner, and now at this moment we got 1 Dragoon at the main to defend. The vultures should be able to sneak around, also confirm a 3rd base. They actually might be able to pocket through there right this second. The observer for Yaqoob has managed to move up. Mine's on the way, by the way. Well, let's see what kind of damage can get done with these vultures. And yeah, Yaqoob out of position. Vultures sneaking right into the main. And Yaqoob going to take some early economic damage. If nothing else, is going to have to evacuate the main. And this is really, in Protoss versus Terran, I was actually talking to RayReign about this, is you really need to be economically ahead as Protoss to win in this matchup. And Yaqoob taking some significant early damage. Additional 3rd and 4th factory plopping down for Artosis in the space of this. How many kills? 5? 6? 6 probe kills and some additional mines being planted for scouting and additional harassment in the main. The observers are also out of position for Yaqoob. They're sitting at the natural expansion. Also getting an eye full, able to spot the Citadel of Adun and the gateway timings in the midst of this. I think Yaquub's best bet out of this might actually be to drop an early 4th. However, Artosis is already dropping additional factories to apply pressure, although he's constructing a command center, feeling very, very good about the economic damage, and has also opened up the natural expansion at his front. Yaqoob going ahead and plopping some probes down. He's got 6 here. It looks like he's got a full, little bit over full saturation at the natural and a few bonus there. So despite the 6 losses, has managed to keep up pretty decently with his macro. This is still going to slow down the gateway flood. He still hasn't gateway flooded in the space of this. Starting to attack on 4 and 5. Have the observer spread back out. We still have the observer sitting over the factory line, so Yaqoob should see the large factory size. Artosis is playing this very, very passively. And starting to migrate out. We do have Dragoons on the near side. The observer that was hanging out here just got wiped out. But looks like Artosis is staging up to take the 3rd. We don't have the Dragoons in position to harass that, so he should be able to actually just build it on the front. Some vultures in the meantime, sneaking across the map, just making sure a 4th was not grabbed. Looks like Yaqoob wants to play this more Gateway Man style, opting for the 9 gateway mid-game off 3 bases. The one problem with that is that works very, very well when you haven't taken early economic damage, and when you're playing against an opponent who's trying to play it a little bit lighter on the gateway count. Worked very, very well against Upgrade Terran. I take it back, opting not to float the command center at the forward position, instead going to go ahead and take the interior pseudo high ground. Keep in mind, this isn't real high ground. This is an entry point. This is an entry point, but this, despite what it looks like, is not in fact high ground. Vulture sneaking in, looking for the 4th base, is not finding the 4th base. And I'm wondering, upon lack of vision of a 4th base, if Artosis decides to play again a little bit more economically aggressive, he can just kind of clutter up the front with some turrets, some supply depots to the side, keep some siege tanks in no man's land, and very easily get the economic lead. Yaqoob close on supply right this second. He has dropped a Stargate. Comsats for Artosis, trying to find the tech. Of the 3 comsats that dropped, he mostly is going to get false information here. He's going to see a bunch of gateways, think, okay, this is Gateway Man, but we in fact know that we got a Stargate along this bottom corner. I think this is going to be Arbiter tech in the midst of it. Yaqoob losing some units as he's sneaking forward. Artosis is dangerously close in supply, by the way. His gateway count sitting at 8. 3rd machine shop just dropping, and not too long from now, honestly, Artosis is going to be able to potentially unsiege against this. And it's going to be, how's he doing for upgrades? He's got +1. We have the double, we got 1 armory down. Not seeing a 2nd anywhere out in the field, so I think this might be a +2. At least there's not the 2nd armory to have a bit more of an upgrade, but Artosis is starting to stake territory. He doesn't have an SCV hanging out nearby what could be a potential 4th base. There's the Templar Archives underneath. And the Stargate, despite being, I guess this is just for upgrades, despite being up... No, there's the Arbiter Tribunal. It's waiting like, where's the Arbiter Tribunal? There in the corner. Unfortunately, with the timing of this from Yaqoob, I don't think that Arbiter is going to be out in sufficient time, nor is it going to have energy to provide stasis against Artosis when he hits 200 supply. And I think Artosis is going to hit 200 supply well before Yaqoob does. Dropping that starport. Looks like he's going to be a little bit late on... so I think that's +1 armor. Is going to be a little bit late on +2. Didn't check whether the starport was out in the field or not. Also, for people complaining about whether the stream is too loud or you can't hear anything, we'll try to fix that in between. Right now I don't have access to the Twitch chat to see what's going on or not. Yaqoob staging out. We have a Vulture underneath. First, Dragoons catching some fray, and Artosis on the move along the right-hand side of the map. Yaqoob has dropped a Nexus at the interior 3. I don't think he's going to be able to hold on to that. Artosis also expanding to the top right in the space of this. And Artosis, if he wants to, could just walk straight into this. Dropping a comsat, trying to find Yaqoob's army. It looks like Yaqoob's army mostly staged to the middle. Some mines being planted along that left-hand side flank. And Yaqoob also trying to grab, I think this is, he's trying to leave this as a decoy nexus potentially, because he can't hold it near Artosis' front. So instead, trying to preemptively grab a nexus along that 9 o'clock base, hopefully take that down the line. Artosis slow pushing forward, Yaqoob entering on that unsiege. We got a lot of siege tanks behind here. The Zealots mostly boxed out, not a lot of vultures in between. More Zealots making their way in. The siege tank's still standing, and it looks like a few Zealots deciding to take this fight off. And as a result, Yaqoob going to get pushed back. Artosis still up 20 supply, and the siege tanks really did not get touched. Which, when you are engaging as Protoss, that's really what you want to see, is you want to see a siege tank reset. Instead, Artosis is going to be able to walk up, take this Nexus. It's not saturated, which is at least something. And we got a bunch of cannons dropping down from Yaqoob at the 9 o'clock. Now, the next question is how does Yaqoob get probes over there? And on top of that, we have SCVs starting to filter in to the mineral only in the top right. So Artosis up on supply, up economically. 1-1 finished. We still don't have Arbiters as far as I can see anywhere out on the map. Do we have Arbiters at least queued up? Looks like we do have an Arbiter queued up, but again, potentially too little too late. This Nexus is going to drop. I don't think Yaquub's going to be able to escort probes along the south unless he's transferring probes from a previous base. He's also got the 6 o'clock up, but unsaturated. The probes starting to make their way out on March. This is a long direction to go. Are the Vultures going to catch it? This is... Talk about walking through a minefield here. Looks like probes are going to be able to make their way across. We have some mines planted blockading an additional Nexus, so Yaqoob at least able to stage up for a longer-term economy. But right now, getting the benefit of Artosis just kind of slow playing this. I think Artosis feeling very, very strong in this position. Grabbing another command center and starting to split the map in half. Yaqoob at the near side. Arbiter moving forward. I don't think he's going to have enough for more than a stasis. You got a single siege tank, a Goliath, and a Vulture with that, which is going to be insufficient. So bleeding some troops off and being pushed back. And a lot of this army trapped as a handful of siege tanks make their way out to the 9 o'clock. And this was the stronger investment point. Probes just moved to this location. And Yaquub's completely boxed out of the left-hand side of the map. And he sees troops coming across with that observer, trying to poke away at the corner while that stasis is still in place. Zealots making the way to cross. That was a really good minesweep, actually. If the rest of the Zealots can fold in, he might have something here. The Zealots getting on top of the siege tanks along that left-hand edge. The stasis working against them a little bit. A bit of an empty side storm behind this. But the Zealots this time able to get on top of the siege tanks. And a lot of these siege tanks don't have the comms out underneath, so it looks like Yaqoob actually able to clear and carve some of the left-hand side up. Unfortunately, the Nexus is already dead. He's got 3 gateways in place, so despite defending a portion of that and clearing out a lot of Artosis' tech, it's a bit of an empty victory because he doesn't have anything remaining bottom left, and he still has a bunch of siege tanks and vultures in between. Yaqoob taking the opportunity, though, to press up. He could wipe out the near side. Oh, Mind Discipline. Observer just out of position. Another Dragoon. Barely alive. That Vulture, if it gets a comsat, might actually be able to clean up. Because we got 2 heavily damaged troops. Artosis backing off this location. But this gateway is down. This Nexus attempting to get rebuilt. I don't think that's going to last very long. Artosis is back up in supply. Actually, Yaqoob preemptively canceling that, recognizing he's not going to have an opportunity. So at least able to stop this command center when Artosis might have wanted it, as the main is mined out, the natural expansion just mined out. Was looking for additional location to filter in. But same problem for Yaqoob. His main and natural are gone. He's got a 6 o'clock base to retreat to, but that still puts it 2 base versus 2 base. And whenever you're even on bases versus Terran, that's usually a losing proposition. Artosis, in the meantime, expanding at the 3 o'clock location into his opponent. But he's got still some latent siege tanks, some missile turrets, some mines in between. Looking for, he's at 200. I'm looking for where his supply is located. And we got Yaqoob marching across the map. Again, wants to retake the left-hand side, but this is going to open up Artosis to potentially crash down at the natural and seal his opponent in. Instead, Artosis opting to mirror the army's movements and push up and regain territory here in the top left. So Yaqoob clearing out the siege tanks bottom left, getting a couple great stasises near the natural, but his army filtering in a bit piecemeal here and gets a decent side storm on the corner there. But the Zealots blockaded behind the Dragoons. I'm not sure it's going to matter though. Might be able to shut that base down again, and all of a sudden Artosis locked out of a 3rd. If Yaqoob can saturate this 6 o'clock, he might put himself in a pretty good situation. He's doing actually very, very well, considering his supply differential. Mines cleared out. Looks like the Dragoons might be able to get some siege tanks. By the way, the inside 12 o'clock location mining out for Artosis, so Artosis does need to grab an additional base. He does have that 3 o'clock up. Economically, he's still ahead of Yaqoob, but Yaqoob at least getting some things done. The main completely mined out. We have idle probes there, idle probes at the natural. 6 o'clock is there but empty, so we got 1 mining base for Yaqoob. So secondary problem is despite getting some pretty decent trades, he's in a losing proposition over the long haul period, as Artosis is still mining on 2 bases to his 1. Dragoons being pushed back into the corner and steadily wiped out. Artosis just re-landing that command center, going to be able to cap that 3rd base. So going into the late game now, Artosis sitting on 3 bases, near 200 supply. +3 weapons should be done with +2 armor not too long from now. And Yaqoob desperately trying to grab an inside 3 Nexus that honestly he can't defend. Finally saturating the 6 o'clock location. So might be able to get a bit of energy that way. How's he doing for gas? Oh, I can't tell whether it's depleted on this. That's sad. So used to having the BattleNet. Whatever bit. We know at least 2 gas are likely depleted here for Yaqoob right this second, so he's not going to have the High Templar escape button. Artosis pressing in here to the interior 3. Wiping out the probes. Can just back off if he wants to. He does have some stasis in the midst of this. Zealots bleeding off. Arbiter trying to push forward. Few siege tanks bleeding. Actually, it looks like there's not a lot of siege tanks as part of this attack force, but we got another big engagement army for Artosis. It's going to go ahead and walk its way down. Despite having 2 bases, I think Yaquub's working on an emptying bank. Artosis a little bit more aggressive on this defense point because he does have this 3 o'clock. I'm not sure if Yaqoob recognizes that's in Artosis' control or not. Yeah, it looks like Yaquub's more concerned about protecting this inside 3. He's going to have to wait for those units to unsiege. On another map, this would be a little bit more defensible, but keep in mind, this isn't low ground to high ground. And Artosis keeping 2 vultures there at the 9 o'clock, just making sure that Yaqoob isn't able... I think he's got the right math here, which is Yaquub's down on bases and will starve out. Yaqoob having trouble getting over 100 supply, kind of hovering around that moment, around that space. In the meantime, level 3 weapons, level 2 armor are complete for Artosis, and just going to bully his way forward. A Psystorm from the High Templar before getting wiped out, but the rest of the units going to evacuate. That's going to expose these probes, and I have a feeling once this 3 o'clock base is taken back out of Yaquub's hands, we could potentially see a GG. Especially because we're looking at sub 200 supply and more units moving their way in. Also, it's not that much of a move between the 3 o'clock and the natural expansion. Few High Templars have filled in. Stargate is fallow, so we do not see any additional Arbiters, and Artosis still sitting at 200 supply. Dropping comsats, trying to figure out where the active bases are. I think he's wondering why Yaqoob didn't GG right that moment himself. And trying to see the situation. He could probably ransack the 6 o'clock location if he wants. I think but at the same time, he's in a winning situation, so Yaqoob would have to come to him eventually. Yaqoob taking what few units he has, trying to push up, moving across to the natural now. Few Psystorms dropped, but in this small an area, even if Artosis loses a lot of these units, which he might to all the Psystorm, he can just re-rally the follow-up units. And I'm not sure that Yaquub's going to be able to sustain over the long term. Oh, that's a dangerous mine right there. Yeah, more reinforcements making their way in. Artosis, rather than engaging the army and sealing in the natural, just going to move to the 6 o'clock. All Yaqoob can do is watch. There's still plenty of mines in between. The probes have been wiped out here at the 6 o'clock, which leaves this as the only mining base. So we've got, whatever the worker count is, we're basically looking at about 12 probes active for Yaqoob on minerals. Yaqoob mustering his attack forces. High Templar have been picked off. Zealots making their way across, able to get a siege tank, 2 siege tanks. They still have more underneath, and the Nexus and all the probes are gone at the 6 o'clock. Artosis having a little bit of trouble with his gas supply right this second. Looks like he's abandoned these siege tanks to their fate. Vultures diving in. We're looking for High Templar, but nothing there. Emergency Dark Templar built, and some SCVs scooting here bottom left. And Artosis making his way towards the final mining base of Yaqoob's. At the 7 o'clock location, sieging underneath. Siege tank able to completely flatten. There's GG from Yaqoob. So Artosis going to go up a game. And we will move on to game 2 momentarily. Did it already say? Yeah, okay, we're good. Fortunately, we have... What does it say? 1 there. We have technical difficulties at the LAN center we're at. Let me go find out what match number 2 is for you guys and whether the stream's working well or not. I'll be right back. Alright, gents. I'm told that the stream is working well. We're on Octagon. Wait for Yaqoob to gather himself and hop back in. While we're waiting, tell me that isn't the sickest overlay you've ever seen. All right. Off to game number 2. Welcome back. We are at StarCon 2026 in San Diego. Bottom right-hand corner, we got Yaqoob starting as the magenta Protoss. Upper right-hand corner, we have Artosis starting as the yellow or lime, if you prefer Terran. You know, they say lime, but this, to me, that is not the color of lime. We are on Octagon. If you guys are unfamiliar with Octagon or the ASL map set, you've got 4 spawns, interior bases that have plush minerals, a inside mineral-only expansion that is very, very exposed. But a secondary issue is just you have Fight Fest in the middle, a huge, a huge open area in the center. And otherwise, interesting travel pathways underneath. It's I actually feel like these alleyways underneath play into Terran's favor quite a bit, as you can just plant a couple mines in those locations and forget it. Center of the map can be a challenge for Terran, as Protoss can attack from multiple angles on occasion. But we'll see if Yaqoob has something different. Game 1, opting for 3 Nexus into Mask Gateway, but Artosis kind of baiting him into a false sense of security by delaying the Vulture play and having a lot of success with the late game speed run by, which I think is something he actually practiced on stream, or at least talked about actively on stream. Meantime, he's going to go ahead and grab his gas at 138, try to get a rapid factory constructed. And on the opposite side, it's not cross map, but we are seeing the dreaded 12 Nexus. Octagons is a pretty sizable map, and I will say that some players, rather than going down, as far as doing engagement, because the ramps are such and can create a little bit of clutter with troop movement, it can be a little bit more troubling to get an aggressive play. As far as a follow-up, Artosis is going to get a quick scout on this. Going for a very early scout this time. Sees the 12 Nexus. We'll see what kind of follow-up we've got. We've got 1 gateway. I'm expecting a 2-gate follow-up. But Artosis spots it. Yaqoob, I believe, saw the positioning of the SCV, so he's going to be able to walk right back into the base. Artosis has queued up a second Marine, which leads me to believe he is going to want to play aggressive against this. Quite often he'll go for a sizable Marine push. One advantage of Octagon, as far as the pushes, is you can, if the probe holds, usually with Protoss, you want to keep units out on the map to a minimum. Wow, this is the first time I'm noticing these little guys out on the corner. Point being, sometimes if you're trying to scout units from this position and hold this high ground, what can happen is you'll have units slip through the other side with aggression. Artosis following the SCVs as they're making way across. Artosis is doing a very good job of hiding the Marine count thus far, as I say that. Yaqoob able to walk right in. We do have a machine shop dropped underneath this, and I'm still anticipating some sort of aggression. If Artosis was going to try to play this as far as an economic follow-up, Yaqoob now losing the scout, I would have expected him to cut the Marine count quite significantly. A Marine went all the way in. I didn't even notice this guy going that far in. The SCV's still alive, by the way, and healthy underneath. So full retreat there. Is Artosis just going to go for... We got the machine shop spinning. No additional Marines. And it looks like Artosis just wanting to opt for... Yeah, just kind of posing as though he's going to go for more aggression on the front. But now he's in a little bit more of a challenging situation. Hasn't dropped the bunker. We got 2 Zealots making their way up, and we've only got 4 Marines and a Vulture on the front. Artosis starting to move forward. Yaqoob backing up. He's going to hold the high ground. And SCV still in the main, by the way, able to get the information. 1 Zealot going to get wiped out in between. This Zealot on full retreat. Do we have any other defense here from Yaqoob on the front? Nothing, actually. So Command Center started. Another Vulture making its way out. I think this is just going to be Vultures and Marines. Pylon blockade. We do have a single Dragoon on the front. Artosis needs to wait for the mine upgrade before, with this composition, before he's really going to be able to get any sort of aggression out of it. Going to have 3 Vultures. Actually opted for speed first to try to get a stronger attack force in forward position. The other thing he could do is he could also go for some aggressive mine planting along the edge. Right now, trying to use his Marines to bait the units out so that he can slide the Vultures in, again with speed, and successfully going to do so once again. So sacking his Marines out on the front. And Yaqoob again going to take economic damage. I'm not sure that this is going to be as worthwhile. A lot of kills on these Vultures, though. Really carving up the front. That looked like 10 probe kills. Are you kidding me? 2, 5. Okay, we got to deduct the 2 Zealots that lost their life in between. Also, these 2 Marines able to get the better part of the fight on that location. So Yaqoob having trouble both directions. And the mine planting going to wipe out a lot of the reinforcement. Yaqoob still hasn't cleaned up the front. We got 2 Marines still battling. I didn't realize it was 2 Marines that survived. So Yaqoob has 3 Dragoons that are a bit petrified in the main because of a lot of the mine placement. These 2 Marines gonna back up. Yaqoob questioning why Vultures only cost 35 minerals, but Artosis showing a penchant for Vulture speed and pulling his opponent out of position here in the early stages. And initially I was going to say with the 12 Nexus, he can take some mitigating losses and still be fine, but honestly, Artosis not only carved up a lot of Yaqoob's economy, but also got a lot of unit kills in the space of this. 3rd factory plopping down. I don't think Artosis is going to do it, but honestly, he has enough map control at this stage where he could sneak. Although there's not really a great base to grab. Sending out another SCV to scope out the situation. Wondering if we're going to see a DT drop follow-up for Yaqoob, because he definitely needs to get some sort of economic damage done in kind to Artosis. Artosis not missing a beat. Looks like he's going to stage up for a follow-up attack, feeling like he's done significant enough damage. Checking the front with his initial SCV. And yeah, we've got four damaged Dragoons, 3 of them fairly heavily. And we got 4 siege tanks barreling the way down. We have double machine shop, which can also pour down a lot of siege tanks. And Yaqoob still hasn't taken the high ground here. Just now taking the high ground. And seeding it. He's going to have maybe... How many gateways is he running? He's still running on 2 gateways. Artosis might be able to end this quite rapidly. As the siege tanks barreling in. Mines hanging out on the front. And Dragoons trying to sneak their way out. And all of a sudden, Yaqoob in a lot of trouble. He's not going to be able to make his way back out. And Yaqoob going to GG. He's going to move on to the lower bracket. Artosis, in convincing fashion, moving to round 2 of the upper bracket. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Thanks for listening. Kind of in an odd situation where we can't see the games from here. So we have to create and have people join to us based on the current LAN setup. So, meantime, I'll give you guys the look at the LAN center. On the background, I'll figure out what you guys are typing in chat. Probably leave the generate Artosis chat. Don't need to read it except for the I people out there, but I'll probably leave that off. But I'll figure out what game 2 is going to be for you guys and be back as soon as we got that rolling. Hope you guys are enjoying the games. Expect some really good stuff down the line. Appreciate all your viewership. Be right back, gents. Welcome back, everybody. It's kind of the opposite of the New York LAN we had, where the casting booth is clear. Waiting for the all go from Artoturtle. Hold on, I'm going to Alt-Tab and refresh one thing. Round 2. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to StarCon 2026 out of San Diego. Bottom right corner, we got Semih starting as the red Protoss. Bottom left hand corner, we've got Artoturtle starting as the green Zerg. This is going to be on Polestar, which has the nice... I know what it means in some cultures. It means different things in other cultures. It's worth looking up. Artoturtle is a... So I'm not sure how familiar everybody is with the players at this, so I'm just going to talk about it as though you're completely ignorant. Despite the fact that these guys are very well known, just absolute superstars of the scene, and everybody should know them. Pylon out on the front for Semih. It looks like he's going to go Forge first, going for initial scout towards the top right, probably going to send out another probe. Semih went extremely deep in multiple online tournaments recently, most famously at a previous tournament, managed to cheese his way through StRyKeR and ended up falling to Kaido in the finals. Artoturtle, very, very strong Zerg. Looks like he's going to opt for an overpool. Artoturtle's one of those guys that he's only held back by very, very small things. At the moment, I would say, as far as like the BSL spectrum, from Chobo to Gosu, I think he could be in Gosu League and could even get into Pro League if just very small things shifted. Usually it's Overlords drifting out onto the map. I haven't seen him play in a while, so he might have fixed that, but it's usually just very small things that are holding him back. But otherwise, plays very, very well. Has pretty decent macro. And I'm looking for him to play his strong game. One thing with Semih, I love what Gypsy actually said about him, is he doesn't care who the opponent is on the opposite side of the map. Artoturtle doing a little bit of harassment, opting for a hatchery. Semih scouting, but only sees one egg, which should give him indication that, yeah, you can go ahead and sneak that Nexus before anything else. Drone wandering down, going to go ahead and back out, and Semih trying to get what harassment done. We have 2 additional eggs being built, but I have a feeling this is just going to be 2 Zerglings, maybe 4, and just drones from there. In the meantime, we do have that cannon being built from Semih, but honestly, with just the 2 Zerglings as the threat, he could cut a corner, maybe even cancel it. I don't think he's going to play that aggressive. But going ahead and dropping the gateway at a slightly forward position, Artoturtle going to go ahead and drop his 3rd base. Did manage to plop down the extractor beforehand. Semih fairly strong versus Zerg. One of the reasons that he was able to give StRyKeR problems. StRyKeR, I think, is the favorite overall, and it might be a revenge match if StRyKeR ends up facing Semih down the line in the bracket. If you go to Challenge, by the way, or however the hell you say it, and go to StarCon 2026, you can see the bracket. I'm not sure if Artosis set up the bracket link for Twitch chat, but I'll bring it up in the background in between this game and the next. Tech Delayer from Artoturtle. I think he's just going to play some standard 4 hatchery and try to macro aggressively. Natural expansion up. Has a drone sitting fallow in between. Semih still doesn't have a Zealot out on the field. So cutting a few corners here and there, but at the same time, Artoturtle hasn't really posited any form of threat. Zergling's finally able to wipe out that probe scouting his base. And the Zergling's holding at the near side. First Zealot marching its way across. Usually you're not able to apply this kind of pressure as Protoss at this stage, but Artoturtle playing very, very light on Zerglings. Bit of tournament nerves, and like I say, the small details, the supply capped himself right this second. Which is going to hurt, because this is right at the moment where he wants a few additional Zerglings. The Zealot opting not, missing an opportunity, opting not to engage, just presuming that some Zerglings would be there. Instead, going to walk up to the third. We do have a exposed drone, a second Zealot making its way across. And again, Art of Turtle playing very, very Zergling light. Now has a handful of Zerglings potentially move out, leaving the 4 here. Presumably sending these 2 with just another grouping of Zerglings built in your location. These Zerglings moving out of position. So Semih able to get a little bit of economic harassment, at least those drones not going to the main. This Zealot going to get wiped out. This Zealot just kind of pocketing the corner in space of it. And Semih not able to position his Zealot very well in order to get a great trade. That Zealot going to go ahead and retreat, but able to get a drone kill as Art of Turtle's units out of position. Pretty good drill from Art of Turtle right there. So 2 Zealots down. 4th hatchery dropped, by the way. 5th hatchery dropped. Are we going to see any form of tech? No, just straight to Hydralisk then. Spire just about complete. We'll see if a pair of Scourge take flight. We do have a Corsair on the way. Between everything else, it feels like the Scourge are going to be fairly well timed to deal with this initial Corsair. But considering how few Zerglings Art of Turtle produced in the middle, his economy isn't looking as strong as it might have otherwise. We do not have Scourge quite queued up. Second gas just getting grabbed, nor do we have any Hydralisks out in the field. A little bit of a late construction if this is going to be the Scourge on location. These flying in, Semih backing up. Zealots clearing Zerglings on the front in the interim. Semih has a comfortable supply lead, working on +1 weapons, hiding a gateway at that natural. The Scourge going to go ahead and wander in to try to get vision. Did that Corsair make it out? We still have a live Scourge, so I'm kind of wondering what happened to him. There he is. Hanging out at the main near that cannon line. No additional Corsair construction here from Semih. And an additional cannon in the main, so a little bit concerned about a potential Muta threat, especially with the number of Corsair that were produced, but I have a feeling that was just a misclick here from Art of Turtle. Instead, we see Hydralisk starting to construct, and everything as far as a building structure suggests that Art of Turtle wants to play a more defensive, aggressive, economic style as far as a follow-up. Zealots with Zealot leg speed making their way across. Again, no Corsairs, just a handful of Hydralisks. +1 weapons is not that far from completing from Semih. Semih? Like a truck. Zealots looking for locations with engage. We don't have any sunken colony here, so I'm going to go ahead and dive into the third. Several drones going to end up losing their lives. +1 weapons now complete. And the Hydralisks moving from the natural expansion, trying to push their way up. But honestly, this isn't a ton of Hydralisks to engage these Zealots. 1 Zealot backing off, Semih respecting the follow-up build threat. But right now, Art of Turtle supply is languishing behind Semih's. Semih sitting at 5 gateways, adding... Sorry, I take that back. 6 gateways, but we also have the 8 in between here. A few cannons plopping down for Semih, thinking that Art of Turtle's position after that would necessitate a lot of aggression, but Art of Turtle looks like he's just wanting to, again, let's see how many Hydralisks are produced in between, maybe just wanting to drone up. Still only 8 Hydralisks. Take it back, 10 Hydralisks as a forward threat, but we've got 8 Zealots out on the front. We got High Templar, we got a Dark Templar. Overlord speed not complete. And so we're going to have dead Overlords on the front. That's not going to supply cap Art of Turtle. But he's got no vision, so he's going to, where he might have wanted to go for some sort of contain, he's going to have to draw back. The Scourge trying to pin on some Zealots that are out in the dark. This Dark Templar has managed to go mid-map. We do have Overlords overhead, but we don't have the usual sunken colony to clog the front, and I don't see any... Okay, now finally some Hydralisks spawn, and we got 4 Hydralisks. This one is exposed. Zealots retreating back towards the front of the base. Dark Templar does get pinned back and wiped out, but Semih's still in a very nice position, needs to protect that High Templar. Plenty of High Templar, a decent amount of energy grouped across them, and Artoturtle finally able to get some Hydralisks out towards the front. Dragoons accidentally engaging, Semih attacking with what he's got right this moment, but Artoturtle with a sudden surge in troops and microing against this attack army doing pretty well. Looks like we got a decent Psystorm to the north. We have another Psystorm to follow it up. Another decent Psystorm. But Artoturtle all of a sudden flipping things right around, and Semih's supply lead completely shredded. 2 Psystorms expended. He does have a lot of gateways to rebuild, and he's got a sizable economy to make something happen at it. The Corsairs looking, trying to see what the drone count is across the bases. The main a little bit under-optimized. A Zealot looking to peek in between. Gateway has been wiped out. Artoturtle able to bait out another Psystorm on the front, and Semih may be in some trouble here. Where Artoturtle has a lot of lurkers on the front. I don't see any observers constructed as of yet. The first observer making its way forward, but even with the observer, the lurker is decently spread. Artoturtle, being a little bit more aggressive than he needs to be, is going to bait some of these Zealots towards the front. Semih, realizing they're a bit out of position, just trying to sneak them underneath. The Corsair being active as well. A bit of a misrally there from Semih. I think he had those Zealots grouped on the same control pathing. Of course, one Corsair wiped out, second Corsair maybe going to get wiped out as well. Artoturtle trying to take a naked 9 o'clock. Looks like that might be wiped out. Zealot sneaking up, realizing this is a pure wall, but if they just search a little bit towards the north, we'll find an exposed base there. Artoturtle recognizing that, trying to draw the Zealots down, and is successfully going to do so. Few weakened Hydralisks going to go ahead and morph, and yeah, Artoturtle looking strong in this match. He's got a pretty decent enclosure on Semih. Semih light on Psystorm. Got 3 Hydralisks with 2 Psystorms. Artoturtle doing a great job of baiting the Psystorms out. Semih macroing fairly well. One problem for Artoturtle is the front door wall. Not quite able to pick off the observer with outdoor vision. One problem for Artoturtle is he doesn't have Overlord speed. I don't think he's got the vision upgrade either. He's got now 5 lurkers out on the front. Not a lot else though. Dragoon's trying to poke forward. Should be able to clear that. Yeah, so the Skeleton Crew has broken. More lurkers trying to make their way, but Semih with an overwhelming amount of Dragoons now going to be able to clear this. So Artoturtle, where it looked like he was in a prime position, not able to reinforce all of a sudden, and Semih able to break out. Also, the 9 o'clock base, which is up, is unsaturated. Great Psystorm there from Semih. Does catch his observer as part of it, so might have to hang out a little while. But that opens up the probe to go ahead and grab the nearby third. We got plenty of additional Dragoons. Do we have an observer, additional observers to provide support? Not quite yet. But critically, the third base looks like it's going to hold for Semih. And we don't have the additional 2 bases that you might want as Zerg. A few units getting pulled off the corner. Going to get swarmed. Artoturtle recognizing that this is a bit of a death trap and he doesn't have enough army to kind of push through. Looking and checking to see whether the third was being grabbed at the 3 o'clock location. I think he recognizes with this pile of troops that's going to be a nearby base grab instead. I think Artoturtle accidentally targeted his own Overlord right there. More Overlords to the front. We have some drones out of position. No observer as of yet, and the Overlord's also unprotected. These lurkers getting a ton of damage. Semih trying to regroup. And the Hydralisks getting pushed out of position as well. Semih now with a massive supply lead. Looks like he's going to be able to barrel into Artoturtle's natural expansion. Trying to Psystorm the lurker eggs and force cancellations. Able to get it across the board, and all of a sudden the Hydralisk then is going to get wiped out. With that, Artoturtle is going to have to rely on pure Zerglings without Hive Tech to try to defend this, pulling out drones already. And I think that should be GG. Artoturtle looked like he was in a good position at multiple points in this match, but a few, again, just kind of small things. Macro-wise, faltered a bit. And all of a sudden, Semih able to capitalize. We have a few lurkers going to be able to push and wipe those Dragoons out, but this is kind of the story here where there's no answer for this army pressing into the main. Artoturtle at a third of the supply of Semih. There's GG. Game 1 goes to Semih in round 2 of the winner's bracket. Really fast while we're waiting in between. I'm trying to figure out what map we're going to. Wow, is that bracket straight up just not showing up anymore? Here we'll go to this. Oh, it was closed, that's why. Here's the bracket for you guys while I'm figuring out what map is round 2. Your bracket round 2 is on match point. I'll try to get a bracket overlay for you guys in between our Artoturtle. Okay. Give me a second. All right, gents. Hello and welcome to Game 2 of Upper Bracket Round 2 of StarCon 2026 out of San Diego. There's a handful of gathering of nerds in San Diego right this second, but I will say this is by far the greatest assembly of nerds in San Diego. Upper right hand corner we got Artoturtle starting as the green Zerg. Bottom left hand corner we have Semih starting as the red Protoss. Match point, pretty famous for being the final game of the recent ASL finals, which is TVP, but something that, or PVs, yeah, PVT, or a ZVT, oh my god. Now I'm a commentator. Something that was pointed out in the space of it is a lot of people are like, why didn't Flash stay in the game? A big part of it is there's actually fewer mineral patches at the natural expansion. And the lighter mineral patch in kind of an awkward, wide natural, it reminds me of, I want to say like Blue Storm era map sets, kind of a wider natural cannon placement sort of thing, which makes 973 a little bit easier to execute, but also when you're making your way towards your third, you can see where attacking down to the high ground from the third, which is also mineral only, would make it a little bit challenging. There's also this space to the south, but if you're going to be grabbing this space, you also have this high ground you got to contend with and a really long distance to get there. So oftentimes, early stage 2 base play can be the deciding factor. Semih opting, and I was actually wondering as a result of that if Semih was going to opt for a gateway opener. Instead, he is going to in fact open Forge first. In the meantime, looks like we've got another overpool out of Artoturtle. 2-player map, so there's not really going to be any form of mystery as far as who's spawning where or what form of cheese, although Artoturtle, interestingly enough, sending out a drone early. Is he going to go for, I think he might be trying to sneak a 3-hatch. Might be trying to sneak a 3-hatch before, being a little bit sneaky here against Semih. So showing needs to build the eggs. So building eggs, as soon as he has 50 minerals, queue it up. from Semih's perspective, he sees 3 eggs being constructed. He sees nothing here at the natural, which theoretically, it looks like he's still built the Nexus. Still playing boldly against this. Will usually necessitate 2 cannons. We do see 4 Zerglings being constructed rather than 6. So Semih, honestly, playing that a little bit. Usually it would be like, let's play a little bit safer in that. But instead, going ahead and going for Nexus before cannon regardless. In the meantime, wants to hang around, sees the gas grab, wants to hang around and keep an eye on the larva steer fellow, but is going to see that this hatchery is at a low mutation rate, and at this stage, Semih knows that there's a 3rd base somewhere out on the map, so is wandering out to try to confirm its location. And very quickly able to confirm that this was the faster 3rd base grab. However, that's put his probe in a situation where it is going to get wiped out early. A lot of Zerg, when they see an early worker kill like this, they will automatically opt for a 973 or some form of Hydralisk pressure as far as a follow-up. It's going to be very difficult for Semih at this stage to create an additional form of information gathering. Going to have to go a far way around. Let's see if Art of Turtle plays a little. Looks like he's just holding the near side ramp, and then if he spots the probe coming across the 3rd, is going to try to reposition the Zerglings to engage across that location. It looks like we do have the Hydralisk Den dropped from Art of Turtle, so now that information blockade is going to be all the more important. In the meantime, we do have the gateway up, a single cannon in the midst, the cybernetics core being constructed. There's the probe. Now, can the probe get the information is the next question. And is Semih going to... Yeah, he's going to go ahead and press that Zealot forward. So, the Zealot... So, Art of Turtle should see the Zealot coming across. This is where it becomes more challenging for him. Is he going to build more Zerglings or a Sunken or something to try to deny the additional information is the next question. 1 Zergling making its way to the south, 3 Zerglings holding near the ramp side to potentially engage that Zealot. Is a probe going to come alongside? 3 Zerglings, not usually a winning match versus a Zealot, depending on micro. Yeah, 2 additional Zerglings making the way out, trying to engage. The Zealot taking a lot of damage, well absorbed, and the probe being pushed back. So Semih completely in the dark right now. But seeing the additional probe construction might lean towards a heavier bus situation. Dropping a Stargate. Do we have the Hydralisks? Wow, a lot of Zerglings from Art of Turtle actually is. And Art of Turtle did a very, very good job thus far of hiding the numbers. But as these Zealots come across, is Semih going to have enough underneath to be able to defend the turnaround? Because this is usually where we start seeing the Hydralisks make their way towards the front. So he sees the large numbers. Going to end up losing a Zealot on top of everything else. Is just going to hold that Zealot back. Might want to send it forward. But Semih's in a bit of a problem where he needs to drop cannons immediately, but doesn't have a huge amount of resources to do it. So might get 3 cannons, but that's as the Hydralisks are already going to be on the front. And this Zealot maybe could be wiped out by something else. Oh, the Zergling's going early and pressing into the natural, going to wipe out some probes. This Zealot going to distract things otherwise. The 1 cannon that's there going to be cleared out. A lot of the Zerglings wiped out by the probes. The probe's fully pulling now for Semih, but it's probes versus Hydralisk, which is not a great scenario. More cannons being constructed. If Art of Turtle just peeks in, should be able to wipe out that cannon before it gets a shot. Focus firing on a lot that's not cannons, unfortunately. The Zealot has gotten all the way into the main, gotten 2 kills. Looks like it's going to get cleaned up. Corsair also working on the Overlord underneath this. But all the cannons gone. The Hydralisks have breached the natural expansion. The probes completely wiped out. Art of Turtle is in the red, but Semih still has to GG. So good play from Art of Turtle on the turnaround. Able to deny scouting information, kind of baiting Semih into a situation where he was able to... baiting him in a situation where he gives up the observer as a probe, and then able to turn it into a nice 973 bust. Give me a second, let's see what the next map is in the upper bracket. Going to Attitude. Get the overlay updated for you in a moment. Turtle going to purple. Semih sticking with the red. Refresh the overlay. And we're off. Sorry for the occasional black screen. So we're alt-tabbing in between and fixing things. Upper right-hand corner, we got Turtle starting as the purple Zerg. Bottom left-hand corner, we got Semih starting as the red Zerg. This is a larger 4-player map. And that might lead you to believe that Semih, stereotypically being the strong player, it might favor him. But Turtle actually, in my opinion, plays his most comfortable in these larger macro-oriented maps. I think he, outside of 973 bus notwithstanding, he has a very, very strong mid-game macro Zerg play. And when he can steadily go into that without worrying about zealots or DTs wandering into his base, Overlords getting out of position, losing them there, small things here, his macro is actually quite scary. I am going to be interested to see if Art of Turtle opts for a 12 hatchery, considering the rush distances as well. Semih looks like he's already sending out an initial probe. I think this is going to be a Forge first, but I would be curious if Semih, on a larger map like this, in a Game 3 situation, if he would try to sneak the 12 Nexus versus Zerg. We'll see. Able to find upper left. I'll also be interested to see if Semih sneaks his way around and tries to go into this upper corner to see the Overlord, to get confirmation. We're at the 150 mark, and second probe has not quite moved out on the map. Looks like Semih is not going to check that 12 o'clock. Is an overpool from Turtle. Forge dropped and second probe scout sent, although that should return shortly. Semih moving his way forward to get confirmation. But solid game from Turtle. I'm wondering if he has a plan for this particular map on Attitude. Similarly, probe trying to harass, unfortunately backing off a decent amount of distance where Turtle should get this natural expansion undisturbed. Yeah, a bit late to get the disruption. The bonus for Semih, though, is he's able to scout and notice that it's overpool at cross position. So he's going to go ahead and drop the Nexus here. Semih has mentioned that he's not as in practice as he was previously due to getting his graduate master's degree and having a really, really rough quarter. Nevertheless, I think most people would argue he's the strongest Protoss here. Certainly he's gone the deepest in tournament situations up to this stage. Zerglings hovering around. It looks like it's going to be a small investment. Obligatory cannon and gateway from Semih. Overlord starting to fan out. Zerglings starting to fan out. We do have a third base being grabbed. It looks like it's going to be a mineral only on the low ground at the near side. This can be a very difficult base for Zerg to hold. As you can see, it's challenging to SimCity it because there's just a lot of surface areas to work with. So we'll see if Semih opts to exploit that down the line. Again, Semih, yeah. That wasn't even with a large cavalcade of Zerglings to wipe that probe out. The probe wiped off the map, and we'll see if Turtle now, again, decides to invest in the Hydro Stand, this time investing in Lair. Game 3, but Semih, after Game 2, has definitely got to be scratching his head. Turtle has an opportunity to invest a little bit heavier in Zerglings in the mid-game, and again put kind of Semih in a difficult situation mid-map. It was actually interesting, Artosis the other day was talking about matches versus Rossui, where he was a bit confused as to why Rossui wouldn't plop down a command center on proper timings. And there are players that will sacrifice 3 or 4 seconds and not play optimal to force their opponents into a situation where they have ambiguous information. Reminds me a bit of the book Dune and the spice and whatever not, but let's not get too nerdy here. Oh, this is what I was talking about with small mistakes sometimes with Artoturtle. Overlord taking some damage. This is going to be a free gift. Not that it isn't already, but it's definitely going to be a free gift at cross position. Semih moving out with the Zealots in short order. Again, wanting to confirm. Spire is being constructed. No Sunken Colony being dedicated. It looks like it's just going to be Zergling defense. The Zerglings fanning out. Artoturtle trying to keep track of the Zealot's location. We do have a cybernetics score about halfway finished. In between, 6 Zerglings. Usually want to get to a full control group to deal with these Zealots. We'll see if these are going to be Zerglings here. And you can see where Artoturtle, yeah, feels a lot more comfortable at cross position. Gives him a lot of time to have these sort of responses. I'm going to be able to wipe the Zealots out and still have a decent amount of Zerglings left over. 2 more Zealots midfield, trying to disappear in the dark. Artoturtle not going to catch them. That is going to be an opportunity potentially for Semih to walk up and disrupt the third. More Zealots making their way out. Artoturtle stopping to engage. Zealot's going to check the 12 o'clock, really kind of going the long way around. 3 Zerglings heavily damaged versus a Zealot at pseudo half health. He's got that missing shield. Spire just about finished. A few more Zerglings scattering out in the field, but these Zealots now able to walk down. Artoturtle now exiting that natural expansion. And having to expend a lot of Zerglings against these Zealots, and that's really keeping his supply stymied versus Semih. Protoss going to hold the line to get better trades. You can see the Zerglings AI not doing the best at dealing with this, and we have more Zealots walking the cross to go ahead and deny that third base as the as the drones are making their way back across to try to saturate. Do we have any Mutalisks being constructed? As more Zealots marching out, Semih playing very, very aggressive with the Zealots thus far. It looks like we do have a Mutalisk, but even if you have a Mutalisk in the air, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have a lot of success. Stargate up, first Corsair out, Cannon in the back corner just in case. More Zealots continue to march their way out. Next question now is, has Semih overplayed his hand? I feel like he didn't get a lot of drone kills. Did force a lot of Zerglings out. And I will say, and as I say, didn't get a lot of drone kills, able to get one right there. A Zealot marching in, wants to try to get scouting information to see what the saturation's like at the main. I think he has managed to keep Artoturtle's saturation quite low. 5th hatchery plopping down. Artoturtle, oddly enough, near on supply. I don't think that's going to last extremely long here. 2 Corsairs in flight. I think that might be +1 weapons investment here from Semih, so I think he might want to flip this into kind of a later... I think he might be concerned that this is going to turn into 6-hatch Hydra, or 6-hatch Muta, I should say. Instead, it looks like we do have the Hydralisk then plop down. Hydralisk eating some damage. We don't have any Scourge in the air. We have a couple Scourge making their way across now. Decent split here from Artoturtle, not losing any of his Mutalisks. It looks like Semih going to go ahead and back up with those Corsair. Is he going to cancel the +1 weapons is the next question. Or is this actually Dragoon range? I don't think that's Dragoon range at this stage of things. Yeah, it looks like we're going to have, with the second gas in place, I think we might see an attempt at Corsair DT as far as a follow-up out of Semih. Which is, and I think that's fairly wise considering how wide this is and how easy it is to sneak DTs into that position. Artoturtle doing the best with the SimCity at this location. Some Zealots marching out. Gonna eat some free damage before the Corsair able to wander up. Continue to peck away. That's going to open up the attack on the front. Scourge a little bit late to move out. This is 6 Corsair, so unless you have an overwhelming amount... Oh! Never mind. I was about to say, if Semih keeps those Corsairs grouped, should be able to wipe out the Scourge before they're able to get anything accomplished. Now, with this, the Hydralisks in combination with the Zealot should get some Overlord kills. 1 Overlord dead over the wall. Overlords still slow, trying to make their way up. Another hit of Scourge as they're spawning in the front, but a lot of units dying underneath this on that exposed base. And the Hydralisks grouping up in large numbers, but lining up, except for this lone Zealot finally making its way across. But in the meantime, Semih, while all of those units are distracted, shredding Art of Turtle's supply. Absolutely annihilating. +1 weapons is now complete. The Scourge, though, managing to get hits in between here. Not sure it makes a difference. 5 kills on that Zealot. Art of Turtle's base in shambles. More Corsair regrouping, and no Overlord is safe. Speed is finally complete, which will help a little bit. And finally we have some Hydralisks underneath, but here comes the DT, making its way underneath. 1 Hydralisk to try to respond. The drones might as well run now. 1, 2, 3 kills already. Whew. Getting 2, almost 3 rounds of larva in damage, and Art of Turtle stuck at 50 supply, and the damage isn't over yet. Semih continuing to pummel the air. Bit of a misrally here from Semih, I'm presuming, as he's got 2 High Templar completely exposed walking to the forward field. Maybe he is going to go for an attack, like a ninja attack Psystorm on these Hydralisks. I think this is just a misrally. Maybe not. High Templar just... yeah, no, I think that's a misrally. That will save the other High Templar's life at the very least. Sam, in the meantime, does have his Gateway Flood. This time, I believe, opting for Dragoon range. And Art of Turtle in a spot of trouble, trying to grab a 3rd hatchery. I'm not sure that he's got enough drone saturation. Well, actually, maybe he does have a decent drone saturation to grab that 3rd hatchery. Might want to grab a 4th on top of it, but he's really got to shell up. How many kills on these Corsair? We got 7. And we're not done yet. Zealots careening in from the north on that exposed 3rd base. And again, yeah, not a Art Turtle Sim City, not up for it. It's just very difficult, again, to find a decent blockade. We have lurkers that are being pushed away that need to get underneath. The Corsairs, rather than actively engaging on the Overlord line once again, just going to make sure that no 4th base is in place. Because I think if Semih's looking at this situation, he's like, okay, 3 base, I've done a significant amount of economic damage. He's got to feel comfortable where he's at. Zergling sitting nearby at the mineral only, and at the 9 o'clock, waiting to see if Semih's going to go ahead and grab a 3rd. Semih should start thinking about grabbing additional bases here. Another barrage of Zealots making their way out. Bit of trouble. This High Templar currently blockading the Dragoon's exit path on the front. And Zealots walking near the Overlords that are going to get completely wiped out between point A and point B. High Templar on the wrong side of that gateway, trying to sneak their way across. The Zealots walking right over the lurker lines. Do we have an observer on the way? Don't see an observer out on the front just yet. Zealots able to engage some Hydralisks getting pulled out of position, but this is going to delay Semih's 3rd. Art of Turtle still in the red, however. Pushing all sorts of Hydralisks mid-map. Hydralisks are happy to grab the stream of units. It looks like more Overlords going to get wiped out as they push their way across. The Corsair fleet has been taken down to 3, but honestly, they've already made up for their... so we got 16 kills with just these Corsair. That's not counting the ones that already perished. Observer out. Lurkers getting Psystormed and obliterated on the front. And Semih now with a significant supply lead. Corsairs still on the hunt, leaving Art of Turtle where he's going to have to keep a decent spread of units on multiple locations, eating a huge Psystorm in the midfield. And things are looking grim for Art of Turtle. Semih should be able to just wander out, killing his own gateway to kind of open things up on the front. Still has some Dragoons blockading things. Yeah, you can go ahead and grab an additional base and apply pressure. Art of Turtle might have wanted to grab a 4th in the space of this. He has another round of Hydralisks making its way mid-map. Semih doing a pretty good job of keeping that army cohesive. Art of Turtle does not want any piece of this. We do have +2 weapons at the very least on the Hydralisks. Do we have double evolution chamber to try to make something happen? One evolution chamber there. No second evolution chambers. It's going to be single evolution chamber, I believe, against, well, single forge. We actually dropped a second Stargate at one point, although wondering if that was a mistake because we never saw massive Stargate numbers. Semih pressing across the interior 12 towards that third. Units just melting as they're coming across, and Art of Turtle recognizing he's not going to be able to withstand Semih's macro. Going to call GG right there. Semih goes up 2-0, or sorry, 2-1. Proceeds in the upper bracket. Art of Turtle moves to the lower bracket. And we proceed to round 3. Go ahead and bring up the bracket for you guys, if I can find it. Here's the link. I don't have Twitch chat up. Semih going to play the winner of Nesh versus Vulcan. We'll see if that game's already started, otherwise we'll try to hop into that. Aether versus Artosis, I'm presuming is underway. That would have been a great match to actually hop into. And StRyKeR felling tenderization, unsurprising. See where Pandora is doing. Pandora losing to Nesh initially. Look out for Pandora. I'm actually surprised that Pandora wasn't seeded. But Pandora, very strong player in the lower bracket as well. Figure out who we're casting next, what round we're doing, and where we're going from there. In the meantime, stay tuned. Appreciate all y'all. No TTS, I'm sure as you're aware. Apologies for that, but there's no way Artosis will put up with that. I can't. Might also have some guest casters as we move forward. Hope you guys are enjoying it in the meantime. At the moment, we've got a lot of people that are breaking for lunch here in San Diego. So you get the glorious big ass burritos. If you guys come down here, Kodihan is the place to eat. They're pretty fucking delicious. I think we're going to try to go to StRyKeR versus the winner of Aether versus Artosis next. As far as where we're at. I'll catch up with you guys once that's there. And see if anybody else wants to sit in and talk on the booth.
Hello, people.
We don't have Twitch chat up though, so
What?
just getting on.
Can I pull it up on the Chrome? Ooh. Okay, that's muted. Pull up chat. The mic is.
Apparently they're getting double mic.
Yeah, they're getting double mic. I'm not sure why.
It might just be for this. Let's see if you see how you see there's two there. See if you can delete whatever is not enough. This is probably.
Oh, this one. It's output. Okay, test. Is this working better? Oh, it's not in game.
So it's the double mic.
It's only on this webcam.
Just move that one on, right? So you see how it has the double here? So just move those.
Oh.
Let's see if it fixes.
Okay. Is this better? Much worse.
Are you casting the game?
Like, it's terrible.
Yeah, why are we doing this? They can't even type my name in the chat. It gets deleted.
Stupid living in a higher dimension is so bad. This is how fractals sound.
You're casting Artosis versus Aether.
Hey, to say
the field chat, get
Oh, there you go.
test. Yeah, it doesn't feel so good, does it?
Yeah.
I thought I did disable the webcam mic.
mic. Oh, somebody typed my name. SCA3.
Yeah, not so fun when you're getting DTS, huh?
Yeah.
Wait, I only have desktop audio and mic audio.
Just fix the scene. That'll fix it in the short term, but...
Stop using webcam mic, but I'm not using it. I thought I muted it, no? Where's the which Diggity? Which scene is the game scene?
Yeah, it's fine on the game scene, so.
So if you go to StarCon,
Yeah.
that's the official game scene.
Oh, okay. Oh, I just have to pull up. Does that work? Now I don't have Twitch chat. Alright, who knows? Diggity will come fix it later.
Once I'm done eating, I'll fix the other thing for you guys, but in the meantime, let me at least show you the bracket. Well, it's main screened up. You guys are getting the true streamer at a small convention experience. So we're waiting on this match here. And we'll probably do StRyKeR versus winner of this here. Meantime, lunching. To give you guys an update on the Aether versus Artosis match. They're playing on match point, which means I think they're in the second game. Artosis is down about 25 supply and 1 base. Try to give you guys the live radio updates as we go. Also, what's up, Shield Battery? Try to give you guys radio updates in just a second, but I'm also going to see if I can get the local land center crew to fix a problem we're having with the observer setup. Alright, radio update. Artosis was up 10 supply. It was 4 base versus 4 base split map. But I think he just took a bad engagement going up to the upper left. I'll let you guys know what's continuing. I'll just continue to give the, radio updates here. All right, Aether's up on supply by about 10, but a lot of that is dropship. He's also taken the 1 o'clock position, which will be vital because if you're talking about cross map, he's effectively mining out a portion of the map that Artosis would want under his control right this second. Believe it or not, this is how StarCraft used to be cast over a radio stream. Aether set up sort of a trap of a siege wall along the ramp side near the 1 o'clock location. Artosis brought up a lot of troops. They're both, by the way, near max. He brought up a lot of troops to go ahead and try to engage the 1 o'clock. Aether is effectively waiting for that with the dropships to kind of slam on it. So it looks like right now Aether's up a base and somewhat in the driver's seat. Aether's now grabbing the 6 o'clock base as well. There's a bit of a back and forth dropship attack. Artosis wanted to go for a drop in the main. I'm not sure if Aether was... I think Aether got a little bit lucky. He was loading up his own drop in his main at the time, so crossed Artosis' path. I think Artosis got a little bit of a better trade as he was able to empty out his dropships earlier on a near-side engagement, but he still wasn't able to wipe out the 6 o'clock base. In the meantime, he's down a base, and the 1 o'clock is slowly mining. So basically, things are in Aether's hands right this second. Artosis needs to make some sort of move to either take the 6, wipe out the 6, put it in his own possession, or wipe out the 1 o'clock, or get a big drop on the main. Those are his 3 options here. Aether starting to transition to BCs. He's got a much larger bank than Artosis. We're at the 22, 23 minute mark. So Artosis' main is mined out, his natural expansion's mined out. He's down to 2 bases, and Aether in the meantime is mining the 1 o'clock and the 6 o'clock base. I haven't found out from anybody who won game 1. We're not sure whether Artosis won game 1 or not. Oh, in the meantime, while that's happening, let me see if I can fix the echo mic thing on this. Make sure I didn't mess up anything here. Chat, let me know if this killed the audio someplace else really fast. I think this should still be good. And this is still duplicating because it's, yeah, grabbing another device that... Alright. I want to remove that device, but I think that would just remove the video capture. Hold on. That's correct. Check. No. I think it's locked because of some special settings they've got part of the LAN center. So instead, what I'm going to do is just try to kill the audio. Another way. Hopefully that'll make it less painful for you guys. I'm gonna go check up on what's happening, and I'll be right back to try to fix that again in a second.
Alright, we're gonna run a couple of tests if you want us to. If you don't mind.
So they're gonna be running a couple tests in the background, so be nice to them.
Do you want to turn off the stream so I don't get on it?
No.
Can we see testing 9? And it's still not showing up. What I can recommend here is possibly rebooting this one. However, I don't want to do it without telling you. You might have to redo this everything. Yeah, you'll have to redo this.
Just leave it then.
Just leave it. Okay. Okay.
All right, guys. Let me get rid of Echo screen again. And I'll have to pop over to some place where we got chat, and I'll let you guys tell me whether the echo's better or not. Artosis has flipped things a little bit. Here's a scenario. It's pretty fucking epic, actually. Aether has a ton of BCs. He's flying around the map trying to kill what Artosis has. However, Artosis got a massive drop on Aether's main, wiped out all of his supplies, so Aether's at like 198 of 98, so he's like deep in the red and can't really rebuild, so he needs to wipe out everything Artosis has with the battle cruisers. Artosis needs to obviously rebuild, get a lot of Goliaths, and get some good trades on the battle cruisers, though, in the meantime, and he doesn't have a lot of resources to do it, so stand by, we'll see what happens. Also, with this, you guys still getting feedback, or is the audio okay here? Okay, thanks. Aether's at 112 out of 46 supply. I don't think he can rebuild. Artosis in the meantime is at 160 supply. Aether's trying to wipe out his bases. Artosis in the meantime has carved out top left and everything else. So basically trying to put Aether in a situation where he has to defend the buildings. Otherwise that's an elimination situation and keep him spread out. Aether is actively trying to build and hide supply depots around the map. Artosis is trying to hunt him down. Aether's got a massive bank but can't build anything. Artosis is gathering up a bunch of SCVs because everything's mined out. It looks like he's going to do one gigantic Hail Mary attack at the 1 o'clock to try to wipe out everything that Aether's got left. It's about 150 supply to 98. Aether still doesn't have supply where he can even use his minerals. Artosis has managed to snipe all of the battle cruisers. Aether's at 50 supply. Artosis is at twice that. However, Aether's trying to rebuild back at his a base he held in the upper left-hand corner. He's got like 9,000 supplies, so if Artosis doesn't hurry up and attack top left, he might be able to rebuild to make his way back into it. Artosis found the base, he's cleaning it up. I think that's game, I think he got it. Aether now has 1 battlecruiser, 2 siege tanks, and he's shelling up around the 6 o'clock location. He's got 50 something supply. So he's got a lot of SCVs. It's a full flush base still at the 6 o'clock. Artosis has 1,000 minerals left and some gas and change. Has some siege tanks, some dropships, some Goliaths. So basically he needs to do a big jump on the 6 o'clock base. If he wipes out the 6 o'clock base, he's won. In the meantime, he's still cleaning up top left. For some reason, my Aether didn't mine the 9 o'clock base, so Artosis is taking that base and moving into Aether's main to be able to siege the 6 o'clock right this second. .23 supply versus 80, Artosis' favor. Aether's trying to rapidly rebuild back in his main. I think this is kind of the final stand for Aether. He's just trying to just rebuild everything back in his bottom left main. He's got a big bank But Artosis was at the 6 o'clock. He just needs to move around and rapidly kill everything at the main. That should be GG. We'll see. Artosis took it. Yeah, I was able to push into the main. I'll see if I can get the replay.
So if you just go,
Here's the thing is I don't know that this is going to be able to... Oh, it does have access. Never mind.
yeah, it does. I checked it earlier.
That was my concern. Is it?
I'm not sure where we're saving them though. Let me see. Ladder, download, popular maps, cloud, replace. Artosis versus Yaqoob. Yeah, maybe it doesn't. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't see it, so maybe it doesn't have access. I think Dave projected it today.
See if you can email it to StarCon Ops. Oh, because of network issues, we're trying to figure out how to get the replay to this machine. Once we have it on this machine, we'll do it, and otherwise we're waiting. Artosis is taking a well-deserved break. He beat Aether game 1, so he advances in the bracket. I wish people would stop closing the bracket back here. So StRyKeR versus Artosis here. Semih versus Nesh will be down here. Actually, we might hop into Semih Nesh.
There's no way for me to email it to you because I don't have access to the folders.
You don't have access to the
So
folders.
you could probably ask one of those guys if there's a way for you to pull up the cloud from here. Because you have access to the folders, right? looks like you do. Oh, not to that. What if you just go to Documents and then Replays, and see if we can find it, StarCraft.
I think this is for local though, not for cloud.
Yeah, that's the map pool, and what's save? No.
Nothing.
Yeah, you'd have to ask them to unlock one of these computers so that we can send it over.
Stand by. Be right back. We are going to get this fucking replay to you guys. I have not run into... How do I say this? I've never run into so many technical issues at an event before. If we reboot this computer, like this... Where's the camera? If we reboot this computer, it wipes everything. Initially, it wasn't on the same LAN as everything, so we had to get it onto a LAN. The only way it can be visible on LAN is if we create games off this game. Some computers have access to the replays that others don't on the local cloud, and in the meantime I'm trying to get it into an email folder so we can send it here so that can actually get cast so you guys can see it. That'll give Artosis a break so we can eat lunch. Then we'll move to StRyKeR versus Artosis. Thank you guys for being gracious and putting up with all of this in the meantime. What I might do is hop into Semih versus Nesh if they haven't started already, and do that. Then we'll get the replay, then do StRyKeR Artosis, but hold fast. Alright, you guys, we have the ancient technology of a thumb drive working for us. Next question. Alright. Alright, we're gonna do both games. And then we'll drop into whatever is happening next. Be right back and we'll watch this. Alrighty, so sorry these games are kind of spoiled, but I know you guys bitch about TVT all the time, and now you're getting some of the most epic TVT. I'm going to do game 1 at ×2, and then we're going to hop quickly into game... Alright, upper right hand corner we have Aether, bottom left hand corner we have Artosis. This is on Polestar, which is this map. One aspect of Polestar is the fact that if you get locked into the bottom left hand corner, so these 3 bases, oftentimes not that hard to hold. In fact, if you crept off this space, it's hard to even push vultures in here. But once you're past there, breaking out of this left-hand quadrant because of these ramps and this ramp and this corridor becomes much of a challenge. So you gotta watch it. Keep in mind, Aether, I mean, people have been arguing about who Artosis' nemesis is these days outside of Protoss, so I need to update the screen thing here. This is upper bracket. Not sure if it's a proper upper bracket, but Artosis, bear with me, Aether, 0, Terran. Do this while things don't really matter. Artosis is yellow, and Aether is tan, I believe. Refresh so that says proper. There we go. Alright, Aether on the factory. It's cross positioned, so later factories don't really matter as much. Looks like Artosis' factory is a little bit earlier. Marine and SCV Scout for Artosis, by the way. Checked bottom left. Lifted off barracks. The SCV able to get in here for Aether. Sorry, this is Artosis with the slightly later factory. But getting full scout regardless. In between here, it looks like it was 1 factory into expansion. How many Marines total constructed? It looks like we did in fact just go 2 Marines. The barracks floating out. Oftentimes it's kind of risky to move out once vultures on the field with any sort of Marines, so Aether should be able to float this factory out. Artosis is going for it anyway. So moving out with 2 Marines and 2 vultures to try to deny... wants to find the barracks to try to deny that information and prevent that location, but with the Marines lagging, yeah, it needs to be... This is a nice play by Aether, actually, to kind of position forward. Now 3 versus 2 at close position. Might be able to get some snipes, SCVs there at the near side, but that's going to open up that barracks to be able to float in. In the meantime, Aether going up to 3 factory, upgrading speed. Behind this, with Aether's barracks positioning, he's not going to be able to get a good look at the factory line, which might lead him to kind of a more defensive scenario than he might have wanted to be in otherwise. In the meantime, Artosis moving out. Going to go ahead and drop mines across the field. Aether scooting around the corner. Will have superior vultures momentarily, but kind of a rule of thumb is, in particular at cross position, if you are going 1 factory up, that will put you even once you get across the base based on the timings of everything. And so Artosis, in this situation, despite being down a bit of supply, is in a pretty good scenario. Aether trying to sneak down and get a good look at the factory count is going to end up able to see the edge of this. But the problem is he wasn't able to look underneath, so he might be thinking it's just 2 factory when 2 additional factories are being plopped down. Second machine shop being put down from Aether in the space of this, so Aether kind of in an uncomfortable informational position. However, he is up at the end of this, up 5 workers, getting really good mine coverage himself, and doing a really good job of boxing out what could be potential 3rd bases already. And also looks like what he thought was from the current position, he thought he was going to be able to press his way forward and get this lip, which is why he has these siege tanks nearby, not actually able to. And the minefield also getting cleared. Artosis playing a little bit forward. The vultures looking to scoot down, but these mines for Artosis able to give that forward warning. So bit of a positional thing. Artosis has closed the gap both in supply and in SCV counts, and also with these exchanges, Aether bleeding off a few vultures. 3 siege tanks versus 2, but siege tech is going to put Artosis ahead, and he's also got 3 Goliaths, which is worth a siege tank in between. Aether going for a very aggressive rapid 1 o'clock while he's trying to harass around the 3rd. So effectively the plan here is pin Artosis back. We're okay trading a couple vultures for that. which is putting Artosis ahead in supply, but we'll get a faster third. This third's going to be up much, much earlier than Artosis' third. Aether holding the middle of the map, trying to deny as much information as possible. I do believe Artosis got us... Well, what did he compsat? It was Aether's compsats? Aether's compsats. Looked like they were able to establish it. Artosis getting a pretty fast command center because he built it on the interior and floated it over. So not that far behind. 2 workers up. Vultures skirting across that left-hand side. +1 weapons along the way for both. Both players tacking on the starport as well. Artosis pushing up towards the 12 o'clock location. Able to pick off the siege tank. Dropping some mines in between. That will help the escape a little bit. Not going to be able to get much else. Actually able to pick off a siege tank that ate a mine. In the space of that, very aggressive play. He's up a chunk of supply. And he's got a pretty good... He's got the 2 siege... excuse me, 2 siege tanks. Some good vision here. We do have a mine in the way at the 6 o'clock, but with Artosis' mine coverage, I think he's a little bit more comfortable. So if you just compare the vision, here's Aether's vision, there's Artosis' vision. While Vulture's able to sneak in. Artosis, with the barracks over the corner, with the mines here, with the mines there, and with the mines here, and positioning his army here, is going to feel a little bit more comfortable grabbing the 6 o'clock, and he's already moving SCVs to do exactly that. In the meantime, Aether grabbing his 4th base at the interior 3. I feel like that's a little bit more vulnerable comparatively. Big battle for control in the middle. Artosis has more siege tanks, so it looks like he should be able to bully a lot of this back. We do have that engineering bay forward from Aether, which is giving him superior vision, but we have the... It's actually got the barracks and the engineering bay here. Artosis holding. The one thing Artosis hasn't been able to exploit is this is a pretty easy Vulture attack lane. If Aether moves his units out of position, Aether is reinforcing towards the middle. The Vulture's now checking out the 3 o'clock. If they just scoot up, yeah, they're going to be able to absolutely ravage that interior 3 o'clock location. So working on that, Aether starting to try to push down to the 6 o'clock, was concerned about Artosis grabbing that, but while that's happening, losing all of the SCVs at the 3rd. That's putting... So Aether now down 30 supply. A lot of that supply is in SCVs. Things not going well. Also, the upper left is mined out, and we do have a dropship out, so maybe he can get some damage done. Artosis, for whatever reason, had some SCVs, might be able to spot it. Is he responding in time? It doesn't look like he was aware of it. So it looks like we're going to have... Oh, never mind. The supply depot's positioned in such a way that they're able to deny that dropship. Artosis, in the meantime, pressing mid. Aether with a bit of a cyclical contain to kind of stop the bleeding, but... And he does have a bit of control over here, but 2 of those siege tanks are heavily damaged. If we see a dropship opposite direction, or even some vultures running in here, they could act a decent, like a full control group of vultures could clear this position with some decent mine placement. And Artosis has been very good about that recently, moving in, dropping the turrets to go ahead and clear up and grab that 9 o'clock. He's just kind of going for smothering economy right this second. Up a lot of energy, up a lot of workers as well. Aether trying to barrel through and threaten the 9 o'clock, and also open up the upper left. A lot of siege tanks, maybe some Goliaths going to plop down. Yeah, looks like some units going to plop down underneath. Also dropping in the interior. Artosis wandering all the way back to try to engage with this, but this could be a decent amount of trouble. It's finally floating that command center back, taking a bit of hit. So that's a decent win here for Aether at the very least. He's still down a significant amount of supply. He's down economically. He's grabbing that 3 o'clock in space. This has been able to resupply at that location. The main being left with a bit of resources. Looks like Artosis is going to go ahead and mine that out. He's going to go ahead and grab bottom right with these 3 siege tanks providing a bulwark. These drop ships, are they going to go up? Yeah. The siege tanks are going to be done. That's going to open up that entire right-hand flank, although our Aether has some reinforcements pretty rapidly along that right-hand side. But this opens up vultures to kind of scoot through, and maybe potential drops if Artosis realizes that 3 o'clock is in Aether's hands. Aether also patrolling bottom right just in case some dropships are going that way, and he's going to go ahead and try to grab that bottom right-hand base for himself. Now the dropships, yeah, moving across, going to drop all over this, and Aether trying to move some dropships in to respond. He just doesn't have enough supply at any location to really contend with this, and he's going to have to fight uphill. He's trying to pick off dropships as they're making their way across, but wasn't able to do so. He's going to have to dedicate more supply than he'd really want. It looks like he's giving up on the 3 o'clock location, just cutting off his losses, and instead going to go ahead and try to rebuild and engage into the bottom right. 6 o'clock, what do I want to call that? 5 o'clock base, now in Artosis' control. A Comsat over the wall, even with Goliath here, actually could do a significant amount of damage, though. Keep in mind, Artosis, though, cleaning up Aether's underpinnings here, where it was trying to hold what was left. Aether's managed to sneak the natural expansion in the top right, however. So at least he's getting something, but he's still way behind in supply. He's still behind economically. This drop could shift that. 4 siege tanks, SCV is going to have to scatter and defend themselves. So with that, the SCV count starting to get a lot closer. Artosis still up a significant amount of supply, however. And has he spotted top left? Because I don't know that with a solid drop, Aether would be able to do that. He's doing a good job of boxing out the 9 o'clock. Artosis boxing out the 3 o'clock in turn. So we got, what, 1, 2, 3 bases. That one's just emptied versus effectively what will be 2 bases. That natural expansion isn't something I'm counting, but Aether's up 1 base in the upper left and starting to construct top left. So we could see an economic swing. However, Artosis at max supply has some full dropships ready to go at some location. Aether dropships, I think just coincidentally at the near side. I think he's anticipating a drop. Yeah, never mind. He's going to go ahead and drop a bunch of turrets on the near side as well. Artosis is going to get counter dropped if he tries to go. Notices it's going to end up losing maybe a dropship or 2. Kind of a forced drop here at the 3 o'clock. Aether counter dropping on top of it. And so able to clean it up. So big win for Aether right there. That actually puts him right back in the match. So all of a sudden he's got top left, the natural top left. He's got the 12 o'clock, which is just about cleaned out. And he's more or less, I'm going to call this a half. So he's at 3.5 bases versus Artosis' solid 3, although Artosis is starting to grab bottom right. Theoretically, Artosis could grab the 3 o'clock off a drop, although wouldn't be really optimal. Looks like Artosis starting to gather. What are we looking at upgrades? 3-2 opposite end as well. SCV wandering in no man's land, right? I think just to kind of scout out the current situation. The dropships from Aether looking like they want to go for a shot at the main. Trying to figure out if Artosis still has some dropships loaded and at what location. Instead of using dropships, just going to barrel up, wipe out a lot here top left. The mine's easily going to get picked up. Aether moving towards more in a defensive stance to try to defend that natural. Aether dropping bottom right, losing a good amount of dropships before they are unloaded, but still able to get 3 siege tanks out. And losing, I think, intentionally sacrificing the rest of his dropships to free up supply underneath. At least I think that is the move. SCV versus siege tank battle. Hero SCV. Only 3 turret loss and a handful of troops. No SCVs were wiped out from that, so I'm going to call that an Artosis win overall. Artosis, kind of a standoff here on the left-hand side where we've got the large troops here, large troops there, and kind of this pocket window blockaded by Aether. So if we cut the map in half, Artosis will be winning over the long term as long as he holds this 3 o'clock and is able to mine. Aether mine that natural. Aether recognizing that. Gonna catch some SCVs and transfer as well. Aether sieging down here as Artosis attacking the location they just evacuated, but Artosis not getting great trades out of that as the dropship able to spot overhead, so he's got bulwark here to potentially deny that natural. The 3 o'clock is technically in Artosis' control, but might be able to flip that in not too long from now. And where are we at otherwise? Nothing happening upper left. It looks like both players moving towards BCs for the late game. Supply about even. Artosis down about 10 workers, which actually might help a little bit to fill in a larger battle cruiser count here in the late game. I'm going to say map control currently in Artosis' favor. This is going to be a big point of contention, is this low side natural. If Artosis manages to cap that, then you should be able to take that overall, because that will, from here, if he moves into this location, he'll then hold that third. Aether needs to clear that out, basically deny this space, and grab that, is currently the state of play. Comsat's flurrying back and forth along this midpoint. Only 6 siege tanks here. Aether positioning to maybe bust. We do have some more siege tanks nearby and some turrets being built. Oof. And the dropship actually providing a lot of support. 4 dropships from Artosis moving up to clear. Oh, never mind. I thought they were going to clear out the near side. Going to skip all the way across and somehow weave a perfect path to top left. A vulture snuck through the lines in between, but this is a big hit from Aether because this is a base he needs to hold. On top of that, he loses this command center, The Siege Shanks can move down here and spot, and they can you can see they're already taking out the SCVs right there. So kind of a nice 1-2 punch there from Artosis. And I think that might be the shifting blow. Previously, I feel like it was a pretty strong playable game point, but losing top left and losing the SCV production here puts Aether in a really rough economic position, and critically losing that gas as he wants to transition to BCs is particularly harmful. So he's got all sorts of minerals and can't really spend it in the units he wants. The battlecruiser is able to move up and drop some Yamato to clear it up, but it's still going to be a while before he's able to resaturate this base and get that command center back up top left, which gives Artosis a big chunk of time to work with. In the meantime, Artosis' fleet is starting to move out on the field. That could clear this out, which will open up the low side natural. We'll see if Artosis actually lifts off. Probably could lift off a command center and push into the 3 o'clock. Yeah, battlecruiser is going to go ahead and clear out everything there. Thought someone was knocking behind me. So that opens up the natural. These Siege Shanks going to get wiped out, which opens up this third. So Aether mining the 3 bases top left, moving up with his battlecruisers. Going to find some Siege Shanks and some SCVs, but Artosis is going to counter by just walking up the rest of his troops towards the natural expansion. Kind of an interesting base trade situation now happening as Aether moving towards Artosis' base's bottom left. Battlecruisers, etc. moving up for Artosis. Artosis has the advantage where he can still build some stuff here at this location, but again, because of the starvation of gas from Aether, he's not going to be able to build on site here. This is where 4 of the starports are as well. Aether trying to do the best from a bad situation and clear out as many bases as he possibly can. But the thing is as soon as the main production lines, as soon as the factories are cleared out and the starports are cleared out, Artosis can just walk to another location. This is very prime territory to wipe out. We have some starports here bottom right. I wonder if we're going to see some emergency wraith. I'm not sure that it's going to matter though. Yeah, starport factory's gone. Battlecruiser's now retreating back to bottom right to go ahead and clear that out. Artosis not even missing a beat. They're just going to clear this. The siege tanks are gone. BC advantage for the Yamato. I don't think, yeah, an EMP did not land. So Artosis a bit in retreat, but we have some Goliaths to go ahead and support another huge fleet of battlecruisers. There's GG. Artosis took game 1. We're going to go at a normal pace for game 2, because game 2 is fairly epic. And what I'm going to tell them really fast is to let me know when they are. I'm going to go at a normal speed, and then as soon as they're ready to go, I'm actually going to kick it up to ×2 or times whatever to speed it up for you guys. And since we're kind of in a, here we go. So be right back. I'm going to inform them of that, and then we're going to get going here. Alright guys, okay, so they know the situation. We're gonna go into this game. We'll do this one at normal speed. What we'll probably do... Do I have the colors right? Aether now is teal. Fresh. Bottom left-hand corner, we got Aether starting as the teal Terran. Upper right-hand corner, we've got Artosis starting as the yellow Terran. We're going to go normal speed on this one until they're eager to play, at which point we'll speed the replay up, although people might be thinking... Actually, I'll ask Oxytrox that people prefer watching TVT at times too. I could actually see a strong argument for that, but we're going to try to cast both, since we had fewer players at this StarCon. So what we might try to do is slow down the pace a bit and cast both Artosis versus StRyKeR and Nesh versus Semih, because both of those should be excellent games. And do all three. And that'll also give time for the lower bracket to sort itself out and catch up. In the meantime, while there's kind of the boring parts of the front of this, let me show you guys where the bracket is. So we're going to cast this and we're going to cast that, and that will give time for the lower brackets to also work themselves out. I really want to do Pandora versus the winner here as well. Black screen. There we go. This is... What map was this? This is on Match Point, which is kind of a claustrophobic map, as you can see. It's kind of got an interesting aspect where it's air distances are not that bad, but the ground travel distances, as you can see, are just take forever making the way across. Also, again, as a side mention, there's fewer mineral patches at the natural expansion. You've got a mineral only here. You've got another gas base at the bottom right-hand corner. This is quite the distance from the main. So in TVT, it can be particularly important. Aether with an interesting build here. So I don't think this is a forward 8 racks in... I don't think this is a forward 8 racks in order to... and I don't even know that it was an 8 racks. This is not a forward racks for aggression, in my opinion. Although we might build a Marine and then sail it. I think this is more of a barracks in the forward position explicitly to try to get earlier game scouting information based on barracks positioning. So effectively, when the barracks lifts off, it'll be floating in at this angle, at which point he's going to get eyes on the factory, where this barracks, you can see, has to float all the way across mid-map, and that'll give an opportunity potentially for early game Marines to create some havoc. So Aether, positioning the barracks at a forward location to get superior scouting information. In the meantime, SAV wandering its way in is going to be able to get an eyeful, and that's interesting play. Will give Aether a big potential informational advantage. Not that it matters a little bit less for right this moment, but it'll be pretty interesting, sizable advantage in the mid game. Artosis actually getting boxed out right this second, not taking damage on the SCV and kind of hanging out nearby. Sees the initial Marine, so he knows there's a barracks out in the front, but it looks like Artosis, because of a lot of this, going to end up with a little bit of a faster command center in comparison by about 2 or 3 seconds. Artosis wandering back down to confirm the Marine really slacking on his job. One problem with only the single Marine is that does mean this SCV is going to get a fuller scout in between. That might be why Aether, and usually you'll see Vulture before factory, or before machine shop, I would say in general, but it's kind of a definite emphasis. Get that Vulture out as quickly as possible. Vulture sneaking around is going to finally clear that out. But yeah, this is kind of the interesting bit here. I really like this from Aether, as a side note. So he's wandering in right as he's able to see what the factory timings are for Artosis. And it's going to take Artosis, and Artosis isn't going to want to pull this Marine away from the front to deal with this barracks as well. Because in order to do so, that would potentially open up, as you got the 2 Vultures, if they moved across the map, he might end up in a scenario where he's at a disadvantage, although the one advantage of Match Point is this is kind of a near side ramp. But so the Marine moving its way out, but it's only a single Marine, it's going to take forever. And so the barracks can get full eyes and can just hang out in this space in the meantime. Artosis moving... Interesting, Artosis deciding with his 3 Vultures to move out on the map in response to this. Also, advantage for Aether, he's going to be able to wander down and see potential timings on the gas and see whether the Vultures have moved out or not. The Vultures have already moved out. we're looking at double factory, no machine shop versus machine shop, and a siege tank already on the way. So Aether wanting to move forward. I think Artosis wise, actually, so he knew he was going to have the... you guys ready to go?
Yeah, like in a few minutes. So
Okay.
I'm going quick first.
All right, guys, we're speeding up the replay. That's not what I want. Put this there.
Yeah, after you're done, you can just host.
We're going to go at ×4, which will... That way we can... So... Complaints in between, which I'm sure there will be plenty. Or maybe not. Maybe people will like TVT at this speed. Let's gather where we're at. Basically, both sides are ready to play, so we're going to speed this up, get through this epic game. Once we're through this epic game, we're going to go into the next live game. But Wraith, able to shut down Artosis' natural expansion. Going back to the previous point, the Vulture, Artosis recognized you have a Vulture advantage. Ooh, Cloak Vulture's opposite side, able to pick off one. That will send these Siege Tanks a bit of miss micro. And Artosis with a sizable army chasing this down. He's down 10 supply right this second, but Aether able to plug the gap. This is a critical hold point for him right this second. Artosis swinging back around is going to be able to get... Was potentially going to be able to get position on the third, but instead drawing back to mid-map. And Aether, yeah, swinging down, looking for Artosis' army. Has 2 high ground engagement points. Artosis just going to hold this choke point. Ooh. Wraith catching versus Wraith comsats both directions, and we have a bit of a detente mid-map. The Wraith just about out of energy, so not going to be able to poke much further. Aether with the supply advantage, pressing in, able to clean up mid-map. Artosis has grabbed bottom right, by the way. In the midst of this, Aether going ahead and grabbing top left, so he's got 9 o'clock. Keep in mind this is mineral only, no gas. Artosis planting a single mine there, so Artosis working on 3 gas versus Aether's will be 3 gas and additional minerals. This being a mineral only, actually, big impact over the long term, because that basically just allows more vultures potentially down the line, or maybe some more turrets in position, which isn't exactly what you're looking for in the mid game. So the fact that Aether's up a base kind of makes sense where it's not as impactful as it would have been on other maps, because it's not a mineral base. Aether able to sneak here bottom right, force some SCVs out of position, getting some additional harassment. Artosis trying to get some additional positioning to both threaten that 9 o'clock base and top left. Aether getting a nice concavity. The Vultures plugging up mines to try to cut off reinforcements. Aether re-engaging the siege tanks across that southern position to redraw. Kind of a fist fight here in the middle of the map, but Aether with the high ground should be able to push that back. Artosis with a ton of mines, but not able to secure the 6 o'clock, and this is a big moment here as Aether's able to take... Man, it's hard to keep up with everything at this speed. Aether able to hold everything up here. So holding the 1 o'clock and having the 6 o'clock denied means Aether's up a base and up over the long term, sieging over the wall, creating some annoyance over the position. Artosis just trying to engage where he can. You can see the dropships nearby. This is that trap I was talking about earlier on the radio cast. So you have dropships that are echoing dropships. Artosis, I think, wants to try to clean up here bottom left, but yeah, here's the drop getting caught, able to clean up a little bit on the main drop, but Aether able to push it back. Artosis ahead in supply, but down in position, and Aether able to cap that 6 o'clock base. So Artosis has the 3 o'clock. Aether has the 6 o'clock. Aether a little bit behind on workers, but that's not going to make a difference, particularly when he's up 2 gas. The 2 gas are really the big part of this, because the 2 gas... So looking at this position, Artosis has a lot of work to do. Punching across mid-map, few units dropping up. It looks like he is going to be able to find a potential weak point on this high ground. So more units gathering up. He also has a drop to potentially gather up. The question is you can see a dropship just kind of patrolling here in between. Kind of has 2 functions. One, it defends the 6 o'clock and also defends the production line, potential production line drop at the near side. Artosis up a considerable amount of supply, but down otherwise. Looks like he was able to drop in between. That's going to shut down the 9 o'clock, but keep in mind that's not a gas base, but is able to move in and shut down and take out a factory. So he's at 3-1 on this side, and only 1-1 opposite side, so Aether's units not going to be as fully upgraded as well. Now looking for a drop on the supply lines, and Artosis able to get there. So a big, big win. Aether, all of a sudden, hemorrhaging supply. The factory lines being sieged. It looks like the counter drop from Aether is going to be able to hold this. Secondary problem for Artosis, though, is that 6 o'clock and 12 o'clock base still in Aether's hands. Clearing out a few mines. Ooh, eating some mines with those siege shanks. The battle cruisers made their way out for Aether. Looks like Artosis is trying to add his own. One BC getting caught right there. Second BC getting caught in open field with some Goliath. Some siege shanks going to get cleaned up at the near side. In between, the rest of the siege shanks clearing. It looks like the dropships will be spotted, and now, yeah, battle cruisers drawing back. They're going to be able to clean up a lot of these siege shanks. Might be able to get dropships as well, but a lot of the production from Aether getting wiped out underneath. Artosis in trouble though. His main's mined out, his natural's mined out, bottom right is mined out, so he's basically only working on this very thin mineral only. So he's got like he's got the 4,000 minerals, and that's basically it. However, Aether, opting not to engage these siege shanks, has lost all of his supply underneath, and Artosis is just continually dropping on the main. So supply gone. We're at 139, 110. We've got a bunch of battle cruisers here in between. Top left being rebuilt for Aether. That's actually been mined out. And Aether at 139 to 54, but still has a pretty considerable battle cruiser fleet walking around, trying to hunt down what he can and Yamato the Goliath as best he can. Artosis up on supply, but still 6 o'clock base in Aether's hands, 12 o'clock base in Aether's hands. Battle cruisers moving up, able to clear out siege shanks. A drop top left, going to go ahead and clear out everything up there. Aether trying to rebuild here bottom left. He's got 8,000 minerals and can spend none of it right this second. And is slowly dwindling on supply otherwise. These 4 battle cruisers playing really, really well. SCVs gathering up to join the fray. We're going to have battle SCVs in the midst of this. On an attack on the 1 o'clock location. SCVs being flown away. And able to get on top of the siege shanks and wipe a lot of that out. And that's clearing things out, so additional battle cruisers are getting wiped out. 1 battle cruiser surviving for Aether. 12 o'clock location gone. Unfortunately for Artosis, a bit of a Pyrrhic victory because there's only 188 minerals remaining at this location. Chasing down that battle cruiser, pile driving, clearing everything up top left. 6 o'clock base is still mining. 9 o'clock base is there for Artosis if he wants to grab it. Still some, and it looks like he's distance mining right here. He's got 1,000 resources, 800 supply left at that location. Checking here bottom left to make sure Aether wasn't rebuilding. Aether trying to get supply depots down wherever he can. Starports wherever he can. Artosis is going to get that command center up at the 9 o'clock. That'll at least get him some resources. Trying to plummet down, wipe out the 6 o'clock. Supply depots just are not standing for Aether. Aether down to 9 SCVs, by the way. Single battle cruiser and some siege shanks barreled in. Aether retreating back into the main here bottom left. Artosis with a significant amount of supply lead. The front is plugged up. We got 3 siege shanks, 2 Goliaths. Nothing else. Mining now for Artosis there at the 9 o'clock. Aether trying to buy himself time. He has the factories up. He's got a starport up. Artosis taking that 6 o'clock and starting to mine that for himself. Moving the SCVs to linebacker in. He's cleared it up. Now on top of the factory lines. And going to be able to clear it up. There's GG and an epic one. That's what you guys missed. Maybe we should do all of the TVTs this way. A little bit more exciting, a little bit more. Let me find out who I'm casting first here between the next seed really fast. And then I'll create and be casting for you guys there. Appreciate all y'all, as well as the mercy of current technical difficulties. Appreciate it. Be right back. All right, winner bracket 3. Artosis versus StRyKeR first. StRyKeR Artosis, right there. Thanks, Oxytrox. Refresh. We're going to. I probably didn't have the map updated here, did I? Match point. Is that right? Match point? Yeah, match point. Ba-doo-ba-doo. Let me grab StRyKeR. All right. I've got like impressive like Mission Impossible style locks in their restrooms here. It's quite interesting. Bottom left hand corner we have Artosis starting as the yellow Terran, hero of the stream. Upper right hand corner we got StRyKeR starting as the blue Zerg. This is on match point. For those who are not aware, StRyKeR is arguably the best Zerg in North America. StRyKeR, Hawk, Crossy are usually the three that are in discussion. I feel like StRyKeR kind of goes under the radar amongst those three. Between the three of them, how do I put this? I feel like Crossy does the best at playing the most chaotically. He probably has the highest, the best multitasking of the three. Hawk tends to have some very strong off-kilter strategies it throws at people. StRyKeR, as far as the three of them, is just the most solid Zerg player. His micro is impeccable. His build orders are very, very, very sharp. So as a result, what a lot of players attempt to do, as demonstrated by Semih at previous lands, is they attempt to cheese, and I'm not sure how much he was able to practice anti-cheese in particular. Also, a potential mind game, as things, obviously, recently Zerg have been playing very, very well. They've kind of figured out, I feel like a lot of Terran versus Zerg was centered around 2 racks play that Light really innovated on, and Zerg have gotten very, very good at detecting effectively precisely what they need to kind of smother mid-game attack forces and feel a little bit more comfortable building the third, either filling in with a few additional Zerglings and hunting down that army and wiping it out, or playing a little bit more defensively and filling in a few Mutalisks and stymieing the Terran that direction. Terran have had a lot of difficulty in the recent meta versus Zerg. Looks like we do have a 12 hatch from StRyKeR and no 14 command center here from Artosis. I have a feeling or I should say 12th command center from Artosis. I have a feeling we are going to see an early command center at some point for Artosis. Looks like we're going to see potentially a 1-1-1. Might even see Wraith here. We'll have to see. Artosis dropping a pretty fast gas. And I think this is, I think out of all the matches he prepped for, this is likely the one he prepped the most. As far as top 3 players to expect in the final rounds, we already know that we got Artosis and StRyKeR here. Nesh was definitely the 3rd guy I was expecting in the top 4. Semih at the moment looks like he's the other guy to fill it out. But I think everybody pretty much agrees StRyKeR is the favorite to take all of it, and is kind of the guy that you had the eyes on the most. First Scout SCV making its way across. Overlord going to peek along the corner and see a lack of command center. Artosis dropping a factory immediately. This is very, very odd. Only a single SCV on gas, but we've got... This is crazy. We got 1 base Terran play. 1 base Terran mech. In some fashion of an all-in. It's going to have to mix in with some sort of Marines. It's going to have a much faster barracks, or sorry, much faster factory and Vulture potentially out in the field than usual. But StRyKeR, seeing the lack of a natural, should definitely recognize that it's very likely some sort of cheese. This Marine should be able to push back. I'm not even sure I want to call this cheese per se. This is just something very, very new. I'll be interested to see what Artosis has to play out. So the 2 Marines lifting up and charging out. Is Artosis going to try to grab... So going machine shop as far as a follow-up, and still no starport, as he just went the single SCV on gas. So for whatever reason, just wanted a very fast factory, a very fast machine shop. Now dropping that command center, StRyKeR is going to be able to wander back and confirm the expansion. But the problem with a lot of this early factory shenanigan for Artosis is unless he goes very fast Goliath or something in combination, if StRyKeR just goes standard 2-hatch Mutalisk, putting a Spire on the front and a single Sunken Colony because of the rush distances, StRyKeR at the 545 mark is going to have a lot of Mutalisks, and Artosis is not going to have a lot of anti-air. So initial Vulture, there's the starport. I have to imagine he's going to need to go Valkyrie, but the timing, I'm still concerned about the timing of this as to whether he's going to have sufficient anti-air to deal with StRyKER's whatever he's got. As far as a follow-up, StRyKER dropping an in-base 3rd hatchery, crufting up the front a bit. We have an initial Vulture making its way out. It's some Zerglings to blockade as well. I don't think this Vulture's going to get a lot. Might be able to drop a mine, but shortly, yeah, that Spire is going to finish, and we'll see how aggressive StRyKER plays with this, with the Spire. This is not the guy I would want to have a underwhelming attack forces against. Do we have an armory as of yet? There's the armory, so I think it's definitely Valkyrie play, but Valkyries take a while to build. The Spire is finished, so we're going to have a Valkyrie, maybe 2 Goliaths, and 2 Marines. And do we have an engineering bay? An engineering built, so Artosis is going to have to invest very, very heavily in the anti-air. Was able to pick off a few Zerglings hiding underneath the Overlord. He's trying to open up that pocket. He is able to open up the pocket briefly. He's got 1 drone, 2 drones. And this will buy him some time. Also doing a great job of shoving down the natural expansion, but it's 2 drones and a little bit of timing. And what has he got as far as anti-air here? And are the turrets late? The turrets are just building as the Mutalisks are making their way across. And this is against StRyKER as well. Control tower is still building. There's so we got a turret, 2 Marines, 2 turrets, 2 Marines, and 5 Mutalisks already. Turret's not up as well, so this is going to be a completely ransacked natural expansion. StRyKER can... This is turned into a UMS now for StRyKER. Good turret positioning here underneath, but this is going to be a considerable amount of damage. I think StRyKER didn't realize that turret was doing as much damage as it was underneath, but still with 4 Mutalisks, able to get a lot of damage. StRyKER overplaying it a little bit there. 2 additional turrets there, moving out. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Finally a Valkyrie out. 5, 6 turrets in total. StRyKER already grabbing a base bottom right, and a lot of SCVs died in the space of this. Artosis is lucky that StRyKeR didn't construct a second round of Mutalisks just to finish it right there. The Mutalisks, in the meantime, wandering out, looking for additional damage they can wreak. The Vulture might be able to find that hatchery bottom right, but Artosis is in a situation where, because of... It's kind of a... Let's see if StRyKeR goes for a Hydralisk Den. Yeah, Hydralisk Den on the swap. Because Artosis had to dedicate so heavily to anti-air, and now with the Vultures, etc., that I don't know that he's going to have a lot as far as the turnaround to be able to deal with a heavy Mutalisk counter underneath. We'll see if we see a Siege Tank pop out and an investment in Siege Tech otherwise, because while it looks like Artosis has recognized that the Mutalisk threat is potentially winded down, because he's no longer constructing Valkyrie, he still needs to be a little bit careful, because in not too long, StRyKER's going to have a strong enough economy with the 4 hatcheries and 3 bases where he could do a tech swap if he wanted to. And if one of the Valkyries goes down and we have +1 weapons potentially researched, we'll have to keep an eye on whether that's invested in down the line or not. That again would leave Artosis vulnerable, but in the meantime, StRyKER playing somewhat passively, continuing to just macro up, losing, it looks like, a Hydralisk to a mine midfield. He's going to end up losing additional Hydralisks. Looks like the drones are at least safe. They're going to end up losing some additional Hydralisks, which is something. Also blocking out that 12 o'clock. Artosis stabilizing a bit. Is doing a pretty good job of keeping the supplies somewhat close. Looks like he's gotten out of the woods. That could have been a lot worse. A lot worse. And StRyKER being a little bit... with his Mutalisk not being very aggressive with him and having trouble. Looks like he was preemptively, he's trying to hunt down and find these Vultures in forward position, but the Vultures with Vulture speed are just staying out of range pretty successfully. We got some Lurkers morphing. Mutalisk finally able to find the Vultures and bleed their numbers off. 4 Valkyries moving forward. This is kind of cute from Artosis. So while StRyKER has neglected to continue to invest in anti-air, Artosis using the opportunity to just build a lot of Valkyries, wipe the Mutalisks off the field, and maybe use them somewhat like Corsairs, and basically go Vulture Valkyrie in the mid-game. However, we have a lot of Hydralisks on the map. Overlord speed will be key. Oof. Speaking of kill. But this is kind of cute because it almost turns into, if you call the mines DTs, it's kind of like Corsair DT in between. And it is doing, it's at least throwing StRyKER off a little bit. However, StRyKER's supply dangerously close to Artosis. I will say in a mech position, it's a little bit of a different scenario. However, with this particular combination, StRyKER actually in the red as the Valkyrie is able to get an Overlord kill in between. So we got Lurkers just kind of hanging out to deal with the Vultures that are wandering out. Overlord speed's not complete. We have a handful of Hydralisks, a couple Scourge, trying to deal with the Valkyrie count. Scourge actually moving out here to scout. A whole bunch of factories being plopped down, and critically, I'm not sure if I like this on match point in particular, because while Artosis has grabbed this 9 o'clock base, and that'll provide a lot... Actually, no, I take that back. This is kind of cute from Artosis on this map in particular. Because typically what happens with mech is you run into the problem where you have a massive gas problem on match point, because you got to go all the way to the top left to get a third gas, or to another base where you don't really want to go to get a third gas. And mech is very, very gas hungry. But because he's opted Valkyrie and Vulture, having these spare minerals across this base will actually extend the mech play a little bit further than it would have been otherwise. So Vulture Valkyrie on match point, actually potentially a viable build. Overlord speed has kicked in. Vulture's checking out that 6 o'clock location. That might be another base he wants to grab shortly. But the Hydralisk's numbers are growing, and Hydralisks in sufficient numbers with Overlord speed, +1 armor, no +1 weapons as of yet. Minefields being cleared as well. This is the transition point I'm wondering, is will it hold up? StRyKER grabbing an additional base, by the way, at the 3 o'clock in the midst of this. Overlord's kind of fanning out to try to get information. This is not great for StRyKER, though, having Overlords piled together like this, while those Valkyries are still able to wander out on the map. Siege Tank starting to filter in, as a side note. But yeah, it was... Do we even... No, we're just going to stick... Yeah, 5 Valkyries wandering around. Overlord's fanning out somewhat sacrificially. 2 of them moving in the north. Yeah, so just visualize this as though it's like a PvZ, basically. And your Valkyries are serving as the Corsair. The mines are acting somewhat as like a static DT. And StRyKeR once again in the red. Top left base has been secured. It's interesting because it's the exact same problem for Zerg on the opposite side, where they have to play a little bit more gas efficient. StRyKeR getting very lucky with that mine in between. Not so lucky on other locations. Vulture is able to, yeah, pick off some of these troops. Do we have science vessels out as of yet? That's kind of the next question. As StRyKeR moving up to take the high ground in between, trying to shuffle troops forward, but a lot of the units being... Yeah, it looks like he's just moving, very tenderly moving units out, but we got 5 siege tanks. That's enough to deal with this amount of Hydralisks, however, not there in time. So upper left-hand base, this is a critical base to hold. Might get cleared out. 5 siege tanks moving in versus high ground. Looks like that command center just going to get picked off. By the way, no movement towards Hive as of yet from StRyKeR. Trying to focus fire the command center. The command center is being group repaired. So holds. So now as we move into the late game, Artosis is actually even on bases. StRyKeR has not made his way towards Hive Tech as of yet, as we're crossing the 13-minute mark. He hasn't managed to accrue a critical mass of Hydralisks, really. We do have the science facility up. I'm looking for the initial science vessels to start constructing. As soon as the science vessel's out, all of a sudden we have a very healthy siege tank count. We've got something that will deal with some... Are we going to see a drop from StRyKeR? I think this might be a drop into the main at the 6 o'clock. So potentially StRyKER's counter is saying, okay, now that you're spread out along this left-hand side, let me go ahead and plop some units into the main. Valkyries nearby should be able to swat that. If that was the plan, Valkyries are in position to deal with that. And Artosis is doing a great job of keeping the Vultures active and planting mines in no man's land to slow StRyKER down in midfield. And actually, is this drone going to be able to get through? This is the luckiest drone I've ever seen. Okay, drone moving to the 12 o'clock. So StRyKER thinking about grabbing the 6 o'clock? Wants the 6 o'clock, wants the 12 o'clock. Now has a full control group of Hydralisks clearing out mines to the north. But Artosis, level 2 weapons, level 1 armor. This does very, very well against pure Hydra. You really need Darkstormer Queens to be able to deal with this, and I don't see a single Queen on the map. So composition very much in Artosis' favor. StRyKER finding the Overlord's bottom right. Supply counts even, and as you're in a mech situation, especially with superior upgrades, that actually puts Artosis in a very good situation here. 12 o'clock location, StRyKER grabbing these hatcheries. Artosis, once he gets past, I'm going to estimate about 150 supply, he might want to start moving out and threatening either the 6 o'clock or 12 o'clock and grabbing that for himself. But in the meantime, with a very, very unorthodox opening and kind of a clever build for match point in particular, has managed to transition into something that's very cutting edge meta. And this shows you, yeah, this is studying pays off, kids, on occasion. There's the drop loading up. Do we have the Valkyries are out of position? The science vessel might be able to spot it. Comsats clearing up. Where are the Valkyries? The Valkyries are to the north, unfortunately, so this could be a devastating drop on the factory lines. And it's gonna. This is the problem with mech, though, is it takes forever for mech units to make their way back across the field. At the very least, we have some turrets nearby to potentially provide detection. The Valkyries making their way in, some Vultures sweeping their way across. Vultures do not trade well against Hydralisks with Overlord support, but that Overlord support very quickly gone. Hydralisks targeting the armory to try to keep the upgrades down. A lot of lurkers in position. Wiping out a lot of units as they're trying to peel their way in. Some key buildings being wiped out. Now working on the supply. The second armory's been spotted but not targeted. Looks like it's going to get repaired and cleaned up. StRyKER working on the science facility. wanting to keep those upgrades down, but it looks like they're going to get wiped out. So nice kind of backstab there from StRyKeR. Here the Queen's finally joining the fray. Missed their construction. I'm not sure where they were hiding. I'm not sure Artosis was able to find it either. And a lot of Siege Tanks going to end up popping. Where are the Valkyries again? Here the Valkyrie's going to move in. So a bit of a tit for tat. And do we have anything to defend? Okay, we do have some Hydralisks to defend in between. +2 weapons, +2 armor, and we are at Hive Tech now. Queens additionally get it picked off. A lot of the Valkyries have been wiped out. So we got 1 Valkyrie remaining. Now keep in mind, Mutalisk Tech Switch at this stage is in the cards for StRyKeR, as Artosis no longer has any form of anti-air except for a handful of turrets. And StRyKeR is running on, we got the 12 o'clock base, we have the 6 o'clock base that will shortly be saturated, 3 o'clock, 9 o'clock, bottom right still running, so 5 base Zerg versus what is 3 base mech turn off 2 gas. Artosis needs to start moving and grabbing either the 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock. It looks like he's making his way towards the 12 o'clock right this second. Getting a much better engagement against pure Hydra across the high. It looks like he's going to go ahead and fill in with Goliath to deal with what could potentially be that tech switch that'll also help against potential Zergling drops on the siege tank positions. And Artosis barreling in with a very scary mech composition. The single armory actually will be sufficient if he just wants to go for armor upgrades at this stage. It's really the weapons upgrades that are the scariest here, especially lacking Dark Swarm. Hydra is sneaking in from behind, looking to try to get a pincer attack. Artosis drawing the army back. It's kind of one of those scenarios for Artosis right now where he's got a big bulky army that will be able to engage most units heads up. It's just a question of where does he want to dedicate those attack forces. 6 o'clock location looks like it's the decision. That's actually, I think, a wise location to try to cut off because 1, it provides support. 1, it supports your economy, but 2, it also will cut off any sort of drop that's making its way towards the main factory line again. And 3, hold that thought. Tank sieging the Hydrals. Just look at the Hydrals melt as they get to the edge of the siege line, but here come the Queens in mass. A lot of Goliaths, but the Goliaths take a minute to fire, and it looks like the Hydralisks are going to get cleaned up with everything that's left, but is there enough left to clear out this 6 o'clock base? StRyKeR continuing to apply the pressure. His economy really kicking in at this section, and it looks like he has managed to defend the 6 o'clock, and Artosis' secondary problem with mech is it takes a long time to rebuild. So Artosis losing that army absolutely massive, and he doesn't have a lot of resources to try to reconstruct with it. He's dwindling here at his natural. Another drop now going into the main as that's cleared out. Hold that thought. And I think some of the... Is he going to be able to focus fire down a factory and maybe get that armory before it's able to complete its work? Some defensive mines in between. Hydralisks, are they going to... Focusing down that science facility now. That will prevent... If they can get the science facility, no more science vessels is a nice thing, but the bigger bonus, and actually that might lead to a Mutalisk Tech Switch, but that will also prevent anything past level 2 armor. Because the science facility would need to be rebuilt, and that's a lot of gas that Artosis can't afford, so this refinery probably very close to being depleted, and he's only got the 1 other gas here top left, and that will be the case until he grabs the 6 o'clock or 12 o'clock base, if he's able to grab the 6 o'clock or 12 o'clock base. StRyKeR up 20 supply, getting a Nidus Canal now at the 6 o'clock. He is at Hive, he's got Defiler Mound up, so look for Dark Swarm and Plague. His natural expansion is starting to thin out. He's still got plenty of Queens here in the background. Now it's a question of efficiency, and StRyKeR is going to have to start leaning a little bit more heavily. It's one of those inversion situations where look for StRyKeR to start dropping the the Spawn Broodlings on the siege tanks of Artosis. And Artosis needs to more or less utilize the mech rapidly to get himself an additional base, particularly a base with some gas. Here come the Spawn Broodlings. I think this might be a GG moment. as StRyKeR able to wipe out the entirety of the tech line. Plenty of Hydralisks underneath this as well. Artosis down to 1/16 supply. Yeah, there's GG. Clever build, but not going to be enough in game 1 versus StRyKeR. This is a best of 5 at this stage, by the way. Going to knock out in game 2. StRyKeR Blue Zerg waiting on Artosis. Lime green. Refresh the score really fast. Update the map. Refresh. Bottom left-hand corner, we have StRyKeR starting as the blue Zerg. Upper right-hand corner, we've got Artosis starting as the yellow Terran. This is going to be on Knockout, which is famous for these inverted ramps outside the natural expansion. Game 1, we had one base Valkyrie Vulture play. StRyKeR handling it very, very well. There were several moments of the match where, honestly, I feel like Artosis was ahead and had 2 or 3 things happened in a different manner. I could see Artosis pulling away with that. I wonder if he's going to stick to similar style of play or if he's going to shift towards something different. I will say I would be interested to see something similar off a potential similar mech play or something mixed in off a early command center build from Artosis. Going ahead and plopping down the forward supply depot right to second. StRyKeR moving his Overlord across the field. I will say StRyKeR the strong favorite and showing why that's the case. I think he is the person that he's been favored, honestly, in a lot of these tournaments up to this stage. And kind of the question, I remember saying it, I think 2 tournaments ago, is you're going to win one of these. We'll see if today's his day. Going ahead with another 12 hatch at the natural expansion. We do have a barracks down for Artosis, so it doesn't look like he's going to lean into a early command center play overall. I want to keep an eye on his gas to go ahead and see if he is going to opt for mech play. At cross position, I think he's staging up right this second to go for more standard bio play. At cross position, I think it's a little bit harder to execute against StRyKeR. And I'm wondering if he's going to make his tech decision based on StRyKeR's positioning. Drone actually scouting cross-map position as well. Should be able to slide in to that pocket. Bottom right has not been scouted. The SCV is going to see the Overlord as it's making its way across, so going to know to send troops bottom left. In the meantime, StRyKeR went for what looks like about a 203 extractor, so going for a 2-hatch opener. Also going to be able to sneak into the corner. This is probably going to be a dead drone, but he's going to be able to wander up and explicitly confirm whether there's a gas or not. So upon not seeing the gas, we'll see if he... Well, okay, never mind. If Artosis kept the Marine right there, that would have been a dead drone. So instead... Well, I guess not, because he could just walk... He could just mineral walk his way back out. Command center dropping after 2 Marine construction on the front, so it looks like it is going to be more standard bioplay against the fast 2-hatch. I do want to say, going back to the previous match, that if StRyKeR... I think if StRyKeR had flooded Mutalisks, that could have been a quick win. Gas getting grabbed, so we're not out of the field of a tech swap here, as a side note. We'll see if we see a factory or continued academy. You do see additional Marines being constructed. I kind of like this at-cross position. It opens up the opportunity to do a little bit more creative things because it takes a long time for that Overlord to get back in position to confirm how many Marines are being constructed. And also, this is kind of an awkward way to shimmy up. You don't get to see whether the barracks was shimmering the entire time. I have a feeling this is just going to be standard Academy eBay play, though. 2 racks Academy. SCV going to be able to scout the layer timing. Regardless, the Overlord scooting up along the corner. This is kind of the moment. So we are seeing a factory instead. So the Overlord's going to be able to wander up, see the fact that the barracks is not lit up. Actually, I've seen Flash do something that I think it's kind of interesting, because I feel like at a slightly lower level of play, seeing that not lit up, you might think, oh, they just missed some point of the macro cycle. I think with Artosis, though, you see that lack of a flash on the barracks, and you have to know that something else is happening underneath. Flash, I've seen in these scenarios when he's doing these mech switches, will continually build Marines on the front just to put his opponent, again, in that ambiguous information state. But we'll see what this folds into, see if there's an initial Vulture construction. StRyKeR, in the meantime, grabbing his natural expansion gas, going for an interior-based third hatch. Spire is at 400 health right this second. Yeah, and wandering up to get a good look at the Marine count once again, and again seeing that barracks fallow. So if he didn't know before, he absolutely knows now. Seeing a variation on a 111-ish, I'm going to guess this is going to turn into Valkyries again. Kind of a variation on the Valkyrie to... mostly, the problem with StRyKeR is you have to respect it. He will crush you with his Mutalisk play. Bunker being built along the edge here. Interesting. So I think this bunker is intended to be... it's rare where you'll see a bunker. I mean, granted, it's possible that he thinks StRyKeR might be going for some sort of aggressive something and might be going for a bust, and so it's like to save that, but I doubt that. I think what this bunker is intended for is you get the 4 Marines in the bunker, one that preserves a bit of their health, but also that ends up as an escape point, sort of like a cannon, so that the Valkyrie can retreat over the bunker line away from Scourge to a degree. And you don't have to worry about... it provides a bit of additional buffering against the Mutalisk, so it's like extra 300 whatever 50 health for your Marines on top of everything else as the Mutalisks are scooting out. Mutalisks, by the way, on their way. 2 turrets collecting lines. So we got how large an investment here? 5 turrets, 7 turrets. 7 turrets built this time. 2 vultures making their way across. We do have a single... These vultures with speed actually might be able to shoot the gap here. We'll see if this drone is able to plug. So yeah, these 3 vultures might be able to scoot through and get a lot of damage done. So there's 1 shot. They going? They're going. 1 drone down. Zergling's able to blockade there. Nice defense by StRyKeR. That could have gone a lot worse. Well, it's not over yet. Still able to keep the drones above. The Mutalisks are still away from home base. It looks like they were trying to get what they could done. The Valkyrie going to push that out. And so now, all of a sudden, Artosis is in a really strong position, actually. As he's able to shut down the natural expansion. The third is fallow. You basically have 1 base Zerg as a result. The drones having to hold position on the ramp to defend themselves. Vultures pushing their way in. But this is despite all that was a long time. And the Mutalisks had to go all the way back and across. We're down to 4 Mutalisks, which makes the... I'm not sure what got canceled right there. But something got canceled. That was a great play and relieved a lot of pressure. Scourge drawing back. Artosis supply capping himself right this second, but still getting that second gas up in a really, really good position otherwise. I'm wondering if he's going to continue to fill in the Valkyrie count, similar to Game 1. As we've got the 2... And it looks like he is going to go for a mech play. And this is, again, mech play with a third base that's typically more mineral-only heavy. So I'm wondering if it's going to be a transition into, once again, Vulture Valkyrie. Sunken Colony being built. Some good economic damage done. Unfortunately, the mine not able to get a lot accomplished there. But Artosis getting some good mine coverage in the space of this. And I will say in Game 1, StRyKeR did not look like he was playing comfortably against it. So we'll see if we see a pure repeat here, and I think we will at this stage. Although Academy being added on, we'll see if that's just for pure ComSat. We do have the engineering bay floating overhead. I would think if we were going to see a transition back across, we would see that engineering bay float back down and plant and start upgrading something for mech. I want to see whether these Valkyries start moving out once they hit that 5 count again. playing a bit like a Corsair. Marine wandering across will get picked off, but the secondary thing that this Marine is doing is once those Valkyries come out in the field, these 4 Mutalisks and 4 Scourge are likely not going to be sufficient to push them back. At which point, this Overlord's very likely a target that dies, and that Overlord's very likely a target that dies. StRyKeR with the Hydralisk wall. One problem for Vultures is they do not trade very well against Hydralisks. Looks like StRyKeR getting a faster transition into Hydralisk this game. The Mutalisks drawing back, trying to peck away at what they can. The Valkyrie's still remaining pinned to home base. Okay, now starting to move back. But yeah, it looks like it's going to be Vulture Valkyrie once again. Artosis trying to grab that command center. Might get briefly halted. Yeah, it's going to end up losing that. Finally, the Valkyrie... Well, nope, going to cancel it. Interesting. So canceling and adding 2 additional factories instead. StRyKeR doing a good job. Has the Overlord speed, is moving Overlords across mid-map right this second to try to see where the spider mines are. Overlord's going to get caught. Scourge looking to land. Able to get 1 hit. So able to take out 1 of the Valkyries, but 4 still in the air. Hydralisk in combo trying to engage. But I don't know if these Mutalisks are long for life. Trying to fight uphill against this is... I don't think this is going to be sufficient. Yeah, StRyKeR able to concentrate fire and push that back. That's unfortunate. Did get a mine down to get some good damage. But StRyKeR at even supply, able to hold things. But the Valkyries with those Hydros pinned at the 9 o'clock, moving their way around, getting some Overlord kills. And that is supply blocking StRyKeR here. Also providing some good scouting information. StRyKeR filling in the gap. Needs to keep the Hydralisks a little bit behind and starting to move out towards the 3rd. We only have a single siege tank to try to defend. I don't think that's going to be sufficient if StRyKeR goes for a punch point. And I will say StRyKER's in the red. So might be... No, gonna go for it. Single siege tank, 2 mines. That's cleared out. No bunker. 2 more siege tanks moving up. As soon as those 2 siege tanks are spotted, StRyKeR backing up. Trying to peck at what he can. The Mutalisks, however, pressing in from the corner. Where did they come from? And what happened to the rest of the Valkyries? Are they still across the map? They're still across the map now, dying. So, unfortunate for Artosis on a couple fronts. Going to end up losing these siege tanks. That's going to make this 3 o'clock base a lot more vulnerable. Sorry, the 3rd base a lot more vulnerable. Interior to the 11 o'clock location. Bunker's getting picked off. Siege tank's going to get wiped out. Oh, huge mine drag right there. Bunker cleaned up, and I think StRyKeR, well, at the very least, SCVs are not making their way up this direction. I think he is going to be able to force a lift off and retreat here. And as I say that, the command center lifting off and flying back towards the main. This is high ground to low ground attack vector. Also, StRyKER's managed to cap the upper left-hand bases, but doesn't have them saturated quite yet. Artosis up 9 supply, or sorry, StRyKER up 9 supply, able to push the rest of that back, and the lack of siege tanks really hurting Artosis now. And also, the 2 Valkyries, which were once a mighty fleet of 4, has been dwindled down, and one of them is heavily damaged. We're out of position to provide some support against those Mutalisks. And now Artosis in a bit of a conundrum, as he's got about 5 minutes left of mining at his main. Really will want to push down and grab that 3 o'clock base. Is somewhat behind the curve overall. Does have +1 weapons as a side note, but we got +1 weapons, +1 armor here. StRyKER's grabbing a lot of additional bases along that left-hand side. Trying to remine. Well, let's see if he's able to push up against this. StRyKER splitting the Hydralisk army, and also needs to be careful reinforcing this. The mine? Wow. Okay. Bit of a lucky break right there. This lower group of Hydralisks getting swarmed. So they're going to be pushed out, but... Okay. Looks like that was all part of one control group and getting pushed back. And StRyKeR just happy to go ahead and clear out mines in the middle. I have a feeling that these guys are pocketed to the 12 o'clock. One, to deny that base, but two, look for some overlords to move here in not too long and maybe turn this into a drop. And StRyKeR doing a great job of really reducing Artosis' vision as well. You can see he's got very little information as far as what's going on the map. In the meantime, StRyKeR sees everything. Command center floating back up. We do have 5 siege shanks now, but this is such a late third, and again, Mech is so greedy for resources. And StRyKeR, yeah, just mining up considerably. Are the vultures going to see StRyKeR holding short right there? Some mines triggering. Are the Overlord holding short? Oh, going to get cleaned up by the... No, never mind, the Goliaths. Okay, there we go. Pushing up. Some vultures pushing to the top left. Hydralisks are not in position to defend. That pile of Hydralisks is going to be able to deny that 12 o'clock location. Burrow being invested in, although accidental unburrow. Not sure why there was the unburrow there from StRyKeR. Bit of a micro flub. Hydralisk pushing in. That's a bit of an annoyance, and it does shut down top left, but again, this is only a mineral only. And are we at high? We're on our way to Hive Tech here for StRyKeR, so we might get a few Hydralisk kills, and we might delay mining slightly, and maybe get some larvae dealt with, but in the meantime, that 12 o'clock base isn't grabbed, the 3 o'clock base isn't grabbed. We do have a sizable siege army, however. And we don't have, I'm trying to see if we have any queens that have been compiling any energy anyplace. I don't see them. So it looks like it would just be an attempt at pure Hydralisk, and this is enough siege shanks where it becomes very frustrating to try to deal with this. I think when they designed the siege shank at Blizzard, they were like, you know what would look really cool? Hydralisk just exploding. Just evaporating from the inside out. And the thing they built to do it, the siege tank. So a massive amount of pressure at the left. StRyKeR going for a counterattack on the opposite side. We do have only 2 siege tanks there. However, the upper left looks like it's going to get wiped out. So a base exchange, potentially. SCVs fleeing currently. I think Artosis is going to have an easier time cleaning this up than StRyKER is going to have cleaning this upper left. And StRyKER needed these resources. So he is mining his own mineral only near side, but the problem is once this gets cleared out, top left, this is still a big mech army that's going to be able to proceed forward. Yes, Artosis is delayed mining here, but reinforcements should be able to clean up the Hydralisks at that position. Although Artosis does need to be a little bit careful. Finally, the Queen's out. And I missed that. Oh, devastating turn of events as Queen's completely wiping out the siege tanks top left. Where were they hiding? I gotta say, StRyKER really, really good at hiding that. That's gonna be GG from Artosis upon losing the siege tanks top left and not holding that third. And we will move on to game 3. I looked for them. What? I looked for them. For you guys. Hold on, let me see what the map is. Going on to Attitude. Artosis sticking with the very stylish lime. StRyKER Blue Zerg. Okay. Keep in mind it is best of 5. Alright, welcome back. We are winner bracket round 3 in Knockout. StRyKER versus Artosis, part of StarCon 2026 from San Diego. Bottom right-hand corner, we got StRyKER starting as the blue Zerg. Upper left-hand corner, Artosis as the, I guess, I think this looks like yellow. What do you guys think? But apparently lime. Lime yellow. This is on Attitude. For some reason, I honestly feel like this is kind of, I don't know. I felt like this was kind of a meh map. Like it was like, oh yeah, you got your standard like 4-player map that's got a lot of resources and some stereotypical map features in the middle. There's actually a really interesting thread on Reddit recently that was asking, okay, what map feature, so they say StarCraft Brood War is balanced via the map, so what map features give advantages to either side? And it's things like, you know, if you have a ramp at a third, like so, just a single ramp, that oftentimes is advantage Zerg because you can just put the lurker egg there. With the 2 ramp entrances, you might need like 2 lurkers to egg at each location, things like that. But one of the things that made me think about this map in particular, and I want to see, I think it favors Terran in many circumstances, are map doodads, like this tree. Because I'm not sure many people are aware, if you're underneath one of these foliage, or what I want to call them, doodads, when you're underneath a foliage doodad, you actually get the same similar mischance to the high ground to low ground mischance, which I think it's the same mischance. Treats it as high ground to low ground. And I think in a lot of circumstances that works well for Terran. So I'm wondering if, to balance maps more towards Terran, if they want to sprinkle some more doodads like that around the map and see what happens. But anyway, looks like we're going to see a supply depot barracks on the front. We're cross position once again. Another 12 hatch opener here from StRyKeR. Both these matches, Artosis going for a Valkyrie into Vulture play. I think that is what he's practiced. I'm wondering if he's going to attempt to go back into something different at this stage. He's going to check top right, find the Overlord as he reaches the natural expansion, which should give both players the indicator of location. Does give an opportunity for some clever play. Supply depot out in the front like this, I think, suggests we're going to see more standard medic marine play from Artosis. StRyKeR holding the drone back. Drone taking a good amount of damage. We'll have to see. Second marine queued up as Artosis grabs his command center. SV able to wander in, gets a good look at the extractor timing, the spawning pool timing, and immediate tech delay from StRyKeR. So another very, very fast 2-hatch Mutalisk play from him. Unfortunately, I can't look into the extractor like I can with the standard replay to kind of get a gauge as far as... But with this timing, we know it was a sub 215 gas at the very least. I think it was probably around 205, 207. Academy top left, so it looks like this is in fact going to be, yeah, a return to medic marine play. I do think one big aspect of the 2 racks play is trying to pressure Zerg's front and force out some sunken colonies at cross position. That works out a little bit better for Zerg as you have a little bit more time to spot the units coming across. So there's the disadvantage where it takes longer for the Overlords to get in position. You got to dedicate the Zergling to the front to see if there's any sort of tricky marine move out to the front before that. Careful, Zergling. Yeah, just trying to get an eye on how many marines are already built. Overlord moving out in position. This is actually kind of an interesting scenario where if Artosis wanted to, yeah, he could keep that barracks not lit up to maybe give StRyKeR the wrong impression that he's in fact going mech. And maybe even go for, that'd be kind of cute overall. Anyway, continuing. Constructing in the space of this, we'll see what StRyKeR has a sense of. He's got that spire about halfway finished. I guess on the other side of it, at cross-positional play, it looks like we're going up to 3 barracks rather than 2 barracks. So Artosis wanting to play this a little bit more passively, and I got to admit, I don't like 3 barracks very often. So the kind of the thought behind 3 barracks is you get a larger bunch of medic marines. So you aren't going like 5 barracks where you just have an overwhelming amount of medic. Well, okay, I take that. Oh, never mind. It's engineering bay. So you don't end up with an overwhelming medic marines in the mid game. You kind of have enough to kind of survive and not get completely toppled by a Zerg. By the way, we have interesting in-base 3rd hatch here from StRyKeR. So rather than usually you'll see the 3rd base up here, instead 3rd base down at the natural expansion. 2nd gas is up for StRyKeR, so and he sees the medics with his Overlord in the corner, so does have an idea that this is in fact medic marine. But theory behind it is you get your double starport up a little bit faster, and then you have like a larger, then you can kind of push back the Mutalisks at that stage. But more often what I've seen, particularly with very, 4 medics out by the way, What I've more often seen in this sort of scenario is particularly good Mutalisk micro players are able to keep the Terran back for a long period of time, get that third gas up in a lot of time, and there's just not a lot of pressure that Terran can apply in the mid-game. We'll see if I'm going to be wrong about that. As the initial Medic Marine ball starting to walk out on the field, one thing with going for the third hatchery usually indicates for a close to in-base third hatchery, 2.5 hatch, voice giving out a little bit, third base going top left, missing the Mutalisks, making their way in. We have one turret there on the edge, and the Medic Marines able to chase that off a bit. I'm try to keep an eye at how large. Ooh, Artosis able to get down, get a lot of damage on 2 of the Mutalisks, and StRyKeR having some trouble along the corner. That's actually a big win for StRyKeR, or sorry, for Artosis. Ooh, second stim right there, but thing is Artosis does have a lot of medics he can work with, so he can't afford to overstim a little bit. And I think StRyKeR diving in, just beautiful Mutalisk micro, but still pretty heavily damaged on a lot of this, but able to weave into a pocket, find additional kills, and get the SCV kill. And is he going to wipe out this factory? Again, a lot of the point of this was to get that faster factory up to get towards... Oh, devastating! Forcing a factory cancellation. And Artosis now in panic mode, going, canceling it and moving out into the map, trying to force the Mutalisks away from his base so he can reestablish himself. We're going to have, it looks like, a full control group of Mutalisks moving out. The medics getting a little bit away. I think Artosis losing a bit of concentration here. The Zerglings spotting that army. And I don't think this is as... Well, okay, wipe one of the Mutalisks out, but still, even with this 10-pack, unless that one gets picked off very rapidly, this is going to be a difficult scenario for Artosis to come back from. It looks like with that, drawing that army back... Did he rebuild the... Okay, he's rebuilding the factory, but that was a big loss. A lot of delayed time. Third gas on the way. Hydralisk plopping down on location. A few Zerglings have grouped up here. How much energy we are looking at with these medics? With the 4 medics, we can overstim a little bit. Ooh! Lucky kill right there. A few of the reinforcements getting picked off by StRyKeR. But Artosis behind supply of StRyKeR right this second, which is never a good scenario. Again, I think he's mostly wandering here just to try to stay alive. If he moves too much further south, he's gonna get pounced on. He's spotted the... honestly, upon spotting that Zergling grouping to the south, I would just retreat. Reinforcements are consistently getting picked off by StRyKeR. And now there's enough that this is going to get completely wiped out, which completely alleviates pressure. At which point, yeah, this is the thing I don't like about 3 racks Medic Marine. Zerglings able to wander in, they're going to be able to wipe out the missile turrets. Artosis calling GG, well played right there. StRyKeR wins 3-0. We'll proceed in the upper bracket. We will move on to Nesh Semih. Keep in mind there's still the lower bracket to walk through, so Artosis is not out of it yet. And also there's a lot of best of 3s to work with. Who are we going with? We're going with Nesh versus Semih. Protoss. Terran. Match point. Here, there. Be right back. Got Semih in the game. Trying to get myself a snack. Artosis is taking a break, giving himself a walk. Nesh is in. And we're off. All right, gents, bottom left-hand corner, we got Semih starting as the green Protoss. Upper right-hand corner, we got Nesh starting as the red Terran. This is on match point. And if you did not catch the joke, this is a really good map for proxying something someplace, because there's a lot of territory. Natural expansion, not a great place, but you got this entire area. You got this entire area. You got all sorts of spots where you can hide nexuses on nexuses. Hide nexuses, hide pylons, hide gateways, etc. By the way, we are in the realm of the top 4 in the upper bracket. Winner of this goes on to play StRyKeR. If I wish I had been able to get on stream earlier. We were having the technical difficulties, so it took a minute. I have a feeling we're going to set up for a 12 Nexus here. Looking at this, by the way. But, interesting 12 Nexus on a 2-player map, though. We'll see if I'm correct about that. Nesh going for interior base supply depot. Playing a little bit more defensively, maybe because of that proxy gateway risk. And a pylon scout from Semih as well. I'm wondering if he's going to... It is a 2-player map, so my guess is he's hoping for a gas steal. So an interesting play of potentially gas steal into 12 Nexus, which slows the Nexus down a little bit, but kind of puts your turn opponent on a degree of the back foot. Let's see if Nesh, so in position, does get the gas before... Yeah, Semih able to cap it, but it looks like, yeah, Semih is in fact, is he going to go for very late gateway? I think he was hoping to go gas steal and expansion, but now that he was not able to stymie the gas, a little bit concerned about Nesh's potential mech play, so instead opting to drop a gateway and an assimilator very, very much on delay. And I think that, I'm not going to say that clearly that was a big part of Semih's game plan here, was successfully managing that gas steal. So Nesh with, I don't know if he mineral boosted or what, but doing a really good job of securing that at this stage, which I think definitely threw at least Semih out a little bit off the field in the early stages. But going back to what I was saying, if I was going to say, I feel like Nesh has just been playing, at least in the last couple months, some of the best StarCraft he's ever played, which is a big statement. I think he goes under the radar as far as top-level Terran in the scene. I think Artosis, Gypsy obviously ends up in the top. I think Mars tends to be up there, but I think a lot of people overlook Nesh, and I feel like Nesh has just been playing absolutely fantastically, and I would be 0% shocked to see him in the finals of this. I will say he's going to have to overcome StRyKeR to do so, and that's feeling like StRyKER is just looking so strong, and that's feeling like a tall task at the moment. We are in a Protoss favored meta. It looks like we're going gateway. Single gateway, interesting. So opting gateway cybernetics core into expansion before Dragoon here for Semih. Nesh going to go ahead and wander in and get the scout up. I think now let's see what Nesh opts to do. He could play aggressively into this if he decides to. Let's see if he goes for, it looks like he's just going to drop the machine shop. Wouldn't be shocked if he goes bunkerless expand after that factory in response to this. He's gotten full scout in the base. Nice little bit of the probe doing a pretty good job getting some damage done on that SCV, but it looks like that SCV's seen all that it wants to see. Well, okay, got in proximity to... Still going to try to chase it down. It just feels like one of those moral victories when you're able to get the SCV kill. And the probe, is he going to continue? Oh, thought about it. Was he on A move? And now, okay, they're going to go ahead and turn back around. Let's see what Semih's able to do as far as a flip. It looks like Nesh has gathered 4 Marines. He's going for a 5th. So I think he is going to go for a potential Vulture SCV push after this. And let's see if it's... I'm trying to remember what sort of pushes Nesh likes to do as far as a continuation. So whether he likes going for the 3 siege tank variation or the 1 siege tank coupled variation. This looks like it's going to be something like an FD with 6 Marines. I always love seeing the variation between various Terran players and what they feel most comfortable with. So we're going to see single siege tank, 6 Marines, 1 SCV with a command center, and the Vultures to follow. Nice solid FD. Throwing pro Semih out. Semih sitting at 3 Dragoons. If he's not careful, honestly, this is a significant enough attack force that it could punch through it. Probe gonna see that coming. SCV does get picked off, and that was the only SCV in the space of this. Marine very quickly loses its life. The probe's going to fall off the line. Some nice mine coverage on the front edge before that vulture's wiped out. But that mine is now a retreat point for Nesh, so Nesh can just basically sit here near the mine and draw back. Ooh, also gonna reposition and just try to power down that Nexus. Semih pulling behind this, and with that mine placement, he's got to kind of weave past his own units. Is he going to drop a 3rd mine in the mineral line? No, it looks like the Vulture just going to hold close, but focusing down a lot of damage. Siege tanks picked off, so it's just Marines. That's unfortunate. I think he might have been even able to get the Nexus kill in a different scenario, but getting a decent amount of damage done, and ooh, Danger Town. I'm actually shocked Semih was able to clean that up as well as he did. I think Nesh got a little bit distracted somewhere in that, but was able to pick out a few probes. These mines, we'll see how successful this is, in quotes, when these mines are either dispatch, explode, or are diffused. I feel like one more Vulture mine placement like around here, and the unit sitting here, and it would have been very, very difficult for Semih to evict without losing his Nexus wholesale. Looks like they are, in fact, going to be... Well, okay. Whew. Literally dodging bombs over here. Nesh grabbing that 2nd refinery. Pretty well saturated at both bases. A couple Vultures with speed now making their way out. We'll likely try to plant some... Get the mines in position. Dragoons near side. Semih's in a position where he's trying to hunt to go ahead and grab that 3rd. The Vultures were hoping to dive in and I think pick off that probe. Pretty well-timed Nexus, all things considered. Sub 730. It's about where you want to be at. We do have a shuttle and a Reaver on the way. And Semih doing a great job of mine clearing center field. Starport complete and going to go ahead and float out to the north. Engineering Bay complete, floating out. We're still sitting at 2 factories, double machine shop. And is Nesh going to play this like upgrade Terran style from here? So we got +1 weapons on the way. The Vultures sweeping out. Going to be able to see the timing on that Nexus. I feel like Nesh didn't get... He was able to do a lot of damage on the Nexus. He was able to shake up some Dragoons. Delayed a bit of mining time, but I don't feel like he did enough damage in probes or otherwise. Didn't wipe out that Nexus with the initial troops and ended up losing enough of those troops in the front where I'd put him slightly behind Semih at this stage. Academy constructing. We have the Vultures that are still kind of active out in the field. The Dragoons starting to make their way forward with the shuttle. No turrets in place, so it's just going to be a Siege Tank Vulture defense as a side note. And the Observer will have some forward spotting. A little bit concerned. Ooh, this is going to be a big mine. Decent shot on that Siege Tank. Zealot cleared out. Good blockade. Another Siege Tank wiped out. Pretty good micro from Semih. So a Siege Tank for 2 Zealots, not the worst. And Nesh very, very slow to engage the shuttle as it's wandering back into the main. We don't have any mines down as of yet. Mines getting cleared before they're planted. And the advantage of this is Semih can more or less invest in infrastructure. Oh, never mind. Going to press forward with some Dragoons now that those Siege Tanks are back towards the natural expansion. I think Semih was hoping that Nesh was going drop here. Was Nesh going drop? He was going drop. Nesh pretty famous for going drop. And so I think he was playing a little bit into Nesh meta. When you go drop, I don't like it when Nesh goes drop. I don't like it when Terrans attempt to go drop in general. Mostly for this reason in particular, which is it can put you in a scenario. It looks like a Wraith was filled in to push the rest of this back. Is he going to get it? Reaver sneaks out, but Wraith is going to be able to escape. The reason I do not like drop is for this exact reason, is it cuts into your Siege Tank count and other tech count. So we basically have 6 Siege Tanks overall, and sometimes you just end up getting busted at your natural expansion. It looks like 2 additional Siege Tanks have plopped out on a timing. I will say Match Point's architecture is such that I think it was a little bit more challenging to get the Dragoon press in up that ramp, and so I think Nesh dodging a little bit of a bullet. We do still have a dropship somewhere. There's the dropship. I think it might... The Reaver of all things is going to spot it. We have a fan out. I think, yeah, Semih's still expecting it. So it's going to get wiped out fairly easily. At the same time, I'm wondering if this is like game 1 and Nesh's like game plan. He's like, I'm going to go drop just to make him think I'm doing usual stuff. And then we see a switch into something else. In the meantime, though, Semih's got a very, very comfortable macro supply lead. And can easily grab this 4th and probably bully and slow down this 3rd. Because how many control groups of Dragoons do we have here? We got 1 and more than that. We do not have Zealot leg speed. Vulture's able to sneak into the natural somehow. Shuttle wandering back, wanting to get the Reaver down. Oh, mine's there. Oh! How did that not... That detonated, right? Was that a dud? Was that a dud? What a time to have a dud mine. That was potentially a difference in the game dud mine. Wow. Anyway, in the meantime, the Dragoon's staging up. Nesh not in position to deal with the high ground assault here. The Reavers and those shuttles will be shortly behind, and Nesh has some units down here, but with some Zealot legs moving into position, another handful of Zealots there with the Reaver to support. This is easy to crash down on. Also, it's very pokeable with Psystorm, although I don't think Semih's quite there yet. Is sitting at a very light, well, how are we, 6? Yeah, we're only sitting at 8 gateways at the 14-minute mark, and very, very late on the 4th there. The Reaver creating a lot of havoc. You can see the continual problems, but he's still up 40 supply over Nesh. Is that Vulture still around? Speaking of Vultures, we got the single... Let's see if a Siege Tank makes its way that direction. Nesh going ahead and emptying, now bringing up 2 Wraith to wipe that out. There's no defense top left except for that single cannon, although that's not saturated as of yet. Shuttles wiped out. Vultures at least able to spot that 4 o'clock. So Nesh somehow able to stabilize economically. Has the mineral only up. Semih still has additional assault attempts, but Nesh, I don't think he's going to wait around for additional opportunity. It looks like Semih debating whether he's going to hold this location as the Psystorms are fanning out, especially with he doesn't have Arbiters right this second. He doesn't have, never mind, there's a shuttle and maybe some Reavers. Mines planted in no man's land. Are the Wraith going to press up? Semih maybe just kind of donating troops here. These Vultures also creating some havoc top left. Empty Psystorm to try to catch the Wraith. Zealots eating all sorts of mines as they move across midfield. So the shuttle dropping one of the High Templar to survive. The Vulture still holding Dragoons out top left, which is delaying mining on that third. So kind of some interesting incursions both directions. There goes the shuttle. And the High Templar should be short to follow. More Vultures streaming that direction. Top left to continue to deny mining. And with this, Nesh has basically made it 3 base versus 3. He's stabilized and equalized supply. +1/+1, so a little bit late on +2 weapons, but at the same time, the gateway count has been slow for Semih as well. So it hasn't made as much of a difference. Vultures... That almost looked like that SCV, that flying SCV trick, the way those probes fanned back out. More Vultures making their way up there. They really named that unit right with Vulture. That is just such an apt name for that unit. Speed Shuttles still sitting on high ground. I'm waiting for Semih to make a decision to bust. There's a lot of... Wow, there's a lot of cruft down here for it, though. Psystorm would obliterate a lot of this, though. While this is happening, by the way, some Vultures have snuck into the natural. Big Psystorms on the high ground. Semih, seeing how deep that is going to go ahead and back up, but the Vultures have managed to sneak all the way into the main. There's still a few probes here to get wiped out. Also some mines in the high ground in between. So Nesh still getting some economic damage done. Semih all of a sudden down a lot of supply after that last engagement. Nesh saying, okay, you don't have any more Zealots and you expended your Psystorm. I'm just going to walk up, clear out this base. We have a pylon blockade bottom right, but that's not going to last very long, at which point we're going to have a 4 base versus 4 base game. Nesh with a 30 supply lead. We got double armory floating behind this, and we don't have any Arbiter out. It looks like Semih going for more of a shuttle style, but those Wraith have actually kept the shuttle count fairly low. As I say that, missing a storm drop at the natural expansion, 1 kill at least. Looks like the SCVs did a pretty good job of weaving in between that thunderstorm, though. Probe wiped out at the 6 o'clock, and Nesh now starting to look like he's in firm control of this game, is approaching 200 supply, +2 weapons complete. The Vultures have gotten on top of a lot of exposed location. Like this feels like the bulk of Semih's army here, and it is. Looks like a lot of the High Templar are mostly in that shuttle, so they're no longer in a position to really defend against anything else. Semih grabbing that 12 o'clock base, but he's doing that in a situation where he's just hoping Nesh doesn't attack and just sits back. Shuttle making its way bottom. Okay, gonna send a shuttle here to the bottom right with a Reaver and try to draw a large army out of position here bottom right. That might cause a cancellation. But if the Wraith make their way this direction, which it looks like they are, Nesh can continue to push middle and either wipe out that 9 o'clock or he's got the world's his wonderland right this second as far as where he wants to go to clear anything else out. SCV's making their way across. Do we have anything else? Reaver lands. Does he get a shot? Does get an un-SCV. But that is not going to make up for potential high ground losses here. Nesh redirecting is not going to bother with that army there. He's going to redirect back towards that one Zealot. This is, if you guys know Band of Brothers, that was the Spear Zealot right there. But Nesh, yeah, just happy to saddle up right outside the natural. Siege up everything. We've got a lot of mines behind this. Some Wraith going to spot above. The Vulture is not in a great position, but it doesn't matter because they're not dealing with a lot. And wow, the mines. Clearing out a lot of units for free. Nesh drawing back to engage the rest of this army. I'm not sure that he needs to. Also, that 12 o'clock base that Semih put up, it's not getting a lot done for him. The shuttle, I don't think has anything in it. anymore. Is kind of scooting around. Some Dragoons have managed to make it through. SCVs are distance mining because that command center wasn't finished bottom right, as a side note. But Nesh can just regroup and reshove. Although he left the siege tanks. No! Left the siege tanks a bit stranded as he went chasing the Dragoons back to the main. And thing is he can make some of these mistakes right this second. He's up a considerable amount of supply. Reaver dropped and exploded there at the 3 o'clock. The Dragoon's going to press in to Nesh's natural expansion. An okay size storm, which is some value here. This is at least distracting Nesh and causing him to keep his units near his main rather than taking out Semih's bases, which is something. But the siege tanks have shut down that natural expansion in the meantime. These siege tanks are going to shut down the 9 o'clock shortly. We got mines in the way. This is not much of a threat of an attack force to stop the rest of this army. And basically, up to this stage, Semih was just trying to create what delays he possibly could. And recognizing he doesn't have anything to stop at this stage, going to GG right there. And we're going to move on to game 2. Which I need to look up what map that is. Going to knockouts. Keep in mind this is a best of 5. What was that?
Can I cast one with you?
Oh yeah. Do you want to cast it solo? No. Grab a chair. We're going to have, if anybody else wants to cast, let them know too. My voice is starting to wane. We're going to have, I think the mic will pick us both up.
Okay.
If not, chat will yell at us and we won't be able to read and it won't matter.
Just be awkward. Silence.
You want the headphones?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
Yo, what's up, chat? Are you enjoying the show?
I don't have chat window up here, which is
Okay.
maybe actually better than usual.
Okay. Yeah. Maybe we won't see them flaming us.
We did do the inverse TTS earlier with the stream mic echoing, and
Oh. It's pretty fun.
which I don't know if that's a first or not.
Oh, gotcha. Did the webcam not go through?
The webcam is working.
Oh.
What we can do is we'll flip to that.
Oh, what's up, guys? Yo. What up? Hope you're having fun, guys. You know, I'm gonna pull up the stream on my phone to see what they're saying. I can't resist. Can't resist the chatters.
You can't resist.
Can't resist.
Sometimes they say ignorance is bliss.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'll regret it.
There are some people in chat that I actually really appreciate.
Yeah, who have you seen?
So when Shield Battery's out there, I appreciate
Oh,
him.
yeah. Mm-hmm. Shield Battery's like, he's a pillar of the community.
Absolute pillar.
Uh-huh.
Handful of others.
Yep.
Sva, but he's here.
Yep. Sva's a chatter at heart, dude. Wow. A lot of people on the YouTube stream, too. That's pretty great.
Viper Melon's a pretty good guy. Do you want to cast? I just want to be on screen.
He's gotta, yeah. Let's see.
Delayed waiting for Nesh right this second. There's Nesh.
Yep. What's the score? It's 1-0, right?
1-0.
1-0, okay, yeah.
There we go.
Alright, cool, man.
He's like ready to go. I'm like, you need to be on the way too. 1 sec. Start. Here we go.
Alright.
Try to obs from an angle.
Sounds good. Alright. Oh, by the way, guys, I'm Vulcan.
Hi.
I put this together.
I got next.
Yo, you got next, dude.
Bottom left hand corner, or sorry, upper left hand corner, we got Nesh starting as a red Terran. Bottom left hand corner, we got Semih starting as the green Protoss. This is on knockout. We're with Vulcan, which I'm sorry, I'm always wanting to say Zen still. You're doing like the classic Korean rebrand thing, although you're not Korean, but you know, it's like you don't name change in the middle of
My
people
career.
they get a big fandom going, and
Oh,
then all of
yeah.
a sudden you switch names and people don't know who to root for anymore.
Yeah, bro, I have a huge fandom. Yeah, of course, people.
You do. You got people
definitely-
out there that I know I root for you when you're.
They're very sweet.
How are the games going for you? I haven't had a chance to look at the overall.
I am out. So
You're out?
I am out, so I get to enjoy the rest of the tournament. Yeah.
Boo, hiss.
It's
And
all
after
good,
you
man.
did so much work stacking the tournament to get nothing but Terrans,
Yeah,
so that you could.
yeah. I tried my best to put things in my favor, but you know what?
And telling us to come early, and then the thing was closed, and
I
then
didn't
having them have technical difficulties on stream to delay it out.
That was on purpose too. Yeah. But yeah, it's been a great tournament so far. I think people are having fun. I think that's my number one priority when hosting.
My next question, did you enjoy your burrito at lunch?
Oh, it's delicious.
Okay.
I'm really happy. Oh yeah, Diggity made a recommendation for lunch. We got carne asada burritos, and they were a hit. So thank you, Diggity.
The California burritos are even better, actually, from that same location.
Okay.
But that's temptation to come back next time.
Yep. San Diego is a great place to be, great food scene. Can't go wrong.
Looks like we're going to see a 12 Nexus potentially from Semih. He's got the in-base pylon. And no movements towards anything otherwise, as a side note. Are you thinking about doing another one already, or is that just like what happens in the cards as they come?
Cards as they come. It's always a year-by-year thing. Yeah, I take it day by day, year by year.
Now, pretending that you're like, yep, I'm going to do it again, what sort of locations can we start thinking about?
So the idea that I've always had is that we do West Coast, East Coast, and it always switches off. The idea is that with oh wait, hold on. There's a little bit of probe. I see the action. Okay, they're disengaging. The idea is that approximately half the Brood War scene is on the West Coast, approximately half is on the East Coast. It is unfair if the locations are always on one coast versus another. So I try to split it so that if it's on one coast and you're from that coast, so you don't have to get used to time zones. Like it's closer travel for you, and on the opposite coast, you have to get used to a time zone and travel a little bit further. So it's like if it's on your coast, it's like a home field advantage. So I take it like a professional sport where half the time you get you're the home team, half the time you're on the East Coast on the away team. So I think that balances it out.
So we're looking at Atlantic City for the next one?
Atlantic City. Wow, that's a new idea I've not heard of. That's great.
I posited Vegas, but I'm not, Vegas sounds like a meme, but I actually think Vegas would be a good location.
Vegas is an awesome location. There's a really cool HyperX arena at the Luxor. That place is awesome.
We could get the degenerate betting going on downstairs.
Yep.
Cast it out. We could have live odds based on. We could actually get the stream salt up on to give people what the odds are.
Yeah. It's,
all of a sudden, Brood War takes off as the Mafia takes a peak interest in what we're doing. By the way, Nesh scouted bottom right, went top right, still doesn't have eyes, and is going to more or less come into Semih's base while he's already mining at the Nexus. These are the two. I wish I had an opportunity to do my prediction because these were the top at least three. I didn't know who was going to be in the fourth slot, but I was expecting Nesh, Artosis, and StRyKeR to be in the top spot.
Yep, I think things have played out pretty as predicted. Things are a little dicey right now. He has to make sure that this Vulture doesn't get any probes or get up the ramp, but looks like the defense is perfect right there. Just has to buy some time for the game to come out, which already has happened.
I kind of like it when players play more macro aggressive on this map in particular, because you do have the gutter line to work with if someone opts to get aggressive. I will say though, I feel like Terran ends up with a lot more options on this map because of that same gutter line as it comes across, especially at these positions, because when you get siege tanks across this location or across this location after you get that initial second bit, basically what I'm trying to say here is usually Protoss needs to do something to get economically ahead to beat Terran. I feel like you got to do something extra special in the mid game versus Terran, because if they go for some more standard siege tank pushes, I feel like the architecture ends up playing really, really well in their favor.
It certainly does, but the downside to that, or the flip side to that, is that it's easy for Terran to contain. It's really difficult for the Terran to push across the bridge to deal the final blow. So it lends itself to Protoss being able to buy a lot of time, and then down there that's the flip side to it.
So do you like more shuttle arbiter styles as a result on it, or going for fast carrier switches? What are your thoughts on it?
Great question. I think it really depends on how Terran responds. Right now, it looks like Nesh is going for a very aggressive opening. Usually what I see here in this situation is that Terran usually goes for a mine expand and takes a really fast third base. But in this case, yeah, Protoss just has to defend and then go for. I like Arbiter style, and that's pretty viable on this map. Carrier can work too, especially with the economic advantage he got. Shuttle can be good. I think really just based on player preference and style. I think this map lends itself to all those styles.
I do feel like Semih might have had, I mean, he had a pretty sizable glut of units before initial siege tank was out there, but he ate a massive amount of damage on the mines out here, so he's ending up with a weakened Dragoon, weakened Zealot, and I think that's, and also the Vulture sneaking through decided to think that better of it. We'll see if Nesh goes for drop again. He's pretty famous for going drop in this stage. I will say, I feel like I don't like his drops versus Protoss. I feel like his drops are actually really, really good versus Terran because he'll do it at just odd, late timings, and it almost always catches guys off guard when they're really not thinking about it.
Absolutely.
We'll see. Semih's got a sizable enough Dragoon count. These Vultures, I believe, are out of mines. And this is about the timing where Semih's going to want to think about dropping that third, so it looks like he is going to be able to evict it. But right now, I feel like Semih's in a pretty good scenario here. He was able to get that 12th Nexus off without too much ado, was able to negate any sort of counter damage that was happening. So he did, like, oftentimes when you open up with the Nexus, it's like, how do you keep that economic lead? He didn't have any problem keeping that economic lead. Nesh, in the meantime, is just adding that third factory, and he's already got that third on the way. It's going to be a while before Nesh can do anything about it. He's already got, I think kind of the inversion you were talking about that is, I will say, if Protoss ends up economically ahead on this map, once they get to this third ground, high ground, if they have like that glut of units to do so, it becomes very, very challenging to get back across that ramp and up this ramp to start making stuff happen.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And also, when you go for that Star Wars run, just forget about it. It's not going to happen on this map. They already... I honestly feel like that's the backstory to a lot of these StarCraft maps, is it's like it's the same universe as Star Wars and some mech anime.
That's a fascinating theory. That never came across.
This is just the detritus of the Death Star as it became a random-ass space platform and grew some minerals on it. Now people fight over it, like, sometimes.
Oh, that's incredible. Okay, this is a very strange excuse me, Semih. I would love to see a shuttle alongside this to drop on some units. Wow.
Semih forgot Siege. Or sorry, Nesh forgot Siege, or didn't upgrade Siege in this space it is.
Or he's just being Chad and trying to defend without Siege. For
accidentally attacked his own supply depot. Yeah, Nesh, I have to presume he forgot it. He's going up to 5 factory. He's got armory. I don't see a trapped an SCV back here. Yeah, honestly, on any other map, I'm pretty sure Nesh dies right there. But because you have this gutter line, Nesh with some nice micro and bunker and able to hold it, but because of a lot of that misfire, yeah. I'm wondering if Nesh tactically decided to not go for Siege for a while, again because of the gutter line.
Yep.
But I don't want to give him that much credit there. I think that might have been a whoops, I forgot it scenario.
I actually think it was tactical, because you saw it just finished now. It's not like he just started as soon as the attack came. So I think he knows that because of the wall he built and the guttural line that you mentioned, that he doesn't need Siege to hold off any attack. It did look dicey, I'll be honest with you. It did look a little scary, but you can't argue with the results.
Can't argue with results. It's always you can take credit if people aren't presuming you've screwed up. In the meantime, Shuttle sneaking in, we got no defenses. I don't even know that Nesh recognizes. Oh, so gonna lose the turret, and is he gonna get at least? He's gonna get at least a pot shot. Very late delay on the SCVs.
Oh,
gets one. Was lucky that didn't, and he still has some latent SCVs left.
Messing up his shuttle. Okay, nice.
So well worth it, and he was already economically ahead. Wow, he's got a nice 40 supply lead. Again, I was talking about those Dragoons up on the high ground. Let's see if Nesh is able to pounce on that before Semih's able to reinforce. Semih actually opted for a 4th Nexus here at the 6 o'clock rather than going for anything else. The thing is, even with the small skeleton crew like this, you can delay that 3rd for a long period of time just being annoying.
The Reaver is the magic key there. That's the one. That's the thing that really by a lot of time. It forces Terran to not siege on siege each by inch.
Looks like he's fanning the... Speaking of Reaver, where did the Reaver go? There he is. Midfield, I think holding it back just in case some vultures snuck out. Nesh's siege tank... So he's been sitting on the double machine shop for a while. he lost, I think, a siege tank, maybe 2 in that previous battle. I'm
Yep.
kind of surprised that a siege tank count is so low at the 11-minute mark here.
I'm surprised also about the third command center hasn't been started. Clearly, we're not going for a push. We're just trying to take a third, but it hasn't even started yet. Well, meanwhile, Semih's fourth base has already come online, so we're really behind.
Behind, on any other map, I would be like, game's over. But again, because bridge line with siege tanks and kind of high ground siege here, one advantage of Terran on this map is you can just sit back on 3 bases max and move out at your leisure. So I don't think Nesh is like, usually I'd be like, nope, this is a bad scenario. But I feel like because of the map, it's not as bad as it looks. In the meantime, a Vulture, is he going to be able to snipe that probe bottom right?
Oh man.
Asleep on the job.
Oh!
Oh!
Oh! He sees it. He sees it. Okay.
I don't know what the command is on this to get rid of this window. I'm used to the BattleNet observer
I see.
commands.
Looks good. Okay, he's starting on the third, but still really behind. Weaver's gonna double shot. Just the perfect.
Marine jumped on the grenade right there.
Yeah, Semih's in a great position. I'm curious how he's going to position now. He can do really anything, whether it be carriers, going double robo into shuttle, or going arbiter. Oh, it looks like we're going the shuttle style. I really like this, actually.
I kind of like the shuttle style on this map in particular, because one problem with Arbiter is you do a recall, you lose a chunk of your army, and you're not able to get it back out again.
Yep.
One advantage of shuttles is if the shuttle drop goes particularly well, you can just scoop your army right back up and move them some other direction.
Oh, yeah.
And it's kind of like, I mean, it's not exactly like automatic spells, it's not stasis,
Yeah.
but you can turn it into like continued zealot bombs. In the meantime, Semih, recognizing he's not going to be able to breach the 3-base location of Nesh running up the high ground, is going to go ahead and retreat that shuttle, but sneaking an expansion here at the 3 o'clock.
I like
So,
that location.
yeah, trying to hide additional bases from Nesh. What surprises me a bit, though, is his gateway count is still quite light for being on 4 bases moving on to 5.
Yep. I want at least 12 gateways situation. I only counted 7 on that screen. He really needs to make sure he has the adequate gateway count to replenish the inevitable losses that he's going to take. This is a really nice drop here. There's really no defenses, so this is going to be really annoying for Nesh to clear.
Nesh really late on his starport as well for level 2 weapons. So we're looking at near the 14-minute mark, and I don't think +2 has been started. 2 supply depots wiped out there by the Reaver, so really nice shuttle poke in and poke out. So, I mean, if this continues for another however long, theoretically, like if we extend this out to infinity, Semih wins, right? Because he's just getting better trades overall. The secondary thing I mentioned is, Nesh will be at 3 base, and then he'll hit 200 supply as he's getting close to right this second. That'll be scary. But I feel like Nesh, another part of that equation was having that armory up and making sure he had the really scary 2-1 upgrades. So now we're at like a 200 supply-ish, 200-ish supply mech army making its way across the map, but without that level 2, level 1 army, it's a lot less scary.
Yeah, it's still just 2-1. I was expecting him to take that 3rd and 4th really quickly, but he's opting for this push off of 1-0, which is highly unusual. There's the 4th command center, I believe. Okay. So, and I don't think his armory timing is a little off too, so I think things are just really desynchronized right now.
Playing a little bit nervous. He mentioned actually yesterday, I mean, he's been playing fantastic lately, but he was mentioning he felt like his macro was a little bit off. Here, it feels like a little bit of a macro flub in game 2. Could be also the fatigue. Man, it was hot yesterday, so maybe we can blame that as living in the sauna. And here, it's much better today. Did they actually turn on the air conditioner?
They turned the air conditioning on. I think there's just a lot less people.
It was gonna-
lot less sweaty.
It felt like it was one of those survival sort of things. It's like, can you survive the land center? That'd be a fun TV show. It's like,
Oh man.
stand and play games. 3 shuttles nearby. I'm not sure if we got any High Templars scooped in here as of yet. I see a few trailing
Oh, that's
near
that's
the
a lot of energy.
near side. He's also, if you look at this, full energy across the board, which is an immense amount of Psy Storm. And Nesh, the observer's not sitting overhead, so it's not like Semih's got like a perfect vision of what he needs to drop on, but he knows that army's positioned right there. And really what you're looking for with the drop style is a static defense that you can just kind of walk up and carve into. Zealots killing each other mid-map to free up some supply for Semih. Vicious.
Yeah, very
Cannibals.
Very cutthroat.
Another Nexus going up top right and bottom right, by the way. So while Nesh is carving out kind of this marginal line across the center area, in the meantime, Semih has taken the entirety of the rest of the map. The only base he's missing is the 12 o'clock location in this base, which is like the near side. And I don't think Semih cares about that. I will say, okay, we got +1 armor that's just finished here. The only thing I can fault Semih on is like while +2 weapons is not in play, while he has max supply, he hasn't gone for a lot of the maneuverability with those shuttles and poking into this.
Yeah, Nesh, when he's behind in the game, he likes to do this thing where he takes the center, and it makes it really annoying for us to obtain map control. But the way to counter that is carriers. This is going to be rough for Nesh to deal with. All Semih needs to do is just buy some time and just run around, make sure he doesn't die. Just needs to buy time, but he is out of position right now. Looks like very much so.
Vultures are going to be able to crash down and maybe wipe that base out. Semih, if he attacks from the back and has a little bit of observer discipline, might have a better shot at this. This is a huge amount. The carriers are moving out, and this is we got a Marine for anti-air and a handful of Goliaths. Not a lot of interceptors out as of yet.
Enough to threaten and kill the units. He killed the Goliaths, and it looks like he's backstabbing to kill the remaining units that's in the center.
This is actually, I think, a great trade for Semih overall, because he's going to be able to clear out everything mid, probably shut down the third. He's already got a Zealot up at the third. Nesh is retreating from the 12 o'clock. Nesh is able to maybe take out some workers here at the natural. I'm not sure if they retreated to the main, but he's going to end up losing all of these siege tanks, all of these vultures, and it's going to be very, very difficult to resupply that as the mains mined out, natural expansions mined out, and that third is at risk.
Yep, third's at risk, and fourth is not going to land, or it's not going to be saturated by cities by any means. I was skeptical about what Semih was doing, but I was proven wrong. This is the right move. For me, I didn't know how many interceptors or amount that the carriers had, but given that they are at near capacity, this was the right move. He knows that he can defend any pushes with these carriers, and he can backstab and do a ton of damage with his ground.
Second problem for Nesh is even if he manages to stabilize against the ground army that was there, which it looks like he's maybe starting to with these siege tanks, he still has to worry about the carriers on the turnaround. That's a lot of carriers. Looks like a Vulture was able to shut things down at the top right. A single siege tank making its way bottom right. Is it going to be able to deal with... Comsatting to try to clear out the... That's going to take a really long time to deal with.
I cannot believe that's a thing. That is incredible. That
siege tanks, am I right?
Siege tanks.
Vulture's able to sneak through. Okay, actually going to be able to shut down that base as well. So weird scenario here. Okay, so shuttles are going to be able to clean that up with some Zealots, it looks like. But 3 o'clock base is mining. 6 o'clock base is no longer mining. Main has a few probes, it looks like. Okay, the natural did get evacuated and resaturated. So we got the natural saturated, the bottom right not really saturated, the 3 o'clock saturated. So we got kind of 1.5 bases versus 2 bases. So Nesh, aside from the fact that there's this huge supply gap lead, what I thought was a game-closing situation from Semih, which, potentially still is. He's still got a lot of carriers, and I don't think Nesh has an answer for that as of yet, aside from trying to keep Semih distracted across the rest of the map. However, he's got a lot of Goliaths. If he can, the secondary problem, though, is still +1 weapons. And do we have any interceptors to look at? +2, +1, so damage advantage to Semih here. Usually, if you're going to beat carriers with Goliaths, you want to be ahead, particularly to deal with especially be ahead of the armor upgrades on the interceptors, so you can pick the interceptors out of the sky, potentially. I don't think that's going to happen here, and I don't see a lot of Wraith somewhere on the map to kind of do a sneaky dive in. So I think once these carriers are fielded from Semih, they can probably just walk through and carve everything out. I don't know that Nesh is going to have a lot of recourse.
Right. There was a point there, I think, where Semih could have dealt from below to the 12 o'clock, but opted to defend, which is fine. It does give Nesh, it did give Nesh a little time to breathe and time to come back, but it does look like we've hit critical massive carriers and interceptors, so that is less relevant right now in this situation. Yeah, it looks like Semih has really the decisive advantage.
All right, and one thing, the other thing Nesh is known for is having very long games, because there are opportunities where, like, honestly, most Terran likely would have GG'd at this stage. Nesh will fight to the last Goliath here, and we might see the last Goliath here as his resources are starting to dwindle, and Semih kind of just playing, again, a micro UMS with Goliaths versus carriers over a ridge. We do have some siege tanks sneaking out. Looks like he has spotted the 3 o'clock. One thing Nesh did say is, like, I'm very good at staying in games and frustrating my opponent, and that is definitely what is happening here. The carrier count is at... The thing is, like, even if Nesh manages to kill a lot of these bases, I don't ever see him mounting enough resources where he's ever going to be able to kill the carriers. So that command center is gone. 12 o'clock command center is going to be gone shortly after this. 3 o'clock base is going to get wiped out, but it doesn't matter because Semih's already got whatever army he needs to kind of walk around the map and wipe everything out.
Yeah, not many options Nesh has at this point. Yeah, Semih's just going to proceed to wipe everything out. 12 o'clock. Meanwhile, Semih's going to take bases. Yeah, not a lot for him to be able to do.
Nesh trying to play like a Protoss and expand top right. Some Zelts and Dragoons not coming to bear. I think this is going to be it. Once these Dragoons and Zelts get up here and start clearing everything out top left.
Yeah, I think that this is close to it.
Sometimes it's hard to tell again with the... But yeah, now that the carrier is on top of the factory lines, I think what Nesh might do is just kill the 6 o'clock Nexus as a statement. And then potentially GG from here. Yeah, there we go.
Alright, first check. Alright. So tied 1-1 now, it looks
We're
like?
tied 1-1.
Wow, we're really back and forth between two even players.
Do you want to see if anybody else wants to cast in the meantime? Because I could...
You can use breather?
I could use a breather for my voice.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'll grab Flash. Sounds like you wanted to.
Yes.
Yep. Thank you, Diggity. I'll be
You are
right
welcome.
back. Flash.
All right, chat.
Diggity wants break.
All right. Take
You
over.
wanna take a break?
Yeah, I'm gonna take a break.
Is there a problem leaving the webcam on?
I think the audio ends up not being... I'll check with chat, but I think the audio ends up not being as good. I do want to give you guys the heads up so you can adjust the thing there. Once you've adjusted it, see how you have the browser tab here? Just click refresh.
Oh,
so
okay.
for example, here I've adjusted 1.1. Click away. Here. Refresh. It updates.
Okay, great, awesome.
And then you guys are good to go. All right.
All right. Enjoy your break, Diggity. Thanks for working hard. All right, chat. Let's see it. It's going to be 1-1 on Attitude. We got our
Are we good to go?
President Terran here, Flash FTW.
What up, fam? Sorry about the audio issues earlier. That's great. Am I gonna control everything too?
Yeah, you're in control. I don't know how he pulled up the webcam, but that's okay.
It's fine. All right. So game 3, I think it's a BO3, right?
Yes.
Okay, so our final game here, the Nesh for Semih, spawning up here top right-hand position. On Attitude is going to be Nesh.
And we got Semih in the top left as the Great Protoss.
Nice little Christmas colors.
Yeah, so, they're tied 1-1. They're definitely evenly matched opponents. We'll see what they pull out the toolbox for this last game. Oh, it really. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a forward gate here from Semih at the natural, so he's going to go for Zealot. Yeah, he's been doing this a lot in a lot of his games. He did it against me in both games. He's been... I forgot who the other Terran that he played was. Was it Spa? Did he play Spa? No. He played AOT next, and then he's against Nesh. So, yeah, a lot of progress has been opening with this forward gate.
He played you, right?
He played me. That was a very funny series. Just Zealot Dragoon just kills me both games basically.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll see how Nesh deals with this forward gate. Always going to be interesting to see the early game and how it pans out. But lucky for Semih, it's going to be close positions.
I don't know how really good Artosis players pull it off.
He's going to get first scout too here.
Forward gate's really against good Terrans with like a good Marine micro. They flip it so that if they kill the Zealot, it becomes really disadvantageous for Protoss.
Yeah, it gets really hard.
Yeah, so we'll see how that interaction goes. I'm really curious to see how Nesh is going to defend it.
Yeah. Also, looks like it's going to be a single Zealot because Semih already took his gas, so it's not going to be 2 Zealot, 1 Dragoon. I think it's going to be could be 1 Zealot here. But he already sees Nesh right off the bat. He's going to harass his SCV. He hasn't gotten a single shot out of it actually, so he's trying his best. There you go. Now he's got the moving shot.
Two shots.
But Rax is up on the way, so I mean it's a good SimCity here from Nesh. He's doing the standard SimCity here on right side spawn. So yeah, we'll have to see how things go. He's got the core going down right now, so. Okay.
I always thought that probe was supposed to harass the barracks making a CD. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean you can. I think you just want to chase the scout because he knows the probe is going to be, or the Marine's going to pop out a little bit later. So yeah, he's just going to camp the Rax. He gets 1 hit. Needs the second hit is the important one. The first hit is okay, but you know if he gets another hit up on this Marine, maybe that'll change the math a little bit here. First Zealot's on the way though.
So for those that don't know, so 1 probe hit plus 2 Zealot hits kills the Marine. If you don't get that second probe hit off, then it's still 3 hits with the Zealot.
Yeah, Nesh is going to get a super late scout here, so he's got the Marines on top of the ramp. We're going to see how good his reaction timing is going to be here. And I think he sees it. Yeah, he sees it, but he's got to pull back.
Oh, wow.
All right, so good reaction time. Just got to hold the main and just defend. Factory is right next to his SimCity, so this is a really nice position here from Nesh. So this for Zealot won't be able to really do much. And he's going to see, it's a 4 gateway, range on the way. So Semih, this is like a little pressure build from him. He doesn't really take his Nexus super early. Pulling 2 SCVs here to try to deal with this, and Semih's going to have to respect the SCV micro here from Nesh, and he's going to pull back. But he's going to get the full scout in here, so nicely done.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for this variation where correct me if I'm wrong, he's getting range, I believe?
Yeah, he's getting range.
Okay, so this is a very aggressive variation of what he's doing. There is another more defensive variation where you get the Nexus behind the second Dragoon without range. And yeah, that's more defensive while playing just a little bit of pressure. Here he's going to look to really contain turn for a while. He's gonna have range goons. It's gonna make it really tough for the Terrans to move down the ramp. This is going to force Nesh to build a lot more Marines and possibly, get a tank. Yeah,
so Nesh is going to pivot into an FD here, basically. Actually getting a lot of Marines here. So this is number 6 already, so 7 on the way. Tank is going to be out. I want to say this is probably mines, and he's just going to kind of push out with almost like a pseudo-strong FD with like 8 Marines, 1 siege tank. Kind of like an old school, but I think this is the adaptation here from Nesh. Nexus is going to go down, about 30 supply or so is when this Nexus came down. So yeah, this is going to be aggression versus aggression here, and then Nesh will probably take his natural behind this push. And nice shot there so far. Can he get some hull damage on these goons? No, so far only shield damage. Semih, this is really bad for him. Yeah, he loses the Zealot for only 1 Marine so far, and now the Dragoon is starting to take some hull damage, so these Dragoons need to be very careful here with 6 Marines and a siege tank behind. This is quite a bit, actually, here from Nesh.
I think he messed up his micro. The Zealot, he kind of just lost the Zealot for free. He took a lot of shield damage for free. It looks like range is fine. Come on, so he's getting the stutter step.
Yeah.
I think he was engaging before range finished, and that was kind of a mistake.
This Vulture's getting caught in his own SCV. Yeah, he wants to lay the mines here.
That's really good. That's really good for Semih.
So far, so good from Semih. Only lost 1 goon so far. The rest of the goons are now starting to get the shields up. Yeah, he's got to be very careful of this mine. Oh! It's terrible for Semih.
Not like this.
He's got 1 Vulture, so the Vulture's going to be able to get up here and lay some mines here, and maybe he'll lay mines right here at the gateway, or he's going to lay at the...
That's so...
Oh man, that was a careless maneuver there from Semih. Now this goon's gonna go down. One more shot from the siege tank. Oh no! That might be it. That might be it. Vulture, more vultures reinforcing with mines here. Nesh is just gotta lay mines there at the bottom. Ah, GG!
Excuse me while I go bury myself.
Oh, that's painful.
That was really hard to watch. I think he just didn't
Painful.
see that mine being placed.
Yeah,
I think he just missed it.
I think so.
It's so unfortunate. Wow.
Did we fix audio, by the way, for the regular cam?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we can just try it and then I'll look at chat to see what they think.
Okay, we'll see if we're gonna change it up here. So, oh man. Oh wait, no, we have another game going actually.
Oh.
I think it's a best of 5, so it's 2-1 right now.
For real? For real? I organized this and I don't know. Oh, okay, I see what happened. This is my bad, guys. So there was originally a round 4, and I knew round 4 was a best of 5, but we had some players drop out, so this round 3 has become a best of 5 instead.
Okay,
So,
gotcha.
my bad. Okay,
Check-
yeah,
is
we
chat-
got more games.
Is
We
chat
got
saying
more
audio's
games.
messed up or?
Hey, chat, what do you think about the audio?
They're a little bit delayed, right? So
Yeah, we'll see.
just do this for now. Oh man, that was
Oh, I think you're supposed to make the game.
Oh, I'm supposed to make the game? Oh, okay. So what's the next map?
We-
Do I have Discord on here? Don't have
I
Discord.
do.
Is it match point next? Winners bracket round 3.
They play Attitude, right?
They played just played Attitude.
Okay, it's gonna be Sylphin. Okay, audio's fine. According to chat.
Hey, small break. I'm gonna use the bathroom real fast.
Oh, yeah,
Couple
sure.
minutes, just waiting for it to open.
Yeah, sounds good. All right, the players are gonna take a little break. Looks like one was gonna use the bathroom.
Oh, I think it's already. There it is here. I need to click on this, hit refresh. Nesh 2-1. Perfect.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah. Flash, how's your time been at the land so far?
Oh, it's been great. I lost to Aether, but I made him suffer with a 40-minute TVT. So, low key, kind of hoping that Semih wins this series, so then Aether has to play another TVT against Nesh, and then I hope Artosis wins his games against RayReign, because then he'll have to. And then if Aether wins against Nesh, then Aether will have to play another TVT against Artosis.
What a torture session. So
Pretty
for
much.
those that don't know, our favorite player Aether in the bracket, he's played a TVT every game or every series he's played so far.
Yeah, let me pull up the bracket for everybody here.
Sure.
Let's see here. So, yeah, here's the bracket. So, Aether actually started off against RayReign, and then he had an insane 50-minute TVT against Artosis, which I hope Diggity or someone will cast that later. But that was, or no, didn't Sva do a replay of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, crazy game, absurd game, and then he played me in a TVT.
Very cool.
And then he played Pandora in another long TVT series as well.
Oh, nice.
So-
okay.
So yeah, like I said, I hope if Nesh loses against Semih, then Nesh will play Aether.
Dude.
And then if Aether wins and Artosis wins, then it's another TVT in the final.
That Artosis RayReign series is actually going to be pretty fire.
It is, because I remember people were talking a lot about how they wanted to what's it called, get that show match between the two of them. So.
Yeah. I don't think it ever materialized for some reason, but now we get to see them play, so that's super dope.
All right, so Nesh just got back in the lobby. I think he's done his bathroom break. How are your games today?
Good and disappointing at the same time. I played a really great series against Nesh, and I almost had him. I had him on the ropes game 3, and I messed the last engagement. Overall, I'm pretty satisfied. I was eliminated by Sva, and that was really kind of a shell shock. He got me with some really incredible timings that I got caught off guard with. So, props to him. I got outplayed. He was the better player today.
Yeah, Sva with that was surprising because normally Sva is kind of just like a TVT sniper and managed to beat you. I was a little surprised about that too.
I think a lot of the skills that he improved on in TVT kind of translated to his
TVP as well.
He just lays mines everywhere. It was it was jarring. I was just trying to move left. Oh, there's some mines there. Oh,
He's playing like Speed,
yeah, kind of. It's like
just Vulture Maniac.
yeah, crazy. And then I needed to get in position this one area to fend off this push, and then just ran into the mines. It was terrible. Anyway, yeah, it looks like we're gonna get this. Oh, Nesh needs the bathroom. So
Let's see if he's back.
we got the. Oh, no, that's
That's diggity. Nesh is not back at his computer yet.
we'll get him in a second.
The Nesh is. Did Nesh just hop in the bathroom?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't need to select color though. Try pushing the mic a little bit back actually.
This way?
No, back towards towards. Damn it, Vulcan.
It's okay. It's okay.
Right here?
Yeah, because I think you project better than he does.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm a little quiet today.
Even with my sickly voice.
Your voice is.
I'm just
at
loud.
Normal. You're pretty much at normal now.
Oh, okay. I'm just loud, as everyone knows.
Nesh was just walking outside for a second.
Oh, okay, okay,
Also
gotcha.
click away.
It's updated.
Oh, it's
already.
updated?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. You already put 2 apparently. And so all I do is I looked over, I was like, wait, why does this say 2? You just knew. You're a fortune teller.
He knew.
See, people like Zen better than Vulcan. When do you rebrand back to Zen?
We'll see. Highly doubt it though. Who's Aether playing next?
Loser of this.
Oh,
Yeah.
got it. Okay.
Man, there's actually a lot of cool series going on. So there's going to be StRyKeR versus the winner of this, then Artosis versus RayReign, and then Pandora versus the loser of this match.
No, Pandora's knocked out. You mean Aether?
Sorry, Aether. Yeah.
Just all the Asian Terrans, man. You can't tell
I can't get them
apart.
straight. They all look the same.
True. Who are all of them? It's me, Pandora, Aether,
Fridge.
Fridge is an Asian Terran. Tender is an Asian Terran.
Yeah, there's dozens of you guys.
True.
You were in San Diego earlier this week, or
No. I'm here next month actually for a family friend's wedding.
very cool.
Yeah, I just saw her actually this morning. I got coffee with her.
what? Oh,
Yeah.
she's a local around here.
Yeah, her family and my family, we knew each other since we were born, when we were
Oh,
babies,
awesome.
basically. Yeah, so
Very cool.
coming back next month again, which is good because I love the city.
Yeah, it's gonna get a lot warmer, right? Later in the year, or does it cool down?
This is about as warm as it gets usually, unless like a massive heat wave comes through.
Gotcha.
So I mean, we'll see. It might be this warm again. Who knows? But it's not as bad as Houston. Houston's makes me want to shoot myself sometimes.
Damn, dude. Have you thought about moving here?
I used to live here because I went to UCSD.
I mean, like coming back. Here.
Oh, yeah. When I retire, it's too expensive here, man.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it's too expensive. Or I told my fiance, I'm like, yeah, if you want to move back, if you want to move to San Diego or like SoCal, like I'm down. But like if we want to have kids and everything, like we need to make like $500,000 to survive here. Keep
Yeah.
the same like standard of living or everything.
Oh, wow.
All right, we're ready. Game number 4 on Sylphid, with Nesh winning that game 3, now up 2-1. Spawning here at the 12 o'clock position as the green Protoss is going to be Semih.
And in the 8 o'clock position, we have the red Terran and Nesh.
So I think Semih will probably open another 4 pylon again and gate with Zealot pressure. He did this against me, and he likes to go Reaver on this map as well. The problem for him is against me, when I spawn top position, there's actually, you can get this shuttle by here, because turrets can't reach. Or one turret here can reach, but it only hits like 2 or 3 times. But on this position, Nesh actually, there is no pathable area here for the shuttle, so it's a lot harder for him to get that shuttle in behind. So we'll see if he deviates from that strategy. Cares could come into play on this map as well. It is kind of open in the middle, but around the sides is just a pain in the ass. And yeah, here we go. Here's the 4th pylon again. Very interesting pylon position here. I think gate's gonna go here, and the core is gonna go back here.
I see. Yeah, I don't know. I've yet to see like a. I understand it places pressure on Terran. I get it's something that they have to think about, and it can throw a wrench into things. I think though against like Factory Expand, I've yet to see it really, a lot of substantial damage come to fruition. I think it's really good against Barracks Expand. I think that's the main idea behind it, and it's certainly viable against Factory Expand. But, I just think it's really hard to do damage.
Yeah, it really depends on how good Terran is going to be with their control, but I think it really puts the pressure on Terran. Like if Terran messes up, like the game could just be over right there. So it makes it just makes them have to like reconsider. And again, it's gonna be the gas version of this. So it's not gonna be 2 zealots, it's gonna be 1 zealot and then into dragoons. And again, we'll see if he goes for that fast range, and then he just puts dragoon pressure. And we'll see if Nesh does the same response. And we'll have to see Semih's control this time, make sure it's better than last time, especially running into that mine. I mean, that was depressing.
I just think he didn't know. Like, if he knew, there would have been some stutter step to try to like. Drag the mine out and then kill it, but he went straight for the tank, which tells me he wasn't aware that there was a mine there.
Yeah. Nesh is going to get first scout here as well, so this is nice from Nesh here. Going to be able to see exactly what he's going to be dealing with right off the bat. It is interesting actually that Semih does this, because I think this is actually just normal Protoss with a 14 Zealot. So it's not like, because normally we see the 2 Zealot 1 Dragoon opener, but instead Semih's kind of like adapted this to try to go for a more standard opener, which is interesting because you do lose a little bit of mining time sending that probe out early to get that pylon down. It's almost like in the PvZ where you send the probe out to make that pylon early. So again, that's just a style. We see the goon just started now as well with the zealot on the way. So Semih's gonna know where Nesh is. Nesh is just gonna place everything's nice again, nicely compact. Marines can hold here right between the barracks and the factory. Sylphid is a flat ground, so with the range pressure, it will be nice for Semih to poke in, right? Because if Semih or if Nesh holds here, Semih can always get right here with the goons and kind of poke over the wall a little bit.
Yeah, this looks like we got Nesh trying to do some shenanigans here. Zealot getting okay damage, only shield damage on the Zealot, which is really good. I really wonder what he's planning on with that. CV there. I'm gonna guess some proxy starport. Yeah.
Here we go.
This is really.
Or is it factory? Is he gonna do a factory float?
Oh, that'd be incredible. If he does a factory float, but what's happening?
He's spending money right now, so he's trying to wait for that opportunity. Oh, he spent more money again. Let's see what happened. He canceled a zealot, or I mean a vulture.
Oh.
There you go. There's the so it's gonna be a factory float. Very interesting here. Yeah. And again, Semih's going for that late nexus here, as we can see. He's just going straight for this Dragoon pressure, holding Nesh back in his base. Nesh is going to go for Mass Marine 2 Vulture. And the problem is that, I mean, Marines, yeah, they do well against Dragoons, but the Vultures, after they kill the Zealot, they're kind of not going to do much. I mean, I guess they'll take the shields off the Dragoon, which is always what they're really important for. Here we go. It's always hard pushing out of this. This is exactly where Semih wants to hold here. The Zealot is moving backwards, letting Dragoons take most of the damage right now. Now he's going to pull back, taking a little bit of hold damage, but here comes the Zealot. The Zealot is full HP still. The Vultures are going to take it down, but the Marines are going to be dead here. It does pick off 1 Dragoon.
I am really shocked that he went with that engagement. It really looked like Nesh was gonna really crush that, but it came out pretty even, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, he really used the choke to his advantage there, abused the fact that the Marines were kind of getting stuck right here, and so the reinforcing Marines behind were not good. But yeah, here we go. This is the problem here when you go the Vultures and the Marines only. These Dragoons, just with the range, are just so strong here. Here comes the factory float. He's going to make a siege tank coming out of this right now. He's going to have to cancel his bunker. But is Semih going to know? This is one of the problems he's going to see.
Does he see it? Does he see it?
Oh, he sees it. He sees it.
He sees it? Oh, man.
But Semih right now, he's
microing, though. There's a chance he might have missed it just because of his micro. Yeah, he's just trying to buy a lot. Yeah.
Oh, he sees it. He sees it. He's
Okay.
gonna pull probes.
Oh. Dude, he could make a pylon prison.
He could put a pylon right here.
Okay.
What?
Why? He doesn't need that one.
Oh, because because if the vulture. Okay, hold on. If the vulture squeezes out here, because if there's no, it's gonna squeeze down the outside. I think.
What?
Okay.
What? Wait, what? No, what?
Wow. Okay.
Wait,
he's just gonna kill his vulture.
This is
And I think he's
kinda
gonna cancel
crazy.
these pylons. Yep, there you go. He's gonna leave this one pylon for supply. And now there's goons out here. And at the front here, Nesh with only Marines and vultures. And again, this is the problem when you don't go for the early tank here. Is he gonna try to?
Oh, he killed the mine.
He killed the mine. He killed the mine. That was nice. A good micro. Kills the second mine.
Oh, this is huge.
Oh, he's gonna dive on a tank. Can he get this? He's gotta be
Dude,
careful with the
he
mine.
needs to be careful.
Oh,
Not like
oh.
last time. Oh, he's aware.
Oh, he got it. Okay, okay. And the
Okay.
tank's only 2 shots away.
Oh my god. This is insane.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely absurd. Nesh is super far behind now. The second base is now already up for Semih here. He is. Oh, he got the vulture with the mines. He's gonna lay
Wait,
mines
that's
here.
insane micro. He got away with it.
Oh, but Semih.
Oh, no.
Oh, it didn't kill a probe. Oh, 1 HP, but the probe can it kill the vulture in time? No.
Oh my god.
He's still trying to build more vultures right now.
Nesh, Semih thought he had like the proxy factory taken care of, but now he's let the dam loose.
Oh my god! And this, you know, what this it looks like. Oh, he gets the vulture, but another one's gonna pop out soon. You know, it looks like a TVZ when the vulture gets through. But here we go. One more vulture does get through. Oh my god, Nesh has got to be careful here with these 3 goons. Okay, 2 tanks now, he'll be able to do it.
Okay.
The problem is he never. Oh yeah, the CC was so late.
Does it
the
matter if
mines,
you
the
lose?
mines.
Oh no, please,
Oh, the
no.
probes are helping defuse the mines. Incredible micro here from Semih.
Jesus Christ. I need to go see my doctor. I think my blood pressure's at 200 over.
Nesh has not stopped making SCVs behind us, by the way. The supply is like dead even.
Yep.
And the thing is oh, he's gonna get these 2 goons. Semih's not paying attention. Manages to defuse one of the mines. Manages to defuse the second mine, but did lose a goon. Both these goons are super damaged. Is Nesh gonna push in here? He's continuing to use his factory, just making sure these dragoons cannot get out of the base here from Semih. Semih's gotta be careful with these goons in the middle as well. He's got a micro on 2 fronts.
Oh man, this is crazy. He needs to buy time with those red dragoons to let them kill the factory, or at least shut it down, and then bring them to the front.
Factory's dead. He doesn't have to deal with this behind now, and now he's gonna be bring these 4 goons with the obs here, and Nesh won't be able to do much here. I wonder, what is Nesh gonna do here? He's gonna have to. He's adding the second factory, but he's. I feel like he's behind.
He's super behind, and he's making more Marines, which tells me he's gonna go a second time to like recommit to a bigger push. And,
Yeah, I think he's just going all in here.
And I feel very skeptical about that, given that Semih's goon count is huge. Oh, look at that! 4 fact.
No, eBay.
Nope, not 4 fact. eBay.
So this is interesting. He's going eBay, but if he's making more Marines and he wants to go all in here potentially,
This is very.
the eBay doesn't
backward,
make as
yeah.
much sense. I would have
No,
just gone 4 fact.
I agree. That's why I saw that and I instinctively thought 4 fact.
Semih's gonna grab his 3rd here as well.
Doesn't even have siege, if I'm not mistaken.
The nice thing about this is because he never stopped making SCVs, that he can just transfer a full control group of SCVs to natural and then saturate immediately. But again, Semih's already getting his 3rd base up right now.
Yep.
Now the supply you can see is starting to pull away. He's going, so not getting a second shop, he's going 1 shop. Is he just gonna try to push with like 5 tanks here and go with mines and speed?
Yeah, I really don't love that idea, but I think that's what he's going for. It
He's got
looks like.
so many Marines. And Semih sees the Marines. I mean, he's got 7 Marines. Are they in the bunker? I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't think Observer mode sees how many Marines are in there, but 7 Marines is a lot.
Yeah.
Let's see if he goes here. But Semih's got such a big concave
Yeah.
of goons here as well.
Tons of.
Yeah, he's just gonna go.
Oh, this is gonna get crushed. Wait, what's Semih doing?
He's just
Okay,
gonna come
okay.
in now.
Okay.
Oh, he's just gonna
Oh,
dive
he's
right
just
on top.
diving.
Oh, good micro here with this
Really
vulture.
incredible micro.
Kills 3 goons. So
Okay.
far, Nesh is winning this fight, but the problem is once all these Marines die, he
Yep.
can just jump on top of tanks, and that's exactly what's happening here.
He's jumping.
Although Semih's gotta be
He has to
careful with these mines.
Yeah.
Oh, but these goons over here, these 4 goons get on top of the siege tanks. Yeah, they're gonna pick up
This
every
is really
single
nice
tank.
micro by Semih.
Yep, kills the vulture. Good mine drags, killing the mines and the vultures here, getting on top of the last siege tank right now. Gotta pull the SCVs, gonna lay mines here as well.
Wait,
Semih
he needs
didn't
to get that
target-
last tank!
No, he didn't get the last tank, and the mine's gonna connect. Okay, I mean, it's fine for him because he's already gotten a 3rd base up. So, I mean, this is overall, Semih kinda came out on top of this trade. Nesh committed so many, minerals into those Marines, didn't get the push through, and Semih is just gonna be in a really commanding position.
He reset the tank count
Yeah.
while resetting his own dragoon count, that's usually good for Protoss.
Yep.
Because, with Protoss can make goons from all his gateways, while Nesh can only make tanks from his machine shop factories.
Yeah, he's only got one.
One machine shop.
He's just going to 6-fact here. I think he's feeling very desperate. I wouldn't even be surprised if he made a 7th. He's only got 2 guys on gas, by the way.
Yeah.
Hopefully that doesn't bite him in the ass, but maybe he's just going to go 5 guys on gas. I'm not sure if this is intentional or not from him.
Doesn't seem like a calculated move. His supplies, SCV count's a little low too, I think. Especially in the main.
Yeah, he lost a few here at the front as well.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that low considering he had been making SCVs nonstop from his 1CC.
Could be worse, yep.
Could be worse, but I mean, Semih, all he's got to do is keep macroing. He's adding more gateways now as well.
Surprisingly, I think Semih's gateway count's a little bit low.
Yeah, so far only 3 gateways, getting 4 or 5. Could be more, could be at 6 right now probably, and even getting up to 8. But I think he's going to go Reaver Tech here as well.
I see.
And then he's going to go shuttle style, looks like, with the Templar Archives.
Oh, wait. How did this get?
What the hell? How did these vultures get in here? Uh-oh.
It's like the Twilight Zone. Like, how did they get in here?
Is this the way that he gets back in the game? I mean, Nesh can get quite a few. Oh, this one goon's blocking all his goons! Semih's not paying attention. He didn't kill his eggs.
This is really...
Oh my goodness.
my
Oh, he
God.
couldn't even get his 4th base up. Finally sees it. Now the vultures here. They got a lot of kills, I think. Quite a bit.
No, I think they got stuck behind that pylon, so
They did get 5 or 6 probes.
Okay, yeah.
It's not terrible.
Not terrible.
But yeah, 6-fact. He's got the observer overhead too, so he kind of sees everything that's going on.
He does notice it, yeah. Yeah, I think it's funny. It looked like he was gearing up to take that 4th, too.
Yeah, we'll see if he sends a probe back. Normally, I mean, on this map, I feel like
Yeah,
Ross
I
would
like that.
want to take 3 o'clock more than the
I like
inside
that.
base here, especially in these positions.
Yeah, I think probably more.
But first shuttle's out. I did not see a Reaver yet. He might have filled up with just Zealot, so he just might go look for a Zealot bomb with shuttle speed and then pivot into a Templar with shuttle speed. Did Semih play shuttle style?
Yeah, no, that's his primary style. I
Okay.
think. So we should expect to see. Oh no, that's
Oh.
not good.
This one vulture will get a few probe kills over
Dude,
here.
I swear, Nesh plays better when he's behind.
He gets faster, gets a little buff.
He really thrives in these really scrappy situations where he knows he has to claw his way back instead of stay on an advantage. He definitely kicks it up a gear when he's in these kind of spots.
Does have a Reaver. That vulture, by the way, had 5 kills, so pretty good vulture right there. Good scarabs right now. He's just gonna have delayed his push. And this is classic Semih style. He gets a Reaver and just makes you. He's I would say the North American Snow. His Reaver micro is very, very strong.
That is true.
Kind of waiting here to see if we get the second Reaver out. But right now, okay, this is good from Semih. He's going to catch these vultures here. Make sure that Nesh can't push out. And the thing is Nesh doesn't have a CC. He does have a turret ring here to guard against the backstab with the Shuttle Reaver. But Nesh doesn't have a long-term game plan. He's not going to get a third base here anytime soon. Just going to keep massing up. I wonder when he's going to go for the push here. Maybe at 130 supply?
I do wonder if that 6-fact was meant for a killing blow push versus just to be extra safe for a 3rd command center. I would have assumed that it was for the latter, but he hasn't started a command center yet, so I'm a little confused on what he's thinking about.
Yeah, I mean, supplies aren't terrible for Terran right now. I think what he did is he saw that the 4th base hadn't been started yet, and he's waiting for that 4th to start, because now Semih's going to be a little bit more poor. And now he sees the 4th getting started, he's like, okay, now this is where I'm going to push, because maybe he had to give up a round of units to make that 4th base.
Yep.
But he's going very slowly. Look, sieging up here in a very defensive position, like he's going to take a 3rd base, but he hasn't yet. Needs to... Is he waiting on... What's he waiting on? He's got +1 attack now.
Yeah, it feels a little indecisive, or at least I'm not really quite sure what's he
Doesn't manage to get the Observer either, so
Wastes
Semih's going to
skill.
see everything here. How many tanks has he got? He's got about 12 tanks, 11 tanks right now.
Yep.
So he's just going to go, and then it's just going to be mass vulture behind it probably. Just keep the tanks alive as much as he can. Here we go. Semih's going to get a good concave here. He's up 40 supply. He's got a second Reaver, another shuttle as well. So as long as Semih brings everything on top here, and there's not many Goliaths, only 2 Goliaths. So these shuttles, he's going to be able to micro these Reavers very, very well. That Reaver's still back at home.
Yeah, Semih's not setting, well, he doesn't have vision of what's happening, but he's not setting up well for a good defense attack right now.
He does have the Observer overhead.
Okay.
He does see the tanks. But here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Tanks aren't in position, but there's so many vultures here. These Zealots are barely going to be able to get in. This is a really good position here for Terran.
He needs to land the Reavers now.
They're the Reavers. He needs to get the tanks. But look, all the Zealots already dead. He doesn't have that many
this is
goons.
really bad.
It's
He
terrible for Semih. Huge fight here from Nesh. Took a terrible engagement there. The fact that Nesh had so many vultures just clubbed up here and the Zealots went in on the vultures was awful. And he even lost goons to mines here back behind the play. So he's got to be careful. I mean, he's got the Reavers now starting to build up, and there's not that many Goliaths here, so he might be able to kill this one Goliath and now be able to use the Reavers, but...
That was incredible positioning by Nesh.
Yeah.
If that went just a little bit differently, I think Semih could have taken that fight and closed out the game, but now I think Semi's the one that's on the back foot. This is kind of
Oh, these vultures getting in behind here, laying mines. So now these goons are a little bit trapped here, and this is where Nesh can now push forward here with these siege tanks, getting to a better position here, while the dragoons are trying to retreat here. And if he can cut off this portion of the map here, take out this 4th base for free, establish a 3rd base for himself, 3 base versus 3 base. Terran's definitely ahead in this position here. Right now, he's got to be careful. The vultures now out of position here. Will they be able to get in front? They are. They're able to get in front now. All the zealots again melting. Will be able to target down the goons. The goons go down. The Reaver's not going to... Oh, loses a Reaver.
This is incredible. The position of Nesh just is really saving him right now. With from the unit count supplies, you would think that Semih could win the fight and defend. But okay, wait. Looks like he's backstabbing, and he's not paying attention. I think there's too many things going on.
Yeah, he was using these Reavers. Oh, he's gonna lose both Reavers. He was using the Reavers to cut off the reinforcements, and that's why Nesh's supply wasn't going up. But the problem is now he lost the Reavers because he wasn't paying attention, trying to deal with the front right now. The Reaver off to the side. But look how many units, and look at this positioning here from Nesh. The siege tanks are in a beautiful, beautiful spot right now, trying to clear mines even with a Dragoon. Oh, the other Reaver goes down.
The micro's falling apart. Semih had the supply, but he just didn't have the correct positioning to deal with this army.
He's gonna Zealot Bomb now. Oh, but good unsiege. Oh, it's DT bombs. This is exactly what he did to me as well. Gonna go for the DT bombs here, but the problem is there's so many scans. The 3rd base got canceled though. It did get canceled. Nesh is restarting it.
I think Semih forgot about that group of zealots at his start. You can see it. There's a there's more there, but
he's got it. But now look. I mean, look at his supply.
It's a little too late.
Oh, this Reaver's gonna get caught out. No, he's gonna run a DT. He's gonna do running DTs. Oh, this was a nice pick up there.
Very nice pick.
And now he's gonna go. He's gonna go with the zealots on either side.
Okay. This is actually huge. If it gets
Good zealot bombs.
Really nice zealot bombs, but he's no dragoons anymore.
Yeah, no dragoons. But these zealots are getting top of the tanks. They're getting a little bit of damage here.
Vultures are too strong, man.
Yeah, he needs more DTs to come out. Maybe like again walking DTs to clear everything. Oh, all these probes need to start running back into the base because if these siege tanks get in position and kill all these probes here, that's the comeback right there for Nesh. And beautiful mine placements here. Good zealot running.
Man.
Can he drop a zealot here and get some mines?
Smart. That's really smart. Okay.
Oh, he's got that one mine there. No, nice. Good defusal fair from Nesh. And he's just keeping these siege tanks unsieged. But here come the Reavers now.
Man.
Really
nice.
Oh, killed off like 5 tanks right there.
Oh my gosh. Wait, he's gonna turn this. He's turning it. Oh.
He's turning. Drops a zealot. The Reavers are getting top. Oh, the Reaver goes down without firing. He does get a good scare up there.
Oh my gosh, he's gonna get 2.
Only
this
one.
Is incredible. This is so close.
Gets the siege tank, but again, he's running out of units. Every round of units gets instantly killed here from Nesh. Nesh is also running out of units, though. His 3rd base is finally finished. He's mined out, though.
He's mined out.
This base is only mining for 1 more minute, and the problem here is Semih has actually got 2 mining bases still here. But Nesh built a 4th CC!
Wow. That is some incredible multitasking. That's really next level to get that 4th CC out. Oh, please. Oh.
Decent, an okay mine drive, but now he's gonna lose all his probes
He
on
needs to
natural.
save those probes. This is actually not that bad of a situation for Semih if he can clear this, but the Terran's supply is ramping up. It's getting harder and harder.
It is so difficult right now. He's desperately using this Reaver to try to buy time, but now the Goliaths are out here. The mines again in good position here. There should be enough. There should be enough here for Protoss to clean up. He does get a good scare, but the Reaver goes down.
He needs to snipe the tanks now.
Oh, but these tanks are such in good position. He's killing the Goliaths, not the tanks.
Okay.
Okay, now he's gonna be able to pick off this last tank. But the problem is, okay, the push is dead. Wait, what happened?
What?
What happened? No, did he?
Are we top versus bottom or something? I think he I think he got a little upset and just left. Wow, okay, that was a hold.
Wait, what? Are they asking? Are they gonna do a regame? What happened?
What happened?
Wait, hold on.
Oh, yeah,
I think they're talking about it. Hold on.
Okay. One sec, chat. Looks like something's going on. They're not fighting.
Nesh is willing to give the game to Semih. Semi's okay to replay it.
What happened?
Slip of the hands to quit. So.
Oh, okay.
So, organizer your discretion. I would say rock, paper, scissors for either the winner replay.
Yeah, wow, that's a, I've never heard of that before.
Yeah. New situation. Also, were you okay at that? Alright. Informing people what happened. Nesh typically has a program that suppresses his alt key or remaps his alt key to something else. So he got a hand slip when he was hitting control on the alt and accidentally quit out. Is what happened there right now. Now we're what map was it?
Sylphid. So, as Diggity said, it was a Nesh occasionally tries to his screen flashes for whatever reason. He tries to like undo something, and he just hits Control QQ by accident, and so he will. Okay, and this happens occasionally. He will just accidentally quit out of a game, and so. But we agreed that the positions were equal. Semih immediately offered a regame. Nesh initially said that he was just going to give the game to Semih because he quit, but Semih was just saying like he doesn't care, and the position was equal, so. He's asking for Semih was actually pushing for a regame, so we're just gonna regame here, redo game 4.
Don't refund anyone's salt though. Everyone should lose all their salt. That's my ruling from mods. Just to make everybody in chat happy. Just to make everybody in chat happy. The one people who bet a draw, they get to keep their salt.
Was there a draw? Did you have a draw option on there?
Technically. No, there isn't. But everybody loses their salt. That's just how
I mean, that is incredible. Wow. You coming back, Diggity?
You want arms?
Yeah, I can arms.
You want the headset now?
No, that's fine.
Wow, I get the headset.
Yeah, you get the headset. I'll do all the work.
I get the headset and he does all the work.
All right, regame here. Game number 4. Semih down 1 game to 2. He's spawning over here as the green Protoss at the left-hand position on Sylphid.
Nesh starting as the red Terran bottom right. And I kind of like this map for Nesh. I didn't see what happened. I was busy learning Mahjong. Now, technically, like the Flash/Greg is part of the Mahjong team, so he's derelict in his duties, hanging out with me here.
True. Is this the first time casting together?
No, I think we've done it before. You've been to my house, and we've casted together.
Oh, that's true. We did. I did come to your house for that one game, and then I believe we have casted. I've come on your stream.
You got to see the slime on the walls.
That's true. That's
and the
true.
Trash all over the kitchen.
That's true.
I begged you not to report me to child services, and you're like, maybe, pay me money. And then,
That did not happen.
yep, wink,
Yeah,
wink,
yeah,
did not happen.
that didn't
Excellent.
happen. See, we have the camera off, so they can't see me winking.
He's
at you.
holding to the promise. He's a man of his word. Anyway, but no, Sylphid rampless. I mean, Semih's been kind of going shuttle style. That's what he's been practicing. There is a lot of drop area on this, but mostly I feel like Nesh likes dropping too, which makes this a really good map. For him, there's not a lot of high ground to low ground to work with, and Nesh's pushes have been pretty solid. What can you catch me up on what happened in game 1 as far as like a walk back or with the previous match? On this exact map?
Semih opened with his 14 Zealot with a forward gate, as he's been doing. It looks like this game is gonna be the 2 Zealot 1 Dragoon build here with no gas getting the pylon here after Gateway. So, but yeah, that game happened. Nesh did a floating factory from this position into the top main. And at first it wasn't working out for him at all, but then Semih was trying to deal with 2 positions at once, and it was too much for him to multitask, and Nesh managed to break out a little bit. And then Nesh tried to do like this 5 tank push with like a lot of Marines, and Semih was able to deal with it pretty reasonably.
All right.
But then Nesh had a huge engage afterwards because he went 6 factory, had so many vultures, and Semih took a really bad fight here where the vultures were just eating up all the zealots, and Nesh slowly pushed into natural. You're gonna see the workers here getting in. Oh,
We got a pretty big fight right there that we missed. Man, I'm already disappointed in your opsing. What can I say?
I'm trying to explain to you what happened in the last game.
Excuses.
But anyway, so it was 4 base versus 5 base after the dust kind of settled, and then Nesh, that's exactly the moment where Nesh accidentally quit out.
Gotcha.
So it was a very even game, very intense game actually.
It's disappointing that we ended up with the Hulk quit. Yeah, that was the one I was taking a break on to catch later. In the meantime, yeah, we got a Zealot on the low ground making its way across the map. I kind of like the early Zealot pressure on this map in particular because it isn't like a...
Rampless.
Exactly, it's rampless, and rampless usually helps Zealots out a little bit with her nice dreadlocks. Right now we got 3 Marines getting caught a little bit off guard. A late move by Nesh.
Nice, 2 shots.
2 huge hits on that Marine. The Zealot getting distracted, able to get a shot on that Marine.
Get some Marine for free.
So Marine for free. We do have the factory down in the space of this. The vultures are on the way. The Zealot holding nearby, taking a couple shots. Is he going to be able to get that third one? He's going to get some pretty good shots. And I will say, with the second Zealot coming in and a third Dragoon pressure as far as a follow-up, this is a pretty ideal situation, actually, for, like, if you, I mean, you took out 1 Marine, you got 2 that are softened up, and the Dragoon's not even part of the fight yet, and is shortly going to be on the way. So you forced out a good amount of minerals here in the early game. And keep in mind, Semih doesn't have to dedicate to this right this second. This is mostly to slow Nesh and his expansion. Now, Nesh dropping that bunker, but I don't even know whether he's going to be able to finish that bunker from his current position. We'll see. Semih waiting for that Dragoon before diving in here.
Yeah, and this is going to be right in time here, right before this bunker gets up. The Zealots need to come with them. Actually, I think the bunker's going to finish just barely in time here. Zealot's going to get tried out top. Marine's diving to the bunker. Is he going to do a run by? No, he's just going to back up. Does kill a Marine for free, which is quite nice.
So 2 Marines for free, delayed the command center a bit. Has his own Nexus up a good chunk of time. I feel like this is still a decent position here for Semih. The other advantage of this, which is actually pretty nice on Sylphid, is you get an opportunity as soon as that second Dragoon comes in position to, especially with the little bit more choked up natural expansion, to kind of halt vulture pressure out on the map. So it's going to be a minute before Nesh is going to be able to flood it, especially if Semih moves that Dragoon. Yeah, there we go. Shuffling the Dragoons around a little bit. It becomes a lot more challenging for those vultures to sneak by this front, which means that natural expansion feels a lot safer, and you can it kind of does the nice ramp up where you can feel a little bit better about getting a faster third. Nesh has that initial siege tank out. Let's see if he tries to poke. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and poke and try to push that back. But at the same time, he's poking that back and not moving the vulture out.
Quite early eBay here, 5 minutes exactly. So he's just going to be really, really safe here just in case Semih's going to do something. Normally, especially against 2 Zealot 1 Dragoon, you can kind of delay this eBay a little bit more, but he's just going to get it pretty early. And I think it's going to be no armory. You want tank? So interesting. He's gonna go for like a kind of a pseudo delayed FD here with these 2 vultures. Just gonna get, I think, pressure to get these vultures out of the map. The problem is here come the 2 zealots here. Remember, these 2 zealots still exist. Gonna defuse one of these mines. Gets the second mine. Beautiful. And all of these vultures getting a little bit stuck on each other. Now they're back to red HP. So he's gotta be very careful. And this supply depot is right in the front here. Gonna get poked down. He might actually end up losing this supply depot. He doesn't have siege or anything to really contest these 3 goons here. Because if the tank walks forward, 3 goons can 3-shot that tank. He's gonna lose the depot.
Yeah, depot for free because he doesn't have siege. He doesn't have a second or third siege tank to poke back at this. There are no mine coverage. So Nesh really pushed back. This is not the sort of... he really wanted those mines further forward. This is kind of a scary mine positioning where with Zelt leg speed or some shuttles or things on the line that can turn into a drop. Oh! And that one getting picked off. Semih playing really well this game. Nesh giving him lots of opportunities to poke in and take shots, and he's taking it and getting some good success with it. Finally, that third mine laid. It's still at half health. There is at least a mine wall there, but Nesh, I would not feel comfortable with this.
I would not feel comfortable either. And it's always, as you said, if he goes Bulldog, for example, and just drops a Zealot right here or here, he could blow up a couple tanks, especially if the siege is a little too forward here. It's going to be back, but again, as we're talking about, if he walks up and sieges like here, that Bulldog is going to be very scary. He's just an observer right now on the way here for Semih. He went 3-gate op, so very safe actually here from Semih, but he is going to have that third base starting right now. Loses a Vulture here, and again, these are going to be mindless Vultures, so it's not the worst case scenario to lose them. But Semih, even these 2 Zealots here, I mean, man, if he made a show right now, he could just pick up those Zealots.
I think Semih might... Let's see if he goes for... So he's got his third going up at the 9 o'clock. Nesh should be able to confirm that with his Vulture. Unless he redirects the Dragoons to the north, which actually looks like what he's doing. This is a pretty good time for a Nexus, so he got it sub 7:30, which is pretty solid. I think he might have even started around like 6:40.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty good time for it. Vulture is able to confirm that Nexus, but Vulture loses its life, and Nesh has been pretty pinned back in the meantime. And in Semih's, with what he's presenting at the front, you got enough of Dragoon. You might be fearing like early Zealot leg speed, or again like a Zealot bomb on the front to clear things, and maybe some picking off of the siege tanks. So Nesh investing a little bit heavier in the siege tanks, just getting that armory a little bit later as a result.
Yeah, it was like a 7-10 armory, so it's very late armory here from Nesh. So he is gonna be playing probably just like 8 or 9 fact 1-1 push if he's gonna do anything. And maybe even delay third. I mean, Semih, as you said on this map, like this is a really narrow choke. It's kind of like a Citadel, if anyone kind of remembers that map, where it was like an elongated choke. It's not just the choke right in front of your natural, it kind of pushes out because of this little ramp here. And Semih can really delay Terran from moving out for quite a while.
Had a blood bag scout where you send out that Marine as though it were a comsat to get splooshed on the front to see how many Dragoons were out there. I think he was a little bit concerned about a bus situation. But seeing that number of Dragoons, I think he's feeling a little bit more confident about it. I will say, okay, so Nesh, the secondary problem is getting his units out a little bit more challenging. It looks like he's staging a little bit forward as these Dragoons are a bit further back. And I'm wondering, I think this is just kind of the stage up. I think he's hoping to grab a third. Likely he's already started constructing it in his main. And he's just going to play, oh, nope, I take it back. He's I was expecting him to poke out a little bit further and maybe try to go for that slow siege. Some Vultures have snuck around the corner, so at least they're able to poke out. It looks like they're getting absorbed, and Semih playing a great game here. In the middle of the map, he's cut off those Vultures in between. He's macroed very well.
Doesn't have an ops with this group, so he's got to be a little careful he doesn't just run into mines and maybe loses a couple goons here or there. But as you said, I agree. Playing this game really, really well. He's kind of stopped everything so far. Look at him. He's even hold positioning his goons, make sure they don't run into mines. He's got the observers now with these Dragoon groups. Nesh is going to be definitely very pressured here. He doesn't have the third base started just yet. He's kind of just inching out here to get to this position so he can take a third base. And he's also utilizing this position to get these Vultures out, which is exactly what he's doing so far. Laying mines here is interesting because sometimes Terran wants to expand this direction, but I think that he's probably wants to get the fast third. But the problem again is always that this base is low on minerals, actually, compared to the other bases on the map.
Low minerals, and it's also not high ground to low ground as you would expect, although it does have the limited entry point. Nesh keeps dedicating Vultures out on the map trying to find something, and he's just found nothing thus far. In the meantime, Semih, at near the 10-minute mark, going to go ahead and tack on his fourth once he gets an option to. A little bit slow. Oh, actually, never mind. He's got plenty of gateways behind this as well, starting to fill in the shuttles on top of it, and the command center's just started here for Nesh. I have a feeling in like another 2 minutes though, Semih's already up 23 supply. I think we're gonna see a surge of another pocket.
Yep.
And Semih's pretty easily wherever Nesh opts to try to grab this third base. He's going to do a pretty good job of timing it. Unless Nesh tries to jut to the 6 o'clock location across that bridge line and just plays it just so. But the thing is if Semih just pockets something here in the 6, somewhere there, I think you could delay that for a bit of time. Point being, Semih's in a really... You win your Protoss, you want to get ahead in a macro space so that you can do something and win out the late game. Semih's put himself in a really good position to do so.
I think it's off center, but it doesn't matter. He's got so many probes. And the thing is as we said before, I mean, this +1 is going to be super late. Remember, it was a 7-minute armory, so it takes about a little over 3 minutes. Yeah, just now, finished now. So even if he pushes now, look at the supply. It's already 32 supply. He didn't go 6 fact. He's going 7 fact now. So again, it's probably going to be, he needs to start +1 armor. He's going to go aggressive here. Going to push to the center of the map, lay some mines here, get a turret here to stop the obs. But man, if I'm Nesh, I'd be a little bit worried right now about this. No shuttles just yet, which is interesting. But now Semih's going up to 12 gateways, so he's going to have an explosion of supply here in a second, while getting his 4th base behind this. And yeah, I think the way that Nesh is positioning right now, he is going to... Well, yeah, so the CC's built here, but he's going to float all the way to the middle only, which is such a far float distance for him.
Yeah, so Nesh kind of cutting across the middle there. He's not worrying about that interior 3 o'clock left right this second. I think it's just get to 3 bases, work on upgrades, hold. And as much as I want to say, oh, I don't know if this is going to work out, it actually did work out in previous games here. So the one thing, though, is Semih, well, he's got a large army grouping up. He's got some mines to the north. He's got a bunch of zealots. Sometimes I would be worried that there's not enough Psystorm with this, there's not enough Arbor, but the thing is without that +2 weapons, I think Semih can actually dive into this if he gets a good angle and get a lot of damage done.
Oh, look at him. He's actually posturing up here, forces Nesh to respond and move, which means he's giving up space now in the middle. And Semih's got quite a good vision spread here. Look how many observers are just in beautiful positions here. He even has one, yeah, right over here that is kind of seeing everything here at the natural choke. Nesh finally getting the CC over at this point now. Again, the observer is going to see it. So Semih's just got perfect vision. He's maxed out now. Nesh is at 150 supply, which is right around what you need to hold a max push here. But now we're getting the second forge. Does he have the... he's got Temple Archive, but no support base. So these are slow shuttles for now. But he's starting to get High Templar as well. And here we go. Is he going to go for a max break here? He does have one shuttle here. Don't know if there's going to be Templars in here. And he's just going to send the goons in first here, clear out some of these mines. And here we go. The Zealots are going to start moving in here. This is going to be a big attack from Semih. Will he be able to get on top of these siege tanks? The Zealots are starting to get on top. The Vultures are pushing a little bit more back now. And will the storm, they're big, huge storms here, all over, big storm on top of the Vultures, all those Vultures instantly going down, and this is a huge one fight here from Semih, clearing out the entire middle. Now he should probably start pulling back a little bit after clearing out this last tank here. He might keep going forward, actually. He doesn't have any more Zealots, and so these goons are just going to kill off all these Vultures, but I think he needs to start pulling back. Yeah.
All he has to do is lost a High Templar. If he backs up, repostures, and wraps around to the 6 o'clock location, he could create some disruption there. You can see Nesh anticipating it, so wanting to get some Vultures in position and drop some mine. Now Semih going, but was like a half second too late. If he had moved...
But no siege tanks. The tanks are late.
Exactly. The siege tanks are back. They're going to have to siege potentially on that ramp, and if they siege back in that position, Semih can back up along that corner. Oh, High Templar dying on the siege tank line. The High Templar trying to draw the fire away. They don't have enough Psystorm. Now some Psystorm with the additional... I want to say in the previous engagement, Semih very, very patient. Now some Zealots finally marching in. They're going to go after the siege tank rather than the SCV line. Either way, it's a winning position. Nesh recognizing he's not going to be able to hold here, so exiting en masse. And while this is happening, Semih's grabbing an additional base in the top right-hand corner. So Semih putting himself in a great position, is up a massive amount of supply right this moment. Again, yeah, that previous engagement, I feel like if it was +2 weapons, +1 armor, might have gone differently, but at 1, I don't even think +1 armor
yeah, +1
wasn't even there. So Semih getting a good break, and also, on top of that, Semih's patience with those Psystorms was phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. Waited for everything to bunch up before dropping out the High Templar out of the shuttle and just blanking everything in that Psystorm.
Yeah, I mean, he just waited for those Vultures, he said, clumped up, and one storm killed like 7 Vultures. I mean, that's super, super worth it. A lot of people, by the way, for those of you watching at home, you can storm Vultures, you don't need to storm just tanks. And actually, when the Vultures bunch up, it's actually better to storm like 6, 7 Vultures there, because if you kill all of those, your Zealots are going to get on top of those siege tanks really, really easily here. Nesh now having to pivot to take this inside base now, and maybe going to float the CC up to the 3 o'clock position instead. So he's going to have to redo all of his defenses all over again, while Semih is just taking all of these bases here to the north hand position. Still doesn't have that support bay, which is kind of interesting. He's not getting the shuttle speed. But maybe doesn't even need it. If he's just going to use the shuttles for the Templar, then he doesn't really need the speed because they just kind of follow behind the play. They don't need to dive on top to drop Zealots on top of the siege tanks. But again, Semih's just in a beautiful position here. Just has to re-macro. Every time he hits max, just go again. I mean, Nesh, not even starting on his +2/+2 right now. He is so behind because he just needs to spend all of his money on units instead of upgrades. So he is feeling the pain right now.
Yeah, I think building a lot of additional units because he's hoping to try to posture out and grab that third at the 3 o'clock location because we're just about at the 17-minute mark where we're looking at the main about mined out. And natural expansion won't be that far behind. And in the meantime, Semih's got 3 fresh bases, probably going to be a 4th and not too long, either at the interior 12 o'clock, or if he just moves up and clears that mine at the 12 o'clock, that base is his for the taking. Looks like he's already got a pile on that problem. I'm guessing that Vulture has a kill because he killed the probe on entry. He's also going to march up there, clear it. So basically, Nesh is going to have to play in the bottom right hand. What's like a third? So quadrant is 4.
I have no clue. A trigrant?
A trigrant. Anyway, 1/3 of the map is Nesh's. 2/3 of the map is Semih's. So 33%, whatever. But yeah, that's what we're working with. Semih regrouping, gonna cut the Gordian Knot in half and sweep in from the south. Zealots and High Templar right on top of everything. High Templar getting another massive storm. Wow, look at just blanketing on top of the unit. Semih's side storms this match have been phenomenal.
Another big storm here at the back. And there's just too many units. Even though this position is actually kind of okay for Nesh, having these siege tanks back here, and you see these goons are kind of funneling into this big choke here. He's just got too many units. And the storms wiped out all these units here instantly, so now these goons just getting right on top of the siege tanks, and I think this might be it. I don't see a way for Nesh to really get back in this game. Semih's going to kill off this base, going to kill all these SCVs here as well. Even though he's kind of established himself at 3 o'clock, he's taking too much damage right now. Yeah, there's a couple of tanks left. I mean, God, the reinforcements going to be so slow that the CC's going to go down here as well. This last siege tank, it was his bastion of hope maybe to defend. He's just going to try to, he's going to repair the command center over here, but he's losing every single SCV at the same time.
Yeah, he managed to get the 3 o'clock up somehow in the space of this, but the problem is Semih has such a massive economy. He can just march Zealots, he can just really walk Zealots across the map and probably crash into Nesh's natural expansion. And I don't know that there's a lot to be done about it. Also, those Dragoons can just, I think Nesh is just hoping that he's not going to peek up to that 3 o'clock as soon as these mines are clear. If the Dragoon walk up there at all, that should be game. But, well, doesn't see it and is backing out, so maybe a little bit more breathing room, but I think we're just waiting for the next wave here.
Yep, I think so too. And here it is. I mean, again, he's on 12 gateways. He can start another gateway farm soon. But these trades for Semih have just been incredible right now. Nesh lost so many SCVs there. Lost all of it. Again, his tank count's reset. I mean, he's got 6 tanks. 7, I guess.
Are we at least at 2-1 at this stage here?
No, because remember his 2-2, he started them super late. I mean, they probably only started about a minute ago, so he's got another 2 to 3 minutes before the +2 finishes, and Semih, in the meantime, is 2-1 already. I mean, he hasn't started the next round of upgrades yet, but 2-1, pretty good here for Protoss.
He's actually ahead on upgrades right this second.
Now he sees his base.
3 o'clock was spotted. Nesh trying to clutter that up. It looks like Semih going to go ahead and just march a bunch of Zealots and crash it before that final supply depot, and that single...
as he was trying to get there.
Single Vulture is not going to be sufficient.
Yeah,
Nesh immediately lifting. A lot of Terran with GG right at that moment. I think Nesh is going to fight it out.
Oh, look at these mines. Look at the mine! Oh!
Yeah, until this army, but this is certainly going to be GG. Another beautiful side storm on top of all of this. But yeah, we're out of units now and out of economy.
Yep, this will be it. I mean, all the SCVs are here. Nesh, he does prolong games, but there's the GG. He knows it. And we're going to go to a Game 5.
Tied up 2-2. Game 5. You happen to know what map it is?
I don't.
Let me see if I remember where it is in the Discord. I had it pinned for a minute, so... It's not on announcements, participant info.
Yeah, participant info. Round 3 of winners.
Winners, we are on Polestar.
All right. There we go. It is finished.
Go ahead and create.
Polestar.
We need to add an echo to the stream, I think. Something that's missing, I think. If we can get like a good echo going and
Yeah, make sure chat really
enjoys
feels it. Yeah.
It's like our one opportunity to avenge the TTS, whatever. I wonder how much TTS stack, because I'm sure people are still like spamming the TTS like in it all day, right? So
They
I'm wondering
might.
if like Artosis goes home and it's kind of like you go home and you have like all this email.
Yeah,
sort of
yeah.
thing. It's
It's
like
just
that.
blast all at the same time.
You just play it and it just goes, just like a white noise at that stage. Still green, still red. We're good to go.
All right, Game 5. Wow. And I mean, part of me is actually not happy, but
Disappointed.
no, it might be better this way. Oh, we'll announce them first.
Something broke.
Something broke. Uh-oh.
Hold on, I'll go stop him really fast.
Okay, we're gonna remake because somehow something broke. That was interesting.
I've seen more new stuff out of this tournament as far as like weird ass things happening than like we'll talk about it once we get in game. Okay.
All right, we're in here.
Red Nesh. The Brown Panther.
Yes, sir.
Gathering my thoughts now. Yeah, we've had all sorts of technical issues. Every time this machine restarts, apparently it wipes information. So I'm like, I'm not going to bother doing stream tests because I'll have to rebuild it tomorrow anyway. But I just wanted to make sure that the overlay worked.
Yeah.
The thing I did not think to consider was like, oh, is this machine completely on a separate LAN from all of the other machines?
And apparently it was.
And apparently it was. Go figure. First time I've run into that issue. So we had to figure out. They spent about, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes at the beginning of everything getting this machine on the same LAN. Then if we're on, the text screen, we've got 2 mics, but if we're on this screen for some reason, only 1 mic. I'm not sure how that entirely works. And I don't seem maybe because of some of the security on this machine, I don't seem to have access to mute the other mic on the other scene. So my solution was just to turn the volume all the way down on the camera mic, which seems to have fixed it. Go figure. Hopefully people aren't like turning up the volume to hear the secondary echo. Anyway, ignoring all that, we got Game 5 between Nesh and Semih, up right in corner. We've got Semih starting as the green Protoss, bottom right in corner. We got Nesh starting as the red Protoss. I feel like this is a very good map for Terran.
It is a good map for Terran.
RayReign was playing Artosis in some friendlies yesterday, and RayReign was like, I don't know what to do on this map. And part of me, I came up, I was like, I don't know what you're supposed to do on this map either. Because part of the hard part is okay, you got 3 bases that are not ultra difficult to take as Protoss at the near side, but you still have to worry about vultures. But you also have big corridors that are really, especially at these spawn positions, big corridors that are basically just perfectly walkable and on high ground for Terran. So as soon as you get a big mech army that's starting to make its way across, you're in a pretty good position to swat a large Protoss army, and it's really hard to attack into. That being said, Semih's Psy Storms were both patient and on point last game. If he could do that this game, he could have success, because especially with shuttle style, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, and especially on a map like this where this pocket third is very susceptible to drop. I mean, he can even drop behind the mineral line as well. And it just gives a lot of really nice drop paths here for Protoss. It could be possible for him to go into that kind of Psy Storm game of attrition. But as you said, I mean, big swaths of land for Terran to push, but if the Psy Storms come down, anything can happen.
Yeah. I mean, the secondary bit is while you have those big channels where it's hard to flank from, that at the same time you have a bunch of units piled together in that channel. So if you can manage to get your zealots forward to absorb some initial siege tank shots and get a Psy Storm off, you can end up in a pretty decent scenario.
Nesh is waiting here for that first zealot to just confirm. They should know from the gas timing and the core timing that it is going to be a zealot first. I think actually he saw it because he got first scout. So here we go. 2 Marines going to protect this factory right now. But he's gonna probably have to pull another SCV here. He's just gonna go out, push these Marines away, and then try to attack the SCV. But what a brilliant SCV move there! Nice little RNG from the pulling 3 SCVs. I think is a little bit of an overreaction there from Nesh, but he really wants to make sure this factory gets up right on time. And again, we'll see if what way he's gonna do. Will he do kind of like that little strong FD kind of push and make a lot more Marines here? He is getting 4.
I think he pulled the additional Marine, having forewarning that second Zealot was positioned because he wanted to get positioned with the SCVs on the ramp. In the meantime, range building. We got 5 Marines constructing from Nesh. He's going to go ahead and drop a machine shop first. I think what this is going to turn into is a similar FD, although we have an SCV hanging out at the 12 o'clock location, looking very, very suspicious to me. And knowing what happened last match Sylphid, we'll see if it ends up coming into play. Yeah, it's being really suspicious out there.
Could be a 2-fac here. Drop a second factory.
We'll have to check.
The way it moved was like, oh, it might be a second fac. And he's checking.
Suspicious. Yeah, Starport.
Starport. Here we go. So it might go for dropship play here after this pseudo strong FD that he's gonna do. Again, this is kind of like game number 3, but a little bit different because he's going Starport here instead of he's going for a normal expansion timing.
So we got. This is interesting. So you got FD into drop is what we're coming. I don't like the drops from. I don't like drops TVP mostly because I feel like it gives a good op. It hinders your siege tank count fairly early, and some clever Protoss, if they've gone for a heavier gateway count to the start, oftentimes can hop on it. Semih, seeing the large amount of Marines out here, he does have 2 Dragoons and 2 Zealots to push into this, and is in fact doing so. This will ruin a lot of that if there's not a good trade, and it looks like the Marines getting mostly picked off. Here's that initial vulture, the 2 Dragoons, able to field out a lot of that. It looks like Nesh might, is he going to settle for the command center? Still building happily in the upper left, but the problem with this is Semih's got forward positioning, he's got range. Nesh needs to push this off his front to get something out onto the map to drop. And in the meantime, that vulture taking damage.
Missed. 2 shots missed.
Now is he just going to walk it? Is he going to walk it top left, or is he just going to keep going forward? So lost 1 mine. I'm worried about this because he's going to have all that investment in the starport top left, and although the Dragoons walked all the way across the map to get that snipe, Nesh has an opportunity right this second if he wants to sneak another vulture out. Well, he got all the mines out of that one. It wasn't going to do anything anyway. Who cares about that vulture anymore? Just let him.
Got the 3 mines. But yeah, I mean,
losing
the vulture means now the drop is gonna have 1 less vulture potentially. I don't think he's gonna wait for 4.
What is a vulture but 3 mines inside a basket? It's really what it is. Like, do we even care about vulture's auto attack if it's not attacking Marines or Zealots or I guess probes on occasion? But anyway, kind of interesting scenario. So Nesh has built a little bit of a wall.
Speed. So he's got speed second.
He's got speed. I don't know if Semih's going to see this coming or not. The Dragoons are out of position. They are on that, and they're continuing to rally. Templar Archives, in the meantime, for Semih.
He's going to use these Zealots to clear the mines.
So this could turn into the worst of all scenarios here.
He sees the Zealots, the SCVs. How did this SCV slip through?
I have no idea.
Oh my god, he's going to drop behind here. Right on top of the natural. He's even got probes trying to block. He thinks something's happening. 1 vulture, and now he's gonna drop the other vultures here too. Laying mines inside the natural mineral line. And no robo, by the way, with DT.
Oh, so the mines. Okay, mines are out. The DTs are out.
If a DT walks over there.
So Nesh at least has forewarning. Should see the shimmer. Is definitely gonna see? Well, hopefully he sees it in the midst of that. So good amount of economic damage there. Dragoons are going to go ahead and clear that up.
Okay, only lost 1 probe. Oh my god.
There was a dud earlier, and it was the craziest dud. So 1 DT down, but we do have an open walk. We got 1 more mine to clear, and Nesh still doesn't have any detection as far as I can tell. Does he have an engineering bay at least started? Go engineering bays a ways off, and the DT's already in the main. Is this going to be GG right here? Academy is built. SCVs are already starting to die at the natural. So we got that complete. And Semih on some cheese might take it. We got another drop making its way across.
Oh my god, how did he see this? What a play!
What are you kidding me?
Oh my god!
So loses the vultures there. Gonna lose the academy. We got some mines on the low ground.
He's gonna start. He gotta cancel to start in the main.
Nesh's supply not doing all that great right this second. Yeah, the secondary problem is you're gonna have to build a turret up on the high ground to even get back out there. and Dragoons are underneath. So it's not, and this is bad situation here for Nesh.
Wow, how did he just perfect time, he kills the dropship. Nesh has no outs now. Semih's got a perfect position here. Even gonna slam on this command center right now. Potentially, yeah, he's gonna have to force repair. Now also forcing repair this barracks. I mean, the barracks might go down. 4 Dragoons do a lot of damage, full damage to buildings, so...
Semih starting to build a reputation in these tournaments towards the late game scenarios. I gotta say, he's gonna get the barracks. No, barracks gone too. So he's gonna have to. So Nesh behind economically. He's locked out of his natural expansion. He needs to rebuild the barracks to get some factories back down. He still doesn't have control over his natural. He does have. Is he gonna build a Wraith out of there? He's got that dropship out there, and that's about it.
He's gonna build another dropship. I mean, that's the only way back in the game. He's just gotta find like an absurd amount of damage somewhere.
Floating that command center back out there. That's too many Dragoons.
He doesn't have siege yet. Siege just got started.
Yeah, you invested on speed and mines and had to invest in everything else in the interim. Floating a lot of gas, actually, as a result. Looks like a dropship is making it, so a dropship is making its way all the way back to the Bane to try to make something happen. In the meantime, somebody grabbing the 12 o'clock. Is the only way I could see this working out is if Nesh actually floated his command center immediately, ignored his natural expansion, moved to the 6, started mining there, and just prayed. Because I don't see. I mean, maybe this drop does something, but the thing is, in Semih checking that right now, and did he see the edge of the dropship?
I think so. He's gonna go all the way around the bottom? This drop is gonna take an... Oh my god.
Semih, yeah, checking. Just the fact that Nesh hasn't GG'd, he's checking around to see if
this
another
goon
expansion snuck
sees
out.
this dropship, oh my days. That is absurd. Why is the goon there? Nesh is probably raging. I was like, why is this goon there? He's not even paying attention. He might lose the dropship. Okay, no, he's gonna unload everything and hit the Dragoon. But Semih knows that Nesh is in an absolute desperate position here. I mean, look at this DT as well. The DT's staring on top of the spot as well. He's gonna even kill the siege tank right now. Oh my god.
I think these are, and yeah, there's the G into the GG. Semih takes game 5. Will continue in the upper bracket. He will face StRyKeR in a rematch of previous tournaments. Nesh still has an opportunity in the lower bracket. I'm not sure who we have playing next, but I will find that out. I'll also find out if anybody else wants to sit in the casting booth for a bit. Because my voice is still flagging. We'll see where we're at. So we're at upper bracket. I think we've got... are we going to be able to move straight to winter bracket final? Let's find out.
We are starting to run out of time, so we probably should, because it's already 6 o'clock.
Yeah. So I'll have StRyKeR and Semih hop in. Go ahead and change that instead of round to there should be final.
Yeah, winner's final here.
Upper bracket final. I'll be right back.
Let me see what map is.
Yeah, go ahead and post the map as well.
So game 1's gonna be on Polestar. Right back to Polestar. Oh, I gotta fix the races. Okay. Players might want to take a break, but we're just running out of time, so gotta see if we can get there. Hoping everyone is having a great day and enjoying the stream, enjoying the game so far. Looks like the RayReign Artosis series also has finished up. And Nesh vs. Aether in a TVG is going to be fun as well. They got to go as fast as they can as well because we are running out of time. But we'll see. I mean, StRyKeR Semih, for those of you who don't know from last StarCon Philadelphia, was a very fast series because Semih lost game 1 in a straight-up game, and then he decided to just make gateways and make zealots because zealots are good against Zerg.
Waiting on StRyKeR. He's taking a quick potty break.
Okay. StRyKeR is going to be cold, actually, because he has not been playing any games for a very long time.
How you feeling, Diggity? Need a break?
You want to hop in here, Sva?
Let me go to the bathroom.
Okay. Salt? You against RayReign? 1-1? Okay. 1-1. So, Artosis RayReign is 1-1 right now. Nesh Aether need to start, but that's going to be a long-ass TBT. And my boys Liverpool won their friendly today in Sunderland, for any of you guys who care about Premier League. I'll have to watch the highlights back, probably pretty good.
Here, I'll hop on this one, and then we'll have Sva hop on game 2.
Okay. I mean, he's a bathroom, he'll be in soon.
Never mind, he's good.
Sure.
How you doing, Sva?
I'm doing great, man. How are you doing?
So StRyKeR is ready, waiting on Semih to give me the thumbs up. He is standing up right now. He's taking a quick break.
Oh, ZVP, the one matchup I know nothing about. This will be great.
If Semih plays anything like he did in Philadelphia, he's just going to make gateways and make zealots. And
Yeah,
shields.
we were talking about that. By the 4th game, he's got to have gateways in 3 locations.
Yeah. So Semih will go a gateway per game. So game 1 will just be a 1 gate, game 2 will be a 2 gate, and then game 3 he'll make a gateway first and then make 2 proxy gateways.
Yeah.
And then game 4 will
Preferably
make
in
4
the
gateways.
3rd.
Yes. Don't like Russian players, but unfortunately, I mean, I don't know how long we can extend the LAN for.
Yeah, we got to get going because there's not a lot of time left.
I don't know what happened. I thought we were ahead of schedule, and somehow we kind of just bogged down.
Well, when he made that lower bracket best of 3, I think that changed everything.
But we're still winners, so it's actually the winner's side is kind of slowing things down too.
And where is the bracket? Is it right here?
No. It'll be. We'll show it. We'll show it a sec after this game. All right, game number 1 here in winners finals. Spine down here on Polestar at the bottom right-hand location as the green Protoss. It's gonna be Semih.
And in the bottom left location, it's going to be our blue Zerg StRyKeR. StRyKeR's probably the favorite for this tournament, but in the last tournament they played together, I believe Semih knocked StRyKeR out.
Semih won. Well, he didn't knock him out. StRyKeR still ended up winning the tournament.
Oh, he did. Okay.
But yeah, so Semih won in winners finals, I believe, and then StRyKeR got his revenge in the follow-up. Or was it?
I think it was Crossy, wasn't it?
No, it was Kudos. I think Kudos.
Kudo. Oh, yeah, Kaido. Yeah. Kudos.
I forget honestly at this point. Who knows?
Korean Zergs, either way. They're all playing the same, anyways.
StRyKeR doing the drone boosting really, really well. So there's actually 4 drones you can boost. You can boost this one on patch 3. You can apparently boost number 9. That's a new find from Soma. And number 8 patch is the weird one. Look how fast that drone returns. I mean, StRyKER's got that drone boosting down. But looks like we're gonna go open standard here. Pro pylon scout here from Semih. So not doing the weird gateway shenanigans this game, but he might go 12 next year. We'll see.
What kind of build do you expect to see from StRyKeR this game? Looks like he's going full.
He will go standard. I think StRyKER is very confident in his standard play. Looks like Semih is actually going to go for Forge here. I think StRyKER will go standard. He's very confident in that. And I think he's also probably prepped for the gateway cheese that Semih may or may not throw at him. That's how I see it. Double scout here from Semih.
Yeah, it's interesting to do the double scout. I mean, I guess he might be afraid of early lanes.
Yeah.
When he has to build that cannon.
Yeah, but he's going to see the drone coming out here. We'll see if StRyKER's going to stop this probe. No, doesn't get it. And the probe is going to waltz in here and see, oh, okay, there's the Overlord, there's the natural. And StRyKER's going to kind of fake going to the 3rd and going to come back here to get his natural hatchery. Zergs love it when they can get this natural hatch, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, I feel like these positions are really good for Zerg as well. You're super quick to that natural for Protoss. If you do decide to do like a 973 build, your Hydras are going to get there very fast.
So we'll see how many Lings StRyKeR makes here. Semih has died to this before, where he doesn't realize in close spawn that the Lings just get there like 2 seconds fast. Faster than normal. So 1 pair of Lings, 2 pair of Lings, but he's going to use the probe and try to tease out a Ling here. So 3 Lings. Cannon, yeah, we're going to have to see. I'm not exactly sure the timing here. But yeah, I agree with you, because also your pocket there's further away from Protoss, so this is a nice spawn here from StRyKeR.
Yeah, it looks like the game's going to just transition pretty normally. The cannon's going to be up in time. He's adding the gateway. He's got a wall. He's going to be totally comfortable here. The cannon finishes just barely in time for that first lane.
If all 3 Lings or all 4 Lings went here, this cannon was actually late. So,
yeah.
You know, he got away with it. I mean, as soon as he saw 1 Ling pull off to hit the probe, he was probably confident in this hold. So, Semih's going to be able to get away with this a little bit. Didn't make the same, well, technically made the same mistake, but didn't get punished for it at the very least.
It does look like StRyKeR might be setting himself up for a 973 type build. I mean, he's got the quick third. He's got drones on gas. What time is the Hydra Den need to go down? Do you know?
Right at 50 gas. So Semih is going to be in here for the 50 gas. So it's not going to be the fastest here possible 973, but it's also a potential fake. You know, we could see layer started in the probe's face and then later on canceled and just get like, you know, 15 seconds later Hydra Den right now. And he is going to make the layer here and the probe is going to get chased out. So we'll see if he cancels. I don't think he will though. Again, like I said, StRyKeR is very confident in his macro play. Yeah. So I don't think he's going to cancel. It is not. So he's just going to go into a macro game.
Yeah, it looks like Semih's going for 2 gate.
Yep, no gas.
No gas, 2 gate.
Yeah, 2 gate here. He's going to try to put some pressure here on StRyKeR, seeing if he's going to get a little greedy here with how many Lings he's going to try to make. Interesting to know, he's got the Overlord in the center. Maybe he's thinking he's going to build gateways here in the middle. So he's really on top of it. He's like, oh.
Yeah, StRyKER's done a good job, too, of pushing his Lings around the map to make sure that there are not additional gateways in either his 4th, 6 o'clock or at 9 o'clock. So he does know that, but I don't think he's seen the second gateway.
Yeah.
He does see the 2 Zealots coming out, so he should have some idea. 3 Zealots are coming out.
Yeah, more Lings are starting to be produced. So he is going to be reasonably on top of it. Did lose 1 Ling so far. Only 6 Lings produced so far. Making more drones. This is starting to get a little scarier. 1 Zealot is taking a lot of damage, and it may go down. Good micro there from Semih, saving that 1 Zealot. A lot of these Lings are badly damaged here.
Yeah, he's going to need more Lings.
Yep. Starting to finally build more Lings, but these 3 Zealots, and especially with Zealots number 4 and 5, if 5 Zealots is a very scary number, and will he get... Oh, he's going to get surrounded, though.
It's a great surround.
Yeah, really nice surround. He's got the low health Zealot over here. He's trying to hold the ramp here, but 1 Ling does get around, and all of these Zealots are going to go down. Ling speed also finished right in time as well, and he's going to chase down these Zealots, so Semih's got to be a little careful here. Going to lose this 1 Zealot. I think this Zealot will get picked off. Yeah, StRyKER's on top of it. Really nicely done here from StRyKER. Ling speed at the exact perfect moment. He knows what he's got to do.
Yeah, and he'll be able to drone up behind this and really macro out of this, and looks like he's adding additional hatcheries. He's got the Spire, I would assume, on the way. He's really in a comfortable spot from here.
Semih's starting going to be same time basically as the Spire, so we'll see if StRyKER is going to add that second gas go meta here. So far nothing yet, not even having the 5th hatch because he had to make a couple of Lings there to deal with the Zealots, but he will now drop that 5th hatch right now, and then we'll see what he decides afterwards. You know, a lot of Zergs, like Soma for example, likes to mix things up. He might take a second gas and get Hydra Den before even like the 4th hatch. He might go 3 hatching to get all of his tech, but it looks like so far standard here. 5 hatch. Gonna get the hatch, Eve Chamber first actually, not even getting the Hydra Den just yet. So, it may be 5 meta? I don't think so. I think he'll just probably still go for Scourge here. He doesn't have enough minerals bank W to go Scourge and push off that first Corsair.
Yeah, it looks like he's only now adding the 3rd gas, so I mean, he built a lot of drones. He's droned up very heavily at his 3rd. He's definitely macroing pretty well here, and then we're gonna see if what Semih's plan is out of this. It looks like he's afraid of the mutas. He's already adding a couple of cannons in his natural. Does he have a cannon in his main as well? Oh, Scourge might catch that Corsair.
Is StRyKER on it? He got 1 little shot off on these Overlords, but these Scourge, I think he's just gonna go in to scout.
Yeah.
It's more important for him to get the scout off first. Maybe. Okay, I was about to say, usually the 2 pairs of Scourge. Only had 1 so far. Oh, the Scourge both die. not the greatest there. You don't really want to lose those Scourge for free. And he also had an opportunity to kill that Corsair, but we'll see if he's going to be able to intercept this Corsair on the way back. Oh!
Looks like he's
Semi's
going to
not
get
paying
it.
attention!
Oh!
Scourge! I think it's on a move command, actually.
Yeah.
He's just getting good scouting information right now, and Semi's going to try to bait these Scourge into the cannon, but StryKeR's not going to fall for it, even getting a 6 hatchery already, so he is super greedy right now. After the double gate in the early game, he's feeling really confident with those wings.
Yeah,
out in front.
6 hatcheries with no Hydra Den is an interesting choice. Looks like he's just getting upgrades.
Third gas as well. He might go Meta here, because, I mean...
Yeah, it looks like he is.
there's Meta. There
And-
are the Meta.
I think this is a really good choice, too. Oh, second Stargate. That's a really, really good tell there from Semih.
I mean, StryKeR might get his pants caught right now. He did not see the second Stargate, I don't believe. Yeah, didn't see it. So he could very well fall into this trap that Semih sort of laid out for him, saying, oh, look, I went double gate, I won't make that many Corsairs. And then he's like, oh, okay, I can go Meta, and we'll see. Here we go. The Corsairs are coming out. 5 Sairs as well. The Scourge are going to be out right now. They're going to pick up one of the Corsairs. Very good value trade there from StryKeR.
Is he building more mutas at home, or? I mean,
No, just Scourge.
Scourge, yeah. He's finally got the Hydra Den going, so he can transition. It looks like he's just going to do a 5 muta into Hydra. He's taking his 4th. He's banking a lot of Zerglings to deal with the Zealots when they come out.
Did +1 finish already? Yeah,
Yeah,
wow, +1's already
it's a
finished.
fast +1. That's a lot of Scourge.
Yeah, a lot of Scourge. He's trying to go for a Scourge trap, but again, there's so many Corsairs right now. 6 Corsairs. The double Stargate really coming in clutch. So again, if StryKeR end up losing all of these Scourge for nothing, basically, Semi's got to be a little careful here. Yep, he's got to run a little bit, make sure a cannon is at least there to protect them. Oh, he's going to kill a lot of these Scourge. Oh, no. Scourge getting on top of them. Not the best trade, though. Lose 1 Corsair and only damage the other 2.
It's kind of a over-investment, though, on the Corsairs, if you think about it. I mean, he's got 2 Stargates pumping. He's going to have a huge Hydra force to deal with in a couple of minutes here. StryKeR's really setting himself up from a macro perspective really well. He just got to deal with this Zealot push. Looks like he's got about 12 Zealots, or maybe about 14 Zealots he's pushing with.
The Muta's going to get caught a little bit there. Stop moving for a second. And Semi's got a lot of Zealots here, but yeah, there's so many Hydras now out at this point. I mean, they do have +1, right? Yeah, +1. But there should be enough ground forces here to deal with the Zealots. They are getting on top of these Hydras really well. The Corsairs are going to be able to kill off all of these Scourge, basically. Does lose a couple of the, but now, they can't. They can't do that. Can't fly over these Hydras. And loses so many of them. Didn't get value out of these Corsairs.
Yeah, he's got 3 Corsairs left versus 4 Muta, I believe.
Yeah, but the Hydras
And there are a lot of Hydras. I mean, StryKeR's going to have a really strong push timing here. He'll be able to contain Semih. Semi's going to have a very difficult time trying to transition into a third base and macroing out of this at all.
Yeah, I mean, normally when you go for double Stargate, like, you're the one who needs to be having the map control because you should be able to kill off the early air forces from Zerg really quickly and then kind of establish yourself out on the map. Zerg's going to play really defensively. But instead, the 5 Meta Mass Scourge fleet sort of was able to turn the tide against this double Stargate. And Semi's now, yeah, as you said, behind. I mean, his Templar Archive is going to be late, so his Storm is going to be quite late as well. There might be a window of opportunity here for StryKeR. I mean, he's just going to macro. I mean, look at this. He's going to get up to, how many hatches now? 8 hatches. So he's fine with playing a layer game, going for mass Hydra, mass Lurker potentially here. Does lose these Muta, which is not the best. You may want to keep them alive to snipe Templar later in the game.
Yeah, I mean, StryKeR set himself up. I mean, he's got to have 50 drones, it looks like, which, is first 2 base Protoss is really setting yourself up. I think Semi's in a lot of trouble, but we'll see if he can try to transition out of it. Taking a couple of Overlords for free now that he kind of killed the Scourge and Muta. So, but holy Jesus, that is a lot of drones that he has there in his third. The Templar are a little late. I mean, he's finally getting them out, finally banking some energy to be able to storm. So, it's going to definitely come down to how well he manages his storms and if he's able to get some good picks. But transitioning into Lurker as well, StryKeR's doing a really good job of having a couple of units at each of his bases to make sure he can mitigate any little pushes or tactics that go on. This is really bad though. Fight for StryKeR. I mean, he just lost six Hydras for nothing, but we'll see what he can get done with these storms.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be careful. Oh, storming mostly his own Zealots there. Storming the Overlords, if anything. These Templar have got to be a little bit careful here. Got to move back, using these Zealots to kind of buffer and keep these Templar alive. And one of the problems is, there's no Robo. Good storm there. He's going to bait these Hydras in, but oh man, he's going to lose all of these Templar here. They're kind of stuck in a little position here. Zealot's going to get back on top of these badly damaged Hydras, but the Lurkers here are just too strong for the Zealots to deal with. The Robo is super late. Look, it's barely finishing now. These Lurkers are going to get right on top. Oh, going to kill all these Templar!
Yeah, I mean, Semih's going to have a really difficult time trying to get out of his base. He's going to get contained here. The Observer is going to be extremely late. As long as he doesn't stack all of his Lurkers and get stormed to death, I think Semih's going to have a hard time here.
Yeah, I mean, this Forge is going to go down to researching something probably +1, +2 armor maybe. But these Hydras going around top of these cannons here as well. +1 attack already finished. He's probably looking at +2 attack now as well. And yeah, no Robo. Goons are too late to deal with these Lurkers as well. And that's going to be GG. Game number 1, going to StRyKeR.
This series best of 5 or best of 7?
Best of 5, that's right.
Best of 5.
So let me just double check the map order here. It's going to be knockout. Game number 2 going on knockout.
You think we're going to see some shenanigans from Semih in this game? Maybe a
I think
proxy
he'll start.
2-gate or a 2-gate into proxy 2-gate? Knockout is a really good map for proxy gateways. There's a lot of great places you can push that are, plant those gateways that are still relatively close to the natural for Zerg.
Yeah, I definitely think so. All right, going on to knockout, top right position, up 1-0, the blue Zerg, StRyKeR.
Semih is in the bottom right as the green Protoss.
So yeah, we'll see. What's he going to do? Is he going to go with the 9-9 in the natural, or is he going to go center 9-9? We'll have to see. Overlord is going middle. So this is interesting. Zergs on mirrored, mirror symmetry maps, on 4-player maps, they tend to like to go center, because if Protoss goes pylon scout, if they come up or this way, depending on how they want to decide to scout, the Overlord may catch them. So that's why they go like a cross scout initially, and then they go one way or the other. So we'll see if StRyKeR does that, or just goes straight to the middle thinking he's going to be a center 9-9.
Yeah, and StRyKeR is a player who is known to have really interesting Overlord scouting patterns at the start. Even on kind of regular maps that aren't as symmetrical as this one, he'll tend to scout in the opposite direction, which sometimes can bite him, but sometimes can work out really well for him, like this situation here.
Yep, he's going to see the probe coming from the bottom, knows this is going to be a pylon scout, knows which way Protoss is. So already very nice position here from StRyKeR. Going to get the overpull, and Semih's also going to see the Overlord, so he knows what position StRyKER is going to be in as well. And we'll see what he's going to decide to do. Probably he's going to same thing, yeah. Forge first. Will we see another shenanigan here? Maybe like a 6-gate all-in or some kind. Knockout is an interesting map. A little bit difficult, I think, to really get it all-in to go because of the ditch here. That being said, also 973, not as good of a build here on this map too because of the ditch. So it kind of works in both ways.
Yeah, it can be a challenge for Zerg players to try to do that 973 on this map in particular. I mean, that low ground kind of makes everything challenging as far as pushing that natural. So it looks like he is going to build his second hatchery at his 4th, that 12 o'clock position.
Yeah, doesn't want to deal with the probe. So, for those who don't know, they like to get the 3rd gas, make sure they can get a base with that, so that's why they go at 12 o'clock instead of the middle only. It's a little further away, a little hard to defend, but, if he's able to stabilize, which I think StRyKeR will be able to do, and he's going to be confident in that ability, then it's going to be very easy for him to defend this base and get that 3rd gas much faster. 1 pair of links so far made, just going to chase the probe, so again, Semih's going to be able to go Nexus before cannon. That's exactly what he's done. StRyKeR getting very early gas here. That was like a 230 gas, 225 gas maybe. So quite a fast gas here. Yeah, maybe he'll do something like Soma style and just go fast gas into tech.
Yeah, I mean, I think Semih's got to be very happy with his opening. He was able to get the Nexus before the cannon. He's set up well. He's able to see everything that's going on, delay the natural expansion of Zerg, kind of force him to build it in that unoptimized position at 12. I think Semih's setting himself up really well in this game. Looks like StRyKeR is also trying to scout the main with an Overlord. He should be able to see everything. Are we going to see a quick Hydra Den here, or is he going to go into some sort of Ling all in?
No Hydra Den. I was expecting it because he's kind of got these Lings here holding positioning on the ramp. Just going to go right into layer again. Not taking the opportunity to go 973. Again, the ditch is probably just too difficult for Zergs to go 973. They just don't want to deal with it. And core is up, gas is up. So everything's going to play standard again so far from both these players. Again, I got to favor StRyKeR here. He's just, his standard ZVP is just very, very strong.
Yeah, and it's great for both players too. I mean, they're able to kind of see everything that's going on. Semih's a little bit in the dark. He doesn't quite know if there's going to be a Hydra Den or a push here, but again, he should feel pretty comfortable on this map if there is a Hydra push. So he doesn't look like he's really too worried about it. Hasn't added any cannons. Trying to scout with that probe to see if the natural came down. But StRyKeR is able to kind of see every single thing that's going on with Semih. He's going to push out with one Zealot to try to get some information. He's putting down the Stargate. Very standard transition here.
Yeah, they're going to scout that link. So nice free pick off there for Semih. He's going to push the Zealot up forward. See if StRyKeR is doing something nasty. But StRyKER's just going to make a couple extra Lings, and he's probably going to be able to kill the Zealot off pretty easily. I mean, he's got 6 Lings total right now, I think. 5 Lings. He made 3 pairs so far. And so far, yeah, normal stuff. Spire again. Zealot pushed forward a little bit. Now he's just going to walk back. And this Overlord did see, as you said, mentioned the timing, got the Stargate, saw everything. So StRyKER's got all the information he needed. And Semih's got to be a little bit careful now, not getting the second cannon started. So usually, if you want to be extra safe, you start the second cannon as a Stargate starts. And then you have 2 cannons up, and then when the Corsair is like halfway done, you start 2 extra cannons, so that if they went 973, the cannons will finish in time when you scout. If they don't, you can cancel 2 cannons and save your money. That being said, it always feels bad when Protoss has to do that, kind of start 300 minerals worth of buildings you might not need.
Yeah, I mean, Semih's doing a really good job of playing extremely optimized this game. He's really been able to kind of greed his way into his build. He's going to have his Corsair come out just slightly before the Spire's done, so he'll be able to at least scout everything, kind of see what's going on, confirm that it is not some sort of delayed Hydra push. So both players doing a great job of using the information they're able to getting as much information as possible. And StRyKeR is transitioning really well into a macro game as well. He's adding that additional hatchery. He's able to see this Zealot timing. He sees the first Corsair, so he shouldn't be shocked at anything that's happening. He is throwing down that Hydra Den as well.
Yeah, this game, Hydra Den first. And Evo Chamber actually at the natural. Interesting, not putting at the third base to help wall that off. He's just going to be a big wall here at the natural. Just wants to be extra safe, I guess, in case of a Zealot run by attack at the natural, which I think is smart because it's much closer to Protoss base in this 12 o'clock position. Might not need the extra SimCity there because he thinks he'll be able to get units there to reinforce in time.
Yeah, and he was also able to confirm that it's only one gateway this time. You know, there's not going to be as many Zealots banked, so he's probably a little less worried about a push over to his fourth base. I mean, there's a lot of time. That's a pretty long distance to go. He'd be able to build some additional units. He is scouting with the Scourge again. Unfortunate that he lost one, but at least you get all the information that you need. You're able to confirm exactly what's happening. Only 2 Corsairs banked, not an additional Stargate this time. So it'll be interesting to see how StRyKeR transitions out of this. He is adding Hydras. He also doing a great job of making sure he has a couple of Hydras at each location in case there is some sort of sneaky Zealot run by.
Yeah. This could be a 5-hatch Hydra, just really aggressive push here. He's making quite a few. Does want it for the 1-1 timing, which he is kind of getting prepped for. But also, again, if Semih doesn't really push out with all these Zealots, I mean, the Hydras can kind of get on the offensive here. And now Semih's adding the extra cannon. So yeah, he is prepared for this 5-hatch Hydra, potential timing.
Yeah, it's very nice too. Semih has tucked his forge away a little bit so that you can't pick it off as easily. I mean, he could pick off of the gateway potentially, but wouldn't be able to pick up that forge, so he'll be able to get his upgrades and keep them flowing. You know, these Zealots are unfortunately going to kind of die to their demise with nothing unless they just escape there.
Yeah, I think they'll really get out here. Semih's just going to have to pull them out. Loses one of them. They've got a few Lings. I mean, this is a little less Zealots than he wanted, but I mean, given how many cannons he had to make, I mean, this is exactly what's going to end up happening. He wants to try to keep these Zealots out on the map for as long as possible and kind of hold the Zerg left and right and make sure that the Hydras can't just freely attack his natural as easily. So that's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to try to keep the Zealots in the middle of the map, pressure elsewhere, make Zerg kind of think about where he wants to attack.
Yeah, he's done a great job too. I mean, he has a Dark Templar out as well, and there are not any. Oh, he's got one Overlord with speed, so StRyKeR knows exactly what's going to happen here. He does spot the DT. He's got all his Overlords ready to pull in case he loses the one he has up front. So.
Yeah, 3 Corsairs still. And again, this is exactly what Protoss wants to do. Keep a couple Zealots out here to be able to pressure and force Zerg away from their front. And might be able to pick off a couple of drones here. Oh, nice drone drill though from StRyKeR. These Zealots not able to get anything done right now. Really getting a single drone. Got 1 drone for 2 Zealots. Beautiful drone drill there from StRyKeR.
Yeah, that was great control from StRyKeR. I mean, absolutely. Like, the fact that he only lost a single drone there versus those 2 Zealots is tremendous. He's setting himself up really well to take a 4th. Looks like he'll probably add an additional hatchery or 2. He's more than comfortable in the position he's at. Looks like Semih is going up to 5 gateway.
6-8. Yeah,
Looks like he's got
gateway.
8 gateway, yeah. 5 gateways in his main, 2, 6 in his main, 2 in his natural. It's a little risky. I mean, these Hydras are not enough to deal with these Zealots, so he's going to have to pull back. He's going to end up losing the Overlord. He's got to get all of his Hydras together to be able to deal with these pushing out Zealots.
Yeah, really good job. Semih getting on top of these Hydras. The Hydras not grouped as well as they should be, and so these Zealots are sort of bullying around these Hydras right now. He's got to pull back soon, but reinforcing Zealots here, and now here come the reinforcing the Hydras here. I think this will be enough Hydras to deal with all the Zealots. So Semih's going to trade, got a few Hydras, but did lose a few of the Zealots as well, so even trade from both sides, but StRyKER's feeling great. I mean, again, getting that 4th base up, he's got 7 hatcheries now as well, and I think that +1 attack upgrade is, yeah, just kicked in just now. But Semih's in a much better position than last game, getting those Dragoons out now. Haven't seen the robotics facility yet. Oh, there it is. Okay, never mind. So he's got it. Hasn't started the observatory just yet, but he might go for shuttle first. Is always a potential. Maybe get a storm drop or a DT drop in.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see how Semih decides to transition out of this. You know, I don't think he has a good timing coming up necessarily. He's going to have to take a 3rd, especially if StRyKER transitions into lurkers, because he does not have that obs. StRyKER is really macroing well. There's the lurkers that we were talking about. StRyKER should be able to set up a pretty good contain. The obs is finally done, but you know, it might be a struggle. I mean, these maps with the 2 bridges can be challenging to get out of for Protoss.
Yeah, but he's got enough Dragoons, I think. He managed to get the extra wave of Dragoons in here. The Observer is usually, they build very quickly, so luckily for him, I mean, these lurkers are not going to be in time just yet. The only thing I'm a little concerned about is the storm count. He's only got 2 Templar. Managed to get 2 lurkers for free, actually. Nicely done here from Semih. He's got 2 Templar. They do have 2 storms on them, but I'm really just a little worried about the fact that he doesn't have like 4 or 6 Templar. And it's a little curious because he didn't make that many Corsair. So normally when you make more Corsair, you lose out on Templar because your gas just isn't enough. This game, not that many Corsair, but not that many Templar either. So it is a little interesting to see kind of that play come out here from Semih.
Yeah, he is finally adding some additional High Templars. He's gonna need to go to, you know, at least up to 6 or 8 pretty quickly in order to try to push it all or defend, you know, the situation. He's got to get something done. I mean, he whiffs a storm there, you know.
Yeah, I mean, this is usually the position here that Protoss wants to go, and did whiff a storm, so he's down 1 storm already. StRyKER's got to play nice and defensive, compact, have a good shape to deal with this incoming attack. And this is always the pressure here from Protoss that Zerg is always going to be scared of, is this 1-1 timing, getting a +2 upgrade as well somewhere, either +2 attack or +2 armor. Usually it's going to be +2 armor. The problem is attacking into this high ground position is so difficult as Protoss. We'll see if Semih can find an angle here against StRyKER's very well set up force here. Maybe he comes around on this side, but again, 3 Sunkens over here as well means this is very difficult. Dragoon's going to come up here again. The mischance here is going to be very difficult, and StRyKER's just going to kind of bait for these units to come in here and then flank around with all these speedlings here against this mass Dragoon force. Beautiful attack here, all 3 sides, hitting the Hydras right on top of the Templar as well. Templar had to burn 2 storms there on top. The Ling's even getting on top of the Templar as well. Beautiful, beautiful plays here from StRyKER.
Yeah, StRyKER playing really patiently here. He's got a great arc set up.
This is both observers.
Really great spread as well for his lurkers, so the storms would not be very efficient if they were even to get to the high ground. But Semih's kind of in a desperation mode. He hasn't taken a 3rd. He's got a lot of units, but he really needs to transition into some macro.
Yeah, I mean, he does pick off a free lurker there, but yeah, as you said, didn't take his third until 13 minutes into the game. He might have to look to double expand and try to hold on to 4 base somehow. He's going to try to look for an opportunity here around the side here, right in the middle. This is a good opportunity. No Sunkens on this side. The lurker's going to have to reposition, and this is when Zerg is a little bit in a scary position here. Does lose the Observer again. That's really bad, but can he get some beautiful storms? Yes, there's one beautiful storm. The problem is that after losing all those Templar, he doesn't have any more storm left. He's only got 1 Templar with low energy. Had to burn a storm there. Now he's got a couple more Templar joining the force right now. It's usually in those positions where, as I said before, where Zerg is Zerg is gonna attack into Protoss here. Without an Observer, this could be scary here for the Protoss player. Good storms, but he's gotta be careful. All these Templar are out of position right now. He's gonna have to retreat. No retreating storms either. Gonna try to take some damage here and then fall back out behind these lurkers.
Yeah, StRyKeR's, basically saying it's time to go. It's time to push out a little bit, get a little more map control. Try to. I don't think he's seen Semih's third timing.
One hasn't seen the third, but he probably expects to be up. Observer gets shot down again.
Yeah,
wow.
StRyKeR doing a great job at sniping those observers, but he did not trade very well against that force. He still has a lot of lurkers, and he's in a good position, but he needs to make sure he doesn't overextend too much. He does confirm that third.
Yeah, it's gotta be. Semih's doing a really good job here of kind of using this force to buy as much time as possible. I mean, again, as you said, it has not been very efficient here with running these lurkers. And that's one of the problems. It almost feels like a ZVT where does manage to pick up the Templar. It felt like a ZVT where, Terran kind of like forces to shoots lurkers with the Marines, pulls back as the lurkers burrow, and kind of rinse and repeat. But the problem is that Protoss is usually ahead in this position by about 20 to 30 supply, and it's dead even. StRyKeR's even setting up a 5th base at this moment right now. And the fact that the Observers just keep getting sniped over and over and over again is really hampering Semih's ability here in this mid-game when Protoss is supposed to be strong. It makes it feel as Zerg is one that's strong right now.
Yeah, and Semih did a really great job kind of controlling his units and getting the most efficiency he possibly could, but it might just be too little too late. The lack of high Templar. It looks like StRyKeR is really setting himself up, taking top left. He's got a ton of units, and this is the position where a lot of Zergs talk about being able to ling flood into Protoss' third or into the army, and it just becomes really difficult for Protoss to take care of it. He's also got Dark Swarm here, and Semih's in a tough position here. I mean,
everything is kind of collapsing here for Semih. Hive was done, triple Evo. This game is slowly slipping. I mean, Semih doesn't even have a third gas. This is the problem here is that when he expands, he's expanding to emitter only with 6 patches. I mean, that's why I was saying he might need to double expand, get that third gas. It's so important to make sure that Protoss can continue as the game goes on to make sure that they will always have high Templar. And another Templar goes down. I mean, he didn't have any storm. But right now, Zerg is the one who's attacking and pushing back the Protoss. When you watch high-level Protoss games like the pros, like Snow do it, they're the ones who are trying to get the value trades, but right now it feels like Zerg's the one getting all the value trades. Nice little attack here with these Dragoons flanking the side. No Darkstorm means all these lurkers are kind of going down right now, so a nice little trade here for Semih, but again, the 5th base will go down. Actually, the Zealots are going to pick off that hatchery, but I just don't know if the value is going to be there for Semih. No 4th base is just really making me worry for the long-term prospects of this game.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the challenge that Semih's in right now is that no third gas, exactly what you're talking about. And, at this point, it looks like StRyKeR can just ling flood for a while and really kind of restabilize himself, retake that top left corner, shut down the 4th base. He does see it going down, but there's just not enough gas in the bank for Semih to be able to get comfortable here.
Yeah, I mean, he might even need to hide a base or something like that, get another gas up, so 4 gas and try to transition potentially. He's got a DT out here, but the Overlord spread here with StRyKeR is very, very good. He's even now responding to this DT that he saw with more and more Overlord spread. I mean, look at him. Great position here from these Overlords. Good play, gets both Observers, all those Zealots. Those Zealots are going to go down really, really quickly now. And StRyKER is just going to move some Lings over here to make sure that this 5th base now will for sure go up. He's even got Lings running down to make sure that this 5th base here wasn't being taken here from Semih. So he's going to try to get this 4th base up, but now these Cracklings are going to come in. Are they still 1-1? No, 2-2 in fact. So they will be quite potent. These Zealots, though, do have +2 attack, so they will be pretty strong as well. But more Lings coming in, yeah, this 4th base will not go down here for Semih.
Yeah, losing that 4th is very rough for Semih. I mean, again, he continues to be kind of inefficient with his gas. He doesn't have enough to build the high Templar force he needs. He's kind of on his last leg here. He does have 3 high Templars coming in, but storms his own high Templar. Yeah, that's going to be it for game 2.
Yeah, some frustration storms there. Semih's going to go down 0-2. Yeah, I mean, that was... StRyKeR just really knows how to play that mid-game position really, really well. Semih not able to take advantage sort of where Protoss is the strongest there. And, yeah, really nicely done there from StRyKeR. Game 3 is going to be on Attitude.
Yeah, I think StRyKeR has been the favorite from the beginning in this tournament, and he's playing really well. He's shown everybody why he is the favorite, you know, or at least one of the better players here. He is, man, his pressure that he puts on in different matchups, or his ability to make decisions around when to macro and when to micro is just tremendous. I got lucky enough to play StRyKeR in round 1 of this tournament. And I
Lucky, quote unquote.
Yeah, lucky, yeah. So I knew it was going to be quick for me, and you know, it made me laugh because I was in my second game with him, and you know, I was clearly dead, and I kind of was looking at everybody else seeing if they were still in their game, so I alt-tabbed to see if we were delaying the bracket, and I said, you know what, I don't have to GG yet. I can let him build some more Mutalisks and, you know, really put me to bed, so... but man, he is very strong. I was talking to Artosis earlier about his games with StRyKeR, and StRyKER's pressure can be just brutal to deal with, so he's doing really well.
Yeah, StRyKER's one of the most well-rounded players, I think, in North America. Really good at multitasking. His APM is sky high, and he has a great read on the game as well in all positions. So we're going to game number 3 here. Up 2-0 as the blue Zerg spawning down here at the bottom right-hand position. It's going to be StRyKER.
And in the bottom left as the red Protoss, it is our Semih.
So we'll see if Semih starts pulling out the moves.
Yeah, I think...
Will there be a center gate here?
I think Semih might go for some shenanigans this game. And, you know, one of the interesting things that StRyKER was mentioning earlier is he has been grinding a lot, and he even had a Korean coach for a while, like an amateur in Korea coaching him on different matchups. So I think that has helped stabilize his play a lot and just take him to that next level. I do agree. I think he's one of the most consistent North American players, definitely one of the top Zergs in North America, and it looks like Semih is just doing pylon scout again.
Yeah, interesting to note, this pylon placement here is quite far back. Sometimes you want to push it a little forward, but yeah, maybe this is just kind of his style of wall. This is a kind of a far away from the Nexus if he pushes it forward, so maybe this is actually the better position. I was actually thinking, like, if this pylon is a little further back, maybe he's going to go double gate here, but he's not. He's just going to keep doing the same thing. Again, maybe he's got another trick up his sleeve. Standard overpull here from StRyKER, as always. I mean, overpull is such a good build here in ZVP. I mean, it kind of deals with everything.
Yeah, and, you know, it allows you to make critical decisions, too. I mean, you can scout well with the Zerglings. Once they come out, you can decide to go try to check that forge, check that first cannon, and see if they built it in time or if it was slightly delayed. These positions, too, I mean, it's a pretty quick run by if he tries to push with those first couple of Zerglings. But I would imagine that StRyKER continues to just play very consistently. He doesn't try to do any quick tactics and just kind of scouts what's going on. It is...
Yeah, he's going to see the probe. Going to have to build a third. So we'll see where StRyKER's going to try to build a third here. Is he going to try to build it here at 3 o'clock, or is he just going to take the natural? And actually, it is going to be the natural because Semih went all the way in here with this probe. So he's going to actually get the natural here. Again, we'll see if he takes this gas space to make sure he establishes 3 gas very quickly. Probe's going to hit the eggs. Yeah, again, going to be Nexus before Cannon, and we'll see how many links that StRyKER makes. It didn't even go all the way, so he's not even going to see the Nexus timing or anything.
Yeah, and you know, this is one of those situations where if StRyKER decides to go directly to the natural here, I don't know that this cannon's going to be in time to stop all 4 links from getting it in the main. So doesn't look like he's going to, though. I mean, he's chasing the probe. He's sending 1 ling out to the natural of Semih to see if he is in that position. Just kind of confirm everything. Does a great job of spreading out all his lings. He is scouting for the center as well, which is interesting to make sure that there are no additional gateways or shenanigans there. He'll send that ling to the top left and continue to chase this probe and put down his third.
StRyKER's third does go down at 400 minerals, so it is a little late, probably later than he wanted to. He might have forgotten to send out the drone a little bit earlier, but he is going to get gas again very quickly at 230. So he's going to have a lot of options open to him. Maybe he's going to go 973 this time, especially on Attitude, close position here with the vertical wall. It's a possibility, and he took it out of the middle only, so 973 is well, looks like not. He's just going to go ahead and decide to get the layer again started at 100 gas. So Semih's going to get up here, see the layer, So he's going to know everything that's going on. Again, StRyKeR doesn't feel like he needs to do some kind of aggressive push here. Semih not transferring his probes actually very quickly here. A little bit late here on the transfer.
Yeah, Semih might have a little nerves here with being down 2-0, and this could be his final game, right? Is this a best of 5 or a best of 7?
Best of 5, yeah.
It's
Best of 5 here. Winners finals will be a best of 7 with 1 game advantage to the winner of the winner's side. So yeah, I mean, just kind of, I wouldn't say not caring as much, but just maybe feeling a little down, like, oh, dealing with StRyKeR again, 2-0 already. I mean, what's the hope? I mean, listen, if I'm playing StRyKeR and I'm down 2-0, I mean, I'm giving up hope too.
Yeah, I mean, StRyKeR continues to just be very consistent. He just gets to play the style he wants to play with no shenanigans going on. He's going to be very comfortable with this position. Does look like he's putting the Stargate down. Player should be finishing shortly, and then we'll see the Spire go down. It does look like the Spire's down at a good time. It's not delayed at all, around the same time as the Stargate, so he's not going to have any sort of Corsair advantage quickly.
Yeah, gonna try to get this probe out again, try to get more scouting information. Again, I don't think that Semih thinks that StRyKER's a 973 player, which is interesting because if he did get 973, then maybe Semih would be totally unprepared for him. Again, he's got 1 cannon basically every single game, never made the 2nd cannon. He sees with the Overlord everything, Citadel of a dude coming up already as well. So StRyKER's got full intel as well. This probe is gonna sneak in here. Oh, he's got 1 more hit. Not able to get in all the way. But again, it's StRyKER. He probably knows what he's going to do. Yeah,
and he's got the Corsair coming out soon, so he'll be able to send that to the main, scout exactly what Zerg has and what's going on. It is interesting that Semih plays so greedily, considering he knows StRyKER typically does not go for any sort of Hydra bust early. But he would be punished pretty quickly if StRyKER did.
Yeah.
And he did lose earlier in the tournament by not scouting very well. I believe 1 game to AOT in that exact position where AOT went for a quick early Hydra bust, and Semih was not expecting it.
That is true. Semih not even going to go scout because I think he already knows what StRyKER's going to be kind of setting himself up for here. So he's going to pick out the free Overlord here at the bottom corner, and Overlord goes down. So got 1 Overlord with the Corsair. Spire's finished though. We're going to see again the typical double Scourge, and then just setting up all of his tech buildings here at the natural, not even going to build anything over here at the 3rd base. So we'll see again what the style is going to be because he doesn't have the easily accessible 3rd gas. He's going to have to take this 4th base maybe faster than he might want to. Semih's gonna have to be a little bit careful here with this Corsair. The Scourge are chasing it. Oh, gets 1 shot off. Oh,
he gets the
God,
Corsair.
Gets the Corsair already. Beautiful micro there from StRyKER. I think the way to kill the Corsair easily is actually gonna be to do like a patrol, I believe is the best way of dealing with it. But that's huge for Zerg. I mean, huge, because now you're denying a lot of scouting information. Protoss doesn't know if you're gonna go for 5 meta.
Yeah, Protoss has to be a little bit more careful, get the Templar Archives down and try to bank up some Storm. He might have to throw down some additional cannons in case he does worry about that Muta switch. A lot of Zergs do like to just build 5 Mutas in order to punish any Protoss players, but I don't expect StRyKER to do that. StRyKER plays just so... He really likes to focus on his infrastructure and just play very confidently. He does have to deal with this Zealot push out. He's got 6 Zealots coming out, and he's got a good wall, so his natural will be fine. How does that 3rd look, though?
Yeah, he's got to be a little careful here. Semih's going to be able to get on top of these Hydras. The Hydra's getting blocked a little bit by the drones right now, but now the reinforcing Hydra's coming in. He's going to be able to pick up a couple of these Hydras. Will he start target firing down these drones? Yes, he will. Nice damage here so far from Semih. StRyKER trying to drone drill, not that efficient. Plus one not even finished yet, and he managed to get a pretty good trade there with these Zealots. And now again, like I said before, wants to keep these Zealots out on the map, make StRyKER have to guess where these Zealots are. StRyKER's going to counterattack at the same time though. Semih's getting his cannons. They might be a little late if StRyKER goes fast. But Semih's going to try to utilize these Zealots maybe and kind of pincer from behind, or maybe go for a counterattack. We'll have to see what he's going to do. He sees a Hydra, so we'll see. He's got to make the decision right now. Is he going to try to counterattack here, or is he going to pincer? It looks like he's going to go for the pincer.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to try to pincer the Hydras here, but I think it's too little too late. I mean, Hydras are going to be able to get in, pick off these cannons. He does have a DT out. There is no Overlord in sight.
Oh, the High Templar, he's going to pick up the cannon first instead, and he's going to go up into the main base, actually. The probes are going to pull off, though. And the probes are going to be able to hold off. The one cannon survives. This will be a hold here from Semih, I believe. He's got enough zealots here. That one cannon is really going to do a lot of work as well. And now the zealots should have +1 attack. Yes, they do. And Storm should be done momentarily, especially with this Templar also going to get enough energy. So he needs to rebuild a couple of these cannons. But that was a nice hold here from Semih. And StRyKeR going 5 hatch, not getting the 6 hatch, not making more drones. There's a big round of drones. And now he's going to pivot into probably a 4th base as well. But this DT is going to be on the map. Maybe try to get some drone kills here, sneak in.
Yeah, that DT did a lot of damage too. I mean, there was no Overlord at the natural for Semih, so that DT kind of doing work, getting out on the map, being able to see what's going on. We'll see if that DT is able to deny the 4th base a little bit. If he does put it on the ramp there, which it doesn't look like he's going to, would have been in a good spot to just hold position. Oh, he might pick up the drone though, deny that 4th base.
StRyKeR not realizing it. Semih is going to get the drone. Nicely done. And now, yeah, StRyKeR, now you see the camera movement. Now he sees the drone. So he's going to be able to delay this 4th base for a little bit. Corsair's going to come in, probably get some scouting information here in the main base. And getting 6 hatch, probably going to get the 7th. Try to really, oh, got the second, another drone. StRyKER's going to have a hard time dealing with this DT. He's probably, look, he's thinking the DT wrapped around, but no, Semih's being very aggressive with this DT, putting it right on the ramp. He's going to set another drone out. This is actually really good here from Semih.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to put that DT right in the center on hold position. You can pick off drones really easily. I do think, Semih's in a good position here overall. He's up in supply. I think this is the best game, position he's been in so far. He's got 6 High Templar already, it looks like, at his natural, 5, and he's going to be able to have a good push here. StRyKeR is not even, droning at his 4th yet. He's going to have to build some additional units to deal with this upcoming push. I think Semih's in a great position.
Yeah, I would say probably the best position so far out of all the games. And again, there's not the high ground like on Knockout. So these goons are going to be in a really good spot. He's going to build up these goons count. And I think, attacking from this angle here into this 3rd base is very strong for Protoss because you've got so many hatcheries kind of blocking where you might want to put lurkers and hydras. So it's going to be, again, it's always going to come down to the execution here. But I think Semih's with a lot of Storm now, 5 Templar, all banking up Storm. He's going to have like 10 Storms probably for this attack when another round of goons come out and another couple of observers. He's worried about a drop play. Oh, he saw the mutas, I think, with this Corsair. And yeah, he's going to go pivot into mutas here, go for the Templar snipes. But Semih's got to be very careful here. Will he go maybe into Maelstrom? The mutas are really trying to get in here and find where the Templar are. He's only got 1 Corsair.
Yeah, I mean, he has decided to build a lot of cannons in his main. I think he's going to be in a position where he's able to push. There's only 6 mutas or so. StRyKeR has not started mining that gas at his 4th. I think Semih's in a good position here. I mean, those mutas, may be able to pick off some High Templar. If he does not pick off any High Templars, he might be in trouble.
Yeah, they are going to keep by the cannons, have a couple goons nearby. It's just got to be very careful here because the mutas are going to start poking. They're going to look. They're just going to look. Here we go. StRyKER's kind of sniffing around. Might be able to see them here. A lot of goons here. Yeah, okay. StRyKER's going to pull back. Nice goon positioning, but I think Semih's going to go now. Yep. He's got enough goons. Probably got 2 control groups worth of goons right now. The Templar positioning is going to be critical. He needs to keep them in the center of the death ball here for Protoss. And he's got to make sure that he keeps eyes on these mutas as they come in. If he can burn 2 Storm. Oh, the Templar are out of position right now. They're out. No goons because he's going to be able to get the Storm. No, misses 2 Storms here. Loses 3 Templar, 4 Templar. All the Templar are going to go down here. The mutas only took 1 Storm's worth of damage, so now 1 Templar left. Doesn't even have the energy upgrade. The mutas are sniffing around for that last Templar. The Hydra's coming in, gonna pincer down. Oh, the last Templar goes down. Beautiful, beautiful play there from StRyKER. All of the mutas do go down, but the problem is that when you don't have any Storm, how are your gateway units gonna deal with Lurker Hydra?
Yeah, it's an absolutely beautiful control.
But does he have enough lurkers actually? StRyKER's a little bit low on the lurkers because he doesn't have enough gas because he went all into 9 mutas.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's in such a defensive position with defender's advantage. I mean, and 0 Storms here. I don't see how Semih can really be efficient in trading. We'll see what he decides to do. I mean, he does finally take off most of the mutas. Does the 3 mutas to pick off another Storm though? Let's see. It looks like he's going to get another High Templar. Does he get a second High Templar with only 3 mutas?
Oh, the last glaive! The last glaive picks off the last Templar, and Semih's got to be kicking himself. He's like, how did I let this game slip away from me?
Yeah, that's 7 High Templars that have been killed by only like 8 mutas. Absolutely great control and decision making by StRyKER. you know, at this point, this army does not look like it's going to trade very efficiently, but Semih is running out of time. He's going to have to go for it.
You're going to see if he's going to be able to pick up the Observers. No, the Observer's in a good position right now. Good surround here. Good arc with Concave with these Dragoons, which are 1-1 right now. On the meantime, no 2-1 for the Zerg units right now. Goons are in such a beautiful Concave. Look at this Concave right now for Protoss. Even without Storm, how the hell is he winning this fight right now?
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like StRyKeR ran a couple of lurkers on move command behind the army and ran them up into Nowhere's Land, and they were not part of the fight. But Semih doing a great job controlling that arc. You know, he traded extremely efficiently considering he didn't have any storms there. And unfortunately, StRyKeR has no lurkers left.
Yeah, the only problem is again, without Storm here, the Hydra forces are going to continue to build up, and now Hydra against Dragoon. Dragoons are, without like overwhelming numbers, Dragoons aren't going to look that good. StRyKeR also, again, on 4 bases, got an extra hatch there, so he's on 8 hatcheries, even starting up his 5th base now. Semih only just now starting his 3rd base at 14 minutes, very late 3rd. He's got to keep pushing, he's got to keep getting a really good concave, but right now Zerg's the one with a good concave here. Nice concave here from StRyKeR, but he's actually pulling back. Semih is too strong right now for him, and now he's starting to get into his little choke point. This is where StRyKeR needs to take the fight right now. He's got 1 Templar following back here at the back location. He needs the money storm if he's going to keep moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to wrap. It looks like he's going to wrap around to that position you were talking about before that can be challenging for Zerg to defend. You know, he does not have any defensive units at his 4th. He could potentially get up there, but he is wrapping around with a couple of lurkers here. He does scout the 4th base.
He's going to come in here with some Hydras, maybe looking for some High Templar right now. But right now, actually, naked Hydras against this group of units here from Semih. Not good for StRyKeR right now. StRyKER's a little bit caught with his pants down on his ankles right now. And oh my god, look at this beautiful Zealot block here. Getting so many Hydras for absolutely nothing. What a beautiful trade here from Semih, taking all these Hydras out. He's just got to be careful with these Templar. Because right now, I think he's got momentum right now. Momentum's on his side. He's picked off, I mean, dude, he's picked off like 15 Hydras for nothing, basically, with these units right now. And now he's going to also get his 3rd base up. He does need to expand to a 4th base, like I was saying, in game number 2 as well. But he's got momentum. He's got to push the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some time to potentially do a little bit of a timing attack here, but he's got to get some damage done. StRyKER's got a lot of infrastructure. Semih has a supply advantage here. It does not look like he is going to take that 4th at his mineral. He sent a probe there a long time ago. Instead, he is pushing. He's going to pull the trigger. He's going to have the army advantage because he traded so efficiently for those Hydras. And StRyKER's a little out of position here. I mean, I'm not sure. He doesn't quite have the army to defend this. And now that it looks like he's got 4 High Templar. He's going to have, potentially 8 Storms. And StRyKER's army is stacked.
Yeah, not that many lurkers here actually, but the Zealots are leading in, which you don't want to do. Good storm on the links, picked off a lot of links there. He's just got to move the goons into range. He's got to be careful of the wraparound though, but his Templar are in a really good position, so they're not snipeable right now. These High Templar are not going to trade, or these Hydras aren't going to trade well with these Dragoons. Semih's got to go for it. He's got the arc. He's got the arc advantage. Well, how are the storms? Good storm there, poking, moving a couple of these Hydras. Beautiful storm there. Can he get in right now? He's got to look, making an Archon. How many storms he's got left? He's got 1 more storm left. Again, these Hydras are poking for the Templar, but they are just absolutely getting mauled by these Dragoons. Another beautiful storm right now. But the problem is StRyKER on this 4-base economy is continuing to ramp up with these links right now. Now Semih's going to move in here, and there's no wraparound so far from Zerg. Zerg is kind of getting into the meat grinder right now with this army here from Semih with the 1-2 upgrades. Zealots are reinforcing. Can Zerg hold here? I think he's going to barely be able to hold here. Goons are in a decent arc though. 1 lurker, 2 lurkers are remaining. And no storms. That's the problem for Protoss right now. No storms are remaining. 1 Templar with storm is coming from the back.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Semih keeps sending his observers before his army, and he's lost about 4 observers this game, and it does not look like he's going to be able to continue this push. Zerg has held, and Semih still does not have a 4th base, so he's in a tough spot now. He lost a lot of observers there. I think there's a lot of units that were not attacking the lurkers efficiently, and he got a couple of good storms off, but StRyKER is just macroing like a god.
Yeah, Hive is done now as well. Semih I think he had some momentum there. I wouldn't say that he was ahead, but he needed to take a really good solid fight there. And StRyKER just with too many hatcheries, too much larva, and his drone count is probably like 70 drones at this point. Just had too much there for Semih to deal with. He is now finally taking that 4th base, even transferring probes to long distance mine because his main and his natural are both completely dry. at the moment. I mean, not even a 4th gas base. He's just going for a mineral only right now. And I think StRyKeR's just going to kind of whittle him down over time. He's got the nice canals connecting from here, his 3rd base up to his 5th base, getting a 4th gas at the same time. I think Semih's starting to run out of steam. You can see that Zerg is now starting to take that supply advantage here as well, which is never a good position to be in as Protoss. You really always want to be at least 20 supply ahead of Zerg. And Defiler Mounts is started. He is just going to be able to grind down Protoss from this position.
Yeah, and in these positions too, it's that we're back at that stage of the game where you can Ling Flood the 4th, and this 4th can be very hard for Protoss to hold if he doesn't use all of his storms very efficiently. So, I mean, I don't expect that to happen at this moment, but if he does get his army out of position in any way, StRyKeR is going to be able to take advantage of that quickly, and it looks like StRyKeR might be pulling Semih out of position to potentially get in a really good position on that 4th.
Yeah, he could. I mean, yeah, there you go. As you're saying, now he's just going to send Ling Floods one at a time into this 4th base location. Next is about to finish. Crack upgrade might also be already done. The Hive has been up for a little bit now. This is so smart here for StRyKeR, just moving these Hydras back and forth, trying to find where the Templar are, and then he's going to probably try to deflect a little bit and then get some Lings in to attack. And look, here he goes. Hydras are going to look for the TIE Templar and then sends the Lings in. Beautiful positioning here from StRyKeR. He's going to target on the Nexus, not even go for the probes. If he shuts down this base, I mean, he's got six base started now as well. This Nexus is going to go down to Cracklings. Wow, and he's going to be able to pick off probes and a High Templar as well. Great play there from StRyKeR, deflecting Semih's army completely out of position.
Yeah, it's an incredible tactical play, and it's exactly what I was saying, that he was trying to set it up. He's got a couple of Hydras, not even a full group of Hydras that he's baiting the army with, pulling it away, and then setting those Lings up to flood into the 4th. And man, Semih is in a tough position. Look at the spread on these lurkers. Storms are not going to be efficient versus this, and he's only got 2 observers as well, which it looks like he's controlling the observers a little better this time, but he's really in a position where he might tap out at any minute. Look at how many Zerglings StRyKeR has. This looks like the campaign or the box art. I mean, he's got so many Lings he can just float right into Semih's army at any time.
Yeah, Semih's just getting whittled down right now. It's just not enough units here for Protoss right now, and not enough Archons, not enough Storm. The splash is just not going to be there. Now here come the Lings. They're going to start wrapping around the army. Look at this surround on Semih's army here. He's trying to get the Storms off as much as possible, but the Lings are getting right on top of everything here. There's the GG. StRyKeR takes this series 3-0, and he will be the man waiting for the man in losers.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really great series. I mean, absolutely spectacular play from StRyKeR. Really patient, great decision making, great micro, great macro. Kind of showing why he might be the favorite for this tournament.
So StRyKeR and Aether advanced over Nesh. Aether and
Artosis are now
playing game 1 right this second.
Okay.
Once they get into game 2, they'll hop back.
Well, that was it for me, guys. Thanks for having me. I'm going to get you guys back to, if Diggity comes in here and gets that smooth voice back in here.
I will also probably take a quick break.
What?
My voice is starting to crack a little bit as well. But I'll be back. I mean, it's a TVT. It'll probably take a while. How much time we got left? Probably like only an hour? Yeah, only an hour. I don't know how it's going to work, if we can extend it or not.
Yeah. Maybe we can chip in.
I'd be happy to chip in. I don't know how much one more hour is like whatever, right?
Talk to
Vulcan about extending. Well, I mean, I think only one more hour should be. Well, it depends on how long the TVT is going to go. But just tell them cheese. Just tell them they're just like 6 racks each other every single
Tell
day.
them it's now best of 1, and
there we go.
Whoever loses, everybody else. I don't know. We gotta think of something.
Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna be in lower bracket.
We're gonna turn on Twitch chat and TTS and put that on both players' ears.
Yep. And then from all the money that Artosis makes, he'll just use that to fund for the extra hour.
Yeah. Easy peasy. What is the second map?
Looks like Knockout will be the second map. They're on Attitude right now, right?
Yep.
Okay, so Knockout. And then we'll see who wins that first game. All right, I'm going to take a break here. Diggity will use his suave voice to entertain everybody.
I gotta pull up Twitch chat on my phone. Gotta read. Oh my god. Oh, I gotta grab my glasses too. Hold on. Be right back. All right. So while we're waiting, let's do this view so you guys can see everything. Move the mic over there. Pull up Twitch chat here. Just start banning people. 'Cause I'm a mod. That's what we do, right? I am a mod. He says in chat just to scare everybody. Shake people a little bit. Unmod immediately. Unmod, yeah. I agree, unmod diggity. I didn't know I crossed be good please here. Tell the non-IIS, you are all wrong. Vic Viper is another person I appreciate. Viper Malice as well. Casters are dumber even than mods? Probably. Mods are pretty smart. What's up, Esky? Good to see you, Esky. I saw Raz around here earlier. I miss Raz. I saw Jayoon. Jayoon can fuck off. He should be here. He should be in the winter bracket final. Mad at him. Local San Diego guy. Even. Well, he's not local to San Diego now, but he was previously. I'm only kind of... I'm only bitter because he's not here. What game we're going to knock out? Recreate that. Oh, I inflicted... Oh, it's possible I did. Thank you, Fawn. So, currently... oof, cough all of a sudden. Currently... StRyKeR has taken the winner bracket, so he's going to the final. Semih will be in the loser bracket final. This is what's happening right now. Let's update all that, actually. We're in lower bracket round 5. Will be TVT. I was a little bit sad that Nesh dropped Aether. Those are pretty close matches. I'm actually kind of surprised. I feel like if Nesh had maybe played out the game versus Semih up here, I think he might have won that. But I think the Q drop rattled him a bit. Still, pretty good. What does that place him at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th? Tied for 6th/5th? Good showing. We got some guys in back playing Mahjong. Yeah, we should. That's actually a good idea. Going back to Pinkie Pie style, we should just add a few computer allies to spice it up. Block the other spawns. Is this an illegal Chinese gambling location? I am not allowed to disclose that. Make of that what you will. What's up, Huck? Starfucker, good to see you too. Sword Neon, why are you not here? Good to see you. You're supposed to be here. Real Sword Neon, we don't even know, because he's not here in chat. Artosis, we'll see what happens. This should be a pretty... Do you guys want me to radio cast the first one again? Like go back and let you know how it's going and pop back in? What's up, man shark? Herb! I'm really sad 3 people. There's 3 people I'm really sad that aren't here. Raz, Urbon, and Machine. Those 3 guys should be here. And Jayoon, but he's got a kid, I understand. I guess Raz has a kid, so that obviously is... It's an excuse. Right? Where's Exit? Why is Exit not here? Secondary question. Could be the... It's expensive to go to San Diego, I understand it. I was not at Phillyland. I wanted to go to the Phillyland, but the week before I had out of town travel. Or I had 2 weeks before. I had basically back-to-back things I was doing before that. I don't remember what they were right this second, but I had back-to-back traveling before the Phillyland, and I didn't think I could do 2 trips that were extensive and then a 3rd trip and cast a bunch and still remain intact. And I would have needed to, after the 2nd trip, rest, basically sleep, catch a plane, and go. And I was like, I was really sad I didn't make that one, though. Could have met Profane and Jambulance. And Be Good, Please. Missed the opportunity. What portion of the what's it called? The Illuminati? The Dono Illuminati do you guys comprise? I've lost track of what it's called. Cabal, thank you, Dono Cabal. Like, are you guys like a third of the Dono Cabal here? Is it yet unknown? Are you guys like the core members? Pretty sure the Dono Cabal doesn't even know why they're donoing their cabals. I do not believe Tasteless is awake. I'm not sure. Hexarak is gone? What happened to Hexarak? I moved to the YouTube feed. Guys don't even know your own numbers? They've revealed the numbers, guys. 1/4, 1/5. It's so secretive they don't even know. They just know that they need to donate certain things. Are there any other StarCraft secrets you guys want to know right this second? Well, you got me. I know all sorts of StarCraft secrets. Also, someone was accusing me of having Twitch in light mode earlier. Hell no. Always dark mode. What's up, Saw?
They're out of the game.
They're out, so ready? Yeah, just tell them to hop in. What? Who won game 1?
Aether.
Aether won game 1. Okay.
Oh, they don't see your game.
They don't see my game. That's fun.
He rehosted. Yeah, they're joining now.
Okay. Alright, just a second. Artosis is going with magenta this time. And we're gonna go. I'll figure out Aether's color as we're in. Let me switch. Whatever not. Aether is up. You guys are gonna get a black screen for a half second as I update the overlay. Aether is blue. That works. Very nice. Click away here, refresh this. So we get the proper score. Alright, upper left-hand corner we got Artosis starting as the magenta Terran. Bottom right-hand corner we got Aether starting as the blue Terran. This is going to be on knockout. TVT, cross-map position. I don't know what happened game 1 to comment. I will say the earlier games between Aether and Artosis were quite intense. And so it feels like fate has conspired to once again bring these two together in lower bracket round 5. Technically the lower bracket semifinal, which I couldn't. Mental note to actually update the title track in between. Aether, so Artosis obviously beat Aether on the previous match set. However, Aether famously knocked Artosis out of BSL in his matches. We got Greg rejoining. Are you just here to watch, or are you here to also cast?
I'll cast. It's a TBT. There shouldn't be that much talking.
I thought your voice needed a break.
It does need a break, but I don't want you in here by yourself.
What?
Plus, I'm not doing any of the work.
Okay. That makes me feel better. I don't feel as lonely.
There you go.
I also had Twitch chat here. I actually pulled it up to... I let my eyes view Twitch chat, which I try to avoid generally for obvious reasons, but anyway. Barracks opener, we have a gas before barracks.
Okay, so Aether was talking about this build. It is 11 gas, 12 racks, double fact at 15.
Double fact, that's going to be a very quick double fact. Unfortunately for Aether, this is at cross position, and I don't know that this is the best map to try to execute that on. We'll have to see, although Artosis is currently staging for one base play. He's got his own refinery. We'll see when it hits and what happens, but I could see this going very awry for Aether, potentially. One cross-map position, you got immense amounts of time to work with. Although that might be a bonus for him, because that means scouting is going to take a lot longer for Artosis, potentially.
Yep.
And so might be able to skirt things that way. But the secondary question is okay, where does the fight happen at? Because if it happens at the natural, keep in mind, in the gutter, you have that low ground to high ground misfire chance. Artosis starting to scout out. Let's see what direction he heads.
Yep. He's going to go just close position. Aether, again, yeah, cross map. He's not going to get the scouting time. First factory is down for Aether right now. And he's got to wait for the second one. He didn't go 15-15. He's making more SCVs, which is kind of interesting here. Made the depot as well already. He's at 26, as you can see. Did he mess up his own build? Did he forget what he was doing?
We'll find out.
Because I thought it was 15-15, he built double factory, but the second factory is quite late here on 18. I feel like you might as well have just gone for like 11-12, like normal racks gas into 2-fact, but...
On top of it, Artosis double scouting sent the Marine out bottom left and also caught the SCV making its way across.
Oh,
he
sees it!
He gets in, he sees it, and unfortunately... Oh, okay. So now the next question is how does Artosis opt to respond? Also this, I would have felt if he was going for a more aggressive build off of this, he would have lifted that barracks. It could be nerves here, because with 2-fact build, that barracks should have lifted a lot earlier and been headed across the map for support scouting. In the meantime, Artosis holding. He's got a lot of resources to
He's following up with the later second fact himself. He's not expanding.
So not expanding. Aether hanging out nearby. He doesn't have scouting information. Artosis has that barracks to make its way across a little bit earlier. We still see the double machine shop.
Double shop, yep. It's going to be two tank push with Vulture follow-up.
So we'll see how this plays out, and we'll see how Artosis opts to counter it.
Interesting to see he's going as our second factory himself. A lot of time, you kind of respond with a starport, make a Wraith, because your opponent's not going to be making that many Marines. He's only got 2 Marines out. If you can snipe even one of them, the Wraith is going to have free reign over the rest of the game, basically, until he gets an armor with Goliaths out.
I'm wondering if he is... Well, he definitely saw it, but I'm wondering if he knows he's counting on the gutter attack to be able to work with. And then I'm wondering if he's going to try to... Because I know he's done this in the past. I wonder if he's going to try to sneak a Vulture somewhere out into the map to slide underneath the reinforcements to get into the SCV line for a pop kill right there, able to confirm the first tank, by the way, making it out. And that was actually beautiful timing for Artosis as well.
I think it's mines. I think it's mines.
Oh, it's absolutely mines here.
Yep.
Yeah, I would be shocked if it wasn't mines.
He's just going to lay them on the route, and this is going to be beautiful. I think Artosis might just win the game off these mines. He very well might just win the game off these mines, because if Aether doesn't see with this barracks, and he doesn't see the mines yet, and look, oh, this is so smart. He's going to put them on the high ground as well, thinking that maybe Aether's going to run across up to the high ground and try to take that position. This is beautiful from our person. I mean, this is the perfect response to what Aether's going to try to do here.
Oh, Siege Tank took a big hit. It is going to get popped to the second.
No,
Siege
the
Tank.
double SCV repair!
SCV repair!
Oh my day! Oh no! Oh, okay, but he's gonna repair both tanks. But this slows down the push immensely, and he's still got more Vultures coming out for more mines as well.
Are we moving up to... Yeah, it looks like it's just Vultures up to this stage with a handful of Marines. We got one more mine out there. Aether got really, really lucky that those SCVs did not pop. So those 2 Siege Tanks still gonna hold. It looks like the Vultures are making away. So it's just Vultures versus Vultures with Marines.
Oh, he's got speed! Is he gonna go up to the main? He's gonna try to, but no. Artosis is gonna pincer these Vultures. Yeah, he's gonna push them back. We just have to see, are the mines gonna hit? Are the mines gonna hit? The tanks are coming across the bridge. Oh my god, if the mine blows up everything! Whoa.
Good snipe 1, and I don't think these are laid in such a way that they're going to trigger on the 2, and Artosis seeding the bridge, actually.
Oh my god, how does that mine not trigger?
In the meantime, Artosis cutting off reinforcements, holding the high ground. Keep in mind, he's not tankless. in the space of this.
Yep.
So-
Oh, the mine! No, the mine! Okay, one tank
There's
goes
one
down,
down.
and now he's gonna pull SCVs. He's just gonna surround this tank. This tank is dead.
In the meantime,
Oh my God! Is this Warcraft 2 or Warcraft 3? What is this body block?
that vulture, I don't know how that works in reality. Like a vulture just sitting in. Usually tanks should just run over vultures, right? You'd think. But anyway, this is actually a waste of 3 mines right there on that siege tank. But in the meantime, that has been held.
Yeah, Goliath's now coming out. but
Natural
this-
expansion being built. Goliath's making their way. Aether able to walk up actually 3
Three
factories.
factories, yeah.
In response to this, and is Aether gonna? It looks like Aether's gonna go ahead and grab his command center, but considerably later. Artosis' supply way ahead. Let's try to. He's got a whole lot of SCVs here in the main, and that's
Yeah,
looking a lot more.
Aether only got like 20 SCVs, I think 25 SCVs. I mean, Artosis probably has got like 30, 35 SCVs, so he's way ahead on workers.
Way ahead on workers, should be able to saturate. He's also getting as Aether's coming across these engagements, he's popping 1 vulture forward and ending up on
moving
these
shot.
1 and 4 moving shots, so kind of turning a bad situation into
Oh,
a
I got
worse
stuck on that little
situation.
doodad.
Making its way across Aether, pulling off some vultures to the north. Now, these Marines are in no man's land, might end up getting killed as a result of that. Wow.
Picks up
Sights the SCV on top of it. That's going to slow down the command center even further. And with the barracks nearby, he can keep poking and prodding and doing that for a considerable amount of time. Yeah, these Marines are going to die, but that is going to give go-ahead to Artosis to let them know that these vultures to the north. Really good target fire. He even had a vulture on the low ground and still came ahead. 3-on-3 there. So good testament right there. But yeah, with this barracks holding nearby, providing vision, I don't know if there's another out for Aether here.
Yeah, Artosis is going to go into 3-fact vulture and just spam the map and get all the map control he's going to want. Very dangerous here from Aether trying to walk up here. He has no clue how many mines there actually are. And Aether might just try to wrap around here, get a mine surround here on these Goliaths. It looks like he's going to try to do exactly that. Nice defusal here from Aether, but is going to take some damage there on that Goliath. I think, yeah, Artosis is going to try to snipe that one Goliath. Okay, he does, but he does take an unfavorable trade there, losing quite a few vultures. He's just going to get mines out, though, and again, just going to ride that economic advantage, I think, into a very solid macro game here. Again, the good thing for Aether is this is cross-map, so this attack from Artosis in the future is going to take a little bit longer to get there.
That's actually a great point. Cross-map might help him out considerably.
What the-
What is going on here? Okay, never mind. That was a miss rally. Looked like a bunch of boys were being pulled for a random attack. Artosis checking along the corner. Aether does have SCV that was pocketed up here. Maybe was thinking about sneaking some... Oh, is
my
he going
God,
to
he's
win
gonna
that fight? Big victory. Top right. Plenty of vision here for Artosis. And Aether getting pretty lucky. Only took him 1 mine hit out of those 5, and he's done a pretty good job of clearing the vision, at least at the near side. He's posturing as though he's going to go for a fast 3rd, and he's going to be able to push that barracks back. That is forcing Artosis to drop maybe a 4th and potentially a 5th factory that he might have not wanted to off time.
That is an absurdly fast science facility, by the way.
Really fast science facility. We also have a command center staging up to grab 3rd. We have a single mine in the way.
Is
but
+1 done already for Artosis? There's no way, right? No, yeah, so he's going really fast science facility. Is he going to... So, the only thing I can think about in this position is... For those who don't know, Radley is a weird TVT player, and he goes for these like science vessel D-matrix busts. It could be that. He's gonna go for like 5-6 factories and just go D-matrix bust here. The starport's flashing. He's not even start +1. It could be that.
We'll have to see. Keep a mental note on that. Also, yeah, mine gonna get cleared right there. I don't think that was actually a blocking mine, but that's okay. Aether doesn't really have an option. Well, he could move in and maybe try to snipe some SCVs and sacrifice vultures in kind to do it, but and he does have an attack path if he goes through the north, but the siege tanks to the south and no man's land can pretty easily draw back, but this is a pretty fast so we got a 10-minute 3rd here from Artosis as well. The supply is somewhat even, is what's surprising me right this second. I was expecting Artosis, especially having such a large saturation of SCVs, to have a much larger supply lead, but that kind of shows you how much is being put into tech. We got 3 machine shops with 5 factories already.
His saturation went down really bad.
His saturation down at the main.
I think what happened is that he stopped making SCVs for a period of time there, and then Aether was able to catch up. But as you said, yeah, there's the science vessel. As you said, Aether was just pumping out SCVs, pumping out units, whereas Artosis was going for the tech path here with the science vessel. That's a lot of gas invested into that one vessel, so this has got to do a little bit here for Artosis. He kind of delayed his macro and scale up.
So we got some siege tanks, no +1 as of yet, as mentioned previously. We've got a whole lot of vultures to the south. I don't know how successful they're going to be. There's a certain point where you end up with enough siege tanks where you're not as concerned about these vulture piles anymore. These mines going to get cleared by the science vessels, and I think Artosis is going. We'll see if Aether. How many siege tanks does he have? So I'm seeing 2 siege tanks. He's trying to grab his third on the low ground, and it's going to be a bit of a race here because we're going to have siege tanks and more reinforcing siege tanks for the front. We have that defense matrix as a dimension.
Not enough energy, and this is actually kind of good here for Aether. Artosis is a little bit overextending right now. Doesn't have enough units. Not sieging up the siege tanks right now to push into that one tank. That one tank did so much work there for Aether.
In the space, did he skip siege? We got 3 machine shops, so okay, there. I don't think it just started, but opting not to siege. So 2 siege tanks and a group of vultures actually able to hold that back. Some SCVs making their way to the front to go ahead and repair. And Aether behind on this third, but I gotta say he's not in as terrible shape as I was expecting here at this point. He's ceded a lot of ground though. Artosis definitely controls the middle of the map. Right this second.
He's got the mobility advantage. He's got all these vultures out. Artosis is going into dropship now as well. I mean, he's really using that starport. But Aether might have an opportunity here if he can find an opening with those vultures around the side of the map. Maybe he's going to be able to get something done.
I think he's also got Aether doing a pretty good job where he's got a lot of this spotted underneath. We got mines all over the place, and I don't know that there's an open drop point. And what's in there? Maybe
there's a couple Goliaths, I think. Or do we know there's one Goliath?
Looks like, so despite having the vision, Aether missing it. SCV's making their way back instead of anything else. So it looks like this could be and Aether very slow to respond.
It's going to be 1 tank, 1 vulture, 1 Goliath. The Goliath actually gets dropped right in the middle of the SCV line. And Aether, yes, like you said, slow to respond. The mine's getting laid out here, but good scan there so far from Aether. So I don't think this is going to do that much damage, but we'll see if is Artosis going to try to use this as a distraction and then push to the middle? No, not right now. He's got D-Matrix on the vessel. He's got enough energy. Now he's finally unsieging here. And yeah, look, all of the reinforcements pulled back here from Aether, so now Artosis doesn't even need a D-Matrix here to just walk in here and kill off all these siege tanks. Aether's going to secede this ground, and we'll see if the D-Matrix is going to be to bust up the high ground here.
This is a lot. There's the D-Matrix. We got a lot of siege tanks here as well. This is only 2 siege tanks on the front with a handful of vultures, and once you get to this bridge line, and you can siege anywhere in range of this bridge line, you can see Artosis sieging up short, so anything coming out of this area, this is a devastating area for Artosis to control. Also making it up onto the high ground on the opposite side, so that's going to cut off the third. A lot of SCVs going to lose their lives on this corner. It's going to be high ground to try to take it, and if he was going to try to reinforce underneath, you got siege tanks in range to pummel any sort of reinforcement. Plus the continued D-Matrix on that. Yeah, the
tank's tanking. Look, the D-Matrix is taking all the SCV damage.
The SCV's trying to defend themselves on the front, but honestly, vulture reinforcement is going to make quick work of everything underneath.
I think this is going to be game. I mean, Aether's trying to get his own vessel up here, but at the same time, he might even have. There's the GG. Just not enough.
You know if this is best of 3 or best of 5 here?
I think it's still going to be best of 5. We did talk about next game is going to be Octagon. We were talking about it with the people, see if we can extend, and also what we wanted to do with the bracket, because it is starting to get into a weird spot where we don't want to add too many hours, but again, we're in the TBT best of 5. Who knows how long this will go?
Yeah. Wait for the go ahead.
Here we are. All right.
Try to press the games as rapidly as we can. Feel bad for Zen in this particular situation. All right. Hold on. Let me update Aether's color here. Is that tan? That looks tan.
Yeah.
All that tan. This is... What map is this again? This is Octagon.
Yep.
Do that properly. Sorry for the 1 second black screen, so we can update the overlay. There we go. Upper left hand corner, we got Aether starting as the tan Terran. Bottom left hand corner, we got Artosis starting as the magenta Terran. By the way, while we have a bunch of people here again, I want to thank Chippa Walrus for producing this overlay. I honestly think it's the best overlay that I've seen for StarCraft yet. Absolutely gorgeous. Really appreciate all of his efforts for this.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see. This is kind of an odd situation. I'm wondering if I saw Artosis practicing against Nesh yesterday, and he pulled out a lot of 5 Factory Vulture, and so I know that's in his belt. I'm wondering if he's going to try to pull that out versus Aether in one of these games.
Aether's going A-Rax. Center A-Rax here from Aether. And this is, by the way, the old version of Octagon. So we have an updated 2.0 version of Octagon for the next ASL, where this area in particular is not buildable. Only the very dead center of the map is buildable on the new map, but this Octagon version, everywhere is buildable in the center. So he is taking advantage of that a little bit here by building this barracks in this position, and he's probably going to go for maybe a 3 Marine pressure here with his forward racks and maybe try to catch Artosis off guard. Maybe Artosis thinks on Octagon it's a good eco map and might go for something like a rack CC or even a 13 CC.
We'll see. Look, and this is going to be the telling SCV. It looks like Artosis is in fact dropping the barracks. One problem with going 8 racks these days is because if your opponent still goes regular vulture whatnot, Marines do not do very well against vultures in the early stages, so you kind of got to get lucky with hoping in the opening, hoping that your opponent is gimping on the initial Marines. This is one of those maps, though, it's large enough where there is kind of an encouragement for Terran to not build a lot of initial Marines and get that barracks in the air a little bit earlier than usual.
He's even getting first scout here. Didn't even go to the close position there at the top right. He just went straight down to bottom left. So really nicely done here from Aether. He's going to be able to get the first scout in and be able to kind of see exactly how many Marines. He might also do that little probe trick where he kind of just camps the racks and then get some damage down on the first Marine. So we'll see here. He's got a Marine. He's gonna see the racks. Gonna start moving those Marines in the correct direction now. He's already got 2 Marines out. 3rd Marine, yep, being started. He's also taking his gas, by the way, so he's gonna have a factory follow-up here.
So yeah, gonna go for the factory follow-up in the space of this. Artosis has enough for a factory. He's starting at about 234.
Keeping guys on gas, by the way.
SCVs.
He's gonna try to attack the Marine here. The Marine's gonna be on top of this SCV, but I think Artosis is gonna lose his first SCV here. He will lose the SCV. Does get a lot of damage though on that first Marine. And so if Aether can kind of hold the high ground, yeah, he's gonna pull an SCV as well. He's gonna go for the bunker rush here. He's gonna try to contain this low ground position.
SCV's pulling off the line. That was 1 damaged Marine down, 2nd Marine being pushed off, and it looks like that SCV nearly dead. This, thus far, not looking great for Aether. He has pushed a little bit back off. This is gas. Just threatening with that gas. I will explode all over you guys.
Can you imagine if he just bonks the guy over the head with the Vespine geyser? Oh, he has picked up 3rd SCV though. And
3 Marines out, able to push back, and that's going to be a canceled bunker on the front. We're going to have a vulture out in short order from Artosis.
Yeah, he's also got still guys on gas though. Oh no, he pulled the guys off gas finally. But he's got 172 gas right now in the bank. We'll see if he's gonna go 1-1-1, maybe add a starport down soon here, or what's he gonna do with the extra gas. I don't know. Maybe if his build was thrown off because of this early pressure here from Aether. Aether in the meantime is gonna expand behind us. Look at that. He's got 400 minerals piled up here for a CC. And Artosis hasn't responded yet with what he's gonna do. The plan is kind of not really clear here for Artosis. Obviously, he's got the economic advantage because he didn't have to cut SCVs in the early game, but he's not really showing what his next plan is going to be.
I presume he's got the spare Marines. He's moving them out in the front. He's finally found his opponent's base. Notice the command center expand. I would be surprised if Artosis didn't engage in some aggression. One problem for Artosis, though, is he invested heavily in Marines early. And when you have Marines in the open field, vultures absolutely shred them, so you need to be very, very protective with the vulture. This is actually pretty decent for Artosis, but Aether able to scoot them out to the corner. Now, so we got 2 vultures, 3 Marines make their way across. If the vulture can cut underneath...
Oh, Aether's got to be very careful. He's getting cut off. This vulture's getting cut off. Does manage to pick off one of the Marines, but he's got to be careful about these moving shots here from Artosis, because he doesn't have that much back home. He went machine shops. I don't know how much Aether's got actually back at home. I think he's trying to build a bunker right now with his 2 remaining Marines. He's going to lose the vulture. Oh, 1 HP. Okay, that vulture is good as dead. I mean, he's just going to take one more shot. So Artosis is just going to go no machine shop here. He's just going to rally vultures in front, but this bunker, I think he's bought enough time making these vultures now. And yeah, the SCVs have to pull off the line to buy time.
Trying to buy time, and that's going to be some dead SCVs as well.
Can he run by?
The bunker is up. I don't. The SCV's piling just in case there was a run by. I don't think speed is. Yeah, we don't have a machine shop for speed to guarantee a run by, and we already have a siege tank out in the corner. So Aether recovering actually pretty decently after the failed 8 also able to land the barracks in the natural expansion to deny some mineral patches. That's going to send the vultures and the Marines back home. This vulture, a little bit of health. I don't think it's going to get a lot. Yeah, just going to explode in the air as it's making its way across. I think he was hoping to maybe pick off a Marine or get a little bit of extra scout. Yeah, barracks going to lift off, and Aether not in that god-awful situation. He's actually got that natural expansion up faster than Artosis. Artosis even on supply, but a lot of that supply is in vultures that aren't going to do anything towards the front, but Aether moving out with the siege tank.
So Aether's taking the economic advantage right now, actually. because as we saw, Artosis got so many vultures that the supply is misleading. Most of Artosis' supply is in these 4 vultures, so he's got about 10 supply in units right now. Aether on the other side only has 2 siege tanks with 2 marines, so he's actually got more SCVs right now than Artosis, and he's now going up to 3 factory and probably I'm not sure what's going to be on that machine shop. Might be speed trying to pivot into maybe like a 3-fact vulture with these 2 siege tanks to kind of buffer. And Artosis is going to send out 1 vulture, kind of just see maybe what Aether's got going on. He's going to lose his 1 vulture right off the bat. He's going to confirm the 2 siege tanks.
So bleeding off an extra unit, Aether has actually equalized the supply, and I think I think he's up a good number of SCVs on the turn of this. One advantage for Aether as well is he's got the barracks on the near side to kind of scout this. The underneath corner can sometimes be one of those things where, these siege tanks are on this edge, but this is kind of the path you can walk and kind of slip in underneath. But with this barracks covering this location, it'll see anything coming that direction. So Artosis is kind of relegated to sitting back, piling his own units on his side of the map, and giving Aether the economic lead.
And look, now Aether's going to start building up that vulture count now. You can see the supply starting to skyrocket here for Aether. Also getting an army at the same time. Artosis now starting to get those research going on the machine shops here. He's got to get some kind of map control. Maybe he's got those early starting vultures. Maybe he'll get mines and kind of mine up the center of the map right now. He's got an academy. He's got a very early academy, so he's going to have scan much earlier than Aether and start getting a lot of vision and intel into exactly what Aether's going to do.
Artosis really wanted to float that barracks nearby to get a good look at the factory count. With the 2 Marines buffering though, it looks like not wanting to dedicate. Also maybe a little bit concerned. There were...
it's speed first from Aether.
Yeah, speed first from Aether. He's going to cycle his way down. Actually the vultures can just pretty much ignore what's on the front. We don't have a lot of cruft at the natural expansion either, so Artosis needs to be a little bit careful here.
Yeah, I mean, 7 vultures here. The siege. Oh, he is going to go around. He's going to wrap. Let's see if he can get in. He's going to get in, I think. Well, siege tank's up right now. Well, no, he makes an indecisive decision here. Pulls back, loses 3 vultures for free. Oh man, if he had just gone into the main there, he would have been able to do so much economic damage. Instead, he's going to kind of run away, tail tucked between his legs.
What a coward!
Yeah, what a coward. But look, but again, the supply is still ballooning for him right now. He's just going to mass vulture off this 3-factory play here, and he's going to be able to take the map control now. Artosis is going to be kind of pinned back here in the dark, even after what we thought was him taking the advantage here in the early game. He's sort of letting it slip right now.
Artosis really likes playing from informational, when he's got perfect information, where he's like, okay, generally what you're doing in pretty normal standard games where you can see, okay, you got this many factories, I know I need to do this sort of thing. He is very uncomfortable in ambiguous situations where he's in the dark, not quite sure what his opponent's up to, not quite sure of the game state, and have as much chaos has happened at this stage. I would not be shocked if Artosis just doesn't know precisely where he's at in the overall build order. We're still sitting on 3 factories. In the meantime, Artosis has surged up to 5. Now, in this particular scenario, when you have with 1 factory, you can usually engage your opponent cross map and have equal units. When you have 2 factories up, that usually puts you in an advantage. Artosis going for the 5 factories while still going for the mineral only. Critically, Aether going for that 12 o'clock, which provides a gas. So we'll see what happens, and if Aether is able to defend, he's going to have fewer units, keep in mind. Let's see if he's able to defend that 12 o'clock.
Yeah, and now Artosis, especially with the 5-fact, he's going to skyrocket in this production right now. But he is starting to get a little bit pincered here, actually. The vulture's kind of getting taken apart right now. Aether had these vultures over here on this right-hand side, was able to get a little bit of damage here onto these vultures from Artosis. Also critical to note, Artosis is not microing these vultures very well. Aether's getting right on top of these, going to get so many of these vultures out. Critical to note as well, by the way, on this expansion path, Aether's going to have 2 extra mineral patches to Artosis' 5. So 7 versus 5 there. This is why we call this pocket third on Octagon a fake base, because it's got so few mineral patches. I mean, 5 mineral patches is kind of a joke, to be honest with you, especially in TVT. I mean, okay, you can get an extra factory for vultures. That's about it.
Yeah,
right?
the only advantage I see to this is it's just easier to defend. It's just a closer base on whatever your high ground is to, if something slips underneath, to defend. I also don't want to undersell that defense from Aether right there by pushing those vultures back. That really helped cap that 12 o'clock. If 2 vultures managed to sneak up to that 12 o'clock, actually if any vultures managed to sneak up to that 12 o'clock, that was probably going to be a delayed and potentially canceled bait from Aether, depending on what the follow-up was. Instead, he's got a nice situation where he split the map, has a superior siege tank count on the center line. And Artosis, well, okay, next question. We got mines here at the 3 o'clock. Yep. Is Artosis going to go for that underneath? I'm waiting to see if he tries to clear the mines this direction to create a degree of ambiguity and shoots that line.
Yeah, here we go. And right as you say that, the Vulture's going to go, but Aether's going to scout this right immediately here. And he's got these Vultures or these mines in a perfect position. He's going to see exactly where these Vultures are. Already has a few units here, more reinforcing speed Vultures coming in to defend. Sieging up one of the siege tanks. He's got to clear these mines, make sure that none of the mines detonate. Boom! There's a big one right there, killing 2 of the siege tanks. But should be pretty profitable overall here from Aether. Going to take out all of these Vultures here from Artosis. He's got the Flea right now. But again, as you're talking about, the up and under, and Aether's got full map control. He's got full intel everywhere. And he's got the better tank count as well in the center right now. So Artosis, the supply is better because he's got the more factories right now. But the position overall is much better for Aether. I'd be much happier to play in Aether's position.
Yeah, right now Aether's starting to increase his factory count as well. Another thing to consider is when you have that third gas, you can pump out your additional siege tanks and get your upgrades. So I think that
scan timing as well. Look at that. Right as Artosis unsieges and maybe is going to look for an opportunity here in the center. And sieging right in line here for Aether.
I'm wondering if Artosis has misjudged his current situation upon not seeing this third being constructed, and maybe thought that, okay, Aether has not yet grabbed his third, potentially. I would think after seeing after getting a good comm set and seeing the units here in the middle, that he's got to presume that third's out there given the bulk of the troops. In the meantime, Aether grabbing this fourth. This
is an interesting form. I mean, it's a little bit easier for him to defend, obviously. I mean, one Vulture can kind of sneak around from the sides or maybe do a Vulture run by. But I would expect him to want to expand to maybe to the other natural and get another fourth gas here. Aether, again, look, he's got mines even over here to see these Vultures coming around. So Aether's got brilliant vision right now of exactly what Artosis is going to try to do. He does need to reinforce that third base if Artosis tries to wrap around all the way around the sides, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's got to make sure that he doesn't just get let these Vultures in and kill off all of his SCVs there at the third.
Octagon's such an odd map where you just have, you've got, it's almost like 2 maps. You've got the middle of the map, and then you have the exterior of the map where you can kind of walk the way around.
Aether's not responding very well right now. Does he have any units at the third? No. These Vultures are going to wrap around all the way around. Aether not respecting this play here from Artosis, and Artosis is going to be able to get in here and kill so many SCVs off.
This is a game-changing moment right here. So this third base is going to get shut down. Aether is fairly out of position to defend this. That's a lot of SCVs that are going to get wiped out. There's a lot of mines. It's going to create a lot of delay. And also Artosis grabbing the 6 o'clock on top of this. The one bonus here is I'm actually a little bit surprised that Aether was able to clean that up as quickly as he was. I thought that was going to be a larger delay and a larger commitment with just the sheer volume of Vultures that Artosis had at position. But 3 siege tanks moving up. Artosis not jumping on the siege tanks in close position. Okay, they're now jumping on the siege tanks. Yeah, this might be a little bit late. Yeah, let's see how many additional SCV kills. Clearing out the gas critically, though. And it looks like at the end of this, we've only got 6, and fewer than that as they're spawning. A few additional.
Tank is out of position. He kind of left before early.
Reach. It's got vision, but for whatever reason, that's odd. I would have expected that to be in range. Tanks have infinite range, right?
Yeah. Can't they shoot each other from like halfway across the map?
Also, why can't they shoot the air? I feel like that's the stereotypical, like whenever a caster, why can't they shoot the air? I'm just like, oh my god. It's like that's interesting part. Anyway, let's take it back.
So, good move there from Artosis. We're going to also see, though, because, again, Aether's in a better position here in the center, and Artosis is expanding out to the bottom, but the problem is going to be, where does Artosis go next? I mean, he's got opportunities to go to the bottom right as well, but I do expect Aether to start wanting to move down to that position, maybe grab that kind of little ramp, because that ramp is so small. As you're talking about Octagon, the side bases, the ramps are so small, it's really easy to kind of get up there and hold the top of the ramp. I mean, Aether's doing that over there at the 9 o'clock position as well, holding the top of the ramp. So maybe we might see a pivot into dropship play. We do see one of the starports going off right now, maybe a second one. Yeah, I think it's going to be double starport dropship here from both these players. I mean, you kind of have to do that on Octagon because it's such a difficult map to push to the center.
Aether making his way up with a pretty sizable attack force around this right-hand side flank, and Artosis is going to have to respond with something. He's got a good amount of troops, but a little bit lagged on their movement that direction. The other critical bit here is Aether doesn't need to engage here at the 6 o'clock. If he just holds this pivot point, he's locked Artosis into the bottom left-hand side of the map, which means Artosis, yeah, he's going to need dropships or some sort of aerial assault to push his way back around this. Interestingly enough, Aether somehow doing this on smaller supply than Artosis right this second, or at least close to supply. So we got mid-map, cross-diagonal, this pivot point held, and some mines providing some vision here at the 9 o'clock, and Aether doing a really good job of mid-game map control as a result.
Yeah, and that's probably why he's got the supply disadvantage, but still taking most of the map right now. Artosis also does like to make a lot of workers, so it's possible that like most of that supply isn't workers. He might be up to 80 workers. He might have just forgotten to stop making them, and that's why it looks like that Aether's got, you know, less supply than him, but still controlling the map. Here we go. Has +2 finish. Let's check the tank. One of the tanks. No +1. Oh yeah, well +2 just finished for, or no, that's for Aether. We'll see if Artosis can get that +2 finish right now. It should be finishing soon. I did see the science facility lifted, so he does have at least, at the very least, started. But man, I mean, this is the problem here on Octagon when your opponent has the center control like this. You have so many units trying to move around these small areas, and it's just so difficult to push up. And yeah, I was going to say Aether is just going to hold high ground. He's just going to hold high ground, and maybe Artosis can grab this 9 o'clock position, but Aether's going to be able to take really efficient trades with this high ground advantage.
Yeah, I think Artosis is a little bit indecisive as far as where he wanted to go. Now I'm going to siege low ground, high ground to try to push through. Yeah, you can see the misfire really playing there, and additional siege tanks being pumped out. And this is where, yeah, Aether trying to hold everything along that slope is starting to hurt him a little bit. Where, well, actually, I take that back. He's got a big line of siege tanks making their way across. Artosis needs to get this army up that ramp immediately.
Mines. He's got to be careful about how many spider mines are laid right there. And that's going to buy Aether a little bit of time to set up the siege tank line once again. So even if Artosis can get up here, the line is really strong here for Aether, and he's going to be able to push and break through this line pretty easily. Because the problem is Artosis is going to have a hard time getting units up to the high ground position. There's not enough space right there at the moment. And Aether's going to be able to get a lot of control over there.
I know we got 2 dropships here for Artosis, but they've been very inactive up to this stage.
There's 4, 2 more, and Aether's now expanding over to that corner. He's getting another gas right now. He's getting up to 4 gas. Artosis, in the meantime, still stuck in this 3 gas, unable to really expand himself. And now dropship's also coming out here for Aether. So it's going to be going into a dropship battle, but Aether's got the control. He's got the upgrade advantage. He's got everything right now. And look, here we go. Using SCVs to tank the first volley of fire right now. He's going to move forward.
Goliath's trying to do what they can, and this is getting creamed. 2-1, by the way, versus no armor upgrading the opposite side. Aether can afford to lose a good amount of SCVs. In fact, he can just kind of peel off this base. Yeah, Artosis is not going to get anything else accomplished right here. He can just peel off the space and move it to the much more plush and what do I want to call this? Better base? It's a much better base. Abundance. It's golden fields of resources. The dropship's now coming in over the edge, getting on top of the factory lines. Actually, this could be a big swing.
This could be, and one of the things of late game TVT, the Goliaths may have popped out just in time, but no, they're going to get picked off because these tanks weren't in siege mode, so there's no splash damage right now. But more tanks are popping out right now. Is Aether going to be able to get it on top of this? He does have some dropships here. One of the things in late game TVT is when you're maxed out, you kind of can't really reinforce back at your main. You don't have units building. He's going to try to do it, but look at this ferry here from Artosis. Is this the game-winning play? We saw in their other series that Artosis was able to use dropships to his advantage and really pick off Aether one by, like, slowly but surely right now. And he's doing the exact same thing again in this game, getting top of the production. Is Aether making a critical mistake once again, not respecting the dropship play here from Artosis?
Trying to siege underneath, but
look at supply! Look at the supply! Oh my goodness!
On top of that, Aether was dedicating a lot of SCVs to try to defend this, so pulled a lot of SCVs out of his nap on his main. Siege tanks dying before they're able to evacuate. So yeah, it looks like the factory lines are going to be gone. We do have some factories rebuilding top right. The difference, so previous matches, Aether had a ton of additional resources over Artosis to make this happen. Right now, Artosis is he's at max supply, funneling into a bank and chewing through the additional factory
dropping
lines.
The center?
And it looks like, yeah, we got just flying, not dropping over center, just flying straight over it to make his way top right. We've got,
my God,
two
he's
turrets?
got no units. Where's
Aether's
Aether's production? Right. All of his units die when popping out of the factories over there at the main base. Now that means he can't make any more units here at the top right. He's not ready yet. Artosis is going to take this base as well. Stop all mining here from Aether. Both these players. There's the GG. Brilliant play here for Artosis, again using the dropships into the main.
I gotta say, for a minute there, I'm like, Artosis is looking like he's in a dicey situation, and it's looking, I'm sure from chat's perspective, it's looking like our plucky hero is in a pinch, but able to turn it right back around with some really solid dropship play.
Match point.
We're on match point.
Uh-oh, here, this was the map that Artosis pulled off the Flash vs. Firebat hero game on. Wow, Artosis, man, just these dropships, he's doing real well with them, I've got to say.
Artosis taking a quick stretch break, waiting for him to hop in game.
Yep, there he is.
Wait for him to select his race before we get going. Oh, we're waiting on 1 minute.
Let's see if he's just gonna kind of settle a little bit. Yeah, gonna take a sip of water as I can see him behind us. Man, well, I mean, we get to late game. I'm surprised Aether wasn't spamming turrets more.
Yeah.
I think when you get into those late game situations, right, and you're in such an advantage like that, the only way for your opponent to really come back is through dropships and trying to find a weak point. And if he had just spam turrets everywhere, you know, at the very least, even if Artosis managed to drop, he might lose 1 or 2 dropships before they can unload everything, and he's going to be able to clean up with the reinforcements much easily. But Artosis got like 4 dropships in there, uncontested basically, and then ferried another set of units in there, and from there, I mean, the main was just gone.
It was gone. And the other bit was he had some tank siege on the low ground. Aether tried to sneak up and basically ate some bad trades as he was trying to deal with things underneath. Looks like we're ready to go.
Aether Artosis saying go, go, good luck, have fun. Going into game number 4. Artosis up 2 games to 1 in a crazy, crazy game number 3 there.
In the meantime, Aether tan again. Beautiful. Don't have to change anything. Bottom left-hand corner, starting as the magenta Terran, we have Artosis. Upper right-hand corner, we got Aether starting as the tan Terran, which is very nice alliteration to that. We are on match point.
Could be match point.
Could be match point.
Very aptly named map, and surprisingly, match point always seems to be like the last map in a series. I mean, Flash versus Effort, everyone remember that to be game 1 and game 5. We saw Flash versus Soma in ASL 21 there, also game 7. Match point, very aptly named. It seems to be always the deciding map in a lot of series. Could this be, I know it's not game 5, but it is game 4. Could this be the deciding map here in this loser semifinals?
I feel like this is also a weirdly, even though it has a large open center area, it feels oddly claustrophobic because of the base layout.
Yeah.
So you've got a natural expansion, you've got this kind of more defensible ramp line, it's hard to push through this. But once you're starting talking about thirds, it's again a mineral-only third that's sitting over a high ground area where siege tanks can, this becomes a ferocious area of attack for opponents. And more often you'll see players trying to opt for the bottom right, but then the reinforcement point from bottom right from the main is quite a distance, as you can see. So I guess claustrophobic's the wrong word. It's small with not a lot of play, and you got to defend a lot of territory simultaneously. It's kind of it's odd. I'm trying to think of another map that's like this even.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Maybe that's why they brought it back.
Maybe, yeah, but
They're like, let's experiment with this in the map pool again, since we're not quite sure how to get Terrans winning in ASL.
yeah, I mean, knockout slash circuit breaker sort of has that mineral only that kind of makes you need to extend far if you want to get that third gas, but it's just not. It doesn't feel the same. Same thing with attitude and polyploid. Again, you know, same
What are
idea.
your thoughts on attitude? I feel like I've heard a lot of people that love attitude, but I feel like it's a very cookie cutter map.
It's very cookie cutter, and a lot of people call it shit-tube because it's so Terran favored. Because
Right.
of, and they have made changes again on attitude and Octagon. People call it shitgon because again it's too Terran favored, and they had to do a lot of changes to it to make it less Terran favored. Terran's a problem at the highest level. Let's just put it that way. So you know, yeah, I don't know. Attitude just feels like whatever to me. I like Katrina. So Aeolus is the 3-player version of it, and I think that's pretty cool. But again, it was not a Terran favored map, so a lot of people are like, why do you like that map? And they're like, I don't know, I just like it.
In the meantime, Aether, oddly enough, scooting bottom right. I think he accidentally misclicked, and Artosis going for his first scout, the factory down. It looked like that was around 230-ish.
Yep.
Hard to tell with the map. We have, let's see how far we like doing this. They clicked across. Looks like
Aether's maybe like a couple seconds ahead.
a few seconds ahead. That does matter on a 2-player map in TVT.
Yeah.
You
Rush
get-
distance though, it will make
That's
it
actually that's another thing. Yeah, maybe less on match point. Match point, like the rush distance in the match point is something ridiculous, like 40 seconds, something like that.
yeah.
Across, which is odd because actually the aerial rush distance from main potentially to natural expansion is anyway
Quite short.
quite short. We'll stop talking about maps and their balance, except one last thing. No, I'm just kidding. Looks like Artosis is going to go for expansion. A little bit behind Aether in this regard, so both players kind of going for just more macro openings overall. Artosis getting a fuller view, is not going to lose his SCV for the effort. Does, in fact, sees the factory, well, okay, holds it short.
Didn't run it out all the way.
Was able to see the factory spin up, so knows the vulture's on the way as well. And it looks like the barracks, they cross right about at the mid-map point, so neither barracks going to end up in each other's opponent's base on any sort of advantage where they're going to be able to tell. I do think it's kind of cute on match point because it's such a narrow base where you can start hiding factories down to the left, and it takes a while for the barracks to go through no man's land to get a good view.
and it means the Marines can position there and try to push the racks away before it gets there.
Aether on the delayed scout getting nothing, but he at least knows there's 2 vultures and a Marine on that forward edge.
Yeah, so it's not going to be a, kind of an early tank there trying to siege below the natural there. Artosis now adding the second factory. Aether's second factory is a little bit delayed right now. Did he forget to re-put guys on gas? 2 guys on gas, in fact. So interesting here. I don't think it's going to be a 3-fact vulture play. It might be 2-fact mines. He's going to set the second factory down now, and the vulture's also already out with the shop spinning. So yeah, I think it's going to be 2-fact mines. This map, probably not as good of a 3-fact vulture map, just because you got the high ground there. You can put units up there. You're not really scared of a mass vulture attack because of the high ground.
Yeah, I feel that especially in TVT, there's a lot of how do I put this? High ground, for whatever reason, I feel like is really nice for vultures on occasion because you just lay the mines and be annoying against other units. But when it's just straight vulture versus vulture, yeah, trying to go up ramps to try to bully through, that's not what you're looking for, especially just a single entry point on the map like
Vultures
this.
play bulky units too. They are not the smallest units, so they do get stuck on each other going up a ramp.
It's kind of odd the way that works. Artosis, which is only the single Marine able to walk up, sees the 3 factories with full view as well, so has complete information.
Interesting. He does go for 3 factory, but this is a little delayed. He only had 2 guys on gas. He does have speed, actually. The vultures are moving quite quickly, so no mines laid right now for Aether. He just has a really fast speed timing here. Not seeing any tech here from Artosis. Not going to be able to see exactly what he's doing. He's going to poke in the front, though, with the vultures at the front, the natural there. And he's going to see the vultures here, but Artosis also has speed right now, and he should have enough vultures here to clean this up.
Go ahead and get Vision back up, clicking the wrong. But Aether able to sneak through with 2 vultures, but bled a lot. I don't know that he's going to get an SCV. Well, okay, take it back.
He somehow got one.
Somehow got one. How did that happen? It looked like the SCV just wanted to commit suicide there, and is going to be able to slow down the Academy. That's not like the biggest win, and at least able to spot an armory underneath. But I don't know that was a considerable win for Aether there.
Yep. Meanwhile, but at least it confirms exactly what Artosis is doing. Artosis went 2-fact speed, and now he's going for the Armory Academy as well to get Goliaths out and getting that additional research down here from the machine shop. But now he's kind of pivoted into a siege tank now. He's got vulture speed, probably going to get mines as well. Artosis is now going to move across the map himself, get some scouting information on his own, and we'll see if he's able to slip in here and do the Aether move there. But no, he's just going to kind of position posture, see if maybe there's a proxy or a hidden third base here from Aether.
I kind of like what Artosis is doing, making sure there's no third and maybe posturing up towards the high ground a little bit early. We're going to see a 5-on-3 fight, so maybe wins from earlier. Okay, 2 vultures not opting
he
to...
picked up 1 vulture, okay,
4 versus 3, and these 2 look like they're going to be able to go ahead and scoot back to home, although getting a little bit of moving shot on the way.
Wow, okay, so one for 1 there somehow in a 5v3 trade. Not bad for Artosis. He's going to be pretty happy with that. But no second gas yet from Aether. Late second gas. Artosis is already finished, so we might see a big, I was going to say factory explosion here from Artosis. Going up to 5 factory, going to try to go for a much more pressure build here in the mid game. Not getting the scans up yet, actually. The Academy's finished, and he's still producing SCVs. Aether, in the meantime, again, staying on these 3 factories, just like last game. Not kind of going up to higher factory count. He does have a huge supply lead, but remember, this is vultures, so oh no, he's got 4 factories. Wow, he hid one way back in his main.
And we got an armory in between. He's actually got a 20 supply lead over Artosis. So I'll be curious with the one thing I've been thinking about with Artosis. He's been talking about mine lately, where he'll show like 5 factory and then do the other thing and just go grab an expansion. I'm wondering if he's wanting to just bulk units to get a little bit more map control and play from there. If he is in fact going for the 5 factory push in, because we already have 4 factories and a lot of supply fill in, it's going to take a considerable amount of time for it to... Basically, Artosis might push forward, think he has more of a unit lead, or has a unit lead that he doesn't have as he's moving across the map. We'll have to see when Artosis opts to move out.
Problem for him is right now, because of how many vultures Aether's got, I mean, look at how many mines Aether's got here up at this high ground plateau. And this is always the point of contest right now where, Terran always wants to get back up in this position here. Sends 1 Marine there as a scout to see how many mines are up there, but only saw 1. Scans should be done here for Artosis, so he's going to come up here and see it. There's so many mines here. I mean, it's going to take forever for him to clear it. I mean, he's starting to build more vultures now. There's the first scan. Coming up on this high ground also a little bit difficult sometimes, but luckily for him, Aether doesn't have many good, strong units here, and that's always the difference here is, the supply lead always looks a little bit confusing in these positions because the unit quality is much better for the tank Goliath player.
In the meantime, Aether, noticing Artosis making his way out towards that base, going ahead and dropping a command center. And I think he might have been thinking that Artosis was going to go ahead and just drop an additional base underneath this, but in the meantime, we don't have any SCV making any sort of movement towards that base, so Artosis may be selling the fact that, oh hey, I'm going for a third, when in fact he's maybe going to play more aggressive.
Yeah, just sieging up on the high ground right now. He's got a couple SCs moving to natural. We'll see if he's going to decide to take that the gas base or the mineral base here. Aether decided to take the mineral only base right now. Probably obviously much easier to defend, but we're going to see if Artosis will do the same. I know in one of the other games, I think Artosis took the corner base first instead of the mineral only, but no, he's going to go ahead and drop that third base there at the mineral only. He might even double expand behind this. Again, match point, such an interesting map with most of the base layouts. Artosis might just think, oh, I can double expand here behind the mines that I've got laid out on the map, and this high ground plateau is so easy for him to kind of reinforce both the third and the fourth that he is going to be able to take a very fast fourth base instead.
Vultures nearby, so an SCV waiting. Artosis doesn't have the supply quite to fill in, and this is quite the skeleton crew to try to hold this much territory. So we got some mines right there and a lot of siege tanks moving to the north. And granted, this isn't like a fantastic engagement point to flood through, but Artosis is going to have to keep that in mind. And Aether, recognizing that Artosis is playing a little bit more defensive and is more or less just kind of ignoring the back end defense and instead opting to go ahead and take some territory in the middle, Artosis finally responding in kind.
Yeah, interesting there. I'm also curious, wow, good mine hit there on those tanks. I'm interested to see maybe if Aether was going to try to wrap around and scan that ramp. See, because sometimes if Terran's not paying attention, they might lose all their units and move them away, and then there could be a vulture slip in, with just maybe like 4 or 6 vultures could get a lot of economic damage done on those SCVs there at the natural. But right now, both players kind of now finally taking the center of the map here, and I think that both players will probably expand behind it, so we're going to settle into a longer game. Yeah, there's the 4th baser from Aether, and we'll see again if Aether's going to go into that BC transition again. Match point, a map with very few bases on it, only 5 bases per player, 10 bases total, and one of them being a mineral only means there's just not much gas, and it means the games can kind of drag on sometimes.
In the meantime, second barracks needing to be rebuilt as the barracks got a bunch of damage done on it here on the front. Artosis still hovering with that SCV top left. Aether nearly halfway complete with that command center bottom right, so he's going to maintain that economic lead. And Aether, it just seems like I wanted to say it seemed like he had more bulk units, but now that I'm looking at it, Artosis diving into it.
This is a very strange decision here from Artosis. Really feeling confident with his ability to push in here, but Aether really with these vultures is going to be able to clean this up. I think not clean it up, but maybe they just reestablish a tank line. I'm surprised actually Artosis didn't get that. Well, okay, well he lost a tank there at the back end. Artosis does somehow come out, I guess, a little bit ahead in that trade. Maybe got a few more tanks for vultures there.
I thought that was going to go a lot worse for Artosis. I thought once everything was cleared out, Aether was just going to pivot the rest of the vultures and be able to clear out the remaining siege tank. So, but it worked out. It looks like he's still at least holding this pivot point. But Aether reinforcing and Artosis going the long way around and reinforcing from the high ground across, where Aether just coming up across the mid-ground ramp. That's giving Aether a faster reinforcement point. Looks like Artosis checking the 6 o'clock, hoping he might be able to grab that. It seems like in a lot of these matches, Aether does a very, very good job of slicing the map and getting a very early, like sub 15-minute position where he's cut off one or more bases from Artosis. That's kind of the end game win condition. We'll see and Artosis seems to sneak back into these situations by transitioning into dropship play, but Aether seems to macro very well out of this situation and oftentimes bait Artosis into positions where he's moving into territory into unfavorable trades. I'm wondering if Artosis has learned from that earlier game set now and is going to opt for more dropship as soon as he's recognizing that's the scenario he's in, which may be the case as we see that shining starport right this second. By the way, a bunch of factories plopping down, but right now, yeah, that seems to be Aether's general game plan. Let's divide the map, cut the piece we know we need, and then just try to hold what we can.
Aether's macro is slipping here. He's been kind of stabilized at 130 supply for like the longest time here, and banking quite a few minerals. I'm very shocked here. I mean, I don't think it's a broken replay, but his macro, he kind of just stopped making units.
Well, this is live. I don't know how it would be a broken replay in the midst of that, but it looks like the vultures are going to be able to clean up a bit to the 12 o'clock. That if Aether was thinking about grabbing that base for himself, certainly not going to be able to do so. Although we do have some SCVs making their way across, vultures trying to clear what they can, some emergency mine plant and evacuation. And the SCV just going to, is he going to slide in? I think these SCV are here to slide in to try to grab that base underneath. And Artosis is fine. He's got this base up in the upper left, but man, Aether's had this base established and mining for an extremely long period of time comparatively.
Yeah, but look at the money Aether's got. He's pulling up 4,000 minerals right now. He's going to try to take this 12 o'clock position. He's just not been macroing very well at all. How many factories does he have? He's only still on 7 factories. 6 factories compared to Artosis. Oh, 7. Yeah, I forgot the hidden one. Artosis, I know that he's got 9 factories, so he's got way more production right now, even though he's behind, as we said, on the economy. But look, he's up supply somehow. I mean, Aether's got a massive bank, so we'll see how he utilizes that bank. Artosis falling behind in the economic race, but again, we're going to see how the dropships do. I don't think Aether's got that many missile turrets back in the main base, so again, maybe we see a main base fairy drop. Yeah, doesn't have any missile turrets, whereas Artosis got the missile turrets here to counter, and he's starting to build up that air force.
Aether kind of poking here at the top left. Maybe that was just to try to establish that base was there. These SCVs are driving me crazy. They've just been hanging out in the corner. I'm like, when are you going for it? Finally dropping that turret to go ahead and clear that mine and grab that 12 o'clock. Aether also checking the 6 o'clock to make sure it's not in Artosis' position. Keep in mind this, if you guys remember the epic match from earlier, where there was the total base trade scenario, we could be seeing something similar here. So dropships making the way. I think Artosis wanting to. We do have 2 turrets in the way and a couple siege tanks in between. And it looks like Aether's learned his lesson. He's already trying to establish some turret lines. Is he going to get the mines planted in time? Artosis trying to going ahead and trying to clear mines actually to maybe open up a flight path for his dropships here.
He could go up and around, as we know, the edges of the map are a little bit less protected there, and Aether's got most of his missile turrets towards the center of his main base rather than to the top side of the main base, and that could always be a very devastating position to be in if you get Doom Drop there, because all of your supply depots are back there, and we saw in that game, that epic game, he was supply locked for the longest time. He had nowhere to build supply depots. So we'll see. I mean, Artosis is trying to put posture here, position, and again, I know that Artosis doesn't want to be in the same position. That was a very stressful game for him, but he might be setting himself up for that position again. Aether's looking like he's got the map control. He's got nice mines there at the bottom side of the map as well. And Artosis is going to try to find a position here to maybe go for that drop.
Anytime they're building turrets here at the 6 o'clock location, or is that Artosis? That must be Artosis building the turret underneath. Dropships making their way across. We've got some vultures that are shadowing them, trying to plant mines underneath. Bottom right hand, we do have a lot of turrets there to deal with the potential drop. We could repivot and go behind, I guess, the mineral only. Look, found pay dirt all the way across.
Yeah, he's just going to try to position himself right here in the back. Obviously, much higher quality units than vultures here with Tank Goliath. That's the bulk of the drop. And Aether might get cleaned up here, and he's kind of sending these units in piecemeal. We'll see how well Artosis. He's going to lose all of his dropships though to his Goliaths. Nicely done there. Nice pick from Aether, and he's actually going to end up losing this drop here in this bottom corner. I really thought that he was maybe going to find a position here to deny mining, but he's going to lose those dropships, lose this drop over here. But again, Aether's macro has just not been on point. He needs to add a few more factories, I feel like, or do something like pivot into, there it is. Finally, number 8, number 9 for factories there. But again, maybe pivot into BCs at some point. He's just weirdly below his supply with a much better economy. Again, he's taking 6 base versus 4 base, same position as the other game.
Artosis finally I know down here we're behind the logo, so can't see quite as much. Artosis regrouping is going to attack middle. We got a defense matrix, and he ate a lot of initial siege shots. And the barracks actually absorbing the Goliath fire. It looks like that's going to get cleared out. Not the best attack there for Artosis, and it looks like he's going to be stymied. I was actually wondering if we're going to see dropships move to center map to kind of clear that out. We're looking at a very similar situation to the previous game between these two on this map, where Aether controls 12 o'clock, controls 6 o'clock, but Artosis is up in supply. Let's see if he can flip it again. The one difference is it happened with dropships then, and right now I'm just seeing a lot better turret coverage just around the map.
And he's not pivoting into BCs too quickly this time as well. Aether, that time, Artosis somehow hit the exact perfect timing window there to go after him when he was going into BCs. And the last game, that game as well, Aether somehow forgot +2, which is a critical upgrade to get. This time he's got 2-1, so not going to be the same here for Artosis. I think Artosis is falling further behind right now. Even though supply is absurdly in favor of Artosis still. We just got to see if he's maybe going to be able to find a position, an opening to make those drops. But as we can see, Aether's really learning from that one game before. He's really getting all those turrets up in good positions.
So how many dropships are we working with? I see the 2 being repaired right here. I'm looking to see, we've got another 2, number 3?
3, yeah. So he's got 5 total, but he's starting to run out of money here. The natural's mined out. He's going to have to transition those SCVs somewhere else. His mineral only is going to be running dry in probably about, that won't be 6-7 minutes later in the future. But Aether's just got a really nice hold here in the center. So many turrets everywhere, so many units in all these right positions. but he's just weirdly just down 50 supply. I'm not sure if I don't think the supply is bugged for him.
We know a good portion of that supply is in dropships on Artosis' side of the map, but yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with the macro cycle for Aether at this moment. Maybe he's keeping that supply open intentionally to cycle into BCs, but that would be
I wouldn't think so. He would probably want to hit max first and then decide what he wants to do with that. Artosis, in the meantime, is just going to come out here, super weak position here from Aether. He's just going to bust right through this position right now and be able to take down this 6 o'clock position. But Aether's got high ground here. He might be able to get some favorable trades, moving some tanks down to this position. He might lose the base, but might get a favorable trade in the end.
Looks like a couple vultures have snuck through, and they're going to start. Well, they're going to wipe out that.
Oh! Mines going down on these SCVs and the siege tank, and a lot of SCVs. All the tanks go down. All these SCVs going down here. Nice find here from Artosis. Is going to be able to kind of take down 2 bases sort of at the same time here. Yeah, he's going to take down the 6 o'clock position, and hopefully he'll be able to establish that for himself soon. With the air support, I think he'll be able to easily defend this compared to Aether, who has to come down here all the way from his main base if you think about where his units have to come from.
Oftentimes what you'll see is you'll see the punch one direction and the punch coming the opposite direction as well. So we still have these dropships loaded out. We'll see if they move out towards that 12 o'clock location momentarily. Again, that could turn into a disaster because we've got all sorts of turrets in place and some siege tanks willing to close the gap underneath. And we also have some mines if anything tried to like scoot that direction. It looks like this is going to get cleaned up. Are we going to build a command center on point here? What is this?
One Goliath.
We got one Goliath.
Yeah, one Goliath underneath. It might be blocking that last pixel. It happened in Artosis in one of the other games as well, where he had one unit kind of just stuck there. But again, Artosis is not able to really find any room now after this. Again, it's going to probably have to be a ground push. That's going to be where Artosis finds the angle of opportunity here. Still up 20, 30 supply right now. Aether's still just kind of reinforcing the center of the map. We were talking about it with Aether, actually, that sometimes he's got a little bit of a disadvantage in the center where he kind of starts moving to the sides of the map and then kind of leaves the center a little bit vulnerable. He's doing it a little bit better this time. Artosis, no anti-air here. The drop might be able to get really favorable drops here on top of these tanks, or he's just going to ferry and just ignore everything and go straight for the gullet here for Aether.
So now the question is where does this land? Are we going for the third? We have some concepts for one dropship out there to counter. Yeah, just going to drop on the high ground over the third. So this is a pretty critical base for Aether right this second, because you've got the main that's mined out, the natural expansion that's going to be mined out, and the siege tanks can immediately follow this up by attacking bottom right. So it's going to be 2 bases that will leave Aether to 1 base, compared to 2 active bases, which soon to be 3 active bases for Artosis. So this is a big swing point here for Artosis and a big shifting point in the match.
And critical note, as you said, a high ground, very difficult for Aether to clear this out. So Artosis is going to keep this position for a while. Look at him in the center of the map, though. Aether's going to go for a big push here with the D-Matrix. Artosis, not enough tanks here, I think, to hold this position. He's going to have some reinforcing tanks. I think he's going to hold the high ground here instead. Yeah, okay, sieging up there on the high ground. But this is a big force here from Aether. And is he going to be able to break through here? Artosis is not having that many units. A lot of his units are kind of in no man's land over on the other side of the map. This is the counter pressure here, and this is exactly what good TVT looks like. If you get pressed in one position, you've got to think that the opponent is not having enough units in another position right now, and that's exactly what Aether's doing. But the problem is, again, trying to push up these high grounds. Artosis has control of both of the pods right now. Aether's kind of stuck in the middle there, and maybe we might see in the future, Artosis might go for maybe like some big surround here on those units in the center.
Keep in mind, if you deduct the supply and dropships, as we haven't, well, okay, we got 3 dropships out for Aether, but Aether taking the supply lead after that last trade for the first time in the match and is staging for a threat.
This is difficult to drop.
There are all sorts of mines. This is a very scary drop point.
Yeah, he's going to pivot. Looks like he's going to maybe go for the high ground pod here instead and maybe drop behind the middle only. He's finding a little bit of an angle here, but the problem is there's so many turrets here. Artosis is really well defended here in terms of the static defense right now and protecting that top right base. In the meantime, yeah, Aether not able to find an opportunity there to get a drop in right now. And yeah, like I said, Artosis is going to find this opportunity here. Not much units here defense, only missile turrets right now. And so now Aether's going to have to respond. Look at these dropships going from all the way on the other side of the map here. Artosis is going to pick off this base, and he's found himself in a great position right now. Aether's lost his bank, by the way. He's got no money left over right now at the same time. And losing that mineral, only losing this base, he's mining off of 1 base right now compared to Artosis off 3 bases.
Well, technically 2 bases because he's managed to siege on this side. It looks like I think Aether's going to try to build an engineering bay just to float over to spot from there, but he's got units that are encroaching from either side and wow, enforcing heavily that direction. So let's see if he actually just tries to completely, I think the play for Aether right this second is he's going to try to completely barrel roll the 6 o'clock take out the 6 o'clock location while Artosis is distracted on, oh, never mind, going to re-pivot up to the top left.
Yeah, he's going to try to retake the center here, but Artosis has got a lot of units right now in this position. Aether's got to siege up all his tanks before Artosis can. Siege up, it looks like at roughly the same position right now. Oh my god, I mean, Artosis is going to retake the supply lead here. The thing for Aether, as we were talking about before, he does have that 12 o'clock position that's been mining for quite a bit of time right now, whereas Artosis is not mining from 6 o'clock, and Artosis is going to start running out of money. Again, he's got that massive bang, just like in the other game, but Aether's got no money left. He needs to find a way to retake those bases that he lost.
This is kind of I feel like this is going to be the critical siege point. And what it's going to take is just one. Oh, okay, we got a drop coming in underneath. Go ahead and clean that up.
He's got no money to rebuild the command center. He's going to have to lift or something.
And we got the dropships making. I think this is going to be the breach here on the 6, and maybe these siege tanks up here as well. And I think once this clears out for Artosis, he's going to be kind of have the footstone. Yeah, just going to go ahead and break off a couple right there. This is going to be very hard to repel.
Oh, the mine!
Drag into the siege tank line. Not what you want to see. Although the drop to the north not going as well, and the drop to the south not going as well as I was expecting.
Kind of gave up a lot of units there, but again, I mean, he's got so much money. Like, who cares? It doesn't really matter as much for him right now. Again, Aether just not able to find mining right now. He's mining off of one base. Artosis run dry at the middle only. He's gonna run dry soon at the 4th base as well. How much money's on those middle patches? Aether's got quite a bit of time here. Not that much SCV saturation though at the top base. So
a little bit slow to re-grab the bottom right as well. The bottom right is prime pickings. He's still got the mineral only. That's at the 3 o'clock, but he hasn't grabbed either. Instead, pulling a lot of SCVs.
Yeah, he's floated. It's a natural. It's a natural
flow. Float it out there. But yeah, a little bit late on grabbing that.
And Artosis just is slowly but surely just kind of picking off units here or there, just finding value over value in these small little engagements right now. One of the problems for Aether is he needs mining. He finally built those factories, but spent all the money really quickly, and now he just doesn't have the economy to deal with it. He's going to try to push in here. This is a good move here from Aether. He's going to be able to stop Artosis from mining here at this 5 o'clock. So Artosis will not be mining. He has the bank, and he's got the supply. So Artosis really just needs to make sure that he does not take really unfavorable trades in this position. He can kill 12 o'clock. If he kills 12 o'clock, there's no more mining for Aether. Aether might have to be forced to leave the game.
Actually, we'll see because he can go ahead and clear out 12 o'clock, but the other thing that opens up with the siege tanks at the near side is I think he can start pummeling, he can start threatening drops towards the main. 12 o'clock opened up, we have the dropship. How much do we have in this dropship for Aether is the next question. Is it 116 supply?
With like 7 dropships, he's got under 90 supply worth of units right now. And I mean, like Artosis do the same thing he did from the other game as well, bringing the SCVs here to maybe tank some fire right now. Look, Aether dropped 1 tank out of those 7 dropships.
Yeah. I felt like, this looks like it's a paper tiger.
Lost the tank as well.
Yeah, nothing in there. Gonna try to, evacuate the SCVs as quickly as he can. Maybe you take them bottom right. But again, secondary problem is siege tanks right here. Aether's hurting on resources. If Artosis gets his own dropships and just starts walking over the wall and retakes this base kind of 2 for 1, he can do just pummel the factory lines, and unfortunately Aether, where he's kind of at a situation where he might have been able to jump over the wall, it's with the supply differential now, it's a lot more risky for him to try to make that attempt.
Yeah.
The one advantage for Aether right this second is he got that 3 o'clock back up, he's got the bottom right back up, and Artosis isn't mining. The downside though is his Artosis is still sitting on 3,000 resources.
Yeah, he's just long distance mining right now. Ironically, the SCVs could have just gotten on top of those tanks and kind of used the tanks to splash damage and kill themselves right there. But yeah, as you said, he can't really fare into Artosis' main because that's literally all of his supply. He's only 100 supply right now. He's about to fall down after these tanks go down as well. So, Artosis, like I said before, he's just gonna keep finding small angles here. And I mean, this is a favorable trade for him. He can give us some SCVs. He had like 80 SCVs or something in the game. He can throw away, 10, 20 SCVs. He'll be fine. He's only mining off one base anyways. How many SCVs does he really need? And so he's just going to continue to find drop opportunities here. Might go for the center, might go for the main. This is a good play here from Aether. Going to try to get some free damage here over the wall here. Artosis doesn't have any kind of buildings here to kind of get vision. And so he's going to try to prevent Artosis from doing like the little hop. But yeah, Artosis knows where the last ditch effort here is from Aether. He's going to position down here at the bottom. Aether,
I'm a little bit shocked from Artosis, so I don't think these siege tanks reach where they're going to be able to get a lot of damage. I don't think they reach that command center.
Yeah, they shouldn't. That'd be too strong.
In the meantime, Artosis is going to go ahead and clear out and re-grab the 6 o'clock location. So all of a sudden, he's taken the 6 o'clock and the 12 o'clock location right when it counts in the late game with extra supply lead. And I think once these siege tanks are wiped out, I wouldn't be shocked if Aether called PG right there, despite having the bases. Because mostly once this is gone, there's also not a lot in the. We got 1 siege tank here to stop this army from making its way bottom right. And yeah, he would have needed to wipe out a lot more. We have a couple SCVs doing it, I think, at Hail Mary. They were distance mining, actually. I was like, is this Hail Mary defense? No, they were trying to distance mine. So this siege tank's going to be cleaned up. yeah, we don't have a lot here. It looks like we do have a drop that might force a lift off here at the 12 o'clock. But again, Artosis can just move the SCVs to the 3 o'clock, or move the vultures to the 3 o'clock, move the vultures to the bottom right. They should be able to clean up that siege tank, and just like that, Aether's no longer mining.
Yep, gonna get that nice mine right there on the tank. He does want to move vultures.
Oh,
Imagine
run,
all the
vultures,
vultures. Okay, he's got 3 vultures. Gonna clean up all the mining there. Aether's only mining off 1 base there at the mineral only, and he's got no supply left to speak of, 90 supply. He's holding on to dear life. I mean, this is his tournament life right now, so might as well try his damn hardest here to try to find a comeback here. But Artosis, he's not mining either. He's kind of running out of money as well, so Artosis got to think of something right now to probably want to stabilize. He definitely won't feel that great until he's got the mining restarted, but he should know that he's in a pretty good position. I mean, Aether's got barely any supply, and he's probably he should feel that Aether doesn't have that much supply. Oh, the mine's getting some free tanks as well.
So Aether regrouping all. He wants to try to re-establish bottom right. Might want to try to attack 6 o'clock as well to try to keep Artosis away from that mineral line. In the meantime, Artosis moving all his SCVs to distance mine, to start mining here at the 6 o'clock. An attempt at a high ground attack.
Good scan there from Artosis. Knows where Aether's going to try to push up here from. And Aether's going to try to get some value here from these siege tanks. The problem is going to be is that there's so many units here from Artosis. Again, trading even 2 for 1 tank's not good for Aether at the moment.
Although Artosis' mineral count's not that great, but at the same time, the difference is,
well, he's got a lot of dropships,
a lot
actually.
of dropships, and I'm wondering if the dropships are cutting in.
Oh, he's even made Raid to clean up the tanks. That's so smart here from Artosis as well. Just going to clean up a free tank there. Doesn't need to, try to go in there and maybe lose 2 tanks for 1. He's just going to make some raids.
All right, so where are we at this stage? Bottom right is not yet mining, but it's close to mining. 3 o'clock is just about dry. 12 o'clock location in Artosis' hands. 6 o'clock location likely shortly in Artosis' hands.
He's got a CC there as well, so he can move over.
You can just go ahead and float the CC back. We got some Wraith that are uncontested and will, as soon as they move over, are likely going to be able to take out the siege tanks there. What else we got for Aether? Aether down half the supply, and we got a lot of dropships.
You gotta presume they're full too. Yeah, he might just drop on top of the siege tanks here. There's no vision for Aether. The mines are all Artosis is there, except for the ones closer to Aether's dropships. So, yeah, I mean, it's not looking good. Aether, I'm just saying, there is always an opportunity, right? If Artosis loses those full dropships, I mean, he's not mining that much either. So who knows what can happen?
If the Wraith suicide into this turret and don't go to the north, that also could be a factor. We'll see. But yeah, I'm just waiting for these dropships. I think the dropships are eventually going to position here.
Yeah, not many Goliaths for the anti-air. Artosis can drop right on top of those siege tanks. And like, Aether's just trying his best. He's doing his best to find a value here, but I think Artosis is going to just, kind of mirror wherever Aether's dropships are going. He's just going to kind of move in the same direction. He's being a little bit indecisive right now. Doesn't know how to kind of close out the game. I think he's being a little hesitant. Doesn't want to like throw the game in a random position.
Yeah, I think on a tournament situation, it's the opposite, where he recognizes he's in a winning position. Aether has to come to him to win it.
Yeah.
And if he just sits on what he has, he wins. Aether will eventually starve out. He doesn't have, there's no BC transition happening here. There's no, Aether basically has to take the small units he has and throw it at some strong point that Artosis has, and all Artosis has to do is move his dropships and smother that position, at which point it'll be game. And you see so 1 dropship gone, so we're losing the few dropships that are remaining. We got more yeah, this is the rest of Aether's forces. There's Wraith on top of it as well, and this is going to get smothered on top of everything else. You got the 1 hero siege tank over the opposite line, but there's GG from Aether. Artosis takes it. He's going to advance
to losers finals against Semih.
Losers finals versus Semih, which we're going to pop into immediately, I presume.
Probably, yeah. My voice is dying once again, so maybe we'll get Spawn here. He's been trying to cast a little bit, so let's see if he wants to get in on the action here. Game 1 will be, I'll just double check for you. Game 1 will be knockout.
And this is lower bracket final, right?
Yeah, lower bracket final.
Not sure what time it is, but I think we might need to cut these games short. Let me confirm what we're doing here. Yeah, sure. Hopkin. I could use someone else that also has a voice. So I can relax mine a little bit. You had a pretty good run. For people that don't know, let me switch to the actual face cam here. We got RayReign.
Hi guys.
Check out his stream. It's actually pretty fun.
Hello. Yeah, no, I had a good run today.
Yeah.
For very first Brood War land, you know.
Very first Brood War land, and Artosis going back to Lion. Wonder if he has a superstition against like what color he should have against which race.
Best of 3, by the way.
Best of 3.
Okay.
Can you let me? We'll try to figure it out. Upper right hand corner, we got Artosis starting as the yellow Terran. Bottom right hand corner, we got Semih starting as the red Protoss. This is going to be on Knockout, where you've got kind of this gutter line. I feel like this is a tough map for Protoss, in my opinion. Mostly because, I don't know, I feel like once Terran gets up to this high ground up here, or gets anywhere near these ramp points, it is absolutely brutal to try to evict them. And that happens more often than not. So I'm curious, here's the thing. As history, Semih, when he got into situations where he felt like he was the severe underdog in matches, he pulled out cheese. I don't know if we're going to see that here, because usually when he was doing that, it was after he felt like, okay, I macroed my best my first game, now I'm going to pull out the cheese.
Gotcha.
So we'll see if Semih tries to pull that here. In the meantime, he's got that pylon toward the front, and this is starting to look like a 12 Nexus to me.
Yeah, or a forward gate, we'll see. But yeah, like you're saying, like the map design's kind of interesting. Kind of that bridge plus the little divot there, kind of like.
Oh, you're right, forward gate.
Yeah, forward gate. Good old forward gate.
Good old forward gate.
This is what I like to do. I love the forward gate.
I feel like it's underutilized. There was a period of this time that was, when was that around? It was like around 2022, where one gate proxy was meta for whatever reason. And it was working really, really well against a whole lot of Terran, and then all of a sudden Protoss just stopped doing it for some reason. And I don't feel like Terran figured it out at any stage. I mean, the Gypsy was having a hell of a time with it, and he was losing to Protoss that were way underneath his skill level. Because of the pressure from it. I'm kind of shocked that, Protoss just all of a sudden stopped doing it. Semih getting first scout, by the way, and getting a lot of damage on that initial SCV.
Yeah, Nesh was actually teaching me some of the probe micro just a few minutes ago, giving me some tips on like how to micro the probe against the SCVs.
Do tell.
There's quite a bit of tricks like using the actual like move command button and doing like stop command and stuff. So like if the SCV's like chasing you, you can do like little quick flicks like to attack it when it's out of range, and then it'll like walk up to you, and then you back up a little bit, and then you attack it again. It's quite in depth just for a worker, you know.
Welcome to Brood War, and all where patrol doesn't do the same thing as attack, even though they're technically the whatever. Zealot going to ignore that initial scouting SCVs. The probe a little bit indecisive. Just going to sit there and recharge shield. Now going to opt to join in with that Zealot. We do have the. I wish there was a name for this. I'm going to start calling it the Mickey Mouse defense, because you got kind of the 2 years.
Mickey Mouse wall, yeah.
The Mickey Mouse wall, because you got kind of the 2 years along the edge. We only have 2 Marines. It looks like they're very nice micro from Artosis, getting behind that wall, but did have to pull off his SCV for a moment. He was doing some good linebackering. 3rd Marine out has taken 0 damage on this, and Semih's he's gotten some base damage, and he's going to exit out with that initial Zealot.
Yeah, it's very important not to sack the Zealot and to only use. This is bad. Did he go 3 Zealot or just 2?
So I think we're at 2 Zealot Dragoon.
Okay,
and in the meantime, I don't want to understate this. Artosis hanging out at that natural expansion, but Semih blocking with the probe so that Artosis can't drop the mana engineering bay.
Yeah.
To go ahead and delay and blockade, that is something, but Artosis moving forward aggressively with 2 SCV and 4 Marine in response to this. Do we have the Dragoon out? Dragoon does not win versus 4 Marines and 2 SCVs.
Yeah, it's very, like I was saying, it's very...
Oh,
no! Oh no!
And he was on a rally.
Yeah, you really want to, like, maintain your, like, zealots, otherwise this type of push can punish you. Like, if you just sack your, like, first or second zealot, like, the counterattack will really mess you up. And see, like, he should already be having a Nexus down by now at, like, 29 supply, but instead he's having to battery, he's having to deal with these Marines coming in, second Dragoon coming out. He should be able to clean this up eventually, but, you know, Artosis is happy with this.
Yeah,
this
absolutely happy with this. Whenever you can get into your opponent... Oh, okay, and now he's in the gutter.
Yeah, the missed shots. Oof.
Although Artosis walking into no man's land, able to get on the other side, we have the shield battery a little bit left. I feel like shield batteries are kind of a rip-off because it's like they spawn with only a little bit of shield.
Yeah.
And so you only get that little bit, and they don't exactly recharge rapidly either. They recharge the same
They're
rate as
so slow.
They're very, very slow. So I feel like as like an emergency measure, they're kind of one of the worst ones. It's like, okay, I get an emergency little bit of shield.
But now we look at the expansion timings from like Terran versus the Protoss, and you can see like Terran. Usually you want to be ahead with the Nexus compared to the Terran, but in this case, Artosis is ahead of Protoss, so that's like really good for him going into like the mid-game stages.
But also puts Semih in kind of a question situation where he knows he's he's behind economically as Protoss. Usually you need to be ahead. There's not a lot of, how do I put this? There's some catch-up mechanics, I think, as Protoss on occasion when you are even. When you're behind economically versus Terran, you are in a really, really, really rough spot. So I'm wondering if Semih's thinking about grabbing a third risky Nexus in the space of this off just a few gateways. We'll see he's going up to 3, going to go for the 3-gate Observer, most likely as far as a follow-up. But his secondary problem is Artosis is likely going to build speed. He's probably going to get mines. And he's got, because he's feeling not a lot of pressure, he can continue to be aggressive with after just plopping down a handful of mines, a little bit. I think this is anti-DT mines right this second.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's in a really good situation where he can start even maybe hunting down some of these Dragoons.
You know, Semih really likes to do these like goon shoves, and with like either just an observer or like you know, like the Bulldog with the Zealots in a shuttle. So like, I mean, we'll see what he does here, but I feel like he probably will walk across the map and do something aggressive with these 3 gates. It's kind of his like MO.
I want to give a heads up to Semih though, where he's done a fantastic job all day of sniping these mines. We got this mine right here to the north, which is going to be some trouble. This one is well going to be some trouble. But Artosis really wanted that mine in the high ground to see whether Semih was going for an additional expansion. Semih kind of posturing as though he's going for that additional expansion right this second. We'll see momentarily whether he's planning on shoving in or not.
Second
he's
gas.
grabbing that second gas.
Yeah, second gas before third usually indicates like, oh, big run by. Getting these vultures in is so good for Artosis. Only has 1 mine. See how many probes he gets. He's having to pull the probes. The Dragoons are running into the mines, and this is a disaster for Semih. Like, this is... After the start of the game, into this, your heart's sinking into your gut right now.
Yeah, it's around the 7th
Oh,
mark.
and they're stuck in the gas.
Gonna try to, and we already got siege tanks behind this. We do have, so the mines could get cleared, theoretically, but and it looks like they ate a mine on their way across. How many Dragoons are we looking at? They're pretty bad. So we got 7 Dragoons
but he has
what'll
siege.
be 3 siege tanks by the time they get here. Some mines. I mean, there's not a bunker at the very least, but he's not going to be able to push Artosis' position here. And I think you're right. I think he was hoping for more of a push, but instead we got a probe sitting back, just relegated to grabbing that third.
Yeah, you really wanted to do this push earlier, but those 4 vultures paid dividends to kind of stop the push, and now he's trying to sack a game to get a mine drag. Can he get a mine drag? No. He's getting on top of the tanks, but the SCVs are being pulled, and this is too much Terran.
Yeah, he managed to get 1 siege tank right there, and now we got 2 siege tanks too. It's not a winning proposition. Also, group repair right there, so he was able to interrupt a little bit of mining, but lost the entirety of his attack force. And just playing as aggro as he can in the space of this.
And he has to, right?
Yeah.
He's got to make something happen this game. If it's not now, might as well just GG.
And able to pick off a siege tank, but again, group repair going to be able to clear what's also up. My concern as far as the follow-up is we are at 5 factories on the turnaround, so I don't expect Artosis to play passively. After clearing this many Dragoons, honestly, the first grouping of Vultures, I'm expecting them to start running across the map immediately. And it's going to be very difficult to try to defend all 3 positions. Let's see, Semih, one advantage, a little bit of an advantage, if it's just Vultures running across, is if you can, well, never mind. You can sometimes get on these bridge lines and up on this high ground and make something happen. But looks like he managed to slip through already and get some mines dragged into the Dragoons. And now Semih recognizing that front door is breached, trying to retreat, and is completely sealing off that natural expansion.
Yeah, he's actually not. Yeah, he's got to cancel that pylon. Otherwise, he's not getting out of there. So, like, Artosis, you know, comfortable, feels good, should run away with this game. But it's always like, you're at a LAN, you've been playing a long time, tired, you know. What's his decision making going to be to, like, close out this game? Because, like, Artosis, you know, this is a huge advantage, but will he actually push and kill the Protoss, you know?
Yeah.
Or is he going to drag it out and throw down a third and, you know, like, either way you could win, but you really should just win the game.
Yeah,
you know?
I think I like what Artosis is doing here. He's concerned about potential drops, maybe a BT or maybe a Reaver would get him back into it. So just going to go ahead and clear that out and get a couple turrets in the background before sending those Vultures out and moving out with this push. But I know what ladder Artosis would do. This is not ladder Artosis though. This is tournament Artosis, and tournament Artosis is a lot more aggro. And as I say that, he's a lot more aggro. He's going to go for the kill as he moves up and grabs his third.
Here it goes, 300 mid-rolls. Here it goes, ticking up, 400 mid-rolls. Let's see it. Drop it
He's
down.
a killer. He's a killer.
Yeah, let's go. Woo!
We're just going to play it safe. Scouting and making sure with the SCV that Semih hasn't snuck a fourth in the space of this at the very least.
You know, like, it's just typical Artosis fashion, you know? Win ahead, just keep expanding, you know? No matter what.
Win ahead, get further ahead. And further ahead in this instance means grabbing an additional base.
So, like, for, like, Semih, right? Like, you gotta be just, like, Hail Mary, like, carriers at this point or something, you know? Like, oh, Vulture's getting in again. This is,
suboptimal, not what you want to see at this stage.
It's pain. It's pain. It's so pain.
Probes trying to gather around and buy some time to Dragoon.
Walk into the
mine. Second mine drop. At least that was taken out by the probes, but this is just more economic disruption Artosis. So usually as Protoss at this stage, you want to be 20 supply ahead approximately. Semih is near even on supply, and I don't know what his worker count is, but it's not looking healthy. Yeah. I gotta say, out of all the StarCraft units, the Protoss has the monopoly on the cute units, in my opinion. The Reaver looks pretty adorable, the Observer looks pretty adorable. Like, Marines, just like bulky guys that explode with a bunch of flesh. Zerg, not so much.
It's kind of why I picked Protoss, because I love the shiny aesthetic.
Shiny
like robot, advanced technology, I'm into it. You know,
the Wall-E sort of vibe.
Yeah.
It looks so a few mines cleared. We got a supply depot delayed. I don't think that's going to be sufficient to really shift this. At the very least, the third not rapidly saturated, but it's not that far away from being saturated. We got a whole lot of units making their way out for Semih. A pretty healthy siege tank count though, and this is a challenging position to try to break. I do want to say I think the supply is not telling the full story here, because there's a lot of the workers have been picked off, and so Semih somehow in the midst of this has managed to macro a pretty impressive attack force actually.
Yeah, he's kind of saying, okay, I've taken a lot of damage. I'm not gonna overexpand and try to re-catch up, you know, like do something like weird, like a quicker fourth, maybe fifth already, like you would normally see if you're like a healthy, stable economy from the start. But he's just going, okay, I've taken damage. I'm just gonna stabilize on the bases that I have, make a bigger army, you know. So then, like, if Artosis moves out, I can actually, like, maybe, hopefully take one good engage, and then, like, claw my way back into it.
He's actually managed to open up that supply he was hoping for. Also, with everything Artosis did in the early... Oh, never mind. I thought his upgrades were going to miss a beat, but he actually managed to hold 1-1. Shuttle speed was invested in, as a side note from Semih, so still might have opportunity to poke, but this is literally a minefield. So I don't see a lot of action happening there. Vulture mines to the south have been cleared up. So theoretically, something can grab the fourth, but looking at what we're looking at, I think this is just going to be a bust attempt.
That's such a great scout from Artosis, realizing that there is not a fourth base from Protoss, you know?
Yeah.
It really tells them, like, okay, I don't need to move out right now, and I actually just need to keep camping it out. Just sit there, you know? Because, like, the only other option Semih has right now is just hard bust him or catch him when he's out on the map. So Artosis is going to say, nope, I'm just going to sit here until I get higher supply. And he almost tries to catch, like, the 2 shuttles going to the north, but not going to get much done with that. Artosis is buttoned up, you know.
Semih migrating a probe, I'm wondering if he's going to try to sneak maybe an expansion at like the low side natural and play it that way. Artosis starting to muster up, so looking like he's going to move out on the map. So how many shuttles are we looking at? We got 2 shuttles. We don't have any High Templar. We do have Zealot leg speed. +1. Oh, no +1 weapons for Semih right this second. But a whole lot of units to work with. So I still think Artosis has the better composition right this second, especially with how light we are as far as next tier tech units. We got a nice construction right there. The problem for Semih is he doesn't just need to defend as he's trying to grab the 6 o'clock bases. He doesn't just need to defend, he also needs to keep Artosis away from this area at large with the units he's got. If Artosis is able to slow push and wind his way towards that direction, he will win the game with a mech army.
Yeah. I think it's really, really important right now that Artosis actually didn't move past the middle of the map right now. He's not maxed out yet, but he's taken that forward position. You know, he's got his lead. He's gonna slowly encroach on the Protoss position and build up some turrets here. And like this map, there's not too many avenues to walk around. So like, if you can really choke up the middle of this map, Protoss can't really get onto your side of the map. You know, and do like weird base tradey things and Protoss shenanigans.
In the meantime, shuttle making its way around. There are 2 siege tanks to potentially engage it. The third completely exposed with 2 Reavers. So some Vulture's going to have to deal with this. This is a little bit of a forewarning here for Artosis. And we should be able to pull out. But in the meantime, look at this. We got an engineering bay here, engineering bay there.
I love that.
Blocking out anything else. The Reaver might be able to get to the 12 o'clock and make something happen and get some pot shots and get at least 2 siege tanks. But while that's all happening, Artosis is making a slow wind down, so it's like, okay, if you're gonna micro up there, I'm just gonna ignore it.
Do we have any High Templar out yet?
I am not.
They're
We got
just coming out.
1 High Templar out there, and yeah,
I'm sure Storm's probably just about to complete. It always feels bad when you just have High Templar pop out because you only have 1 Storm per. And really, like, versus an army like this, you really want 2 or 3 Storms per High Templar at this point.
Would definitely help out.
Yeah.
Shuttle threatening over the high
This
ground.
is a good engage,
This is going to be a
Art.
great engage. Yeah, we got a complete surround here.
Any storms? We need some storms.
Big
Good
storms in the middle. Siege tank's also going to be able to get cleared out by the Zealots to the north.
Okay.
And a big sweep. That being said, in that exchange, Artosis was able to
Still
wipe out a
holds.
lot
Yeah.
of Semih's supply. Semih's still holds, and it looks like he's going to be able to wipe this out, but we got more siege tanks making their way at the near side position. And Semih, he's got the 6 o'clock. He's grabbing the mineral only. I don't know how long that mineral only is going to hold, because I just don't think he's going to have with this area cut off. Scooting units around is going to be a big challenge if any vultures make their way that direction. And at this stage, with the shuttles more or less thinned out, wow, that's a huge minefield. With those shuttles, never mind. The shuttles survive quite a bit, and we got we got a couple zealot bombs grouped up. So we'll see what Semih's up to.
Yeah, it'd be nice to like take this kind of downtime when there's not a lot of Goliaths. Bomb these. Oh, Artosis, great reaction time. No zealots being dropped, but unsieging everything right here is like really important, so you don't lose these important siege takes. But like that engage prior, it was such a great like setup arc from Semih. You know, he took his time and he was already pre-planned so far in advance. It was a pretty impressive engage, but Artosis had like 2 or 3 mines on the left-hand side where Semih's main zealot force was, and it wiped out a little too much zealots actually.
Massive amount of supply.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate, but good setup from Artosis. He's pushing in here with some more vultures. You know, it's really important to do these like little vulture pushes because you get an idea of like what the Protoss' economy's at, where he's at on the map. You know, so it's great scouting.
I feel like Royal really pioneered this when he took his ASL, which is not just throwing out the vultures, not just as a unit to go and drop some mines and kill some pros, but get a good idea of what your opponent's army composition is, where they're staged, how flush it is, and what supplies looking at, things like along those lines. I feel like Artosis has done a pretty good job of incorporating that here and there.
Great. He has great map control. Like, Artosis knows exactly what Semih has, how many bases, where his army is, and having all those key factors in mind, like, he can push up to, you know, this deadly ramp, and, you know, Semih's not even on his high ground, and you know, if he keeps pushing into this like ramp area, it's very hard to get out with Protoss.
Ooh, that's a lot of mines for free and a pretty big zealot power.
Yeah.
It's a lot of free supply. So
75.
Yeah, mines pretty good trades, and you can just have mines on top of
This
zealots.
engage is gonna go pretty poorly. He's trying to break out, give himself some space so he doesn't start sieging his nexus, but you know, this is very inefficient. Very inefficient.
All of a sudden, Artosis is up in supply for, well, I don't think it's the first time, but for the first time in quite some time. And secondary problems for Semih, not only does he have to defend as he's going across bridge points that are just absolute clogs. These Dragoons doing some really heavy lifting along the left-hand side as a side note.
They are.
But there's GG from Semih, recognizing he wasn't going to be able to hold this, wasn't going to be able to hold the additional bases underneath, and wasn't going to be able to hold his exterior holding. So game one goes to Artosis. I will be right back because I need to find out. Actually, is my cell phone still alive? I need to find out what the next map is. I'm on low power at this stage.
Here, I can look. I will check.
Check the bracket and see what our next game is. I'll go ahead and turn it off once again.
Oops, challenge. This is
Loser bracket final, so
6 knockout, so it's Octagon.
Octagon.
I will say, Semih, I think Semih did what he needed to do from behind, you know? Like, really, he was able to max out that game. He was able to, like, slowly take bases, and he was able to give himself a chance. Even though it's a small chance, you really, like, test your opponent, right? Like, because there's so many things you have to do in Brood War. It is very, very difficult to like close out a game. So you're kind of like checking your opponent. Like, can you win the game, right?
Yes.
You know. So like, are you gonna throw? Can I capitalize off of it? And I think Semih like gave himself good chances there. You know, with that like great pre-position arc. You know, it cleared a good amount of Artosis' army, and you know, good on him.
Yeah. I do want to let people know we have switched because of for time at the LAN Center. We have switched to a best of 3 format here. I'm not sure if we're going back to best of 5 for the finals. Unfortunately, we had a whole lot of Terran in the map set, which
So
slowed
many
things
Terran.
down a bit. And also, we delayed one of the rounds for, well, I'm not sure how much of a factor that was. I feel bad on that part, where we delayed one of the upper bracket games so we could cast both of them on that side, because I wanted to make sure both of them got cast. But I don't think that delayed.
Was that around
anything.
lunchtime?
Yeah, that was around lunchtime.
That's
so I'm not
okay.
sure that
People were
delayed much.
eating, you know. So
But anyway, gateway opener here from Semih. Artosis going ahead and building that supply depot underneath. But yeah, that's the thing I love about Brood War, and that's something that's just lacking in any other game I've ever come across, where even though you're ahead, because there's so much to do, it's almost, there's always a comeback mechanic
no.
at some aspect of it. And that closes, that gets smaller, the better the player, the better the player is obviously, once you have like 500 APM and you can dedicate your attention 1,000 different ways.
Yeah.
Who did they clock? I think they clocked July Zerg at like 700 at some point, some ridiculous. I think he holds the record at some point in an ASL, like in a fucking ASL final. So it wasn't like, oh yeah, this is just a ladder match and I don't care. It was in an ASL final. They clocked him at some ridiculous APM.
No.
And I don't know if they got the EA APM off of it, but it was absolutely ridiculous as well. But anyway, so higher levels it starts pulling
You
it
know-
back. At some level that closes down, but yeah, it's something I love about Brood War.
Yeah, I love that aspect of Brood War, the comeback mechanics. Like, if your early game goes so terrible, if you can last to the late game and have a 200 supply max army, nothing really mattered. You know what happened at the 2-minute mark, 5-minute mark. You know, the games. You know, you're in the game at 3-minute mark. You have a chance. You know, so just keep on grinding it out, playing. You know, maybe go carriers. You know, as Protoss. You know, always come back with that. You know.
Go frustrate your opponent. Nesh was
Yeah.
actually talking about that where he comes from behind quite a lot, actually, and will come back into a lot of games and frustrate his opponents quite a bit. And he's speaking of tough players to kill. Oh, the Marine going deep for Artosis to scout, and the Zealot taking the northern route. Very cute.
This is very interesting. We got going on. Artosis is like, the scout's like really to see like, are you going Zealot? Did you go Nexus first? Whatever, you know, kind of a double scout. But I love that Semih like went around with the Zealot. Artosis has no idea about the Zealot, and it's only like the 14 Zealot version. This is not a forward gate, so this can really like catch Terrans off guard. You know, they won't make their third supply depot to make that extra Marine. Couple Marines, you know, and he's going to come down here with 3 Marines, and he's going to face a Zealot and a Probe and a Dragoon, and we'll see how he handles it.
See if that bunker is in time. We also have another SCV scout underneath to sneak through. We'll have a Vulture momentarily. I think that bunker, this is going to be pretty close. Actually, Semih regrouping. The Vulture able to get out through the south. This went perfect for Artosis. Well, okay, yeah, they're quite perfect for Artosis. You really couldn't have gotten anything better. Not only did he slip out the Vulture along that side route, not only did he have the SEV that was on the delayed scout, able to cycle in and get confirmation. The SEV might have an opportunity, lost the opportunity, might have had an opportunity to go ahead and blockade the Nexus on top of everything else, but has full information and will be able to cycle right back around.
So like 2 very important things happened there. That Marine actually delayed the Dragoon enough to get to the front for Artosis to slip the Vulture out. Now, I don't think Semih saw the Vulture. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But I don't see a Dragoon here, and the Vulture's kind of sneaking up. There's a SCV in the base saying, hey, I don't see a Dragoon. So sneaking this one Vulture in is going to be painful. Let's see how many probes he gets.
See how many probes. Attacking the pylon for good measure. There's 1. I always feel like the count when I'm doing this. 1, 2.
3. Oh, he's misfiring 3. You get another one? The surround!
Oh,
beautiful surround!
Got the
wow.
surround. Very nice.
That could have went so much worse for Semih, but you know, good control. Got that surround, killed it, and you know,
At
not
the same time, Artosis is going to be happy with 4 probe kills in
Absolutely.
a massive pull.
Absolutely.
As far as delay in the meantime, and what has he lost at this stage? He's lost a Marine, an SC. Well, shortly we'll lose an SCV and a Vulture. That's a fantastic trade overall.
Yeah, and even now, like, you pulled the probes off the line, they went back to work, they didn't even really mind much, and now he has to pull the probes to go to the natural. So you're really just sitting there, you know, if you're watching his minerals, he was just sitting at 300 minerals for, you know, a solid, like, 30 seconds, 45 seconds, and ideally you'd want to be making some extra gateways, so those are definitely going to be delayed, you know, if he wanted to do, like, that standard, you know, semi-pressure, like, 3-gate, bulldog type aggression, it's going to be hindered, and Artosis will have a little more leeway to like kind of hold that.
I think it allowed Artosis to actually get his command center up earlier if I was early. Was he going to go for an attack here? Yeah, wow, look at this.
Okay.
A late. So Artosis going to check, and Semih's not going to see it either. Okay, so the bunker's empty.
Oh no, this is disaster.
So empty bunker here. I don't know that Semih's going to have presence of mind to attack that though, because he's going to see it and have some concern, but we're not going to have, so we're going to have what?
How many gates do we have? Do we still
have
only have
gate.
1 gate?
We're sitting at 1 gate, and we went
right,
shuttle,
right.
and we're waiting for Reaver. These Dragoons are completely out of position.
Yeah, Semih's going to be caught off guard really hardcore. I love that both players use this avenue. You know, Semih earlier used the Zealot in that avenue, now Artosis is doing the 3 tank push, and Semih's panicking, you know? What's the response here? We're pulling probes into the siege line. Oof.
And a lot of probes getting splatted on the way.
And the 3 Dragoons are coming back, but they're just late. They're not here. And all the probes are dying.
even with these siege tanks getting wiped out, that's an empty natural expansion. As far as the turn is, I don't think the bunker is going to finish the marine gas, so cancellation, but this is still plenty.
Yeah, I love the cancel.
This is still plenty. Artosis ahead in supply at this stage. SCV is able to sneak in. Look at the gateway count. Yeah, this is absolutely brutal at this stage.
This is disaster.
Well, okay, one thing, I don't know what we got in the shuttle, but we've got a shuttle out, and we don't have a lot of defense in the meantime, so we might have an opportunity
This is
to swing
Semih's
this
turn.
back around.
This is Semih's turn. He needs to get damage done.
We got a Reaver able to hold the supply depot, taking a trip shop, able to slow down that factory.
I'd love
the
to see
siege
him.
tank is going the wrong direction. Let's see if it looks like the Dragoons are going to hold fast right this second.
We need to get into that mineral line. We need to get them pulling. Targeting the tanks are good. I guess he doesn't have anything else in the shuttle. It's just one Reaver, so no Zealot to tank. Siege tank shots, which kind of slow down the harass a bit. A few SCVs here and there.
Some room to work with.
Yeah, we need a little bit more though. Definitely need more.
And now going to go ahead and exit for the moment.
Yep.
And the Dragoons making their way to the front. Keep in mind, I think this bunker is still empty. And
Is
we've
it
got
really?
two
Wow.
siege tanks in the main. So, never mind. We got a Marine in there at least, so that's dissuading Semih a little bit. We got Coliaths out to help deal with it. That will pull Semih back. Semih finally regained the supply lead, which is usually, again, you want to be like 15-20 around the 9-minute mark. And at this stage, being even with Artosis, very, very scary. Very, very scary. Artosis already opening up. God, that looks so disgusting. Opening up the wound in the ground to allow his units to go ahead and make his way out to the front. Has been macroing behind this. Has already got +1 on the way.
Okay, 3 fact. Okay.
And yeah, just kind of stood on 3 fact. Oh,
Okay,
Reavers.
aggressive. Double Reaver. Okay.
Able to expose that one Marine.
Well, I think he's gonna do a little poking. He still feels like he needs to get damage done. The Reaver was injured previously. Doing the drops in the main. Gets some nice shot off on the tank. Maybe another one to kill it. Doesn't kill, unfortunate. I think he targeted the wrong tank. But, still another win for Artosis there. I'd like to see what Semih has back in his base. Like, what
So
is
we're
the
looking
transition?
at, we got 3-gate Robo right this second. He still has not grabbed the 3rd. And we got a 2nd shuttle
Do you
up.
see
So
that natural again? Look at that profile.
yeah, and he still doesn't have a 2nd gas as well. So I think the play here is to try to smother and win with just pure Reavers. And I think he's got 2 Reavers in here and not a lot else.
I like they switched out the shuttles for the higher HP one, give them a little more micro potential here. Heading into the main base, just looking to kill some SUVs. The turret's in a great spot, so he can't dive too deep. The Goliaths actually force the shuttle out of there to kill the Reaver. Nice play by Artosis to pick up another Reaver kill. That's 2 down.
And Semih going ahead and making his way towards the 3rd. We're looking at 5 factories now behind this. I don't know that there's going to be a lot of it. So semi-supply, or specifically his army supply right this second, pretty anemic. We got 3 Dragoons here, 4th Dragoon going to join. If Artosis got anywhere on the map, I don't know that Semih can defend everything he's got. So I think the play for Semih here is just keep applying pressure, hope that Artosis plays a defensive shell, get that 3rd base saturated and up, and play catch-up. And just hope that Artosis doesn't come at you.
Yeah. So we got 5 factories up already. Classic 3rd, went ahead, just keep making a command center,
When you're ahead, get further ahead.
When Terran has 5 factories like building, they're like maybe halfway or just completing, like Protoss really needs to have 8 gateways up. And what do we have? We have 3 gates with 1 more making, so we're gonna go up to 4 gates. Our Twilight's not too badly timed considering what's going on, but he's gonna set up a contain here, and honestly, if he wouldn't have done the Reaver Dragoon poke earlier on, you could actually maybe kind of poke this out a little bit more, but we don't have. Oh, there's actually quite a bit of Dragoons here. So ideally, Semih would like to hit Artosis when he walks out. When he's gonna go take his 3rd. Maybe he can get some money shot Reaver shots here. That would be awesome. Artosis has to be very, very careful when he moves out of here because these Reavers could kill half his army.
If Semih was getting back into this match,
this would be the time.
This would be the moment. Is Artosis moves out, he clumps all of his tanks up, and just like a nice little batch as they move across here, the Reavers get a perfect shot in the middle of them and explode the entire siege tank line. I don't think that's what's going to happen here. Semih is doing a good job of moving forward into the Dragoon line to defend the third. Also, this is, as we've mentioned in previous casts, this is kind of the fake third, where it's just a handful of minerals that aren't going to provide a lot of support. But Artosis starting to move out. Is this the moment?
Very important. Semih does not have an observer out front, so great shot. Absolutely
got a lot
great.
of
Love that.
with that.
Another shot, great, beautiful. I'd like to see a little bit more here. Mines are going down. Can they get the Reaver? They get the shuttle. You know, this went really well for Semih, I gotta say. I like it.
So wasn't. Oh well, we still got more coming.
Yep.
This is the secondary problem. This should get grabbed. Artosis could probably get some bonus
I'd love to
territory on
get
top
these
of it.
goons out. No,
Semih
they're
trying
not gonna-
to grab another fourth on top of this. This is 8. So we got 2 Dragoons to defend the third. We got we got 1 Dragoon to defend
we're
the
taking a
fourth.
fourth.
We've got 6 Dragoons and a shuttle that I don't think has anything in it in the meantime.
I think Artosis is I don't know. We'll see how it pans out. I think he's still slightly ahead, but I think that was a great thing for Semih.
That where we see glimmers of hope.
Yes.
Or take it back.
If
2
he can get a
Reavers in
huge shot here, beautiful.
Got some
I love
damage
it.
there. Is he going to get that Reaver back up? I think he got the Reaver up and got a shot. Semih's making it happen, actually.
Yeah, he's.
I feel like this is the.
He's warming up.
This is the Protoss version of
Heating up.
two hatch Mutalisk right here, which is the shuttle aggression.
It's got to be careful though. There's mines there. There's a lot of turrets. Artosis is, I would say, over defending maybe, or just like saying, "Hey, I don't want to deal with your shuttle at all. Here's 3 turrets and a bunch of mines." So, good luck. I hope you run into my turrets. Basically,
this is a scary transition point for Semih as the vultures are starting to get out on the map. We do have some cannons warping in, but there's not a lot. As he's pushing this aggression forward and constantly diving in with the Reavers. We have another Reaver going to make it to the main?
No. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. A lot of turrets, a lot of mines.
And in the meantime, as this is saturating and the cannon's not yet up, the Dragoon wiped out. We have a pylon wall, the probes trying to scatter and flee. But yeah, this is going to be...
He's not getting many probes. He's just killing the cannons.
The probes are going to be able to get out, actually.
That's very important.
The Dragoon's able to sneak around, and the vultures are just planting mines and not continuing. It looks like they are going to get surrounded at the very least.
No observer.
Could have been a lot worse. So we're losing 8 Dragoons. 2 Dragoons. We're going to lose any bonus Dragoons.
75!
Like that's a great shot from the bonus. 75!
75!
A few more dashing out as we got...
You know, I will say, like, Semih's in a way better position than he was in the first game, you know?
I think he's actually officially back in this.
I think this is, like, kind of like an even game. I think we got a game on our hands now.
Yeah, we got a game on our hands now. The Vulture's trying to find some position to get something done. But yeah, Semih's opened up the supply. We don't have +2, we got 1-1. In the meantime, this is not much of a base.
Yeah.
As far as a take.
And important, it doesn't have a gas.
It does not have a gas.
A big thing for Terran.
Absolutely big thing for Terran. Semih has opened up the supply he's looking for, and he started to stack on the gateway count. He's filled it in.
Okay.
So the Reaver pressure, he's managed to open things up. He's got more shuttles out in front. The 9 o'clock base is humming for Semih. He was able to evacuate those probes. Only lost the 2 cannons, which was absolutely huge.
Yeah.
And he's shutting down the Vulture harass as well.
Yeah. I think it was a pretty important moment that Artosis was unable to kill the probes and instead only got 2 of the cannons. And if he actually would have got, like, you know, a good, like, 7-10 probes there, like, Semih would have been really hurting. But his supply is looking pretty good. What kind of tech do we have for Semih right now?
Looks like it is. We're sticking at
Gateway
Man at this second. We don't see a High Templar Archives as of yet. It's not going to be as punishing as usual because we're a little bit delayed on +2, and more often than not when you're at +2, that's where you really want to have the higher tech units like the Arbiter or like a High Templar. We do have probes starting to scoot around and thinking about bottom left.
Yeah.
In the meantime, what are we looking at the factory count? Looks like the factory count is
starting
to fill in. I will say this might, so we're going up to 9, but we're going up to 9 with this third, which I think might be an overstep from Artosis. We'll have to see if that ends up being the case. But we'll keep an eye on his minerals in about 2 minutes, and we'll see whether that's a factor or not.
So Semih is maxed out, no High Templar. He's kinda wants to trade actually, but it's hard to trade into this high ground, low ground type deal. And Artosis is playing it slow. He's getting his mines out. We'll see how this engagement goes. If Semih even tries to go for it, he does go for it. See, the tanks are siege, but they are very clumped. The shuttles are dropping the zealots on top. The dragoons are getting a little surround. There's no more zealots. There's a big clump of zealots in the top left not fighting. That is very huge. He needs that absolutely right now. The dragoons are dying, and that's not what you want to see.
Well, so at the end of that, all of a sudden Artosis is up 20 supply. He's grabbing the 3 o'clock base, which will definitely fill in the factory count for him.
Man.
And Artosis can start building across the center of the map and start taking some forward positions and start really carving this up, where Semih was hoping to drop a cannon and potentially grab bottom left. Instead, it looks like he's probably going to have to camp. Well, okay, it looks like it's going to be a stare down between this vulture and this probe for the moment.
A
They're
little
just
staring match, yeah.
Maybe they fell in love back there. You know, you can fall.
Man, that was such a big deal right there. Like that group of like 8 zealots really needed to be in that fight. I think Semih would have like cleared those tanks and been in a good spot, but also like Artosis really is doing a good job in the series of like having great map control and controlling the Protoss' bases with these the mines at the 5th, 6th, and 7th, 8th, 9th. He's got mines everywhere. And in the previous game, I love the engineering bay blocks too. So he knows exactly how many bases Semih's on. And I would have liked to have seen Semih actually have the Nexus started and completing when that engagement started. But in this situation, the Nexus has not started, and I'm starting to get a little bit worried.
And also, we're having a minefield and turret ring that is moving closer and closer to Semih's upper left-hand quadrant.
Really choking him out.
Yeah, at a certain point, you can just start comp-satting and destroying that high ground. Looks like a Nexus has started here, bottom left. A few vultures should be able to cycle down there in a moment for Artosis and potentially clear it out. And yeah, I don't know that Semih... So right there, he's trying to hold that high ground and maybe dive on this, but this is just a little bit too much.
That first fight was so important for Semih. If he loses all of his dragoons in that fashion, you can see like you give up all your map control. And Artosis wisely pushed up, and he's taken the middle. He's like, this is my area, and you are not going anywhere. And he's got a nice little group in the bottom left going for Semih's forest. Semih's going to try to do this wraparound, but Artosis must have scanned it or seen it, and he's moving the appropriate forces over here. And this is a hard choke to get through, you know, even with these supply depots, the ramp, like everything's like, you know, stumbling on each other. And he's got a great little poke down at that Nexus, and I'm afraid that Nexus might fall. There's no forces going over there.
Now we got +2/+2, and we don't have any of those tech units usually that you want at this stage. Artosis, while all of those units were out of position, went ahead and shut down that 9 o'clock, and now we've got nothing at the main. The natural expansion is going to be out momentarily. The 3rd is quite light. Honestly, the only reason this is still mining is because of the workers that were taken out earlier by Artosis, and Artosis is maxed out and in an absolutely fantastic position, grabbing. Why does he like these bases so much?
You know, I mean, maybe not the most ideal min-max, but I love what Artosis did this past like 3 or 4 minutes. You know, he wiped out the force, took out the middle, he blocked the counterattack, and he took out the Nexus and preventing the 5th. And Semih's saying, hey, I got to get something done. I have to break you now. And he's coming in with these storms, and the zealots are getting thin. I'm not sure.
It is just dragoons left. I think most of the side storm has been expended, and yeah, we just have dragoons that are
a whole lot of Terran.
And Semih just has to try to push into this. It looks like he's regathering to retreat. He should not have hesitated, because this is the final fight right here, honestly, for him, because he's not going to be able to rebuild after this. He needed to break and win there or make it happen. Instead, reposturing, I think he realized he made a mistake with that, because it's instinct for Protoss. Run out of zealots. There's still a lot of siege things. You back up, you try to preserve, but there was no preserving at this stage. And now look for Artosis to potentially wrap around with some siege tanks around towards the 3rd, and there's just not enough to clear it. There's he's not going to be able to get there in time, and Semih's out of resources.
I can't stress it enough. Artosis played this like beautifully after that first engagement. denying the 5th with these these 2 tanks and these 6 vultures got so much done for him, really securing him the game. And then he just threw expansions down. He has the extra minerals. He knows he's ahead, and that he's controlling the center of the map. So just throw CCs everywhere. And I liked where he took this engage. He knows Semih has to all in, and he took the engagement pretty much on the high ground, low ground ramp, and it worked out wonderful for him.
I'm going to go ahead and walk up towards this third. We've got a control group and a half. So we got a full control group of Zealots, another full control group of Dragoons behind it, starting to fill in, but this is...
last hurrah here.
Yeah, I think, there's GG. And
Well played,
Artosis takes it
Artosis.
2-0, and we're moving into
the finals.
Into the finals, officially. I'm going to go find out. I think we're putting StRyKeR up 1. I think it might still be best of 5. And I'm going to see who's going to... If you want to hang around and cast, I'm happy to hang around and cast. I'll see if other people want to hop in, but we're going to have the final Artosis versus StRyKeR, which is pretty picturesque.
We'll probably get somebody else to cast because, TVZ, not my forte.
Gotcha.
Protoss, But it was nice casting with you. Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Absolutely.
Great
By the
line.
way, check out RayReign's stream on Twitch. It's a really fun stream, I think.
Thank you, man.
He's got some really fun games out there.
But thank you guys. I'll see you later, and look forward to the finals. Be right back.
All right, find out.
This glass box, get me out of here.
Yeah.
It's very cramped in here.
It is very cramped in here.
I will, thank you. All right, so, let me tell the stream what's going to happen. We have 20 minutes left on the time. We already paid a lot to get the extra hour and a half. Finals is turning to a best of 3. StRyKeR keeps the 1 game advantage. So if he wins, it's over. He picked knockout. He picked knockout for grand finals. So I know it's going to potentially end anticlimactically if StRyKeR just wins the 1 game. And it'll just be over. But we can't afford more time, obviously. Artosis, I just heard Artosis figured out what the hell is going on. So it is pretty unfortunate that it ended up this way. I don't know how we ended up losing so much time.
We had a lot of TVT.
Yeah.
A lot of TVT.
Yeah, there's a lot of TVT. All right, well, players are ready.
Swap that.
Swap that, and we're good. Okay.
And we are off.
We are off with 18 minutes left or so right now of our time remaining. So here we go. Grand finals. StRyKeR up 1-0, and it's a best of 3.
Best of 3, and StRyKER's up 1. All right, upper right-hand corner, we got StRyKER starting as the blue Zerg. Bottom right-hand corner, we have Artosis starting as the magenta Terran.
Everyone was joking. StRyKER just 4-pulled him.
StRyKER just 4-pull. Actually, this would be a good opportunity to 14 command center, or to go for early command center and try to play it out. I think this is a good map to do it on, actually, with the gutter.
It's not bad. It's not a bad map for 13cc. Yeah.
But anyway, we'll see. If you guys were paying attention to the earlier match between StRyKER and Artosis, Artosis tried out some Valkyrie Vulture play and some other Vulture mix-ins, and then closed it out with what I think is more typical for his more. I feel like it's what he more practices on the ladder, which is
8 racks.
3.
I think it is 8 racks.
8 racks or forward racks?
8 racks.
8 racks.
It's 8 racks.
So we got 8 racks on the front.
Close spawn.
On
knockout. The closest possible spawns. So pretty good here for Artosis so far. He's going for the inverted wall, which is also actually interesting with the racks on top. But hey, if he gets the 8 racks going here, and StRyKER is going to be confident, he's going to go 12 hatch against Artosis.
All 3 games in the previous match, he did go for 12 hatch. So we'll see if it pays off this time.
Yep.
A little bit of a risk. You get the early Marines. Yeah, I do think the inverted. You're right. The inverted placement kind of interesting. 12. We got the. Excuse me. Voice is starting to flag all of a sudden. And I have this weird thing where it's like it's not like a burp. It's just like my voice is like, oh, we're tired, and we're gonna pause for a second. But anyway, we got the 12 hatchery down. I'll recover. 12 hatchery down. I want to kind of keep an eye on the gas. In the meantime, Artosis is sending out the double SCV scout to try to get information as far as StRyKER's forward position. Drone going cross map scout, which is about the worst scenario here for StRyKER. Artosis going to find the Overlord. The one advantage for StRyKeR is that Overlord's at least nearby, so at least we're not getting...
Drone's going to go in the right direction. He did see the SCV timing, so he should know. And Artosis is going to mine out the mineral patches, actually, which is kind of interesting. I feel like that would...
That should be a forward alert.
Yeah, and he's going to see it now. The double Marine's going to come up. So he knows it's 8 racks. We're going to pull the drones here. No gas here for StRyKeR as well, so he knows what to do in this position here. And probably going to pull 7 or so drones here. He's got, let's see how many he's going to pull. 8 probably, no, 7 total. He's pretty confident in his drone micro. Actually pulled 8. 8 is behind right here. Yep, 8 total. So Artosis is going to try to get 3 drones here if he can. But, he's going to be falling into the low ground. So StRyKeR's going to in posturing reasonably well. But 2 SCVs, 3 Marines so far. He's just going to try to buy time. He's going to wrap around here. Artosis is in kind of a bad spot right now. The drone's going to be able to maneuver through the Marines. Kills 2 drones immediately. 3 drones here. 4 drones. Really good here for Artosis. Can he get 5? He's attacking his own SCV.
And pulled some additional SCVs on his own. Okay, now that he's gotten the drone kills he was looking for, we're going to go ahead and pull back. And we're kind of getting a restart. 1 drone heavily damaged. He's coming back to tell his tale. Some Zerglings out on the way. Artosis scrambling back across. Should be able to build a command center. As far as a follow-up in just a few moments, then I don't think these Zerglings going to be able to break through. But this is an odd location to have that gap. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's got to be careful right now. He needs to put an SCV into the wall. He's bringing the SCV finally over. He's going to hold position those Marines here. The Marine's going to pop out on the outside, which is going to be a little bit of an awkward position here. He's going to be able to squeeze through, so this is pretty good here for Artosis. He's going to be able to break through here, gets the SCV, but he can't. Yeah, he's got to pull back right now.
Overlord overhead, a little bit late on that command center drop. I think he was regathering himself a little bit.
Yeah, had to you bring the SCV out to control the front. He's got the SCV scout also in the base.
How did he get that SCV scout all the way around into the base behind those Zerglings? When did that happen? That must have broken off that initial grouping of SCVs all the way around. I want to go back and later see where that SCV came from, because wow, that was a small window to get across and get that information. It looks like we're going into well, we'll see what happens. We got a refinery plop down in the meantime, and we've got the natural expansion gas from StRyKeR. That's cute.
Yeah, it is, because it's where all the drones are going to be anyways. The thing with it is nice pick off there for on the SCV scout. The thing with the that gas is not as efficient as the top gas, so it is slightly inefficient. You need 4 drones to actually saturate it completely. So we'll see how that impacts the later stages of the game. Artosis, I think, is going to go for a +1 eBay. Let's go check his main base. Academy and going to check below. Yeah, so it's going to be a +1 attack here from Artosis. Fast +1. Going to try to utilize the advantage, because usually you can't really go 2 racks to CAD after an 8 racks. It's just not... You just don't have any economy, and you just want to buy time basically for your big push to come out here. And he did get a big advantage there. I think with 4 drones killed for only 1 Marine, big favor for Terran there as well.
I really do like StRyKeR grabbing the gas, the natural expansion, to try to throw Artosis off. I think it was more of an aggressive Zergling bust. Not that I don't think that adjusts things a ton. We do have a pretty decent layer timing in space of this. I want to see Artosis, the build that I feel like has done more success against StRyKeR than any other build that I've seen fielded is usually the 4 or 5 racks +1 builds.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. We're going to see the 4 racks.
And so I'm hoping that Artosis has some success with this, because usually when I see StRyKeR lose games, it is to this exact build that's incoming.
Yep. So eBay Academy is done. Here comes the racks. StRyKeR, meanwhile, has actually already expanded to a 3rd base there on the other side of the map. That one's a nice position because it's a cross map. Long time for Artosis to sort of get in there with his Marines. He's only getting 3 racks right now, not getting the 4th one just yet.
I hope he's not playing. He's not just going to turn around and make this.
No, I think he's going to build the 4th one there.
Okay. Yeah, I think he's going to go for the 4 racks variant. I like the 5 best, but yeah, I think the 4 racks variant will be pretty solid. The one big aspect of it is you get, because you get that +1, because you get range so rapidly, it is very, very punishing against Mutalisks. And you have to be very, very careful with your Mutalist micro. And more often than not, I feel like StRyKeR tries to overly rely. He's just got such good Mutalist micro that sometimes he tries to over-rely on that. And if Artosis can dive, pick an early 1 or 2 Mutalisks off, I think it can snowball from there. So usually when I see, mostly I see Gypsy try to pulling it off more often than not. Usually when Gypsy's in a scenario pulling it off, that's where he's able to. We have an in-base 4th hatchery in the stage, as a side note.
So StRyKER's economy is pretty solid for him to be able to go up to 4 hatcheries like this. His Spire's finishing now, going to get the Mitas out. And so this is going to be the difficulty here dealing with the +1 build, is that Lings die really fast at +1, and he's going to use that third hatcher, that in-base hatch, to build a lot of Lings out. So it's going to be difficult here for StRyKeR because Artosis has sort of got almost, I wouldn't say a hard counter to the build that he's trying to do right now, but definitely an advantageous position here for Artosis, I would say, especially after the ARAX opener.
Yeah, interior, usually 3 hatch interior. People will argue that was like the hard counter. Here we do have the third gas on the way. One issue is that StRyKeR this is a well-positioned hatchery, and it's a pretty long distance to deal with. There's like a 15-second window here where +1 is not yet complete. I think that's right, like 15-20 seconds before +1's complete. And that's where you really have to engage this well, and you have to recognize that it's a lot of Marines, and this is what we're dealing with. I don't think StRyKER's recognized that right this second.
There's the +1 finishes. Range is also about to finish as well, so StRyKER's just going to try to burn Stim, I think, and he's just going to try to make Artosis kind of hold back in his base. Yeah, even diving back into the bunker there. So Artosis playing a little bit scared right now, and we see StRyKER actually taking a pretty commanding supply lead, but again, he's playing a lot of Zerglings right now. He's just kind of posturing out, probably building a lot of drones. Let's check that third base. I want to see how many drones he's building over there. He's already got that third base saturated as well. Is he going to pivot into Hydras at some point? Yes, Hydra already started also at his natural, and he's even pumping a lot of drones out. So StRyKER is kind of reading the situation well. Artosis, I'm surprised, not pushing out with this +1.
Usually with this +1, you play a lot more aggressively. You try to get in front of the Mutila's face. It is a testament to StRyKER's macro that I have no idea how he's ahead of in supply right here. After losing those initial 4 drones.
There we go. In the dig, some of the Marines in the dig, yeah, are going to miss on the Lings, but he does manage to pick up one of the Mutas there, and now Artosis is going to finally move out, because I think he's going to be ready here. He's going to try to utilize this bridge, but man, just so many Marines with that +1. Nice Muta swipe right there, and some of these Marines are out of position right now. Nice pick off here to StRyKER. Artosis is losing the Marine Ball right now a little bit. This is really bad. You cannot do this against a guy who's got Muta Micro like StRyKER.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is, as far as going for this build, this is one of the hardest maps to try to execute this on, because you do have this bridge that's going to split your Marine Ball up. You've got the gutter that you've got to kind of walk out of and deal with, and can be frustrating. You get a lot of high ground and low ground, but StRyKER, yeah, he's just built so much time. He's 17 supply up. Are you kidding me? With this 17 supply up here in the final, and it looks like, is he going to stage? I mean,
I thought that was 4th base too. I was like, how is he doing this?
But I'm just shocked at his macro position right here.
You know, he stopped making Mutas. He's not rebuilding. Look, he's got 8 Mutas. He just went straight into that Lurker Tech immediately. I think he's just going to go for, okay, there he's got more Mutas now. I was about to say, he was not like over making Mutas at all. Just really wanted to rely on the initial couple, and then now he's starting to add on after he's already got Lurkers. Again, this Marine Ball getting separated. Beautiful glaive hit there, hitting 2 of the Marines. Gotta be a little bit careful. It's so dangerous because, you know, these Mutas are so fragile to this +1 Marine Ball. If you take your attention away from these Mutas even for 1 second and they get aggroed, you might lose like 2 or 3 like right away.
I think so. You got 1 Lurker and 3 more morphing and a Queen's Nest.
Oh, he might be going for backstab. He might go or Lings. No, they're gonna go for a surround. Artosis might think he's got an opportunity, but these Marines are overstim. Look how badly damaged these Marines are. This 1 Lurker is gonna get so much damage down.
Oh, and he didn't.
Didn't have the scan down. Now the Lings are gonna just get right on top of his Marine Ball. I mean, this game might just be over already. I mean, I don't understand how StRyKER has so much money to do all this.
Yeah, where did the money come, especially after the opener, where did the money come from StRyKER? Really impressive macro comeback, and
it might have been that Marine. Oh, the Lurkers catching the reinforcements, man. Oh, the scan after the Marines are already dead.
Okay.
I mean, Artosis got 1 game, so he might as well try to play it out, but he's got 2 bunkers right now. I mean, that is a lot of Lurkers.
This is starting to look like a ZDP, where you're getting the Lurker contained, and the Lurker's able to range when the supply depots on the corner. We do have the double bunker down at the very least, but we still have 9 Mutilas.
Oh my god, he's gonna flood it with Ling Lurker here, maybe. No,
where are we? Okay, we're just getting
so far away. Yeah,
right there.
Yeah, unfortunately, only 1 game, guys. We're sorry about that. But that will be it. That will be it for this tournament here. StRyKER's gonna be crowned champion. Again, we apologize for not being able to get a full proper finals in, but time right now. Blame it on all us Terrans, unfortunately, for dragging out the.
I'll take the
games.
blame. Just start blaming me, chat. Like
Somehow it's Diggity's fault.
Somehow it's my fault. I was casting too slow. In the meantime, let's get the winner. Go ahead and do the interview.
No.
My voice, you go for it, because my voice is actually starting to pop out. And then we'll try to get an interview with Vulcan.
Yeah, we got like 5 minutes left, so we got some time to do quick interviews here.
No interview, just
Okay. All right, no interview. We're just gonna do a quick sign out with Vulcan here.
Yep. What's up, man?
How was the tournament? I know it didn't end exactly how we all wanted it to, but you know,
It's okay. We're here. We had a great time. That's all that matters.
It ended exactly how we wanted it to. The best player won. He deserves it. He's never gotten lower than 5th at StarCon. StRyKER's fucking sick. He's so good.
Yeah, he's such a good player.
I don't know how he had so much money.
He's just.
I didn't understand it at all. Yeah,
Excellent.
it was crazy.
Hey guys, we're gonna sign off. I want to thank everyone for tuning in. It's been a blast. It's been a long day, but we had so much fun. I hope you guys had fun too. Artosis, thank you so much
Always
for your
thanks
support.
Artosis for hosting as well.
Hosting
the
the stream. It's awesome. Yeah, we're gonna sign off. So thanks so much, guys. Have a great night. Take care.
See ya.
Thanks, man.
How do we end the stream?